Well, how do you do? How do you do? It's nice to see you all. It's such a lovely day, you shouldn't have come. It's so pretty outside. Oh, get a load of Tony. Are we on television this morning?
Yes, we are, Alvin.
Put the camera on, Tony, will you?
Shall I model this little number I'm wearing?
You're getting married, aren't you?
Say, that's a surprise.
Doesn't he look cute? And look at the boys. Everybody, I don't know, since television, these fellas put a clean shirt on every day. Used to have one a week.
I like that electric blue you're wearing, Alvin.
You like it?
Mm-hmm. That's very nice.
I don't know how come, but I got a big red mark on it on this thing here. I forgot to take it off at the fire sale price. Oh, no, this, I don't know what you call this. What is that kind of stuff?
I can't.
Linen or something?
Looks like linen.
Huh? No, it ain't champagne. Something else. Somebody gave it to me. I was thinking.
It's awfully nice.
It's one of the things that was signed in the original contract, that I got Paley's old clothes as well as... Trouble with him is he's a little big for me. Well, this is the Star-Kissed Tuna Fish Hour, huh?
Yes, sir.
Tuesday, September the 9th. And I got a United Press report from Silver Springs, Florida, which says that a Mr. Ross Allen is recovering nicely in a local hospital, and I know you're all happy to hear that. He's the guy you know who was bitten yesterday while trying to milk a rattlesnake. I keep telling you people, buy it at a delicatessen like everybody else. Wait. You imagine trying to milk a rattlesnake? You ever see a man do that?
Yes. Very interesting, sir.
It's amazing, you know, where this guy spends his time. Where did you see a man milking a rattlesnake?
Many years ago, sir, I did another program.
Oh.
And,
why didn't you tell me then? You have not told me all of your past.
I'm sorry, I haven't. There are some things
This was supposed to have been your first affair, yes.
Well, I will say this, in all honesty, it's the greatest affair I've ever had. It's a pleasure.
He means the money is very good, yes.
No, I mean the company, sir.
Did you see the picture in the paper yesterday? The little kid didn't want to go to school. Oh, gee, what these up with? I love the caption under it. The caption said that this kid here makes Johnny Ray look like he's in convulsions from laughing. Boy, here's the teacher trying to take him from his mother, and he don't want to go. Boy, that poor little kid is really broken-hearted, huh? I want to go to school! And I love the other picture they had of the other kid looking at him like this. Big dope, you. Poor little fella, that must be tough, you know? He didn't want to go. You suppose he's over it by now?
I imagine.
What would you do? Did you ever do that? You ever get so embarrassed when you go to see somebody and they have a little child and you want to make an impression on the folks, so you say, hello, little boy. He goes, You could throttle him, you know. Oh, boy. Especially in my early days when I was courting. Maybe it was the gal's little brother. See, I'm going to make a big hit with this kid. That was the end of that romance. Somewhere else. What can you do? Do you know how to overcome that?
Well, I would suggest a rather large all-day sucker.
Well, he was there the day before. That was No, I tell you seriously how I learned how to overcome that. Don't pay any attention to him. Do the same way with dogs. Somebody's got a dog, you know. Don't be a chump and go over and say, hello, little dog. You're liable to come out with 3 fingers missing. You just stand there and don't pay any attention. Just, oh, very nice dog. What a lovely child. And then pay no more attention. Pretty soon the kid's tugging around on you. You can't take that. I found out that little trick. I went to see a friend of mine once who had a dog, and I just instinctively didn't like that dog, and I knew he didn't like me. I could see the way he looked at me. So I paid him no mind at all. And then he invited me in the house, and I turned to walk in, and wham, he hit me right in the ankle here, this fella. He waited till I turned around. You know that place between your tendon and your bone where there's nothing much?
Yes, it's behind
He closed in behind that. Ooh. I said, what a charming little dog. I said something to that effect. I've forgotten now what it was. He didn't mean quite that. Well, anyway, this being a starfish, I keep calling it starfish. It's star-kissed tuna. The greatest tuna you ever had in your life, chunk style, boy, oh boy. And I want you to meet 4 guys who, not too long ago, went out and caught themselves a tuna fish each. The Mariners. On a level, who was it caught the tuna?
Oh, I caught an albacore.
Well, that's a tuna.
In California.
That's a tuna. You rest of you fellas never caught one, huh?
Yeah. No, we haven't been that lucky yet.
You go for striped bass, don't you?
Yes. Going for striped bass.
Season is coming.
That's right. I'm going up the 19th. Martha's Vineyard. Nice tournament up there.
Do they have a tournament?
They have a tournament up there, yes, every year.
What do the bass do, Jim?
Well,
a bass tournament. Well, how do you fish for them? Off the shore or in a boat or what?
Well, you can fish off the shore or in the boat. You know, you move into the surf, you know.
It must be nice this time of
year.
They
have some wonderful places up there. Really, you should go up.
Yeah. I heard one of the vice presidents this morning say I should go someplace. I guess.
Go get the bass, huh?
I like to go to Montauk Point and get in one of those fishing boats where they back the thing right up to where the surf breaks under the stern of the boat and cast in the surf.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's where you catch them, you know, the riptide.
Yeah. Oh, and big ones, too.
Yeah.
Got one there last. Oh, yeah. Got some 30 pounds, 32 pounds. Big ones.
I think the biggest one they caught up there is about 57 pounds.
Boy, that's a lot of fish. That's a lot of fish.
And it was caught, I understand, just a day before the tournament began.
Oh. And that won't count?
That wouldn't count. You know. That was a couple of 2 or 3 years ago.
I'd throw that son of a gun back with an anchor on it.
They could put you tried to do something.
Don't you remember last year after I sent you a bass back from Massachusetts?
Oh, yes, of course, that's right.
One that's spoiled.
That's right. Well, that was not a freshwater bass, was it?
Yes, no, it was saltwater bass.
It's a striped bass. Mm-hmm. If you guys don't hurry up, you're not going to get a song in here because I got to sell some tuna fish. How about this, Auf Wiedersehen, sweetheart? No, this is a new song, not the old one. This is a new way to say Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen, we'll meet again, sweetheart. This lovely day has gone away, but time has come to part. We'll kiss again, like this again. Don't let the teardrops fall. With love that's true, I'll wait for you. I'll be the same, sweetheart. I'll be the same, we'll meet again, sweetheart. With love that's true, I'll wait for you. I'll be the same, sweetheart.
Oh, that's pretty. That's brand new, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a good song. Very. Is it number one now, really? Well, what do you know? Well, let's face the facts, my dear. You can't pick up the paper anymore without... Gosh, you don't have to pick up a paper to know it. Everything is up. But there's one thing here that you perhaps didn't know. There's one protein-rich food that has not increased in price in 4 years. And that is Star-Kissed tuna fish. Very, very rich in protein. This is, I don't know how many different ways there are to serve it. We're going to have some for lunch this morning, I hope. Or Friday, huh? Why don't you get it out every day? You don't have to wait till Friday to eat fish. Having steaks, sandwiches, salads, casseroles, main dishes for man-sized dinners, and save a lot of money, and so tasty. And there are 3 different kinds of this stuff, you know. They got this fancy solid pack over here. This can here, fancy solid pack, and then they got the chunk style. This seems to be the perennial favorite. Everybody likes the chunk style tuna. And there are those who like this fancy white meat, and they have each kind for you. Under the Star-Kissed label, you cannot find any more flavorful tuna fish in the world than Star-Kissed. I wish that you would please get that name in your head, and when you go to buy tuna fish, don't just ask for tuna fish. Ask for Star-Kissed tuna, and you've got the best. They had certified taste tests from coast to coast, if these mean anything to you. America's homemakers and leading food experts voted Star-Kissed tuna the flavor winner 3-1. All over the country, over every other nationally advertised brand. So, please get acquainted with Star-Kissed tuna fish in either of the 3 packs, any of the 3 packs that you like best. Try them all. The solid pack, or the chunk style, or the fancy white meat. Star-Kissed. This is the CBS Radio Network.
KOOK Billing.
Money, 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 money. Can you use any money today?
Are you wishing you had the money to take a real vacation? You'll have the money to do that and numerous other things when you see your financial friend, the local finance company. Confidential unsecured loans in any amount from $5 on up are granted with only your signature required. Make your vacation plans now. See the local finance company, 201 Stapleton Building, 1st Avenue North and Broadway.
Frigidaire, the only all-porcelain automatic washer, presents Arthur Godfrey Time. Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey Time with all the little Godfreys. And now, here's that man himself, Arthur Live Water Action Godfrey.
Wow. How did you describe me?
As live water action, sir.
There are no secrets from anybody. Well, let's have a look at the news. I see here that the Mrs. America contest was won by Mrs. Evelyn Joyce Schenk. Or is that Skink? S-C-H-E-N-K?
I imagine Skink, sir.
Skink? Isn't that the same name as that great name in show business?
Yes.
Skink. Well, anyway, she won it, and from the pictures, I would say it was no hasty decision. However, it seems that the winning was a little too much for Mrs. Skink, and when it was announced, she fainted and landed on the floor. That's a very human thing to do. You know, that sort of thing happened to our own Archie Breyer right here. Yeah. After his first concert, he played a trumpet solo. And as the last note died away, plunk. Archie keeled over. We never did find out who threw that rock to you. We've been receiving a lot of funny ads lately in the mail. People find these in the paper and send them to us, and they intrigue me. Always the personal columns always intrigue me. You have some funny ones in there. Remember the one last week? Yeah. Dear John, I'm ready. Signed Mary. You saw it. Well, this one is Helen K. Wesso of Pekin, Illinois, sent me this one. Cut it out of the Pekin Times. It appeared on July 29th. She must have walked here with this letter. She says, I have a feeling the story behind this ad must be most intriguing, too. And this is what the ad says. It's in the Lost and Found column. Lost. Man's wedding ring in women's restroom at swimming pool. Now, you could figure out a lot of things about that. But it's probably very simple, huh? Yeah, those ads are interesting things to watch. The little troubles and tragedies in people's lives. They think they're so important at the time. Like John, I'm ready, signed Mary. Boy, what a moment that was, huh? I wonder what she was ready for. And in the paper today, I see a prominent TV engineer predicts they'll soon be broadcasting actual battles on television. That's just what we need, isn't it? Televising a battle someplace. Can't you see the picture on the screen? Some tremendous bomb explosion. And after the smoke clears away, the announcer breaks in and says, and speaking of blowing up, are you bothered with after-dinner stomach distress? Try Burpo's little stomach pills. Maybe, you know, that could be some good. Maybe if they televised some war, some battle someplace and got it so that everybody in the world could see it would stop the doggone stuff, huh? I don't know. There ought to be some way to stop them. Here's a little note from Mrs. Robert Hesson of Riverside Drive, Huntington, West Virginia. She says, my 5-year-old daughter, Suzanne, came in from play one day and said, they have a new baby at Karen's house. I said, that's nice. Is it a little boy or a little girl? And she said, they don't know yet. It's still bald-headed. Mrs. J.S. Carlson of Rio, Illinois, sends me this. The guest to his host, who had just moved into a new house, says, well, old boy, how do you find it here? The guy says, upstairs, first door to the right. People are funnier than anything, I think. Tuesday, September 9th, Frigidaire automatic washer presents a guy who does his own laundry every morning, Frank Parker.
Morning.
Good morning. Did you rinse out a few things this morning?
Yes, I got up a little early and I put some things on the line. Such a nice day for it, don't you know?
Oh, it's beautiful
yes,
out there
yeah.
today. That's quite beautiful. Did you ever hear the sad tale that he tells of getting up every morning and making his own breakfast? It's wonderful. It really makes my heart bleed when I hear about
Does it really?
Yeah.
What did you do when you were a bachelor? I mean, how did you...
I can't remember when that was. Let me see, when was I a bachelor? 15 years ago. That's a long time. I can't remember. I guess, I know what I did. I went to need it.
But, you know, when I was married, I used to get up and make breakfast, too, so it didn't change my... it didn't make a bit of difference at all. I mean, not that I minded. I mean, after all, I think the husband should, once in a while, fix breakfast for his charming, lovely little wife.
Well, that's going to get him married again. I do it every once in a while.
Sure. I bet you're a pretty good cook.
You asked Mary someday how I fixed her some fried chicken. I was going to be real hotshot. I rolled the chicken in some cracker crumbs and egg with a little cheese.
Oh.
thinking it would be good.
Yeah.
Ugh, yeah. Don't ever do it. It's terrible. I ate it, saying, gee, isn't this wonderful? And they were all sitting around there.
I never use recipes when I cook. I just cook according to taste. I think that reading recipes sometimes gets confusing. I read a recipe that said a roll in flour. When I got up, I was really amazed.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. That's the guy you should label live water, actually.
That was cornmeal, not flour.
Never mind, Frank. You tried. And it killed 45 seconds, and I thanked you. Now we'll proceed to kill 2 more minutes musically. We'll be very happy. Well, you got a new song?
There's a song here that's caught on, and it's called I Went to Your Wedding. Very apropos. I went to your wedding, although I was dreading the thought of losing you. The organ was playing, my poor heart kept saying, your dreams are through. You came down the aisle wearing a smile, vision of loveliness. You uttered a sigh, then whispered goodbye, goodbye to my happiness. Your mother was crying, your father was crying, and I was crying too. The teardrops were falling because we were losing you.
Put a damper on the whole day, didn't it? Mother was crying. Father was crying. I was crying. What a joyous occasion. Everybody in his joint was crying. Why do they do that, Tony? Why do people cry at weddings?
Well, this is a psychological reaction, Arthur. Particularly on the part of the parents. I think mainly the mother feels that she's losing her daughter. The father, of course, has a very strong attachment between his father and daughter. I imagine, although not too many men cry, I imagine there's a great feeling of loss. But many times when people are happy, they cry. This is a complete release of emotion. On the other hand, I think if parents would look forward to gaining a son-in-law, instead of losing a daughter, this might change the entire complexion, don't you think? Maybe that's why they're crying, seeing this fellow, well...
I still don't know why they cry. Look, I got a washing machine that's sold here. Frigidaire automatic washer. Do you know anything about it, Tony?
Quite a bit, sir.
Is there anything you don't know quite a bit about? Well, come over here and have a look at it, will you? Exclusive live water action gets rid of deep down dirt. The pulsator goes up and down, and keeps sending hot, sudsy currents of water through clothes again and again. Oh, brother. How does that work?
Well, the water agitator down here can't be seen, unfortunately, by our audience in studio. All of you on the television and the receiving set. We don't have a film to describe it.
Oh, we should.
But it really agitates the water constantly. And all that sudsy water goes through every piece of laundry in that washer. Only
nothing like having your water agitated constantly.
That's a real live water action.
The only washer with a lifetime porcelain finish inside and out. Acids, grease, stains, and so forth wiped clean with a cloth. No worries about rust or rust spots. Porcelain just won't rust. It stays new looking for years. And the thing is completely automatic. This is the thing about it that I love, because it takes all the work out of it for you. You don't even have to get your hands wet in this machine. Not even get your hands wet. You drop the wash in and the soap or the detergent or whatever you use, set the selecto dial that Tony's got in his hand there, and relax. The washer does all the work, washes the clothes, rinses them in fresh water, and then spins them drier than any other washer, some dry enough to iron right away. Then the Frigidaire washer even cleans itself and shuts off automatically. Boy, what else can you do, huh? The Frigidaire washer, buy one of these for your gal. This is the CBS Radio Network.
This is KOOK in Billings, 970 on your radio dial. The biggest little electric range in the world, Frigidaire Thrifty 30. Oven large enough to bake 6 pies at once. See it at the Hart Alvin Company today. $219.75. Small down payment, 24 months to pay.
.30 on this Tuesday morning, and time to bring you now some recorded music by some of your favorite artists, some old, some new, all recorded for you on the record party this morning. And we'll review the Pioneer League scores. There was only one score, by the way, yesterday. And we'll check the forecast for eastern Montana. But first, the music, and in the spotlight this morning, Dinah Shore to sing on the Victor label, Why Should I Believe in Love?
just to call my own. So why shouldn't I sigh? Shouldn't I? When I'm so
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is name. N-A-M-E.
Really? You bet your life. Elgin American, creator of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, magic action lighters, finest dresser sets, presents Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life. The comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
What a ridiculous name. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with the $1,000 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
A pair of newlyweds, Groucho, selected by our studio audience just before we went on the air. And here they come now, Mr. and Mrs. Howard Scala.
Welcome, youngsters, for Elgin American Compacts, and a Happy New Year. And if you say the secret word, you win a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector that sells for $129.50. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Newlyweds, eh? Well, you're the tallest newlyweds I ever saw. Howard Scala. Eh? Scala, is that the way you pronounce it?
That's right.
What kind of name is that?
That's a German name.
What did he win?
I'll tell you, Groucho.
Huh? Well, I wish you would. Huh?
All right. They won an Apollo 16-millimeter projector.
Which sells?
For $129.50.
That's right.
Hollywood movies or movies they take themselves.
Well, yeah. Now let's see when I got wiped out by that thing. You're the groom, I presume, huh?
That's right.
Yeah. How long have you been married?
1 week.
That's 2 weeks between you. Huh? Well, Arlene, where are you from, Arlene?
I'm from California.
You're a very beautiful girl. You know that?
Thank you.
Did you know that too?
I certainly did.
How tall are you?
I'm exactly 6 feet in my stocking feet.
And how tall are you in your bare feet?
The same.
You wear very thin stockings, huh? How tall are you, Boxcar?
6'6.5".
6 foot 6.5. Huh? Now, how's the weather up there?
Well, not quite as smoggy as it is down there.
Reminds me of Bob Sherwood, the playwright. He's an old friend of mine, and he's 6'5" and very thin. I said to him one day, I says, Bob, what do you say to people when they ask you how the weather is up there? He says, I spit in their eye and tell them it's raining. How much do you weigh, Howard?
Oh, about 305 pounds.
Arlene, how did you meet this mighty Joe Young?
I met him in the California Tip Toppers.
What's the Tip Toppers?
Well, it's a club for tall people where the girls have to measure at least 6 feet.
Well, whose feet do they measure?
No, the girls have to be at least 6 feet tall, and fellows at least be 6'4".
You were both at the Tip Toppers Club? How did you meet them?
We were washing dishes at a Tip Topper party.
I suppose if you'd had an electric dishwasher there, you'd never met, huh? Shows you how these modern inventions are ruining everything. Where did you go on your honeymoon, Arlene? Mount McKinley?
No. Phoenix, Arizona.
What do you do for a living, Howard?
I play left tackle for the Green Bay Packers professional football team.
Imagine tackling this when it's running down the field. I'd rather stop in front of the Super Chief. Are you as tall now as when you were single? That's odd, really, because after they get married, lots of men find themselves very short. Well, in spite of the fact that you two giants make me feel pretty low, we're happy to have you here. Now, Fenneman, you have some perfect gifts, I presume, for these people.
I'm sure Mrs. Scala will enjoy this lovely sterling silver compact with 14-karat gold engraving. And Elgin American, of course. And for Howard, Elgin American's hand-engraved sterling silver cigarette case that holds 20 regular or 16 king-size cigarettes.
Thank you. It's very nice.
Arlene, where did you work before you were married?
I still do. I work at the Carnation Milk Company accounting.
Oh, I see. You have nothing to do with the cows.
No, I don't milk them, thank goodness.
That would be a pretty high cow for you to milk. Arlene, I've never kissed a real tall girl. Would you mind if I kissed you?
Not at all, if Howard didn't mind.
How about it, big boy?
Well, it'll have to be over my dead body.
Well, if that's the way you want it. Fenneman, get the gun, huh? Suppose I kissed her and you didn't know anything about it.
Well, I'd know about it.
Well, I guess I'm going to have to trap you. Howard, I'll bet you $1. I bet you $1 I can kiss your wife and you won't know a thing about it. Bet?
Okay, it's a bet.
Would you mind moving aside there? Just a moment. Well, you saw me kiss her, didn't you?
That's right.
I lose. Here's your $1, huh? Well, I've kidded you, too, about your height, but I'm sure you're tall enough to overlook everything. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to work together as a team for $1,000. But right now, I want you to pay attention to this.
There isn't a ticket for South Pacific. Kiss Me Kate either.
Cheer up. You can get compacts by the same name. Yes, Elgin American announces 2 new hit show compacts, South Pacific and Kiss Me Kate. South Pacific with a pearl-studded sky comes in a black satin case for $7.50. $10 with a jewel-mounted lipstick case. The Kiss Me Kate compact, at just $5.95, is attractively decorated with a pair of red lips and a whip to tame that shrew. There's a radio hit show compact, too, Queen for a Day, with a royalty design in jeweler's bronze, also $5.95. Be the first to carry and give these new hit show compacts. Buy them tomorrow. The smart new South Pacific, Queen for a Day, and Kiss Me Kate compacts by Elgin American.
All right, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, bring them up to date on the rules.
All right, each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's going on out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with baby in the title as your category. Is that right?
That's right.
All right, now here's your first question. You have $20. How much you going to bet?
$5.
Jerry Fielding will supply the music. You give me the title. Play, Jerry. Yes, that's my baby is right.
And we're off to a great start with $25, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $25 will you try?
10.
10.
What is the name of this song?
Melancholy Baby.
Melancholy Baby's on the nose.
The timing now, we have $35.
All right, you got $35. Here's your third question. How much of the $35 you going to try?
20.
$20. Give me the title of this baby song. Okay, Jerry. Baby face is right.
They're really on their way now. They have $55.
All right, you're climbing up. You got $55. How much of the $55 you going to try?
30.
$30. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet $30. What is the title of this song?
Pretty Baby.
Pretty Baby is right.
And they wind up with $85.
Thanks and Happy New Year from Elgin American Compacts. Now stick around. You may still get a chance at the big question.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still name. Perhaps our next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a car hop and a married man, and here they come. Mrs. Evelyn Fredrickson and Mr. Larry Stearns. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life.
Hello,
And
how are
if
you?
one of you says the secret word, he wins the 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Evelyn Fredrickson, is that right?
That's right.
You're the car hop, huh?
Yes, I am.
I knew it. My headlights started flashing the minute you walked in. Where are you from, Miss Fredrickson?
I
I'm from Shannon's on Pico and Sepulveda. Shannon's Drive-In.
Uh-huh. How are the hamburgers there?
They're terrific.
Well, if they're anything like the car house. Mr. Steins? Larry Steins?
Larry Steins.
You're the husband?
Yes, I am, sir.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been married to Evelyn?
Oh, that isn't my wife.
Well, don't come running to me with your troubles. Are you married?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any kids?
3 and I think 4 pretty soon.
When were you home last? How did you meet your wife?
Well, I decided I'd take some photography at night school. Thought I'd learn something, maybe. And,
well, don't be too despondent.
And I used to go to photography with a friend of mine. Used to fool around in the darkroom. He'd sock me, and I'd sock him, and
How did you know who you were hitting in the dark?
Well, I did, and I hit my wife that time, or she wasn't my wife then. And that's where the trouble began.
You hit your wife, and now you've got 4 kids. Huh?
Not quite 4 yet.
It's a very sad story. Evelyn, what is a car hop?
A car hop is a car waitress.
You wait for cars, is that? Well, why do they call you car hops? Was your mother frightened by a kangaroo?
No, it's because we hop from car to car.
Well, why do drive-in restaurants specialize in hiring beautiful girls?
Because it draws more business.
Nice-looking car hops mean that more business?
Right, much more business.
Well, if you mean business, I'll change my tactics. Is it true that many girls become car hops in order to be noticed by movie producers?
Yes, I believe that is true.
Offhand, I'll bet there are more movie producers trying to get noticed by car hops. Larry, what sort of work do you do?
Well, I was teaching people how to drive.
How long did it last, Larry?
A week and a half.
How'd you lose your job?
Well, I was teaching someone how to drive, and I got a ticket for giving the wrong signal.
My hunch is you've done a lot of teaching around this town. Anything unusual happen around your place?
You mean beside the kids?
Oh, you must have had an eventful life. What's your most unusual story, Larry?
Well, I had a lot of jobs. I never seemed to keep any of them too long.
Well, if you keep putting out the wrong hand, I can understand why.
The most unusual thing, I was selling vacuum cleaners for a little while. And I sort of developed a system. I thought it was pretty smart. I'd leave the machine out in the car, the new machine, and go in and demonstrate with their old one, because if you walk up to the house with a machine, they throw you out. And that's when I lost my job, because I was in the house demonstrating without a cleaner, and her husband came home and...
Was he amused by this, or...?
I didn't give him much chance to say or be amused at all. I thought I'd better leave.
Was the motor running on your car? Well, we enjoyed having you here tonight. Now we have some ideal gifts for each of you. George, proceed with the honors.
For Miss Fredrickson, pearls. Elgin American's beautiful simulated pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man. I'm sure you'll enjoy them.
Thank you very much.
And for Mr. Stearns, Elgin American's long, slim cigarette case in jeweler's bronze that looks like gold.
That's swell.
Now let's play You Bet Your Life for $1,000. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the big question later. Now, Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The Timber Topper newlyweds won $85.
Here we go. Let's see how high you can build your $20. You selected dice expressions as your category. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to risk?
She says 12.
$12. All right. Snake Eyes is a throw of what number?
2.
2 is right.
And they're on their way with $32.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the $32 you're going to try?
25.
Okay. Big Dick is a throw of what number?
10.
10 is correct.
And now they have $57.
Now you have $57. Now, here's your third question. How much you going to bet?
I like to bet it all.
Bet it all.
You want to bet it all. Okay, Boxcars is a throw of what number?
Oh, that's 12.
12 is correct.
They're really climbing now. They have $114.
All right, you're shooting away up. You got $114, and how much you going to go for?
You want to shoot it all?
Let's shoot it all, shall we?
Shoot it all. All right, it's no more dangerous than going in a house without a vacuum cleaner. Here it is. $114. Little Phoebe is a throw of what number?
5.
5 is correct.
And they wind up with a grand total of $228.
Put it there, kid. Thanks to both of you, and a Happy New Year from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the $1,000 question. But right now, listen to this.
Listen. Those are waves of the Mediterranean, caressing the shores of romantic Mallorca, where Elgin American found the simulated pearls of all time. Pearls flawless in quality, glowing with luster, perfectly matched. And now they're Elgin American pearls, exquisitely styled in ropes, chokers, earrings, bracelets too, distinctively clasped, superbly packaged in gift and jewel boxes. And these pearls supreme cost only $2 to $20 plus tax. They're sensational values. Buy them tomorrow for the elegance that only pearls of such rich quality can add to every costume you wear. And buy them for impressive gifts, to thank a hostess, for birthdays, anniversaries, every gift occasion. They're the simulated pearl beauties and values of all time. Elgin American Pearls.
Okay, now we'll soon know who's going to earn the most money and get the $1,000 question. George, who's ahead so far?
Well, the car hop and the married man are ahead with $228, and the secret word is still name. We invited some college football players to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Jess Swope. His partner is a Hollywood chiropractor, Dr. Mar Elia. And here they come. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for Elgin American Compact. And a Happy New Year. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Jess, you're the football player, huh?
Yes, sir.
We have a surplus of football. We have a boy here from the Green Bay Packers. How tall are you, Jess?
6'3", sir.
Well, you're only a baby, huh? How old are you, Jess?
22 years old, sir.
Where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Are you married?
No, sir. I guess I'm lucky.
Why aren't you married, Jess?
I just haven't got much time for girls.
How much time do you need? What school do you attend?
University of Southern California, sir.
And you play football for USC?
Yes, sir.
What position do you play, horizontal or perpendicular?
I play left offensive guard.
Offensive guard?
Yes, sir.
Have you tried a dab of perfume behind each ear? Tell me, what do you want to be after college? I mean, do you want to play professional football?
No, sir. I'm hoping to go to the Olympics in 1952.
Well, I think you're smart and stay where the money is. Stay in college football. And you're Dr. Sheikh Mar Elia? Is that?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
That's right.
It correctly? What kind of a name is that?
That's an Iranian or Persian name.
Oh. Well, here we go again. You said name, and that's the secret word tonight. George, tell him what he wins.
You win an Apollo 16-millimeter sound movie projector. With it, you can show movies you take yourself or Hollywood sound movies. Retail value $129.50.
Thank you.
Are you married, Doc?
Yes, sir, I am.
How did you meet your wife?
I met my wife here in Hollywood while I was a professional man. I was invited to have a Persian meal at her home, and I found her to be a very good cook and good looking, and so here I am.
What did they feed you? Persian ivy?
Shish kebab. Shish kebab and pilau.
Shish kebab?
And pilau.
Well, I'm all right. How are you? Tell me, do Persian kittens really come from Persia?
Not necessarily. Usually they come from Persian cats.
I tell the jokes around here. I used to tell the jokes around. How would you like it if I went over to your house and stole your Persian rugs? Now, Ducky, you don't mind if I call you Ducky, eh?
No, sir.
What did you want to be when you were a boy?
I wanted to be a sheik like my father.
Your father was a sheik? Don't tell me he was Rudolph Valentino.
No, sir, he was not Rudolph Valentino. He was a real sheik.
Oh, Errol Flynn, huh? Now, Doc, I don't want to get nosy, but tell me, have you got a harem?
No, sir, I do not. It's because against the law.
I realize that, but answer my question. Are there still many harems in Persia?
No, sir, there are not. It's against the law now. But there are a few places that they still would leg him.
Well, see if you can get me a case of 20-year-old stuff right off the boat, will you? Were harems always illegal, Doc?
No, sir. Years ago, harems were legal in Persia. A man could have all the wives that he desired in order to get closer to his heaven.
Get closer to what?
To his heaven.
Why did they figure they were closer to heaven if they had a number of wives?
You see, Mr. Marx, when we figure in Persia, when you have only one wife, she might be good cook, maybe ugly, or not good dancer, or good singer. But if you have more than one wife, one will be good cook, one will be good dancer, one will be good singer. And this way you receive all the pleasures of life right here, and then you are closer to your heaven.
That's why a man would want more than one wife, so he'd be closer to heaven?
Yes, sir.
That's certainly getting to heaven the hard way. Now, Shiki, in your profession, you must have had a few spine-tingling experiences. Can you recall any incident in particular that you'd care to discuss?
Well, one of them was very embarrassing. When I first got to this country, my first professional match, I was booked as the great wrestling sheik of Persia. As I entered into the ring, I thought I'll show them how Persian wrestlers are. And there we are trained to be very mannerly, very polite. So naturally I walked in, I bowed to the public, and I bowed to the referee, and then I bowed to the wrestler, and went back to my corner. When the bell rang again, I bowed to the public, and I bowed to the referee. And as I bowed to the wrestler, he let me have one right close right to the chin. I went back, and he let me have one in the stomach, and I bowed again, and that was the end of the match.
Well, that'll teach you not to be polite in this country. Huh? It was a short match, huh?
Very short.
Next time, use the light, huh? Well, you've been an interesting couple, and physically, I'll never be the same. Now, before we proceed, George, is something from our sponsor.
For Jess, pearls. Elgin American's beautiful pearls. They're the finest pearls made by man. He can give them to his girlfriend, and I know she'll love them.
Thanks very much.
You bet you will.
What have you got for Shiki over here?
Elgin American's exclusive heart-shaped compact that's definitely different. It's jeweler's bronze that looks like gold. His wife will truly appreciate it.
It's a good thing we're not doing this in Persia. You'd have to have 7 of those. Huh? Okay, let's play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The newlyweds are still ahead with $85.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous rivers as your category.
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, you've got $20. How much you want to try?
10, sir.
Here's your first question. Hoover Dam controls the waters of what great western river?
Colorado.
Colorado is right.
And they're off to a good start with $30.
All right, now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try?
$10, sir.
$10. All right. What is the name of the sacred Indian river of the Hindus? They bathe in its waters to be purified.
I know it, too. Not Nile.
Take a guess. I'm sorry, it's the Ganges.
Ganges, yeah. I'll get mixed up.
Well, that's a tough one. That's not
No,
too
I
easy.
should know that.
They now have $20, Groucho.
Well, you only lost 10 that time. You still have $20. And here's your third question. How much of the 20 will you try?
$10.
$10. What is the name of the northwestern river where the salmon spawn each year? The Grand Coulee Dam is on it.
Columbia.
The Columbia River.
And they're on their way again. They have $30.
All right, you're coming around the stretch now. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet? You got $30.
20.
$20. What is the name of the river immortalized by Mark Twain? It is called the Father of Waters. Mark Twain wrote a couple of books about it. Mississippi, you said it right as the bell rang. Give it all.
And they wind up with a grand total of $50. And that means that the car hop and the married man with $228 get the chance at the $1,000 question.
Well, I'm sorry, but you did pretty well at that, though.
And now a word from Myron Wallace.
The name Elgin American means the very finest quality, designing, finish, and craftsmanship. The best value. In exquisite compacts, gorgeous simulated pearls, magnificent dresser sets, magic action lighters, wondrous lighter cases, distinguished cigarette cases, handsome military sets, fascinating musical humidors. Your favorite store has a complete assortment of the newest Elgin American styles right now. See them. And for your own proud use, for thrilling prestige gifts, always buy Elgin American.
And here's the winning couple, Groucho, the car hop and the married man.
Ready to try for $1,000, eh? Good luck, and I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly. Okay, here we go. You ready? In 1876, government troops were annihilated in the Battle of the Little Big Horn. What general was in command of the doomed forces? All right, now what is the answer you two have decided upon?
The only one I can think of is Custer.
General Custer is right. That's right, you win $1,000. Well, you had the right answer, so you win $1,000 from Elgin American Compacts, and you also win $270. $78. Or is it $228? $228. Well, a few bucks. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you very much.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $1,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life.
Well, this brings us to the end of 3 very pleasant years of association with Elgin American Compacts. And I'd like to thank them for their interest and cooperation in presenting our show. Next week, we'll have a new sponsor. So I'll say good night with this final reminder. Have you looked at your compact lately? Good night.
Alka-Seltzer, first aid headaches, acid indigestion, and muscular aches and pains. Alka-Seltzer brings you Hilltop House. Hello there, this is Durward Kirby. Say, let's listen as a mother enters her neighborhood drugstore.
May I help you?
Oh, yes, thank you. I'd like some one-a-day brand vitamins. One-a-day brand multiple vitamins.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you sell many of these?
Oh, yes, indeed. They're very popular.
They have all the essential vitamins in them, don't they?
Well, like it says here on the package, one-a-day brand multiple vitamins provide all a normal person needs to take of all the vitamins proved necessary.
Well, I'd better try the large size package then.
Yes, by giving your family one-a-day brand multiples regularly, every day, you guard against vitamin shortage, one of the common causes of a let-down, tire-easy feeling. Try one-a-day brand multiple vitamins, the smooth-coated vitamin tablets that are easy to swallow, that leave no unpleasant aftertaste. The prescription-quality vitamins that now contain vitamin B12. So ask your druggist for one-a-day brand multiple vitamins in the blue box with the big red 1. Just be sure you get one-a-day brand multiple vitamin tablets. Now, Julie of Hilltop House.
An adolescent girl in love for the first time in her life can be hurt very easily, especially if she's an orphan. Hilltop's teenage Babs had fallen in love with young Leonard Clabber, handsome, charming, and the son of the orphanage supervisor. Mrs. Clabber made no secret to me of her unfriendliness toward Babs. In fact, she told me quite bluntly, if I didn't warn the girl to keep away from her son, she would. I didn't know how I could tell Babs, but I was most anxious to talk with her. So far, I hadn't reached her. And now that I was at home with my husband, it was hard not to feel some impatience. I didn't want the Hilltop problem spilling over into the few hours I shared with Reed at the end of the day.
Look, Julie, it's more important for you to get to Babs, so why don't we skip the movie?
I'll give her 10 minutes more, and then I'll forget all about her.
You will?
Yes, I will. Babs is old enough to understand that I have other responsibilities, so it's just too bad if she doesn't call back.
Hey, what are you getting mad at the kid for?
I'm starting to think I make myself available to the Hilltoppers just a little too much, and they're taking me for granted. I won't do it anymore because my marriage also needs my attention. You know how many calls I put in trying to find Babs? No concern to her, apparently.
Assuming she got your message.
Of course she did. She must have. I'm just afraid Len's on her mind, and that's all, so I'll have something else on my mind. I hate to come home and bother you with any Hilltop problem.
Well, it seems to me everything that happens to you is worth sharing. You're bound to bring Hilltop stuff home, same as I do from my business. Hey, let me tell you about my talk with old man Clabber.
Oh, did you see him?
He saw me first and told me all about his discussion with you about Hilltop benefit.
Oh?
And then he asked if I wouldn't like to be the chairman of the whole thing. Only the way he asked, it was taken for granted I would be.
Well, you didn't accept.
I promised to think it over, talk it over with you.
Well, I think I give the orphanage enough time for both of us, Reed, and you're very generous with donations. So don't you think we might consider our contribution enough without going any further?
I guess so, only Mr. Clabber put it to me in terms of community spirit.
Oh, Reed, you don't want the responsibility of that kind of job. It involves a lot of work.
It'd be a strain, you think? A physical strain? And you're afraid for me?
I don't very often think about your health in that way, dear, but what's the point of adding something that will be exhausting? Now, I've worked with other chairmen on these benefits, and before they're over, you can go slightly insane.
Well, darling, we promised each other to live as if nothing were the matter. That means doing all the things I take on normally. I'm not saying the benefit is it, but...
I'm sorry. I'm always the one who's bringing this up. So probably it's somewhere at the back of my mind, and I've got to do a better job with myself.
And you're doing okay, sweetheart, and you're making this year worthwhile for me in a way nobody else can. But don't you forget that, even for a minute.
I'll do better anyway. If we can be like any other couple, getting fun out of every day, knowing the future's there, but not fearing it, then I'll be satisfied.
I'm telling you right now, we're doing all right. How many couples do we know who are getting as much out of marriage? You know, you don't stay strictly with business when you're selling real estate. Men talk about what goes on in their personal lives. They try to kid me and say, oh, sure, the first months are the golden ones, but watch out for the changes. And what they're telling me is that love doesn't count so much once marriage gets to be a habit. Well, my big conceit is that won't ever be. What we've got is right here and now. And that means everything.
Darling, nothing is ever going to change for us.
Teenage Babs knew that Julie was trying to reach her, but the girl was too upset to call. There was only one thought in her mind, to find Len, to ask him if all the terrible things his mother had said were true. Babs knew it wouldn't be good to talk to Len at Hilltop House, so she waited for him at the bottom of the hill. And it wasn't very long before he came along. And then the girl was so overcome with feeling she could hardly speak.
Oh, hiya, Babs.
Hello.
What are you doing here? Missed you at the drugstore, I guess, huh?
No, I didn't go over. I had to babysit for Mrs. Wallace. I told you.
Oh, was that today?
Uh-huh.
You making some real cash?
It pays all right. Len, I'm awfully glad to see you.
Well, sure, same here.
Are you in a hurry? Is that why you're walking so fast?
No, I was just going up the hill.
I've been waiting here especially.
You have? Well, what for?
I want to ask you something awfully important.
Yeah?
About the game.
The team? You mean, will I make the second team? I'm aiming for the first.
I said the game. The football game.
Oh.
Did you say you're going?
I guess so, if I can swing a couple of decent tickets.
Oh, it doesn't matter where we sit. I'd be just thrilled to see the game with you. That's what's so important.
Well, I hope I didn't give you a wrong lead, Babs.
What do you mean?
Well, it's this way. If I can get the seats, I'll have to take Nancy.
Oh.
Don't you see, I have to reciprocate for that swell invitation to her party. And you had a wonderful time, too. So I feel I should do something special to pay back. And the game's the best.
I see.
Well, I sort of thought you caught on when I didn't ask you to keep Saturday open.
But you practically did ask me, and that's why I turned Conrad down.
Has Con got tickets?
2 reserved seats.
It's a shame you turned him down. Wish you'd come and ask me before you did. But maybe it isn't too late if he hasn't asked another girl.
It doesn't matter now.
What do you mean? You want to see the game?
With you. And from the way you talk, telling me about having to bring an extra sweater because it gets cold sitting for a couple of hours, didn't that mean you were going to ask me?
I guess you haven't had too many dates, Babs, or you wouldn't talk this way. When a girl wants to be popular with a fella, she shouldn't expect things, get serious about him, I mean. All of us have to change plans, and, well, you just take it as it comes. I wish you'd tell Conrad...
No, it doesn't matter about the game. That's all right. But there is something I have to know about your mother.
My mother?
She said, well, she thinks...
What's the matter?
Nothing. When I came back to Hilltop, I thought you were at home. Then your mother called me into her office, and she said you're sorry for me because I'm an orphan. Is that why you've been so nice to me? Do you pity me? I've got to know the truth.
Babs, I can't believe what you're saying. I guess you didn't hear Mother right. She'd never talk that way.
I know what I heard.
Maybe she meant something entirely different, and you picked it up. Well, you see, this is what I mean about taking everything so seriously. You shouldn't talk this way to any fella. You just go out for a date, have a good time. You want to date a string of fellas the same way I like to have a string of girls. It's a shame you aren't around Nancy more. She does it exactly right. She takes it easy.
You like her more than me.
Oh, come on, Babs. A fella doesn't like to talk about one girl to another. Grow up, get hep. If you get serious like this, you won't have any fellas, so you better learn to take it easy. Play it cool. What if my mother said anything to hurt you? Well, she'll come and apologize because she just isn't that way. Aren't you coming up to the house? Well, maybe it's a good idea if you don't come in with me. I'll go first. You don't know how mothers are, and I wouldn't expect you to know. But they can get ideas, and I don't want mine to start thinking things. See ya.
He's ready to forget about me. All those things his mother said could be true. He doesn't like me anymore because I'm an orphan and I haven't got anything. I know he's doing what his mother wants, going after Nancy because she's got everything. A mother and father and home and money. Just everything. Why couldn't I have it, too? Why should I ever expect him to take me seriously when I'm an orphan? Just a plain nobody.
In just a moment, we'll return to our story of Hilltop House.
How do you feel?
Oh, I feel better.
But you had indigestion.
Yes, before I took Alka-Seltzer.
That's right. For that feel-better feeling, take Speedy Alka-Seltzer.
Try it once and see. When acid indigestion brings on that stuffy, too full, uncomfortable feeling, try Alka-Seltzer once and see. See what pleasant, gentle relief Alka-Seltzer can bring. It reduces excess gastric acidity with instant alkalizing action. Thousands of tiny bubbles help to soothe and settle your stomach to help you feel better fast. And once you see how effective Alka-Seltzer can be, you'll never be without it. Get Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore. Now let's see what's happening with Leonard. Walking quickly up to Hilltop, he made a decision.
Mother'd better watch her step and take it easy. I'm going to drop Babs, sure, but you never know when you need friends. And I can keep Babs in line. I know how.
Be sure to tune in tomorrow for another exciting episode of Hilltop House, written by Addie Richton and Lynn Stone. Julie is played by Jan Miner. Phil Sterling is Reed, Roger Sullivan plays Leonard, and Regina Jouvin is Babs. Say, let me ask you, have you heard about Tapsin? Have you tried Tapsin? Well, this season, when a cold starts you sneezing, try Tapsin. And note this. At any stage of a cold, you can take Tapsin for effective relief of sniffles, sneezes, the headache, feverish feeling, cold miseries that make you so doggone uncomfortable. You see, Tapsin is a combination of modern relief-giving ingredients in a single tablet. Time-tested ingredients especially formulated to help relieve cold discomforts. Why don't you ask your druggist today for Tapsin, the bright red tablets in the bright red package. Be ready then to relieve the miseries of a cold fast. With Tapsin. That's Tabcin. Tapsin.
Road of Life. Brought to you by Duz. D-U-Z, Duz. The new kind of soap that does everything in your wash.
Dr. Brent calls surgery. Dr. Brent calls surgery. Dr. Brent calls
Yesterday, I met a lady you may know. She was a lady who didn't.
Didn't what?
Didn't believe that Duz does everything in the wash. She didn't know Duz is best. You see, this lady had been using the same old wash day soap for years.
Sort of got into the habit and didn't see any reason to change.
How did Duz enter your life?
Well, by accident.
Accident?
Mm-hmm. My youngster brought some Duz home one day by mistake.
Oh.
I was kind of sore about it. I didn't feel like experimenting on my wash.
You have a tough wash?
I'll say. Greasy overalls, messy towels, and lots of rayons to fuss with.
Hey, you should be a lady who does instead of a lady who didn't. Duz does everything. It gives you unsurpassed whiteness for towels, unbeaten suds for getting out tough dirt, plus greater safety for the colored rayons you wash.
Believe me, now I'm a lady who does.
Swell. What about those overalls now?
They're a breeze with Does. No more hard scrubbing for me.
No soap made gets dirt out easier than Does. How are your towels now?
Whitest white I've ever hung on my wash line.
Right. No soap washes whiter than Does. And are your colored rayons being treated right?
Wonderful. Does leaves them brighter.
Of course. Does gives colors better care. This new kind of soap does everything. Does is best. Actual comparisons with 25 different wash day soaps prove it. Does beat 'em all with its amazing combination of white washes, suds for cleaning, and safety to colors. You'll find Does best. Does everything. And now we invite you to listen to Road of Life. Jim Brent has been charged with a breach of medical ethics. That, in essence, is why a meeting of the staff and board of trustees of City Hospital is being held at the moment. Actually, however, Jim is fighting to preserve his name in the medical profession. Should the decision go against him, he stands to lose every shred of the reputation which he has spent years in building. This crisis in his life has been brought about deliberately by the one surgeon in City Hospital who for years has shown a marked dislike for him, Grant Frazier. In defending himself, Jim has called upon Tom Parsons, an intern, to give his version of the Brent-Frazier clash. This over the violent disapproval of Grant Frazier. Now, shortly after 2:30 in the afternoon in the boardroom of the hospital, those members of the staff and trustees who are able to attend the meeting in spite of the short notice given by Frazier prepare to listen to Tom Parsons' testimony. Mr. Leo Clark, chairman of the board, who overruled Frazier's suggestion that the young intern be denied the right to speak, motions him to come forward.
That's it, Dr. Parsons. Sit down. Sit down.
Here, sir?
That's right. Now, where would you begin this story you have to tell us?
In the first floor corridor.
What were you doing there?
I was just coming out of one of the wards when a nurse came up to me and told me Dr. Brent wanted me.
And where was Dr. Brent?
Down the corridor a bit. He was standing beside an emergency cart. Accident case had just been brought in by ambulance.
The patient was on that cart, was he?
Yes, sir. He was in pretty bad shape, too. Dr. Brent told me he was going to take him up to surgery immediately. Said he wanted me to assist.
I see.
I think I should tell you, sir, that the accident case wasn't Dr. Brent's patient. The nurse who was on receiving duty that morning turned it over to Dr. Frazier.
But Dr. Brent intervened. Is that what you mean to say?
Yes, sir. He had no choice. Dr. Frazier seemed especially busy and devoted very little time to the accident case.
What do you mean by especially busy? What was Dr. Frazier doing?
If I may, sir.
Yes, Dr. Frazier.
I take exception to that question. The young man was in no position to know what I was doing at the moment. If he thinks he knows, he has...
I beg your pardon, Dr. Frazier, but he didn't offer the information. I asked him. Go on, son. Dr. Parsons.
According to the nurse, Dr. Frazier was busy with a private patient.
Oh, go on.
Dr. Brent and I took the accident case directly to surgery. At first, we had some difficulty in getting an operating room.
For an emergency case?
It was around 6:30 in the morning. That's when the heavy operating schedule begins, and all but one of the rooms was taken. We finally got it, though. I don't know whether I should say how Dr. Brent got it, or...
That's perfectly all right, Tom. Go ahead.
Well, the nurse in charge didn't want to give us the room because it had been reserved for Dr. Frazier. You see, he had a chronic appendectomy case.
Well, he doesn't have any idea of what type of case it was.
Well, according to the case history, the appendectomy was chronic. There was no hurry for an operation. Unless Dr. Frazier deliberately rewrote the condition of that patient, well...
Dr. Parsons.
Sorry, sir.
Go on, Dr. Parsons.
Dr. Brent put the patient on the table immediately, and we started the operation. While we were in the midst of finishing up some work on the femur, Dr. Frazier came into the theater. First, I didn't pay much attention because there was so much to do. But then I couldn't help overhearing the conversation he was having with Dr. Brent.
And that conversation was?
Dr. Frazier asked Dr. Brent how soon he'd be finished. Well, there was still a great deal to be done. Dr. Brent said it would take another hour, maybe an hour and a half. And when he said that, Dr. Frazier got... Well, he became provoked.
And then what happened?
Well, they kept talking back and forth while Dr. Brent was operating.
Next thing I knew, Dr. Brent asked Dr. Frazier to leave. Dr. Frazier wouldn't leave. Dr. Brent said he couldn't take the accident case off the table.
Even with the limited experience you've had in surgery, could Dr. Brent have taken his patient off the table?
If he'd taken him off, sir, I believe the patient couldn't have survived for more than half an hour. An hour at the most.
You had an opportunity to see everything?
Yes, sir.
Very well. What happened next?
Well, there was a lot more arguing up and back, and finally it got so bad that Dr. Brent stopped.
Stopped operating, you mean?
Yes, sir. He stopped and asked Dr. Frazier to leave again. And he turned and told me to get ready to begin a new incision. Nurse handed Dr. Brent a scalpel. Just as he was about to start the incision, Dr. Frazier grabbed him by the arm and swung him around.
Would you know why he did that?
Either to stop Dr. Brent from making the new incision or to make Dr. Brent listen to what he had to say.
Then what?
And Dr. Brent pulled back and hit him on the cheek with his fist. In my opinion, it was the only thing he could have done. There was the patient lying on the table.
We are interested only in what you saw, Dr. Parsons, not your opinion. What happened after Dr. Brent struck Dr. Frazier?
Dr. Frazier got up from the floor and left the operating room. Dr. Brent continued the operation. That was all.
Is there anything further you believe we should know, Dr. Parsons?
No, sir.
Dr. Frazier, do you wish to question Dr. Parsons?
No, sir, I do not.
Very well, Dr. Parsons. Thank you for the testimony you've offered. I believe we're finished with you.
This is all?
You can go now, Dr. Parsons.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Clark, I should like to raise a question in regard to the testimony just offered.
I asked you, Dr. Frazier, whether you wanted to question that boy before he left. Couldn't you have made up your mind sooner?
It isn't a matter of questioning, Mr. Clark. I ask that the testimony given by Dr. Parsons be thrown out.
I object.
Order.
Naturally, Dr. Brent would object, but I ask, and with good cause, too, that the testimony be disregarded.
And that good cause you just mentioned is what?
To some of you, what I'm about to say is quite obvious. Certain that a good many doctors in this room must have realized the circumstances involved long before I did. To those of you who wonder why I waited until young Dr. Parsons finished his testimony and left the room before I objected to it, let me say that I didn't wish to embarrass the boy unnecessarily. The facts, however, are these. James Brent served his internship and was for many years associated with the father of the man who just testified. James Brent and Dr. Thomas Parsons Sr. were and still are the very closest of friends. Tom Parsons knew this man, was taught to respect him from the time that he came to this hospital to serve his internship himself. Bearing these ties of years and friendship in mind, how else could Tom Parsons tell the story of what happened in that operating theater than from Jim Brent's point of view?
What you're saying is that he has no mind of his own.
On the contrary, what I'm saying is that the mind Dr. Parsons does have is of necessity colored to such a degree that any testimony he offered would be absolutely one-sided.
What you're doing, then, is calling that boy a liar.
Dr. Brent, I'll have to ask you to take your seat again, please. Dr. Frazier still has the floor.
Yes. Thank you. Gentlemen, some of you are new here. Others of you, however, are fully aware and have been for years of the extremely close relationship between Dr. Brent and the father of the young man who just gave you his warped and twisted view of what has happened.
That's the most unfair
I
statement.
ask you in the name of decency and fairness to consider the testimony you heard prejudiced and distorted.
Mr. Clark.
I ask that it be stricken from the record and ignored.
That would be shameful.
This question is far too large for me to decide, gentlemen. Therefore, the decision will be made by vote. A simple showing of hands will be enough. Those in favor of disregarding the testimony? Those opposed? It's the opinion of this meeting, Dr. Brent, that the testimony offered by Dr. Parsons on your behalf be thrown out. Gentlemen, please. Very well. Let's have a 15-minute recess. We'll meet back here at 3:15. This meeting is recessed.
Jim Brent, realizing that his only witness has been discounted, starts slowly, dejectedly toward the door. In contrast, Grant Frazier, smiling broadly, stands in the center of a milling crowd of doctors and trustees. Obviously, his air of confidence is well justified. Thus far, the signs of victory are pointing toward him. Now, we all take pride in a job well done. So when it comes to washing dishes, let Duz do 'em. Haven't you heard me say Duz is best? It does everything in your wash. That holds true for dishwashing, too.
Well, I'm just a bride. I haven't been washing dishes very long, but I don't like any part of it.
You like dozzing dishes. This new kind of wash day soap really does everything for dishes.
For instance?
Well, look, would you like suds that stand up till the last dish is done?
That would help.
That's Duz. This new kind of soap bounces into suds the instant you turn on the water. Suds that last so you don't keep reaching for more soap. And say, wouldn't you like fast action on grease?
Now you're talking.
Even the toughest frying pan is a cinch with Duz. It whips through grease with no hard scouring. And here's something brides from 16 to 60 like. Duz is kinder to hands than any other leading wash day soap. It leaves them wonderfully soft and smooth.
Say, I'm gonna Duz my dishes.
Smart gal. Duz does best. In the dishpan, too. Duz does everything. Be sure to listen Monday when D-U-Z Duz will again bring you another absorbing episode on Road of Life. This is Clayton Collier saying good day for the makers of Duz, the soap that does everything in your wash.
Monday, September 23rd. Columbia's correspondents in Berlin, London, and Rome are standing by to bring you direct reports by transatlantic shortwave radio. This morning, you will hear from Edwin Hartwich in Berlin, Edward R. Murrow in London, and Cecil Brown in Rome. Now, before taking you to Berlin, here's a summary of news from other points. Reports from Indochina this morning say small forces of colonial soldiers have inflicted casualties on Japanese troops who have entered the territory. As you may know, French Indochina is letting Japan put 6,000 men in the colony and has granted 3 air bases in the northern section. Japanese will use these advantages in an attack on China's back door. There are other reports that the Chinese have 200,000 soldiers on the frontier, ready to stop any march across French Indochina. These reports first came out weeks ago, when Japan began negotiations for bases in French Indochina. A communique issued in Vichy, France, in connection with the agreement, says that in return for the bases, Japan promises to respect French rights and interests in the Far East, her sovereignty over the Asiatic colony, and the territorial integrity of French Indochina. And in Cairo, martial law has been declared throughout Egypt. Here at home, Congress hopes to adjourn by the end of the week. Most of the major legislation is out of the way. And in California, 3-year-old Mark Tristan, the heir to a huge copper fortune, is safe at home and unharmed. His kidnapper has been caught and is a 40-year-old German alien. Now the news direct from the German capital, reported by Edwin Hartwich.
This is Berlin. We had a British air raid in Berlin last night. It started after midnight and lasted for about 2 hours. Well, Ed Murrow was broadcasting to you from a London rooftop last night, describing a German air raid on the British capital. I was standing on my hotel balcony watching, or trying to make heads and tails out of a British air raid on the German capital. I can't give you many details for several reasons. One is that the night was cloudy, and the anti-aircraft shells were bursting above the ceiling of the clouds, so we couldn't get much of an idea where the zone of fire was located. In the direction of the suburbs, I could see flashes of light and hear explosions. But we have not had enough experience to distinguish clearly as to what is the sound of exploding bombs and what is the sound of heavy flak artillery. Then I could plainly hear the roar of British mortars above the cloud ceiling, and this noise was punctuated by the staccato firing of machine gun batteries and both light and heavy anti-aircraft guns. Then it was over shortly, and the all-clear signal sounded. No bombs were dropped in the Berlin area, says the High Command this morning. The official communique in the noon papers is brief. It states that last night British planes made several bombing raids in Germany and Berlin, quote, with the objective of attacking civilian residential quarters with bombs, unquote. And then the report continues, quote, but due to the anti-aircraft barrage and the activity of the night pursuit ships, the enemy did not succeed in inflicting great damage, end of quote. No planes were shot down in the Berlin area. But the editorial repercussions to this raid are about as violent and strong as anything I've read so far. The Beitzet am Mittag, a noon paper, describes last night's air raids as follows, and I quote, England continues its criminal air war against the German civilian population. Churchill wants it so. Once again, British pilots received the order to throw bombs in German territory and to murder women and children, to take the roofs off the heads of the defenseless civilian population, to destroy residences and places of culture. England is thereby lowering the war to a criminal crime. Churchill wants it so. End of quote. Then the Beitzet states that, quote, typical gangsters in England are to blame for this. Only the most terrific reprisals the history of war has ever known will atone for this crime. End of quote. Then it adds that for every English incendiary and explosive bomb dropped in Germany, that the German Air Force will dump, quote, thousands of destructive bomb loads, unquote, on England. As for the activities of the German Air Force, we are told that strong attacks were directed against cities in South England and London last evening and in the early hours of this morning. German planes carried large loads of bombs across the channel and dumped them, but we have no further details as to the results of these raids. The German shortwave radio this morning broadcast a statistical summary of 6 weeks of air war against England and London compiled from German reports. And here are some of the high points. For instance, the Germans claim that 23 million kilograms of bombs, or approximately 50 million pounds of explosives, have been dropped on England in a 6 weeks period. And we are told further that 6,000 industrial plants and factories, of which 1,400 are in the London area, have been destroyed or damaged by these raids. In London, the report claims that 4 railroad stations have been destroyed and 3 important subway lines have been hit. Hermann Ribbentrop, the Foreign Affairs Minister, is expected in Berlin today after 3 important conferences in Rome with Senior Mussolini. Solano Sune, the Spanish Minister of the Interior, is also returning to Berlin today. Thus, the final work, the Axis plan for the Mediterranean and Africa, is to be cleaned up. Whether the plans, which may involve Spain in the war, are to be translated into action very soon is the big question among correspondents here. This is Edwin Hopkins, and returning now to Columbia in New York.
This is New York, and here's a brief dispatch from Moscow. Army maneuvers have started in the important Kiev military district of southwestern Russia under the supervision of the Red Army's highest-ranking commanders. It was disclosed today. In connection with the maneuvers, a 2-day air raid drill was started in Kiev City. A large fleet of bomber planes took part, simulating the dropping of explosive, incendiary, and gas bombs. All anti-aircraft guns were manned. Streets were cleared, and volunteer corps aided firemen and chemists to extinguish simulated fires. Air raid alarms were being sounded day and night. Now the news, direct from the British capital, reported by Edward Almero. Go ahead, London.
This is London. The usual all-night attack ended about dawn this morning. As usual, it consisted of relays of single aircraft, and the main objective was again the London area. The bombing was widely scattered, and there was damage to houses and industrial premises in several localities. 7 foreign refugees were killed and a number injured when a high explosive bomb hit the corner of a large apartment house in the West End. In central London, another apartment house was hit, and damage was caused to hotels. In the northwest of London, about 20 bombs were dropped, wrecking houses, water mains, and damaging roads. The total number of casualties is not yet known. Towns in the southeast of England were also bombed. Houses were damaged in 3 towns, and there were some casualties, including 3 persons killed. This morning's communique adds that a few bombs were dropped in other parts of the country, causing slight damage and a few casualties. The report of last night's RAF action against Germany is brief. It simply states that last night, bombers of the Royal Air Force attacked enemy-occupied bases in France and Belgium and an important target in Germany. No indication is given of the nature of this important target. Last night, the Germans were using a new kind of flare which filled the sky over London with a sulphurous yellow glow, but burned themselves out in about 15 or 20 seconds. The more usual blinding white flare was used as well. Today, the hours of light and darkness are exactly equal. From now on, it's expected that the Germans will arrive earlier in the evening and leave later in the morning. So far this morning, we've had one air raid alarm lasting about an hour, but there was no air action over central London. Every London newspaper this morning carries columns of material telling of the torpedoing 600 miles from land of a ship carrying children to Canada. As you know, the total death roll was 294. 83 out of the 90 children on board were drowned. There's been a great deal of debate about the wisdom of inaugurating the original scheme for the evacuation of children. And the government has from the outset made it clear that risk was involved, and that parents deciding to send their children would do so on their own responsibility. Sometime in July, the Admiralty stopped announcing the losses of ships in convoy. Since that time, the public has been unable to form any sound judgment on the relative safety of travel in convoy. No official statement has been issued, but it is assumed here that the overseas evacuation of children will continue. The tragedy of the children in this war is something that will be felt for many decades. I know from personal experience that many of those twisted minds in Germany today are the result of empty stomachs in the last war. General Strong's public report after his month's tour of England is still the subject of favorable comment here. It's believed that the general's statement convinced Americans that additional help for Britain will be put to good use. Some observers believe that being reassured of the position in the Atlantic, the United States may feel free to concentrate its attention on the Pacific. And it's suggested that any pact between Germany and Japan would probably be countered by an Anglo-American agreement to prevent aggression in the Pacific. The latest Gallup poll, showing for the first time that a majority of American opinion is willing that the United States should aid Britain, even at the risk of getting into war, and Mr. Wilkie's demand that aid should be given to Great Britain, are both given some prominence in today's press. While General Strong's published comments concerning the results of the air war confirm the impression of other neutral military observers, there is one very important aspect of this war which no general can be expected to understand or properly evaluate. The progress of this war will depend, more than any war in the past, upon civilian morale. The determining factor will be the little man in the bowler hat, rather than soldiers and officers in tin hats. The morale of the bowler hat brigade is excellent, and will remain so, provided sufficient initiative, imagination, and speed can be developed in handling the protection and relief of this civilian army. I return you now to CBS in New York.
That was Edward R. Murrow reporting from London. In a moment, we switch you to Rome. First, here's a dispatch from Alexandria. The British fleet carried out another bombardment of Italian forces along the Egyptian coast yesterday. A communique of the British naval authorities here said today. The communique said, our naval forces attacked enemy positions in the Sidi Barani area during the early hours of Sunday, September 22nd, with good results. Now the news direct from the Italian capital, reported by Cecil Brown. Go ahead, Rome.
The Italians and the British are still fighting an aerial bombardment duel on the Egyptian front. The Fascist High Command, in a communique issued an hour ago, reports that the British again raided Italian positions in Libya. At the Mediterranean port of Benghazi, we're told the Royal Air Force dropped many bombs. Others were reported damaged, but there were no casualties. The British also raided Bardia at the Libyan-Egyptian frontier. Off the eastern coast of Libya, the High Command reports that a four-motor Sunderland flying boat was machine-gunned by Italian fighter planes. It crashed into the sea and sank with its entire crew. The Fascist Air Force again struck at Mersa Matruh with what the High Command describes as positive results. Mersa Matruh is about 100 miles from the Italian forces at Sidi Barani. It's the next objective of Marshal Graziani. The information here is that the British have heavily fortified Mersa Matruh, and it may be they will make their stand there against the Italians. Stephanie, the Italian news agency, reported that the British have brought numerous troop and tank reinforcements to Maritime troops. The High Command has not reported any ground actions in Egypt since the Italians took Sidi Barani last week. This may be because the Italians are consolidating their position there and bringing up further supplies and troops over the 60-mile distance that divides them from their sources in Libya. The Fascist Air Force is continuing its raids on other British bases. At Malta, we're told that the air base of Mikava again was bombed. A shed was hit, causing a great fire to break out. A night raid was carried out against the port of Aden near the Straits of Bab el-Mandeb. Last night, I reported that the Italians bombed a convoy in the Red Sea. The High Command tells us today that 3 British ships were hit in that raid. British bombers also were active in East Africa. Bombs were dropped on Gura and Kassala in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. Another raid was made on Asmara in Italian Eritrea, where we're told 2 natives were killed and 2 wounded. Minor damage was reported. The High Command revealed that a British submarine is operating in the southern Tyrrhenian Sea. This includes the area in the curve between southern Italy and Sicily. The bulletin says the submarine torpedoed and sank an empty Italian freighter. The Rome newspapers just appeared on the streets, but they offer no further information on the details of the Mussolini-Ribbentrop talks. I noticed that excerpts from the German papers are printed here showing Axis dissatisfaction with Greece. Since Ribbentrop came to Rome, however, no Italian paper has mentioned Greece as one of the problems to be discussed. Rome is known, of course, to be displeased with Greece's friendship with Great Britain. But in the past 5 days, there have been no press attacks on Greece. In fact, a number of Italian children from Greece who have been here during the summer returned today to their homes in Athens. All the papers emphasize that the Axis talks will have an early effect on Spain's attitude toward the war. And to that, you can add an effect on Gibraltar as well. This is Cecil Brown in Rome. I return you now to CBS in New York.
And with this report from Rome, Columbia concludes another morning report of European developments, which comes to you each morning at this time and each evening at 6:45 Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Edwin Hartridge reported from Berlin, Edward R. Murrow from London, and Cecil Brown from Rome. Larry Elliott speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now for radio's most lovable family, the Goldbergs, brought to you by Procter & Gamble, makers of Oxidol. And now about Oxidol for washing dishes. You'll find it's one of the fastest dishwashing soaps you ever had, and this is why. With Oxidol, you don't have to let dishes stand and soak as you do with slow-acting soap. Just whip up those thick, rich Oxidol suds and put your dishes in. For Oxidol, by actual test, cuts grease 25% faster than ordinary soap, which means you don't have to change your dishwashing habit to use Oxidol. No, man. You wash them just the same as you always have, only you get more suds with Oxidol and you get the grease cut quicker. You see the dishes come out clear and shiny. And when they're rinsed and ready for drying, you don't have to rub and polish them clean because Oxidol leaves no greasy soap film on dishes the way other soaps can do. That's because Oxidol dissolves completely. Every last particle goes into thick, hard-working suds. And when a soap doesn't dissolve like this, doesn't go entirely into suds, you'll find it leaves a greasy soap film on your dishes. The sort of thing you have to get off with extra hot rinsing water and then polish and rub off with the dish towel. Remember this the next time you wash dishes. Use Oxidol and get them clean 25% faster than you're used to with ordinary soaps. Get every glass, dish, and knife and fork spotlessly clean and shiny with none of the old-time greasy soap film to scrub off on your dish towel. All of which means you save time in doing dishes and get better results, too. Try Oxidol, spelled Oxydol, tonight and see for yourself. And now, the Goldbergs. Friday, Molly Goldberg proposed a plan to the ladies of Glastonbury for creating a security fund in case the mill their husbands are opening fails. The plan is to sell flower seeds. The seeds are to come from California, where Mr. Cuney, Molly's boarder, has a friend in the business. The women were wildly enthusiastic about the plan. In fact, decided to name the seeds in Molly's honor. But before the seeds can be sold, they've got to be bought and paid for. And where's the money to come from? Everyone has put their last few dollars in the mill. Listen.
What time does the last mail leave, Sammy?
You have to get your mail at the post office at least an hour before train time.
Sammy, you sure Mr. Cunis said that today was the
Ma,
last?
if you don't send for the seeds today, you won't get them back in time. Don't forget, everything's got to come from California.
I know.
Oh, gee, then drop it, Ma. What's the use? You can't steal the money.
No, I can't steal it. They would only send the seeds COD.
Ma, you know they won't.
I had it all planned out, so give me my list, please. Show you already who gave something to ready for the seeds.
And you still haven't enough, huh, Ma?
No. Sammy, how much did I give you this week? I mean for the fare to school and...
Oh, the same as you give me every week, Ma.
Sammy, say no if it's no, but maybe just for 1 week, if you got up a little earlier in the morning.
Yeah?
I mean, with Junior Slauson, he drives the milk truck. Maybe you could take a hitch with him every morning, and then you wouldn't have to take the train, huh? Just 1 week, family. Martha?
Goldberg, I came over just as soon as I could.
I'm glad.
Anybody just came in with a few dollars.
Yeah, I'm glad.
There ain't much coming in, is there?
No, and this is the last day. If we don't send out the money order today, then there's no use sending out at all, because we wouldn't get the seeds back in time.
Money can bring the mischief. They haven't got it. I never could seem to get the hang of it.
I could take the doll back that I bought for Mr. Cuner's little girl. She won't be here for a little while yet. And...
You want to try, Rosalie?
Uh-huh.
How much was the doll?
$6.
Who did you buy it from?
Deckers.
Deckers? Well, you just tell Charlie Decker that Martha Wilberforce said for him to take the doll and give you back the cash.
Do you think he'll do it?
Mention my name, see if he don't. My father set him up in business 30 years ago. I could have been Mrs. Decker if I chose to be, but I didn't.
I'll just say that Martha Wilberforce...
That'll be all you have to say.
All right, so put on your coat, Rosalie. Sammy, you want to walk over with Rosie, huh?
Well, all right, but hurry up there, Rosie. All right.
Now, put $6 more on that list. Let's see what we have.
All right, $6.
Oh, that still doesn't do it, does it? Let me look at that list. Did you call Mildred Halter?
Let me see, Mildred Halter? No, I didn't.
Why not?
Mr. Goldbergs said they're awful poor, so...
Awfully poor. Well, aren't we all poor? We wouldn't be scraping pennies together if we were rich. Now, there's Sadie Lockett.
Sadie Lockett and Tara Bullitt, neither. No, and Rachel...
Well, for pity's sake, Mrs. Goldberg, you can't expect to collect money if you're scared to ask for it. How are they going to know unless you tell them? Now, let me see. I'll call Sarah Bullitt first. Hope she has a phone. Ask operator for Sarah Bullitt's phone while I get some more of these names.
All right, so maybe we'll get the letter out today anyway.
Well, not if we sat here and twiddle our thumbs, we won't.
All right, darling, all right. Oh, thanks, family, darling. Hello? Hello, what's the name, Arthur?
Sarah Bullitt.
Sarah Bullitt's place, please. Sarah Bullitt's place, please. Yes, Sarah Bullitt.
Ma, will you lift that child up so as I can answer the phone, please?
I don't know what you want to telephone for. You ain't had a bit of good news come over that wire since you've had it.
Hello? Well, yes, Martha? Yes? Seeds? This is the first I've heard of it. Well, Nat's put everything we have in the mill.
More than he's got.
Well, will you hold on a minute?
What's Martha Wilberforce stirring up now?
It ain't only Martha, Ma. All the women in town are sending away for seeds.
Seeds? Got to have land to plant seeds in. Nat sold the last piece of land you could plant anything in.
These are flower seeds. It ain't the seeds so much. It's about selling them and raising some money. Miss Goldberg's going to New York with them and see if she can do something.
This town ain't been the same since them people come here.
Ma, Martha's on the phone. Ma, do you think you could let me have just a little?
What I've got saved is my own. My only comfort in living is knowing I'll get a decent burial when I die. Sarah, I ain't got all day. Yes?
Well, what did she say?
Yes? Well, then, be at the post office not later than 4. Goodbye. That's one.
Why, that's one. And what did she say?
She says she'll see what she can do when she comes down.
Uh-huh. And did you add in family $3?
Yes. Now call, let me see, Mildred Halter.
Mildred Halter. All right. Now call Mildred Halter. Hello? Hello, Central? Mildred Halter. Yes, Mildred Halter, please. Mildred?
Hello? Yes, this is Mildred Halter. Oh, hello, Martha. Well, for pity's sakes, what makes you call? Yes. Seeds. Mm-hmm. Well, Martha, I've got more trouble now than it's human to bear. The government inspector is just after condemning 6 of my cows. Well, of course, they'll pay me for them, but when? Well, Joe, let our best Guernseys go. It's all in the mill. Well, everything's in the mill. Well, yes, I know all that, I've got a few dollars. If Joe ain't found where I hid it, it's still there. But hold on a minute. Hello? Hello? Hello, Martha? Martha? Hello, Martha? Martha, hello? Yes. Mildred? Hello? Yes? Will you be at the post office at 4? Because we've got to send a money order out today, Mildred. If we don't, we won't get the seeds back in time. Don't you see? All right. At the post office at 4.
At the post office at 4. At the post office at 4. Come along and have everybody around here. 4 o'clock already?
These mail bags have got to go down to the depot, Martha.
I know they do, John Bowden, but you'll have to wait.
Who are we waiting for?
Mildred Halter and Sarah.
Well, you can wait, ladies, but the government can't wait, and I'll have to bring these bags down to the station.
But we have to send the seeds and the money order today. It's for the seeds, Mr. Bowden.
We want a money order, John.
Well, all right, that's what I'm here for. How much is it?
Well, that's what we're waiting to find out.
Come.
Well, they come now. Ladies to come now. They'd be wrong. They'd bring money. Oh, here you are, Martha. It's my last $4. Here's my last 8, Martha. Oh, my, that makes 12. 88, and that makes 100.
Well, here, I'll make it out for 100.
Yes, Mr. Bowden, $100 for the money order.
All right.
$100.
Now, who's it to go to, miss?
Just 1 second. Just 1 second, please, Mr. Bowden. Special delivery airmail. I want special delivery air because we've got to go to California.
Yeah?
Here, Mr. Bowden. That's
Is this the address on here?
Write it down carefully.
All right, there you are. Wait a minute now. Yeah, all right.
You got it?
California? Yeah, all right. All right, here you are. Now, that'll cost you 38 cents.
38 cents? Wait. 38 cents? I don't think I have a penny with you. Who's got money? Anyone?
Well, no money. Well, I guess I'll have to pay for it myself. Well, there's my contribution, ladies. But remember, I want it back in seeds.
And so the money order for the flower seeds Molly and her friends are to sell is finally on its way. With it go the hopes and prayers and the last few pennies of practically every woman in town. Is Molly aware of the great responsibility she's assumed? And how about Jake? Will he succeed in getting the mill open in time? Be sure to listen tomorrow. You know, even women who thought they were using the best dishwashing soap are changing to Oxidol these days. They find Oxidol takes the drudgery out of dishwashing, gives such thick, rich suds, melts grease so fast, even the biggest pile of dirty dishes disappears as if by magic. You save time, you save work, and you save your hands every time you use it. For along with its amazing efficiency, Oxidol gives safety to hands such as you can't get from old, harsh soap. It's the result of a remarkable new process and a new formula that make mild, gentle soap 2 to 3 times more efficient, yet keep it safe. Try Oxidol. Why not buy a package when you go to the store today? Keep your hands lovely and at the same time get the dishwashing job done faster than ever before. Look for the box with the orange and blue circles marked OXYDOL, Oxidol. And be sure to hear the Goldbergs tomorrow. Molly has persuaded the women of Glastonbury to put their last few pennies in her plan to sell flower seeds. Jake has persuaded the men to put their savings into the mill. Now, a new complication arises. Be here tomorrow, same time, same station. Until then, this is Ray Saunders saying goodbye for the makers of Oxidol.
The bakers of Slow Baked Wonder Bread and Hostess Cupcakes present Pretty Kitty Kelly.
Where is Kitty Kelly? We know that she and her girlfriend, Bunny Wilson, have been captured by the mysterious Anamati and her Confederate Pablo, that they hold the girls captive in a deserted Indian village within the Everglades, and that Kitty has been drugged. Pursuing a succession of strange clues to the abandoned Indian village upon the discovery that the girls are missing, Mr. and Mrs. Welby and a party of rescuers have found Bunny bound and gagged. But the whereabouts of Kitty herself, we still do not know. In the dimly lit hut, we hear Mrs. Welby asking,
But where's Kathleen? She's nowhere in here.
Bunny can tell us what happened. Wait until they get that gag out of her mouth.
He's got a knife. Can't get this knot loose at all.
Oh, what have they done with Kathleen?
But first, many women who are overweight often wish for some magic way that would take ugly fat off their arms and hips and legs at the rate of 1 pound or 2 a day. But your own doctor will tell you how important it is to adopt a safe, sane way to reduce. That's why I wish you would ask your physician about this sensible way of losing extra pounds. Here's a way to lose ugly fat that's so simple, you'll almost laugh at it. Yet, don't laugh till you try it. See if you aren't also convinced that it is the only intelligent way to regain the slender, attractive figure that men admire. Here are the 3 things you do. First, exercise moderately each day. For instance, go dancing. Walk a little more. Second, avoid the richer, fattening foods. Third, avoid all weakening feelings. Keep up your stamina and energy by eating 4 to 6 slices of wheat bread a day. The exercise and the avoidance of fattening foods take the weight off. The bread keeps you feeling great. Try the kind that women everywhere are greeting with cheers. Wonder Wheat Bread. Women everywhere acclaim Wonder Wheat Bread. It hasn't the harsh, dry taste which so many women dislike in whole wheat. To the contrary, Wonder Wheat Bread brings the full, rich flavor of specially selected sun-ripened wheat, scientifically blended exclusively by us to make it light, easy to digest. Why not start regaining an attractive, slender figure today? Remember the 3 things. 1, exercise moderately. 2, avoid rich, fattening foods. 3, eat Wonder Wheat Bread to keep up your energy and pep. Ask for a loaf of Wonder Wheat Bread today.
Now back to Kitty's story. It's about 8 o'clock at night as we join the anxious searching party at the rude hut in the abandoned Indian village. While flashlights play across Bunny's tear-stained, weary face, Major Sender and his henchman, Ginky Gilio, endeavor to loosen the gag that binds her mouth, while Mr. and Mrs. Welby and Madame Oulette watch impatiently. Major Sender speaks.
I can get her loose now, Gink. A couple of ropes around her arms and legs.
Sure, boy. Boy, they got her tied up all right.
Just a minute now, Bunny. I'll have you loose in a minute.
Oh, hurry, Major Sender. Hurry.
Yes, that's what Dives in agony. Here, Phyllis, hold the flashlight a minute.
Oh, we've got to find out what happened to Kathleen. Oh, I hope she'll be able to tell us.
Now, I've got it. Now, wait. It's caught between her teeth.
Can I help you?
Here, I'll hold her head a second. There.
Oh, Bunny. Bunny, where's Kathleen?
Oh, where's Kitty, Bunny? What happened to her?
She's in there.
Where?
There's another room in there.
Over there, Major Sender. I can see the doorway now. Phyllis, you and Madame Oulette stay here with Bunny. Come along, Major.
I think you stay here.
Okay.
Stand over by the front door. That blowgun expert might come back here and try to murder us all. We can't take any chances.
Yeah, sure, Major. Just as soon as I get these ropes off her legs.
Now, go ahead, Mr. Welby.
Bring the light so that we can see you.
Gink,
Better give your life to Mrs. Welby.
Okay.
Come on, Mr. Welby.
Door's open. Shine your light in here. Don't see anything in here, do you? I say.
What's that long wicker hamper? Looks like a coffin.
Looks much like the one they brought that man to your house in. Look, Major. There's someone in it. Kathleen.
Great guns. Is she all right?
Kathleen. She's unconscious. She's alive. I can feel her pulse. But she's unconscious.
Good Lord, look. Look at her forehead.
What's that? The circle with the two lines through it.
The same mark that Anna has and Pablo.
It's clay. Something of the sort. Look, the mark remains even when I brushed the clay away.
Wait, it is Anna and Pablo. It must have been Pablo who knocked out my chauffeur and stole my car. Mr. Welby, know that smell?
What did you say?
Sort of a sickly, sweetish smell. Kitty has been drugged.
Edward, have you found her?
Yes, finish it over here.
Oh, Kathleen. Oh, Edward, she's not dead.
No, she's alive. She's unconscious.
I think she's been drugged, Mrs. Welby. You notice that heavy, sweet smell in here? It's from some drug, I'm sure.
Look, Philip. Look at the mark on her forehead.
Oh, heavens. That's the same mark Anna has on her forehead. Edward, what does it mean?
Well, I'm sure it means that Anna and this chap called Pablo are responsible for what happened to the girls today. As to what other significance it has, I know no more than you do.
What's that she's in?
Seems to be some kind of a hamper. There's the lid for it lying over there on the table. Now, what's that?
What is it, Major Stender?
Well, Mr. Welby. Mrs. Welby, look at this.
What is it, Major Stender?
Hey, you suppose they were going to ship Kitty away?
What are you talking about?
Look at this label fastened on the lid of the hamper.
To Mr. O.S. Cassin, Rio Claro, Essequibo County, British Guiana, South America. Now, whatever...
Edward, this must be what the old earl's warning meant. He was in British Guiana.
Now, don't let your imagination run away with you. Come, let's get Kathleen out of here into the other room, man. Then we can see what Bunny can tell us about all this. Give me a hand, Major Stender.
No, I'll pick her up and carry her out. Here, take my flashlight.
Right. All right. Wait, I want that tag off the hamper, too, just for a record. Has Bunny said anything to us about what happened?
She hasn't been able to talk, Edward. She's in agony. They're tied up so tightly.
Yeah, stop the circulation, probably. You'll be all right in a little while. Can I help you, Major Stender?
No, I can carry her very big, Welby. Keep the light on the floor so that I don't stumble.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Phyllis. Let's get back to the others. Watch out, Major. You always know.
How is Bunny, Madame? I've been trying to rub her arm to restore circulation. She's getting some color back in her face. I think she'll be all right. I'll be all right. Major Stender, you'd better put Kathleen out in that cot over there. Is she all right? We think she is, Bunny. Now, don't try to move. Hey, doctor.
You better see what you can do to Kathleen, Phyllis.
Edward, Bunny says they did drug Kathleen. We'll just have to wait until she awakens.
Are you all right, Bunny? Can you tell us what happened?
Just a minute, Miss Welby. You'll have to wait, Mr. Welby. She's worn out.
Of course. I say she should have a drink. Maybe the Major has a flask with him.
Anything going out there, Dean? Don't hear a sound, Major. You scared him off, I guess, with the rascal.
How's Bunny, Madame?
She's better, Major Stender.
The pins and needles all over me.
That's the blood circulating again. Do you happen to have any brandy with you, Major? She needs a stimulant.
No, I don't, Mr. Welby.
Too bad. I should have thought of it before we started. Think you can talk now, my dear? What happened? Yeah, awfully anxious to hear.
How's Kitty?
Mrs. Welby's looking after her. How is Kathleen, Phyllis?
I can't find anything wrong with her, Edward. No bruises or anything. She's stirring a little, too. I think she'll awake soon.
Hey, boy. What is it?
Wait, the chauffeur's outside. He thinks there's somebody sneaking around the place.
Get him in here. Everybody must stay in here. Turn out the flashlights. We don't want them shooting any more, Doctor.
Okay, I'll get him right away.
Best thing we'd better do to get back to Miami right away.
Depends on what Bunny has to tell us. We may want to look around here some more.
There's nothing here. I'm going to get that out and maybe we'll clear out.
It was Honor and that chap Pablo, wasn't it, Bunny?
Yeah. He got all the Major Stender's car somehow. We didn't notice he was driving it when he threw it till we was halfway out of here. He was locked in the car. Anna was waiting here for us.
Tell you why she kidnapped the two of you?
No.
Hey, Tom. What's the matter now? It's found our car. What? Yeah, it's parked behind one of the other trucks. He's been nosing around outside. Well, get him in here. Does he want to be murdered? Well, there's no more noise out there now. Wait, thinks he heard an owl or something. Let's get back to Miami, Major Stender. I'll feel safer when we get the girls back home again. Maybe that's what we'd better do.
Kathleen seems to be breathing more deeply now. I think she'll be waking soon.
Oh, just one thing. This paper, Danny. Did you see this?
What is it, Mr. Roberts?
It's a label addressed to Mr. Ernest Cassane, Rio Claro, Essequibo County, British Guiana.
I think that was the paper I seen on a print this afternoon.
Yes, this afternoon. On a large wicker hamper in the next room. They had Kathleen in it.
Oh.
Did they say anything to give you an idea what they were going to do with her, Bunny?
I don't know, Mr. Roberts. They tied me up, and then they dumped Kitty. Carried her in the other room. And that big fellow with her, Polo, didn't offer my arguing, but it was all in Spanish, and I did so much screaming and yelling, they finally judged me. I was asleep after that. I don't know what happened to me. When I woke up, it was dark out. It was both gone.
You'd better not try to talk any more now, Miss Wilson. Here, lean against me.
Yes, sir. Save your strength, Bunny. You can tell us the whole story when we get home. Oh, Major Stender, let us start back from Miami.
I'll have Bert bring the car around. He can drive the other one back.
Phyllis, we're going to start back to the hotel. Major Stender can take Kitty.
She'll be awake soon, Everett. She's staring so much.
I just said... Hey, where are you going? Gink, who is it?
It's that dame, that Anna. I just saw her run back up one of the shacks.
All right, Joe, let's get her and catch her if we can. Phyllis, you and Meadow, let's stay here with the girls. I'll be right back.
Do you think you'll be able to walk the car, Bernie?
Hey, look out! She set the shack on fire! The shack's on fire! Get those women out of there! It's glass! It'll go up like tissue paper!
Phyllis, Benny, Madame Molette, the shack's on fire! Get out of there!
Oh, no!
Look out, Miss Welby. I'll go in and get Kitty. Turn on one of those flashlights, somebody, so that I can see.
Oh, here we are, Major Stender. Get Kathleen! Get Kathleen!
You must try to walk, Bunny.
I can't do it. I can't.
Oh, help me, someone.
Will you get Kathleen, Major Stender?
Yes, I've got it. Keep that flashlight on. Dink, get in here and get Bunny.
Okay, I'm coming, Major.
Over here.
All right, here, look out. Give it to me. All right. Here you go, girlie. Go on, lady. Get out of here before that roof falls in on us. It's nothing but grass and twigs.
Did you get Bunny? Where's Madame Molette?
I'm coming, Mr. Welby.
All right, I got the other one. Get away from this place. It'll be falling to pieces in another minute. Carry Bunny right over to the car. There it is. Okay.
Oh, is Bunny all right?
Here, I got her right here, Mrs. Welby. Oh. Look out, will you please, Major, so I can get her in the car?
Oh,
you'll be all right, Bunny. Just a minute. Hey, boss, look. There's that Anna again. Quick, can you get a shot at her? She won't get away this time. Are you sure that the bread you pay out your good money for is the best bread you can buy? Has it the finest texture, the most tempting fragrance, and the most delicious flavor? To date, more than 500,000 women who wanted to be sure they were serving their family the best bread have taken the time to make the amazing compare-all test at their food store. Actually, 525,000 women compared all good breads for texture, fragrance, and flavor. And an average of 89 out of every 100 women have judged slow-baked Wonder Bread to be the best bread of all. So if you haven't tried Wonder Bread, the slow-baked bread, why not pick up a loaf at your food store today? Notice how tender and fresh it feels. And when you open the wrapper of your loaf of Wonder Bread at home, just notice its rich, wheaty fragrance and grand flavor. Remember, Wonder Bread costs no more. Yet it is absolutely fresh and brings you the 3 extra features of better texture, better fragrance, and better flavor.
Oh, Edward, what's the meaning of it all?
That fire was a desperate act of a madwoman, Phyllis. Anna must realize that her schemes, whatever they are, can never succeed.
Is Mr. Welby right? Has Kitty seen the last of Anna? But what of that mark on Kitty's forehead? Tomorrow, be sure to hear the next episode in the thrilling life story of the beautiful golden-haired Irish girl, Pretty Kitty Kelly.
What kind of federal housing program do we want? Or do we want any? Should Congress adopt an effective housing program? That is the question. This is America United. the informal discussion program heard on the NBC network each week at this time. Host today is the American Federation of Labor, represented here by Peter Henley. Our other guests, Representative Andrew B. Miller, Democrat of Wisconsin, Lloyd Halverson of the National Grange, and Jack Carter of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Our moderator is David Brinkley, NBC Washington commentator. Mr. Brinkley.
By the government's figures, the housing picture in the United States is almost as bad now as it has ever been. The government says about 6 million of our existing homes are below the minimum standards of health and decency. Somewhere around 3 million married couples are without homes of their own and are forced to live doubled up with others, in-laws and otherwise. So, conclude the government's housing experts, we need to build or modernize about 1.5 million homes each year from now until 1960. President Truman promised a government housing program in his campaign. This week, a Senate committee approved one, and it's now waiting for action in the Senate and later in the House. It calls for slightly more than 800,000 public housing units to be built in the next 6 years. It also calls for slum clearance and some other things. Our question today, then, is, should Congress adopt an effective housing program? We have 4 experts at our roundtable today, and I will start our discussion by asking each of them in turn for a brief answer to the day's question, should the Congress adopt an effective housing program? First, Representative B. Miller.
There is no doubt in my mind that Congress should adopt a strong housing program, including public housing for lower-income groups and stimulation of building of rental and home units for middle-income groups. Certainly in the last few years, the builders have not gotten off the ground in solving these problems.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Halverson, the National Grange.
In a study made by the United States Department of Agriculture several years ago, the conclusion was reached that 2/3 of the nation's farm families were ill-housed, and furthermore it was found that nearly half of the inadequate houses were beyond repair. While the Grange does not look to the government to provide adequate housing for all these farm families who are ill-housed, we believe that if we can keep our price system and economy operating so that a farmer gets a full day's pay for a full day's work, then most of our farm families will be able to improve their own housing with their own income and with existing sources of credit. However, we do recognize that some farmers will need the type of assistance provided in the housing bill as reported out by the Senate committee in order to have safe and decent housing. But we want to emphasize individuals' responsibility to work hard and efficiently and to spend his income wisely so as to provide his own housing without government subsidy.
Thank you. And now Mr. Jack Carter of the Veterans of Foreign Wars.
There can be little doubt of the housing shortage. If we accept the fact that there is a shortage, the question arises as to what we can do or should do about it. The VFW feels that we must make a 3-pronged attack on the housing program. 1, we must induce private industry to build as many houses as it can. 2, we must assist consumers and consumer groups by arranging financing at low interest rates with longer periods of amortization. 3, we must provide government assistance in the form of public housing for the low-income groups which cannot pay an economic rent. By all means, I think that the government should have a strong housing program.
Thank you. And now Mr. Henley of the American Federation of Labor.
Our answer is emphatically yes, that the government must provide an effective housing program. So far as pending legislation is concerned, our views are that a housing program consists of 3 parts. First, a public housing program to take care of the housing needs of the lowest income families. Second, a housing program for the middle income families, so that the 40% of the nation's families with incomes between $2,000 and $4,000 can find livable, decent housing quarters. And 3, a continued effective rent control program until we have licked the housing shortage.
Thank you, Mr. Henley. Before we go any further, it might be a good idea if somebody explained to us just what this new housing bill is, what the essentials of it are. Mr. Henley, can you do that for us? What would it do if it were passed?
Well, the housing bill, which has been approved by the Senate Banking and Currency Committee, provides, first of all, for a public housing program of building 810,000 units over the next 6 years. That will enable us to make a real start towards providing decent housing for our lowest income families. Secondly, it provides for a program of slum clearance and urban redevelopment, the development of adequate community and housing projects on vacant land so that we can make a start towards clearing away the slums of our country.
Don't forget,
Mr. Halverson?
There's a section in there on rural farm housing, too. That's an important section, too.
What does that contain?
Well, there are loans to farmers who can't get the loans otherwise. There's a provision for subsidy to farmers who are on an inadequate farm and couldn't pay the going rate of interest and the principal on a loan at the present. And there's also a grant to those on farms that never will be adequate, but people living there and need some improvement.
Mr. Halverson, I'd like to ask you, is there any provision for the farm workers in the bill? The FFL is very much interested in what's going to happen to housing for the people who work on the farms, but who do not own their own farms.
Well, I think that is covered in the bill. A farm owner can get a loan to improve the quarters for his hired worker, or if he has a sharecropper, to improve that type of that house, and same way for a tenant. It's broad enough to do that. I'd like to raise another question. When we talk about effective housing program, it seems to me the most effective type of housing program we could have would be to reduce the cost of houses. I'm wondering as to whether or not all this public housing will just boom the cost more, and first thing everybody will be caught with a millstone of debt around his neck.
Who has an opinion about that? Will it cause an upward trend in housing prices?
Well, at the present time, the superinflation that has been the post-war period has brought in housing prices has started to sag a bit. I don't see any reason why the housing program is going to increase those costs. As a matter of fact, it seems to me it will point out to the builders of the country that they cannot expect to build $10,000 homes for $20,000 and sell them.
Mr. Carter?
You might also add, Pete, that there is a cost limitation written into the bill. I believe it's something like $1,750 per room. And on top of that, I think you've got to consider that if the government is building private houses, the government is building houses for the public to be subsidized and so on, then the government cannot afford by any means to build a cheap house. It's got to build something that will stand for 50 or 60 years. Otherwise, it may just as well forget about public housing. If it builds a cheap, temporary public housing project, it's going to lose money.
I didn't make my question clear. What I have in mind is the fact that if the government goes in the market and competes for cast iron soil pipe and lumber and brick and cinder block and labor and all those things, it'll probably increase the cost on them even further. Why not, this is a question I would like to raise, when there's a big demand for all this housing material, why should the government come in there and bid for more of it? There's a certain amount that's produced. The government comes in there and bids for more and more. The price goes up, but will there be any more houses? If we're building houses on full scale, why not let it just go on? Why not wait for the public housing until there's a depression? Before we get into depression, when things start to slacken off, that's the time to come in with a project like this.
It seems to me that the answer to your question is stated in your last remarks. We do not have a sufficient building program at the present time for houses, and there is no housing being built for the lower income groups. These so-called economy houses that the builders talk about these days, incidentally, I might add, they talk more than they build them, but the few that they do build are such rat trap affairs that no self-respecting person would want to live in them after some 5 or 6 years of occupancy.
Well, I'd like to raise I'm not taking this position, but I'd like to raise this question. When a builder builds a new house, a $20,000 house, that person who moves into that house is most likely moving out of some other living quarter. And isn't that the way we ought to have it? The person who can pay for a house gets a new house, and the person who can't move into the used houses. Isn't that the proper way?
Mr.
I'm just raising that question.
I'd like to go back to your original statement about the fact that the government going into the housing business will jack up prices. Now, it seems to me that your theory is all wrong on that. Take, for example, during the war, when we had a shortage of guns and tanks and ships and so on, the government had to actually go into the tank building business. It subsidized a lot of industries in order to get them going. It still subsidizes the airplane industry. Now, if we're going to sit back and say we have a problem, and to admit we have a problem, and then we refuse to get the government into the picture simply because it will bid up prices, I think we're aiming at the wrong target. We've got to
there's a question.
We've got to produce more raw materials. If we're short of raw materials, let's produce raw materials.
Yes, but everybody is employed. Where are you going to get the extra people from? We're using all the copper and all the steel we can possibly produce, and those can't be increased overnight. And during the war, we had allocations and we had price control. Now the situation is different.
Well, aren't you forgetting that unemployment has started to rise, and we've started to develop very serious cases of unemployment, particularly in such industries as textiles and railroads. The Building Trades Department of the American Federation of Labor has recently made a rather complete check of its locals and departments throughout the country, and we feel from our point of view that there definitely is enough manpower available to build 1.5 million dwelling units for America during the next 10 years.
Well, it seems to me that cost ought to come down. Somebody has said, and I don't know whether I agree with it fully, but that if we would, instead of trying to build up to our absolute capacity and keep on booming prices up, it'd be better to probably let the cost come down a little bit before we go ahead with these type of programs. The bricklayers, I believe, are getting $3 an hour. That sounds pretty high. No wonder people are paying $20,000 for a house that before the war cost probably only $8,000.
Well, the bricklayer's rate may sound high to you, but let's not forget that although the hourly rate may sound high, the actual employment in terms of days and weeks of the year that bricklayer puts in are relatively few. Don't forget that he's kept by shortage of by weather conditions and other shortages, lack of proper materials at the right time to work. That because of those reasons, he works only about 35 or 40 weeks in the year. His average income is no greater than the average factory worker. And I might add, in connection, while we're talking about wages and prices, that while the cost of living has gone up about 75% since before the war, the wages, union scales in the building industry have gone up only about 50 or 60%, while the prices of building materials, lumber particularly, have skyrocketed. Lumber is over 3 times as high as it was before the war.
Well, we don't have any spokesman for the building or the real estate industries here today, so I'll ask a couple of questions they probably would ask if they were here. One is not this government housing program socialistic?
Well,
Mr. B. Miller?
Seems to me that's an old chestnut that's been thrown around so long that by now the American people pay very little attention to it anymore. After all, Senator Taft has been one of the foremost exponents of public housing in this country in recent years. Certainly nobody in their right mind, except a few of the more stupid lobbyists for the builders, would dream of calling Senator Taft a socialist. Secondly, there's an angle on that I did want to bring out. I think some people have a mistaken concept that the federal government will build and manage all of these housing units, the 810,000 or whatever number is finally agreed upon. I think it should be made clear that the city housing authorities or some other municipal unit is the body that will manage these institutions and build them. The federal government will advance certain sums toward that end. My own city, for example, already has plans laid to come before the federal government to get $11 million for building 1,750 units. But the management of those units will remain with the people of the city of Milwaukee or whatever city happens to be concerned with that particular project.
Will the federal government take a financial loss on this?
And in effect to tie labor's hands in the time of a strike.
Well, I certainly would be willing to discuss with Senator Douglas amendments to that so that it doesn't cover peaceful picketing. And I quite realize the problem that arises. As a general principle, however, I don't think it can be denied that just as the Wagner Act says that an employer can't coerce a man to keep out of a union, so the union ought not to be able to coerce him, send people around in front of his house and threaten his family, for instance, to force him to come into a union. Now, in principle, that's so. I realize the practical difficulties that Senator Douglas brings up regarding the possibility of permitting that to be the subject of an injunction that perhaps goes further than it should go. And I'm quite willing to discuss in the committee with him and others the question of so modifying it that that can't come
You'll
about.
come around to the Truman-Thomas bill sent to Taft in time.
Well, I'm open-minded. I'm willing. I think there have been some good points made in the general discussion, and I myself would propose quite a few amendments to Taft-Hartley law, but I don't think any of them affect its basic principles.
Well, as a matter of fact, what Senator Douglas says about local control, experience has shown that local peace officers have quite a job controlling the what goes on, particularly in small towns with big plants. But I think, gentlemen, we ought to proceed to the next question. These national emergency strikes and utility strikes affecting commerce, I think they pose one of the most difficult problems we have. Now, the most serious example, perhaps, is the railroad strike. While the Railway Labor Act is supposed to take care of this, even its procedures broke down in 1947. And then the government had to seize the railroads under that old World War I statute, which practically everybody had forgotten was on the books. And Lewis and his coal miners can cause a similar crisis. The Taft-Hartley Act provides an 80-day injunction, but many experts believe that this just puts off the evil day, after which, of course, the unions may strike anyway. And they say that the bargaining climate during the period of an injunction is absolute zero, because the union people are so mad with the injunction.
Well, I think that's correct. I'd like to point out that the Taft-Hartley law merely provides for a cooling off period of 80 days. After those 80 days have expired, there's no provision in the Taft-Hartley law to ensure continuous production. Our bill provides for a 30-day cooling period. Perhaps we could extend that. The only difference between our bill and the Taft-Hartley law on this point is this. The Taft-Hartley bill proposes injunctions. Injunctions are resented by labor because it compels them to work for the private profit of employers. We do not provide for injunctions, but we provide for boards of inquiry which can make recommendations, which were forbidden under the Taft-Hartley law. And as a matter of fact, the Railway Labor Act, to which you have referred, has always been able to get a cooling off period, but it does not provide for injunctions. And if everything else fails, the President has his emergency powers to enable the country to go forward and to prevent great and serious threats to national life and safety.
Well, Mr. Gregory, I utterly deny that the President has any power to seize other people's property or to make people work or to get an injunction if he hasn't got statutory power to do it. I don't think that power exists. I wholly deny Mr. Clark's position, and I think it would be a serious threat to the wisdom, to the safety and liberty of the people of this country if there were any such power. Because what is an emergency? It would be whatever the President said was an emergency. And in these days, anything is considered an emergency. I think it would be a most dangerous policy to adopt. Now, as far as the injunction is concerned, I agree with Senator Douglas. It's a very difficult problem. He and I think, both agree that we don't want to give that power of injunction as a matter of course for to permanently stop a strike, because it requires It would require some kind of government wage fixing or compulsory arbitration, which would come in the end to wage fixing and then to price fixing, to which I'm opposed. But I do believe that I think that there is some good in having a temporary injunction. When the parties say we're going to strike tomorrow or we're going to close down tomorrow, I think you ought to be able to get the employer and the employee into court and say to them, what about this? Can't you fellas continue for 30 days until this thing, or 60 days, whatever it may be, until this thing can be settled?
Apparently you don't agree with Secretary Tobin that this thing could be dealt with as a matter of public opinion, that the people would obey the request of the president.
Well, in the long run, public opinion's a great force, and I would hope that ultimately, after delay and effort to settle it, that public opinion would force a settlement. If not, my remedy, and the only ultimate remedy, I think, is a special act by Congress giving extraordinary powers for the particular emergency. I doubt if we're ever going to reach that point.
But Congress may not be in session at that time.
Congress can meet in 24 hours today.
And great presidents in the past have always been able to deal with emergencies. Mr. Lincoln freed the slaves under his powers as commander-in-chief of the Army, and Theodore Roosevelt did a great many things as the chief executive. The country will not go to its knees. The president will always protect the health and safety of the United States.
Well, the president didn't do it when the railroads and coal people struck 3 years ago. He called Congress. He went to Congress for an act, which was the right thing. The kind of act he asked for wasn't much of an act, but it seems to me that must be the ultimate recourse in a constitutional form of government.
Now, Senator Taft, there's been a good deal said in the papers about the closed shop, and I wanted to ask you something about that. You know, of course, that there are 3 industries in this country where the closed shop has been traditional, long before the Taft-Hartley or Wagner Acts were heard of. They're the printing industry, the maritime industry, and the building trades. Now, all of the employment customs, or most of them in these industries, were built up around the closed shop. And the unions representing these many thousands of workers involved in these industries hate to change their ways. Now, union membership also has long been the hallmark of competency, and let's say the key to a new job, as well as the best way to protect the standards of the craft.
Mr. Gregory, if you had the closed shop in 1 or 2 industries, it probably wouldn't have a general effect, but if we gradually extend this closed shop as it will be extended, if we authorize and permit it, we'll come to a point where a man can't get a job in this country just on his competence. He's got to please some labor union leader. I think the closed shop is un-American. I agree that the difficulty of changing these habits is great, and I certainly am willing to consider any proposals by which it can be worked out. I think, though, that what we've done, permitting a union shop, but permitting a man to work as long as he's willing to join the union, is a proper solution. In the case of these particular industries, there might be some special provision by which perhaps we would prohibit the closed shop, but we would in some way permit a regulated form of hiring hall.
But I'd like to point out that the closed shop is forbidden under the Taft-Hartley law, even though the workers want it and the employers are willing to accord it. And this has led to strikes in the Chicago printing trades. It's disrupted a long and happy relationship there, and that furthermore, in the union shop, Taft-Hartley law only permits a union to ask for the union shop after it has won an election. And in that election, all those who are absent are counted as voting no, even though, if present, they would have voted yes. That is, the union must get not a majority of the votes cast, but a majority of all those eligible to vote. And this has crippled the union, has cumbered the election machinery of the board, is totally unnecessary and unfair.
But what are we doing here? We're protecting the minority. Supposing 2/3 of the men want to close shop. What about the 1/3 that don't want to join a union? Haven't they got some constitutional rights?
I wanted to ask you, Senator Douglas. Now, for instance, we all know that you are a great champion of the open union with a closed shop. That you believe in the admission for all and no arbitrary cancellations of membership.
That's right.
How would you fulfill this ideal under the administration's proposed bill? For instance, how would you protect an employee in his job if he disagreed with the union on, let's say, internal policy of some sort, political maybe, and was dropped from membership?
Well, speaking purely for myself, I will say that I believe that if you have a closed shop, you must have an open union, and that unions should not charge excessive initiation fees. The problem of dropping men from membership and the review of their dismissal is a very grave problem of the relationship of individuals within voluntary groups. It presents itself within cooperative groups, within religious groups and others, and I think that that whole problem could be properly a matter for study by a future nonpartisan commission which can report.
Now, may I suggest that seems to me very extraordinary. Here we have a good provision protecting men, and Senator Douglas proposed that we repeal it and take a couple of years or so in trying to protect them again. If they're entitled to protection, they're entitled to protection now. We ought to make the amendment now. He ought to offer his amendments to the Truman Bill, and I certainly would be glad to consider them.
Well, there are so many items left that we could discuss here. Now, I'll have to pick and choose at will. I myself, for instance, have always been upset by the administrative difficulties which the Taft-Hartley Act placed in the way of union recourse to the Act's facilities, and I think one of the most unfortunate was this anti-communist oath. Of course, I have other counts against that too, but on that count alone, I think I would be willing to eliminate it because it does stand in the way of union recourse to the board's facilities. I suppose you gentlemen really both agree with me on that.
Well, I do not oppose the principle of a non-communist oath, provided the employer has to take it as well as the workman, which at present he doesn't have to do, provided that that he has also to swear that he's not a fascist as well as not being a communist, and that any penalty for a false statement or a failure to make a statement should lie against the individual. It should not be a penalty against the organization.
Well, I'm glad to see that Senator Douglas has another amendment to the Truman Bill, and I hope he offers it in the committee.
Would you gentlemen care to summarize your views at this point? Because after all, we're on the eve, or maybe on the eve, of a new Labor Act. And I think you might have something to close with.
Well, Mr. Gregory, my feeling is this. The Taft-Hartley Act has many provisions. It's had many other good provisions that we haven't talked about tonight. An independent mediation agency, which has been most successful. Prohibition of strikes by government employees. Many other things which are completely repealed by this law. I think we have succeeded now in these hearings in getting Congress back to consider the merits of each of these individual proposals. I feel convinced that if that is done, that on those merits, Congress will retain the essential features of the Taft-Hartley law, and they will only amend those things which ought to be amended on their merits.
Well, I think that we should return to the principles of the Wagner Act and to the spirit of that act, to get the parties together in free collective bargaining around the table, to hammer out their differences, to adjust disputes which arise concerning the interpretation of existing contracts, which is a big feature of the Truman-Thomas bill and which was not included in the Taft-Hartley bill, to outlaw jurisdictional disputes, and to build a sound, healthy climate in which both parties can go ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen. You've been listening to the University of Chicago Roundtable discuss what should be the new labor legislation, with Robert A. Taft, Republican Senator from Ohio, Paul H. Douglas, Democratic Senator from Illinois, and Charles Gregory of the Law School of the University of Chicago. This week's Roundtable pamphlet includes the full text of today's discussion, reading lists, special charts and illustrations, and questions for analysis and discussion. You will want to receive this pamphlet and to study the supplementary materials on problems of labor policy. Because of the quantity of additional features in the pamphlet, please allow 2.5 weeks for printing and mailing. Be sure to write for your copy and send 10 cents in coin with your order to the University of Chicago Roundtable, Chicago 37, Illinois. For $3, you may subscribe to the pamphlet for a full year and receive 52 weekly issues. I'll repeat the address. The University of Chicago Roundtable, Chicago 37, Illinois. And now a special announcement.
Do you know about the new University of Chicago Roundtable Home Study courses? Many Americans are learning more about world politics and economics in the modern world through this home study presentation of NBC's University of the Air. These courses provide a library of political and economic materials so that these studies may be completed in your own home. Write your local station or the University of Chicago Roundtable, Chicago 37, Illinois, and ask for the leaflet describing the courses on world politics and economics in the modern world. These courses are open to all, and you may begin at any time.
Today's roundtable originated in Washington, D.C. Your announcer is Jack Roney. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
$99 and $44 100% pure enjoyment. That's Big Sister, compliments of Ivory Soap, the most famous soap in the world.
Suppose you made the soap everybody loves. Suppose Ivory were your product. And suppose you made it even sudzier, a faster worker for women who wash dishes. Wouldn't you say so? Wouldn't you tell everybody, Ivory makes suds much faster now with no extra coaxing, and those suds are richer and last longer, wouldn't you? And if you found that changing to sudzier Ivory for dishes meant women's hands could improve in 1 week, wouldn't you mention it? Wouldn't you say, ladies, if a soap less pure and mild is coarsening your hands, change to speedier Ivory for dishes. Your hands will look prettier and younger 1 week from today. Your hands can have that Ivory look in just 1 week. Wouldn't you announce that, too? And if your Ivory was a skin soap thousands of doctors advised and was baby soap, wouldn't you say so? Because it's all true. Now, pure mild Ivory is a sudzier cake of soap for dishes. Now, your hands can have that Ivory look in just 1 week.
Now, Ivory's own Big Sister, written by Julian Funt and Robert Newman.
A small room in the Glen Falls Hospital. Yes, Hope's room, the one in which she's been ever since her auto accident 2 nights ago. It's about 5 o'clock now, the end of a dark, gray, and lonesome day. Dark and gray because of the weather, which has been cold with low-hanging clouds promising more snow. And lonesome because, though Ruth Wayne, Big Sister, stopped in after lunch, she only stayed for a few minutes. Sitting propped up in bed, Hope stares out of the window, thinking,
so quiet. Like I was all alone, the last person left in the world. Those kids I heard before, laughing and yelling outside in the street. Must have been making a snowman or a fort or something. They've gone home now. Yeah, everybody's gone home. Someplace where it's all bright and warm. Everybody except me. Home. You're never going to have a home again, never. This is what you're going to have from now on for the rest of your life. Little bare room with nothing in it. Oh, there aren't even going to be flowers in the next one you have. There'll be bars in the window and an iron door. Yeah, that's certain over near Hagerstown. You drove past it once a couple of years ago with Nettie. So gray and lonely, you knew what it was even before he told you. Nettie. He didn't really love him then. But it was still kind of nice. You were going off on a picnic. Nice. It was heaven. Just plain heaven, and you didn't even know it. He loved you so much, the only thing he kept thinking about was how he could make you happy. And what a little dope I was. What a crazy little fool. Oh, if I only had another chance, any kind of a chance. If I could only get him to come over here to see me, even for a minute, maybe I could get him to give me a chance. And if he did, I'd tell him I didn't mean to kill him. It was an accident. It really was an accident.
I knew it all along. Even when I was so mad at you. I stayed away for a while because I wanted you to have a chance to think about it. But all the time I was so lonely for you. When you love someone like I love you, you can forgive them for anything they do. Now I've come to take you back home, Hope. And at that moment, the door opened. It is Miss Sims, the floor nurse. And seeing Hope sitting there, her face wrapped in the light, she starts to smile. Then her expression changes to one of deep concern, and she hurries toward the bed as Hope buries her face in the pillow. Meanwhile, over at the apartment on Maple Street, Nettie is looking out of the window also. But his thoughts are very different from the ones Hope ascribed to him in her daydream. It's getting dark. I wonder what time it is. What's the difference? It's another day gone. Yeah, time keeps passing even when you don't wind the clocks. You let them run down like you let everything else run down. I wonder if Ruth saw Hope today. Probably. Yeah, she's got the time to go out there to the hospital to see Hope. But not to see me, her own brother. She's probably still sore at me. She was yesterday, all right, even though she tried not to show it. This is the first time in my whole life that anything like this ever happened. That Ruth and I didn't feel the same way about something, and... Wait a minute. Did we feel the same way? Or was it that I always felt the way she wanted me to feel? Always, since the time I was a kid. She was my big sister, and she was always right, and she always knew everything. And maybe this is what's been wrong with me all my life. Too much Ruth. And maybe... Yeah, maybe I'm starting to grow up. Turning away from the window, Nettie goes into the kitchen, puts on some coffee. And then... Come in.
Nettie?
Is that you, Ruth?
Yes. Where are you?
In here, in the kitchen.
Oh. Hello, dear. How are you?
I'm okay. Pretty good. I'm just having some coffee. Do you want some?
Thanks, Nettie, but I don't think so. Are you sure it's all right?
Am I sure what's all right?
Well, coffee's a stimulant, and you're still not entirely well. I just wondered whether John had said it was all right to start drinking again.
I never asked him. I don't expect to. Feel like having some, I'm going to have it.
I see.
I was wondering if you were going to get over here today.
Oh, I told you I would, Nettie. I've just delayed a bit at the office.
At the office?
Yes. Some patients that came in at the last moment.
Oh. Well, why don't you sit down, Ruth, or are you going someplace?
Well, no, Nettie. I can't stay very long, but...
Oh, you want to get out to the hospital, huh? To see Hope?
No, Nettie. I want to get home in time to fix supper. I saw Hope for a few minutes before afternoon office hours started.
Oh, you did see her? And how was she?
Not too bad. Physically, at least.
Mm-hmm. When is she going to be well enough to leave the hospital?
That's a little hard to say, Nettie. She's still pretty weak.
2 more days? 3, maybe?
Yes, Nettie, I should think so. She'll probably have to take it pretty easy for a few more days after that.
Another 2 or 3 days?
Well, I'd say that would depend.
On what?
Her state of mind. Because right now, she doesn't seem to care if she gets well or not.
I wouldn't be at all surprised. As a matter of fact, she's probably faking the whole thing.
I don't think that's true at all, Nettie. Don't forget that she was pretty badly hurt. Nettie, why are you asking all these questions?
I told you why. Because I want to know when they're going to let her out of the hospital. And then? I've been waiting, and I'm still waiting for just one thing. For the day they bring her into court and they put me on the witness stand and I sit up there looking right at her and start telling the story of what she tried to do to me. Oh, I know there'll be other people testifying, Reed and John, and maybe you too. But Ruth, it's going to be me. Mostly me and what I say that's going to send her to jail. Ruth and Nettie at the apartment over on Maple Street. And at the same time, two other people who are also discussing hope. It was just a moment ago that John stopped off at Reed's, and now he's saying,
Wondering what you're doing tonight, Reed. Do you feel like coming over to my place and having supper with me? Oh, I should say with Tim. He's cooking one of those amazing stews.
Thanks, John. I don't think so. I'm pretty tired. I thought I'd have an early supper and get right into bed.
Oh, I see. Well, then I don't suppose...
What?
Well, I was planning to go out to the hospital after that, spend a little time with Hope.
You don't need me for that, John. I spoke to Manning this afternoon. He said you were doing fairly well.
Oh. Yes, well, I don't know that I agree with him, Reed, at least not completely.
What do you mean?
Well, Hope's making a pretty fair recovery as far as her physical injuries are concerned, but she's in a bad way psychologically, Reed. She's in a state of acute depression that's close to melancholia.
You think if I went out there, it'd cheer her up?
Well, it'd probably help. You see, part of her trouble is the fact that she feels completely alone, abandoned. Now, the only people who've been out there even for a minute have been Ruth and myself.
That's not true, John. I was out there, too. That's one of the reasons I haven't wanted to go again. Because I've felt like a hypocrite ever since.
A hypocrite?
Yes. I never liked her, John, any more than she ever liked me. But I was polite to her for Nettie's sake. And Ruth. And now that's all over. She's finally turned out to be what I always thought she was. One of the most completely evil people I've ever known. And I don't know why I should go out there and pretend I give a hoot about her when I actually hate her.
I see. Well, that's honest.
Yes, I think it is. At least, it's a good deal more honest than you're being.
Well, I'm not sure that I know what you mean, Ray.
Oh, I think you do. You've always disliked her as much as I did. And now, just how much of this sudden concern of yours is real interest in her? And how much of it is an act for Ruth's benefit?
I'd say that most of it was genuine, Reed. I really do feel sorry for her. Just as I feel sorry for anyone who's completely messed up his life. The way I did. But since you brought the whole thing up, just how much of your bitterness towards her is because of what she did to Nettie, and how much is because of what she did to you?
To me? What did she do to me?
Well, you think about it when you have the time. Maybe you'll come up with the right answer. Good night, Reed.
Wait a minute, John.
I'm sorry. I've really got to go. Night.
Linda Ballaston is a pretty ivory baby, and her mother is a pretty magazine cover girl. Both have that ivory look. Baby Linda's sensitive skin requires ivory's gentle care, and her mother's beautiful complexion shows you your skin never outgrows ivory. For the loveliest complexion on earth, there's no substitute for purity and mildness in the soap you use. Pure, mild ivory is the complexion soap thousands of doctors advise. Instead of cleansing your skin carelessly, try regular ivory care. In 1 week, your complexion will have a clearer, silkier look. That ivory look. Then you'll realize your skin never outgrows ivory. Beauty Extra. Today, ivory lathers faster, and that lather's extra creamy.
Listen again tomorrow to Big Sister, compliments of Ivory Soap, the most famous soap in the world. 99 and 44 100% pure. It floats.
That means Kaiser Fraser. That means Walter Winchell. Walter Winchell is brought to you by the men who sell and service the Kaiser automobile and the Fraser. You
you can win one of the 145 prizes in the great new Kaiser Frazer contest. Every prize winner will receive $1,000 towards the purchase price of a new 1949 Kaiser or Frazer. Listen closely now. Go to your nearest Kaiser Frazer dealer and examine the new Kaiser. First, look at the low Kaiser price tag. Then, see how much Kaiser gives you for your money. The big 123.5-inch wheelbase, the 10 feet 4 inches of seating space, and the great Kaiser Thunderhead engine with its high compression ratio. Now, ask for your entry blank. On it, you'll find one simple statement for you to complete in 25 words or less. Then, mail your entry as directed. That's all. But act tomorrow. The contest closes in 2 weeks. But now, Kaiser Frazer, builder of cars that make automobile history, presents the reporter of news that makes world history. So who, what, where, when, why, from the man America listens to most, Walter Winchell.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. North and South American, all the ships at sea. Let's go to press. The North Pole. The 7 American airmen who crash-landed 350 miles near the pole last Thursday have been rescued. Little Rock, Arkansas. 6 states hit by tornadoes over the weekend counted 28 dead and 200 injured. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The 2-week walkout by the coal miners, which ends at midnight tonight, cost them over $55 million in salaries. Baltimore. Airplane manufacturer Glenn L. Martin reported today that his firm suffered a net loss of over $16 million last year. New York City. The funeral services for Jack Kapp, 47, president of Decca Records, will be held tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock at 87th Street and Park Avenue. Greenwich, Connecticut. It's a baby girl for the Burt Parks at Greenwich Hospital. He's the MC on Stop the Music. Congratulations. New York City. It's a baby boy for the Judge Irving L. Levy's of the Supreme Court. Doctors Hospital, New York. Mrs. Levy is the former Emily Wilkins, the fashion creator. Baltimore. The Tommy Dorsey just telephoned that they will be free late in 49. Mrs. Tommy Dorsey is the former Janie New of the Broadway stage. South Bend, Indiana. Irene Dunn of Hollywood, a great moving picture star, received a very great honor today from Notre Dame University. The first actress to receive its medal in 67 years. New York City. Hugo Rogers is expected to resign very soon as the leader of Tammany Hall. There are 3 factions already fighting to appoint his successor. Jacksonville, Florida. Lois DeFee, the tallest of the striptease stars, just reported being robbed of all her gems. Philadelphia. The police have ordered an investigation of all private clubs in Philadelphia because Hubert E. Madden, a prominent automobile executive, was kicked to death in a fight last night. Here is real news. Montreal. Dr. Ernest of McGill University perfected tests by which cancer can be detected in women 1 year in advance. Behind the international news, Ankara. 9 major changes took place in the Soviet top command during the month of February. Vasilevsky, the conqueror of China, whose presence there was first revealed by Walter Winchell, has ordered a general mobilization of the first reserves. General Vasilevsky is now the Mr. Big of the Red Army. Moscow. The Russians have put the big squeeze on Sweden. Norway, a member of the Atlantic Pact, will consider the invasion of Sweden an act of war. London. The rumor is very strong tonight that Prime Minister Attlee is in Washington or will soon be on his way there. Paris. David Bruce, according to the diplomatic colony, may be the next ambassador to France. London. Sir Colville Sanford Barclay, son of Lady Van Sittart, and Rosamund Elliot were married here. Bern. Russia is getting ready for a military move of some kind. Most of the intelligence services believe it will be against Tito or Iran. Just as many others, however, in the High Intelligence Command think this is it. The Washington Ticker. The government will shortly break another big spy case. There will be at least 3 big changes by mid-June in the top side of the Department of Justice. As of tonight, the next ambassador to Ireland may be Frank Matthews of Omaha. Treasury Department insiders think that the tax bill will be the same this year as last. Judge Jerome Frank has refused to testify as a character witness for Al Jahis. American intelligence reports from Berlin, Germany, say that Ilse Koch will be convicted by the German courts. Mr. and Mrs. United States. Well, spring is finally here. Be sure not to miss it. Spring, ladies and gentlemen, is the time of youth. But you have to be a little older before you appreciate it. No matter how many nations scrap their treaties, the pussy willows always keep their word to come back in March. No matter how many hobnailed boots have marched across their fields, the brave little crocuses courageously show their colors again. The navies of the world may fight for control of the oceans, but their combined strength and force cannot control the laughter of a brook. The fastest jet plane may measure the might of man, but the first robin of spring is measured only by man's sentiment. The spring is more than a season, and only a man of shortening years can measure spring's lengthening days. The green gloves on the branches, the delicate fingers of the trees, are both a promise and a signal from a power greater than any nation. That, no matter how long the winter, the buds will come again. In that great promise are all men's hopes. No matter how many armies may be in the field, the heart of the world every spring is with the babies in the park. Ladies and gentlemen, I am authorized by several distinguished Americans to make the following offer to Russia's leaders. This is a deadly serious proposal. These distinguished Americans, really interested in world science, will guarantee to post bond in any city in the world for the free passage to the United States as permanent residents of three great men of science. They are named Dr. Orbelli, the physiologist, Dr. Smallhauser, the great chemist, and Professor Dubinin, the renowned biologist. Where are these three great men of science, Mr. Stalin? They are dead, aren't they? For telling the truth. The silence of these three men are the loudest arguments that debunk your stooges, now masquerading as scientists in New York. A reporter's report to the people. Late success. This is the sort of debunking I enjoy doing every now and then because in a very few words, ladies and gentlemen, it exposes, it devastates the phony claims of the Russians as peace lovers. They send over their men of letters and the arts to bring men of goodwill and peace together. That's what they say. But the United Nations has long had a committee called the Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. It was chiefly set up to promote the free flow of information and to create a world alliance on a cultural and educational basis. Now get this. 44 nations joined it. Only one refused. Russia. New York. The New York District Attorney is the talk of our town for his quiet, dignified, unruffled, and efficient manner in which he and his staff have been conducting the wiretapping probe, now before the New York grand jury. The revelations will soon explode from here to California, and certain shysters will wind up in prison. Washington, one of the leading wiretappers in the New York case, by the way, openly boasts that he is not worried about ever being prosecuted. He brags that he has so much on nearly all the lawmakers in Washington that none of them, he says, dare go after him. Well, this is to acquaint him with the very latest news. Sometime this week, Congressman Jack Kennedy of Massachusetts, the son of Joseph P. Kennedy, the former ambassador, will offer a new bill to make any person with unauthorized wiretapping machinery as suspect as one with burglar tools. I don't know how much time this is going to take, but I'm staying on, boys. New York, General Vaughan. General Vaughan, here is what you can call an important medal. The one just pinned on my chest by Russia. Here is the citation, as reported today by United Press. Discussing the reception to Shostakovich, the Literary Gazette of Moscow said as follows. The notorious pen gangster from the Hearst Band and the radio liar Walter Winchell long tried to threaten the participants. Winchell hinted that the American Legion and other war veterans should picket the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, and they did. Winchell wrote, and the State Department went into immediate action. Visas were then refused to other cultural leaders. And there you are, General Bourne. There is what you call a real decoration. The Russian government publicly denouncing Walter Winchell. Ho-ho! I'll be back with some tips of the papers on the Mystery Tune clue. But here is Cy Harris for Kaiser and Fraser cars.
The Kaiser is a big, big car. 123.5-inch wheelbase.
Remember that when you enter the contest.
The Kaiser has more usable seating space than any car.
Remember that when you enter the contest.
It's the most comfortable car on the road and the easiest to handle.
Remember that when you enter the contest.
It's unbelievably economical to operate the Kaiser.
Remember that when you enter the contest.
The Kaiser has the high compression Thunderhead engine.
Remember that when you enter the contest.
And at today's low prices, the Kaiser is one of the great automobile values of all time.
And remember that when you enter the contest.
Enter the $145,000 contest tomorrow.
Get an entry blank at your Kaiser Fraser dealers tomorrow.
Now, back to Walter Winchell.
International news. Get in touch with Park Davis. They have a thrilling story about the girl who discovered chloromycetin, the new drug that may wipe out typhoid fever. Her name is Dr. Mildred Rebstock, 28, a very good-looking blonde, too. New York Mirror. Lila Ernst, the ingenue in the Broadway musicals, was married in Buffalo this week. His name is Vincent Carbone of High Button Shoes, the Broadway hit. To the San Antonio Light. A Texas girl will be married to the son of a very rich London publisher. Her name is Louise Renfro of San Angelo, Texas. She marries Bruce Tuck, the son of Sir Reginald Tuck in London, April 26. L.A. Express. Marion Bell, who is the leading lady in Brigadoon, has filed for divorce in Los Angeles. Her husband is J. Allen Lerner, who was one of the authors of that hit. They were married less than 2 years ago, I believe. Washington Star. Thomas Armour, Jr., the son of the noted golfer, will be married to Joyce Sentner. She's the daughter of the Washington correspondent for the Hearst newspapers. They will be married at the Capitol on June 25. To the survivors of Bataan and Corregidor. The 4th annual reunion wants you at the Hotel President's, Atlantic City, New Jersey, April 8th to April 10th. To the New York newspapers, thank you very much for all you are doing to enrich the Damon Runyon Cancer Fund. It will receive the entire gross receipts for the opening performance of the greatest show on earth, the Ringling Brothers Circus at Madison Square Garden, next Saturday night, April the 6th. Here is another little clue to the Stop the Music mystery tune, now worth nearly $21,000. It is based on an English legend about a church and a bridge. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another edition of the Kaiser Fraser News until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who hopes that Axis Sally is now convinced that the sword of justice is mightier than any stab in the back. Good night.
Walter Winchell is brought to you each Sunday by Kaiser Fraser dealers, who urge you to enter the great Kaiser Fraser $145,000 contest tomorrow. Remember, that means Kaiser Fraser. That means Walter Winchell. Remember to enter the great Kaiser Fraser $145,000 contest tomorrow. Be sure to visit your Kaiser Fraser dealer and get your entry blank from him. This is Cy Harris speaking for Kaiser Fraser. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
At this time, WGN joins the Mutual Network for the presentation of the All-Star Game, which is in progress at the present time.
Theo DeRocher, who will guide the destinies of the National League All-Star team this year, has for outfielders such game-breaker-uppers as Mel Ott, Joe Medwick, and Pete Reeser. Pete Reeser leading the National League in hitting with an average of .361. And these men are fortified by such stalwarts as Enos Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals, young Willard Marshall, freshman sensation of the New York Giants, making the All-Star team even before he's completed his first year as a major leaguer. Then there's Terry Moore, pretty good with that willow, and considered as one of the finest defensive center fielders in the history of the game. And then there's Danny Littweiler of the Philadelphia Phils. In the infield for the National League, there's Archie Vaughn, who hit 2 home runs in last year's All-Star game, you remember, hit them in succession. And when he had hit his second one, with the National League ahead, it looked as if Archie Vaughn would be the hero of the 1941 All-Star game. It took Ted Williams' ninth-inning home run, which won the game for the American League, to rob Archie Vaughn of being the hero of the 1941 Midsummer Classic. Then there's Jimmy Brown of the St. Louis Cardinals, a switch hitter. That's right or left, depending on whether a right-hander or left-hander is pitching. Always a dangerous little man up to that plate. Eddie Miller at shortstop, who hits a long ball. Frank McCormick of the Cincinnati Reds, another long ball hitter and a good hitter. And, of course, last but certainly not least, one of the biggest power men in the major leagues, Johnny Mize, who's become very fond, incidentally, of those short right field stands here at the Polo Grounds since he's become a member of the New York Giants. The distance from home plate to the right field stands, 294 feet. Not a very long distance, and John has learned how to pull that ball closely, which you have to do to get them into that right field stands, and is very fond of them. There's a 100-foot drop away from that 294-foot sign as the wall out there fades away toward deep right field to the bullpen. It's a 100-foot drop, so that in order to get that ball into the right field stands, you do have to learn how to pull them closely. The men back of that plate for the National Leaguers tonight can hold their own with a bat, too. Walker Cooper, Ernie Lombardi, and Mickey Owen. And as for pitchers, looking at it from a defensive standpoint, what more could you want than such men as Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Claude Passo, Johnny Vandermeer, Bucky Walters, Ray Starr, and Carl Hubble have been added to that list since Cliff Melton, who was originally scheduled to perform for the National Leaguers tonight, came up with a sore arm. Morton Cooper's won 11 games. Whitlow Wyatt has won 8. Claude Passo has won 12 games. Johnny Vandermeer has won 8. Bucky Walters has won 9 games. And Ray Starr, a veteran sensation of the Cincinnati Reds, a veteran from a standpoint of age rather than service, has won 12 games. That group of pitchers, all in all, have won 52 games, while losing only 26 among them, for an average of some 667, and that's pretty good pitching. Morton Cooper, who's scheduled to start for the National Leaguers tonight, has appeared in 16 games for the Cardinals this year, has won 11 of them. He pitched 134 2/3 innings, allowed 88 hits, walked 37 men, and struck out 71, and in his string of 11 wins, there have been 6 shutouts. So if he performs up to par this evening, it's going to be perhaps a little bit too bad for those sluggers in the American League lineup. Of course, that is strictly conjecture. It remains to be seen. Looking at the starting lineup for the National League, Jimmy Brown, who leads off and will play second base, is a switch hitter. And, of course, with a right-hander ready to go against them, Spud Chandler of the Yankees, Jimmy Brown will bat left-handed. Leo DeRocher, as a matter of fact, has, for his first 6 men in the lineup, all left-handed hitters, playing that percentage angle of a left-handed hitter against a right-handed pitcher. Brown, Vaughn, Reeser, Mize, Ott, all bat left-handed. The first 5 hitters, I should have said. Jimmy Brown has a batting average of 267 to bring into the ball game with him. Archie Vaughn hitting at 262. Pete Reeser will bring into the ball game an average of 361 on the season. And Johnny Mize has come up over the 300 mark, hitting at 301. Mel Ott hitting at 261. Joe Medwick, who follows, hitting at 344. Walker Cooper, who will catch, hitting at 286. Eddie Miller batting at 270. And these boys are pretty good in the matter of home run production, too, to give you an idea on their slugging propensities. Jimmy Brown has had only 1 homer. Pete Reeser has 6. Johnny Mize, the National League leader in that department, has 14. He'll be followed by Mel Ott, who has 12 home runs. And, of course, Mize and Ott are very, very accustomed to these stands here at the Polo Grounds, this being their home lot. Between them, they've hit 26 home runs this year. Joe Medwick has 3 home runs to his credit. Walker Cooper 4, Eddie Miller 4. So that the first 8 men in the lineup for the National League have accounted for 44 home runs between them this year. And the matter of runs batted in, to give you an idea of the hitting strength of this National League team, which in the past has been noted especially for their defensive propensities. Jimmy Brown has batted in 43 runs, Archie Vaughn 23, Pete Reeser 38, Johnny Mize has driven in 63 runs this year, leading the National League in that respect. Mel Ott has driven in 44, Joe Medwick has driven 55 runs across the plate, Walker Cooper 26, Eddie Miller 25. And so with the first 8 men in the lineup, They have accounted, in runs batted in this year, a total of 317. So all in all, you can see from what Jim Britt has told you and from my brief analysis of the National League lineup, the two teams tonight are pretty evenly matched. And one team cannot be said especially to have any advantage over the other one way or another insofar as pitching, defensive strength, or offensive strength is concerned. So what we shall see will be a game in which the cream of the crop of the major leagues, pretty evenly matched, will go to it in this 10th meeting of the National and American League All-Stars. All right, here's Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Mel. Well, friends, from what my two colleagues have told you, Jim Britt and Mel Allen, you can gather that this is going to be quite a ball game. We have two evenly matched squads here tonight, and it should really be a swell game. We're going to pause now for station identification. We're happy to say that our mutual stations from coast to coast have set aside their time, canceled programs with the cooperation of sponsors, so that the Mutual Broadcasting System could bring you an exclusive presentation of one of America's greatest classics, the All-Star Game. You're listening to the broadcast from the Polo Grounds in New York City. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, friends, here we are back at the Polo Grounds in New York City. One thing we wanted to tell you about was that the ball game tonight cannot run past 9:10 New York time. There's going to be a test blackout in New York tonight at 9:30, so the ball game will not run past 9:10. If because of any circumstances beyond the control of everyone there should be no ball game tonight, this ball game would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and the Cleveland game would be played in Cleveland on Wednesday night. In the event that something should prevent this broadcast tonight or this ball game tonight, it would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and then the Cleveland game would be set back just one day. In other words, we're anticipating a game in Cleveland tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, and don't forget that your mutual station will bring you that great game, and boy, that should be a classic. From that huge bowl at big Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, your mutual station will bring you the story of that game tomorrow night at 8:45. Now, I know that someplace across the country there might be some of you fans who are tuning into our mutual broadcast late. The game has not started as yet. There's been a delay of a bit here, and I'm going to run down the batting order and line up again slowly for you. Some of you are perhaps keeping a scorecard on this ball game, and so we'll give it to you slowly in their teams. So those of you who want to keep an actual card, an actual rundown of the ball game, will have plenty of time to get it in. Let's take the home team first, the National League team. Jimmy Brown of St. Louis, second base. Archie Vaughn of Brooklyn, third. Petey Reeser of the Dodgers in center field. Johnny Mize of the Giants at first base. Mel Ott, the manager of the Giants, will start in right field. Medwick of Brooklyn, and by the way, Medwick has really been playing marvelous ball for the Dodgers this year. I think that Joe's comeback, although it wasn't exactly a comeback because he played good ball last year, but the baseball he's played this year has really been something. As you know, he's right up there hitting around 345, has driven in a flock of runs. He hit safely in a long stretch of ball games, and Joe's having another great year. Medwick will start in left field. Walker Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals will catch. Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves is going to start at short. And Morton Cooper, the ace of the St. Louis Cardinals staff, who's won 11 ball games and lost 3, is going to start for the National League. By the way, looking over Cooper's record, we see that he won 11 games and lost 3. He pitched 12 complete games. And one thing you notice about Cooper's record is that he pitched 6 shutouts. Morton Cooper has 6 shutouts out of the 11 games he's won. Now turn around on your scorecard, and here is the American League starting lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, the manager of the Indians, will start at shortstop. Boudreau at short. Tommy Henrich of the Yankees will start in right field. Henrich, 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 right field. Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees in center field. As I told you before, little Dominic of the Boston Red Sox is laid up with a bum back, and he's in uniform but will not play in the ball game. So Joe DiMaggio will bat fourth and play center field. Then Rudy York of Detroit will bat fifth and play first base. Gordon of the Yankees, second base. Kenny Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit That's Tebbets, Tebbets will catch. And Spurgeon Chandler of the New York Yankees, a right-hander who's won 9 ball games and lost 2, is going to pitch for New York. There were 3 late switches in the rosters today. As you know, Paul Derringer was laid up and could not take part in the ball game. And we also had another late withdrawal from the ball game, and that was Melton of the Giants, their outstanding left-hander who had a sore arm and couldn't come into the ball game. And so there were 2 other pitchers nominated, and they are Carl Hubbell of the Giants, who's down here in uniform for the National League, and also Starr, the great right-hander of the Cincinnati Reds. He was also nominated in place of Paul Derringer. The other nomination concerned the American League squad, and that was that Bill Dickey dropped out of the lineup, and Wagner of the Phillies stepped into his spot. Wagner, as you know, is a catcher, a left-handed batter, and a very good hitter, and he stepped into Bill Dickey's spot. Bill has been ailing for a couple of weeks, hasn't been in the Yankee lineup, I don't think at all, until the Boston series, and he's not well enough to get into the ball game, and Wagner has taken his spot. The umpires, when the ball game gets underway, will be Ballanfant, Ballanfant of the National League, back at the plate. This is the National League game. The National League is the home team. At second base will be Barlick, Barlick of the National League. At first base will be Stewart of the American League. And at third base will be McGowan of the American League. Now, there you have the pitchers. There you have the umpires. There you have the starting lineups and the squads. Al Shack, by the way, is just walking back from center field. He's coming out here toward the infield, and the crowd's giving him a hand. While we have time, let me tell you something about this Polo Grounds layout. It's a complete double-decked affair. Our Mutual Broadcasting booth is in a swell spot here, right back at the home plate, where we can see those balls break in over the plate. It's in a great spot to see the ball game. And there's a complete double deck all the way around the park. This has often been referred to as the left-hand hitter's paradise, because it's just a short poke down that right field line. As I look down that line right now, I can see the markers around 290 feet, which isn't very far for a good left-handed pull hitter. It's a little bit farther, however, down the left field line. It's a poke of something like 330 feet, and from there on out into left center field, to deep center field, to right center field, it is a real wallop. In fact, it's one of the longest drives to the center field fence of any ballpark in the majors. It's something from here to the center field wall is something like 483 feet, and that is really a wallop. 483 feet to the center field wall, so you can tell what a poke that is. The only spot where the hitters get a break in this park at all, I really think, are down this right field line. Of course, that is the left-hand hitters, those pull hitters, who can pull that ball into those stands, which are only 290 feet distant here from the home plate in the ground. There's been an unavoidable delay here in the start of the ball game. It hasn't gotten underway as yet. Right below me here is the American League squad. I might tell you, too, that all the American League players are wearing their home team uniform. The American League teams are the visiting teams, so the American League players are wearing their road uniforms. And right below us here, below our mutual booth, a little bit to our left, is the Yankee team, or is the American League team. Joe McCarthy, who just recovered from an unfortunate illness, is back. I talked to him today. He looks in good shape. He said, Bob, we have a great squad this year, and I think we're going to beat the National League again. Joe is all set, right in the pink for this ball game. I also had a chat around noon with the fine manager of the National League squad, Leo DeRocher, who's done such a splendid job with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And he said to me, Bob, we've got the best National League team that we've had in years. This year we not only have National League pitching, but we're going to show those guys some hitting, too. And as you can see from the figures that Mel Allen has given you on the National League, the National League team this year does carry a lot of power, and anything is apt to happen in this ball game when it finally gets underway. Friends, there is going to be a delay. Circumstances beyond our control are going to delay the start of this ball game. And so we're going to leave you here, take leave of you now for just a little while. Stand by, however. We'll be standing by in our Mutual Broadcasting booth here in New York, ready to bring you this ball game, the All-Star game, play-by-play, just as soon as the ball game starts. So just stay right with your Mutual station, and just as soon as the All-Star game gets underway, we'll bring it to you. And so for just a while at least, this is Bob Elson saying goodbye to you from the Polo Grounds in New York City and returning you to our New York studios.
Our program service will continue in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago. Stay tuned to WGN for the broadcast of the All-Star Game between the American and National Leagues, which will begin shortly from New York City. We rejoin the Mutual Network.
How do you do, baseball fans across the country? This is Bob Elson talking to you again from the Polo Grounds in New York City, and we're all set now for Mutual's exclusive coverage of the 10th Annual All-Star Game. You hear that announcement through your radio? That's the public address announcer here in the Polo Grounds in New York City, calling the official batting order and lineups around here to the people in the stands. He just completed it, and now I'll give you the rundown again for those of you who might be tuning in late. Here's the starting lineup for the National League, and the National League team will very shortly take the field. And then Jim Britt will describe the first 3 innings for you. Mel Allen of New York will describe the middle 3, and I'll describe the last 3. The announcer has just called the official batting order and lineup. I repeated it to you before. There's been an unavoidable delay, and the ball game is going to start now any minute. And here's the lineup. For the National League, Brown of St. Louis at second base. Archie Vaughn of Brooklyn at third base. Petey Reeser of Brooklyn in center field. Johnny Mize of New York at first base. Mel Ott of New York in right field. Joe Medwick of Brooklyn in left field. Walker Cooper of St. Louis is the catcher. Eddie Miller of Boston is the shortstop. And Morton Cooper of St. Louis is the pitcher. His record, as we told you before, he's won 11 ball games and lost 3. 11 of his wins have been shutouts, and he's been one of the outstanding pitchers of the year. You stop and figure 11 wins and 6 shutouts, you've got something. Here's the lineup for the American League. Cooper has just come out of the National League dugout, which is down here to the right of our Mutual Broadcasting booth, and he is going to warm up now with Ernie Lombardi. Ernie Lombardi of the Boston team. He's going to take a few throws, and the rest of the National League team is out on the field just tossing the ball around. Not on the diamond, they're on the field. They haven't got out onto the diamond as yet. And Cooper is going to try a few practice throws from the mound. He's walked out to the center of the diamond now. And here is Big Ernie Lombardi of Boston, who is one of the reserve catchers for the National League, standing just back of the plate taking Cooper's practice throws. Here's Spud Chandler of New York, who's going to start for the American League. He's come out, and he's going to get a few practice throws. Well, let's get on anyway with the American League lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, shortstop. Here's another announcement. Officials contacted Mayor LaGuardia, who gave permission to carry this ball game until 9:30. As you know, if you were listening to the broadcast earlier, there is a practice blackout here in New York tonight at 9:30. They had established a time as a deadline time on the game at 9:10. In the event of a tie at that time, the ball game was to have been played tomorrow, but because of an unavoidable delay, the baseball time has been allowed to run until 9:30. So the ball game will run until 9:30. Now, let's get on, shall we, with that American League team. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland is going to play shortstop, and Lou's really been having a grand year. Spud Chandler is also out there getting in his practice throws. He's standing in one side of the pitcher's mound, and Walker Cooper of St. Louis, or Morton Cooper's on the other side, and both pitchers are warming up from the center of the diamond. The teams are not on the field. The players of both teams are along the playing field on the side of the foul line side, here to our left and to our right. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, I think, is having one of the greatest years of his career. Not only has he done a splendid job with that Cleveland ball club, he's really revitalized that club. He's had them playing great ball. He has the respect of his players, and he has been playing the best ball of his career. I talked to him in Chicago when the Indians played a series there with the Sox last week, and Lou played wonderful ball. And talking to some of the players on the Cleveland Ball Club, I know that his year so far at Cleveland has been a howling success, even though Cleveland's not in first place. So Boudreau will start at short. Tommy Henrich, the dependable right fielder of the New York Yankees, is going to be in right field tonight. The alternate was Dominic DiMaggio, who they had intended starting. But in yesterday's doubleheader, the Boston doubleheader, Dominic hurt his back. And although he's in uniform here tonight, he is not going to start in the ball game. In left field will be Teddy Williams. Yesterday in Chicago, I talked to Eldon Auker, who's won 10 ball games this year for St. Louis, about great hitters. Auker told me that in his judgment, and he's pitched in baseball many a year, Williams will go down in history as one of the 5 greatest hitters that ever lived. I asked him what was it that made Williams such a great hitter. And he said, Bob, the thing that makes Williams the great hitter that he is the fact that he can hit these kind of specialty pitches like knuckleballs, sliders, and sinkers and all that sort of thing right when they're in their motion. In other words, when a knuckleball comes in and starts its particular motion, Williams can hit that ball right when it's in that particular motion that makes the knuckler famous, and he can drive that kind of a ball out of the ballpark. So those specialty pitches not only don't fool him, but he can time them, and he can hit those specialty pitches, and not only hit them, but he can drive them out of the park. And Auker told me, and he's a pretty good pitcher and a pretty good judge of hitters, that he thought that Williams would go down in history as one of the greatest hitters that ever lived. Now, in center field is Dominic DiMaggio. The great DiMaggio, the famous Yankee Clipper, has gotten off to a rather slow start this year. But he's been coming along. His throwing hasn't been, for one thing, as good this year as it has been in previous years, nor has his hitting been as good. Seeing Joe DiMaggio batting around 270 doesn't look like Joe, because you'd expect to see him up around 350. But Joe just hasn't been able to get going at his regular clip. Of course, Yankee fans and the Yankee bosses figure that Joe will get going. He's been in a slump before. But anyway, he's one of the greatest ball players in the game, and he'll be in center field. At first base will be the big powerhouse of the Detroit Tigers, Rudy York. No, he's not exactly the outstanding fielding first baseman in the American League, but he can knock him down, he can get in front of him, and what is more, he can really powder that baseball. Yes, sir, that big boy can really sock that ball, and his big bat will come in handy in the American League lineup tonight. Now at second base is one of the greatest ball players in the game, Joe Gordon. If there's anything that a great second baseman should do that this fella cannot do, I don't know what it is. I was talking to one of the greatest men in baseball, Connie Mack, last year. Mr. Mack told me that he thought that Gordon was one of the greatest second basemen he'd ever seen, and that was enough for me. At third base will be Kenny Keltner, the outstanding third baseman of the Cleveland Indians. The catcher is going to be Bertie Tebbetts. Here's an announcement. It's about the test blackout. If you couldn't hear the announcement, the public address announcer was telling the fans that the blackout, the test blackout here in New York tonight, is going to start at 9:30, and the ball game had previously planned to end at 9:10, regardless of what stage the game was in. But now, because it's been late getting started, they're going to run it down to the actual blackout time, and the customers and fans here in the stands have been asked to remain in their seats. Gotten as far as the catcher, Bertie Tebbetts, who's going to be back at the plate in place of Bill Dickey, the old workhorse of the Yankees and one of the greatest catchers in the game. Tebbetts is a fine catcher, and he's a good hitter. And the pitcher tonight is going to be Spurgeon Chandler, a very fine right-hander of the New York Yankees, who has had a fine record this year. The pitchers in the American League are Chandler, Bonham, Ruffing, Benton, Newhouser, Hewson, Bagby, Hudson, and Eddie Smith. The pitchers for the National League are Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Carl Hubble, Passaw, Vandermeer, Walters, and Ray Starr of Cincinnati. There's been two changes. Melton was dropped off the squad today because of a sore arm, and Carl Hubble was substituted. Derringer was also out because of an injury, and Starr of Cincinnati was substituted. There was one substitution on the American League squad today, and that was Bill Dickey dropped off, and Wagner was substituted. And now, fans, we're all set for the All-Star game. The teams are going onto the field. The umpires are coming out. The 10th annual All-Star Ball Game is going to be brought to you exclusively by the Mutual Broadcasting System. The umpires have just walked up to the plate. The National League team has gone out onto the field, and I'm going to turn our microphone over now to my good friend Jim Britt of the Yankee Network, who will talk to you just as soon as you hear our national anthem. Good evening again, everyone. This is Jim Britt about to bring you the first 3 innings, play-by-play, of the 10th All-Star Game. As you know, the previous record is 6 victories for the American League, 3 for the National Leaguers. And at the moment, there goes the official starting ball being given to Morton Cooper. The rosin bag has already been handed him by the Brooklyn Bat Boy, who is the home bat boy for the National Leaguers, just as the Yankee Bat Boy is the host of the evening as far as the visiting American Leaguers are concerned. Walker Cooper is the catcher, and his brother Morton Cooper is on the mound. Recently, on the occasion of an Army-Navy relief game at Braves Field in Boston, attended by more than 25,000 fans, Morton Cooper came within 2 bloopers, 2 accidental base hits, you might say, of pitching a near-perfect ball game. In addition to that, he gave 1 walk. That was his 3rd consecutive shutout. Later, that streak was broken. Here is the starting plate umpire, Lee Ballanfant, coming over to talk with manager Joe McCarthy of the New York Yankees about some matter pertaining to the game itself. At first base will be Ernie Stewart of the American League. At second base, the colorful Al Barlick of the National League. And at third base, Bill McGowan of the American League. The first man up will be manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians. He bats right-handed, has a season's batting average of 302. This is his first year as a skipper, the youngest skipper the American League has seen. He has 7 doubles, 7 triples, and a single home run since the start of the season. He is one of the most famous athletes in the history of the University of Illinois. He was a great basketball player. His opponents in the Middle West, especially in the Western Conference, insist to this day that great as he is in the diamond world, he was an even greater All-American cage star. There's the roar as Boudreau, who has quite an unorthodox batting stance, starts his position. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base, and at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators. Boudreau crouches. The outfield is just about straight away. Here's the first pitch, and it is ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes the count. The infield is back on the left side. Archie Vaughn is playing just about 5 feet away from third base. The outfield is fairly deep on the left side, with Joe Medwick playing deep in the corner. 1 ball, Morton Cooper winds up, delivers. There goes a long drive towards left field. That ball is given a real ride, and it is up in the stands for a home run, and the American Leaguers lead 1-0. That was the first home run ever hit by Lou Boudreau in an All-Star game. It was a long drive that went to left center field at around the 400-foot mark. It was a tremendous wallop off right-hander Morton Cooper, and the American Leaguers lead by a score of 1-0. Port-sider Tommy Henrik is up now. Here comes the pitch, and he looks at the ball low and outside. That is the second time Lou Boudreau has driven in a run in All-Star game competition. The score is 1-0 in favor of the American League as a result of his walloping a tremendous homer to left field on the very second pitch thrown to him. The score 1-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. 1 ball to count on Henrik. Here it is. Too low. 2 balls and no strikes. A tremendous roar came from the throats of the assembled fans here at the Polo Grounds. That would have been a home run in virtually any baseball park in the league, in either league, including Washington's Griffith Stadium. The outfield is just about straight away for Tommy Henrik. Right fielder Mel Ott is fairly deep. Here's the pitch. Called strike. A nice pitch, just buckle high through the heart of the plate. Incidentally, Morton Cooper, like Higbee of the Brooklyn Dodgers and Passeau of the Cubs, is a jinx-defying hurler who wears the numerals 13 on his back. Paced by Boudreau's home run, the American Leaguers have nobody on in the top of the first. Nobody out, and the count is 1-2. Outside. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike to count. Cooper is a tall, swarthy, extremely handsome right-hander whom many of the Cardinal rooters believe is another Jerome Dizzy Dean. His record so far this season is 11-3, and his streak of 9 consecutive victories was just broken. He winds up, pitches, there's a foul ball down the third baseline, fielded very easily by third base coach Artie Fletcher, who flips it to Archie Vaughn. Vaughn is rubbing up the ball. He takes a few steps over toward the infield grass, and Morton Cooper is standing out on the edge of the mound waiting for it. There's one of the American Leaguers making a slow trek from the giant dressing room here at the Polo Grounds over towards the left field bullpen. The count is 3-2. The big one just about ready to sail up with Tommy Henrik, the New York Yankee right fielder, up. Here it is. There goes a drive that goes solidly into right center field for a hit. Henrik pulls up at first base, rounds the bag, decides to go to second. There's the throw, and he has a double. Center fielder Pete Reeser came in to slow the ball up. It didn't quite have the power to reach him. It was right over the head of second baseman Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals. Henrik rounded first base and very smartly decided that he could take two. He went all the way to second base, hit the dirt, and the play was not close. That is Henrik's 18th double of the year, by the way, but it doesn't count as far as his .287 batting mark is concerned. Thumping Theodore Williams of the Red Sox is up. That was Henrik's second RBI. Strike one called. Williams looked at the first one, which Morton Cooper threw just about chest high, right over the heart of the plate. Williams has a batting average of .348, 18 home runs so far this year, 80 runs driven in. He spread eagles both the major leagues in the power department. The American Leaguers lead 1-0. Henrik on second. Here's the pitch. High and outside, 1-1. Bucky Walters is warming up for the National Leaguers out in the right field bullpen. Morton Cooper has already faced two men. Boudreau hit a tremendous home run drive into the left field stands at the 400-foot mark, and Henrik doubled to right center. He hit the dirt with a nice slide going in. 1-1 the count on Williams. Henrik leads off. Here it is. There goes a long drive to left center field. Medwick is going deep for it, waiting, and he takes it. There goes Henrik tagging up. He draws a throw to third base, which is good, and he goes back to second. Williams hit a long fly ball to left center. It was taken by Medwick. And here is Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, whose all-star record is not star-studded. He has a batting average of .268. Many observers believe that this is the night he is destined to break out into full all-stardom. Low and inside, ball one. Tommy Henrik is on second base with his illustrious Yankee teammate, jolting Joe DiMaggio, standing in that famous wide base of his at home plate. He's waving his bat in the direction of Cooper. The outfield is deep to the left. Medwick has backed up. He is just about as deep as Ott was in right field for Williams. 1-ball the count. Here it is. Strike called. A good strike through the heart of the plate, buckle high, and the count is 1-1. One man out. The American Leaguers 1 run. The National Leaguers nothing. Lou Boudreau hit a home run on the second pitch. Then Tommy Henrik doubled to right center. Henrik is still anchored at second. He takes a lead. Cooper pitches. Inside. Ball two, strike one. Joe was all set to tee off on that. Had it appealed to him, he doubtless would have swung from the heels. But he choked his bat and got out of the way. He and his brother Dominic and his other brother Vince stand with their feet probably wider apart than any other trio of batters. Certainly any brother combination in the majors. 2-1 the count. There goes a high bouncing ground ball to Archie Vaughn. He holds the runner to second, throws to first. There's the throw to first base for the out. And Henrik, after the throw was made from Vaughn to Mize to retire DiMaggio, took third. Archie Vaughn did his job. He tried to bluff Tommy back to second base. Tommy did not go all the way back, realizing that Vaughn would have to commit himself. And just as soon as the long throw was made from Vaughn to Mize to retire Joe DiMaggio, Henrik took third on the out. 2 men out. Bucky Walters is still warming up, by the way. And big Rudy York, Chief Rudy York of the Detroit Tigers, is up. He is the first baseman. He bats 1 below the cleanup slot. Has an average of .278, including 14 home runs. Henrik on third. 2 men out. Ball inside. That one very nearly shaved the letters. Detroit, right off the front of Rudy's chest. He wears the number 4. All these players, you know, are wearing their own uniforms. The National Leaguers, their home uniforms. The American Leaguers, their traveling suits. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 men out. Henrik stands in foul territory, just a little off third. Here's the pitch. A swing and a miss. 1-1. Rudy swung from the heels on a handle curveball that came through fast. The infield is back on the left side. Eddie Miller, who has played in 39 errorless games going into this one tonight, which will not count against his National League fielding record, is a deep shortstop. The outfield to the left. There's a drive that goes towards right field. A long drive, and that ball is going in for another home run to make it 3-0. Rudy York is coming home, back of Tommy Henrik. He's being congratulated by Joe Gordon. The American League leads 3-0. And Rudy York, who is a notorious center field and left field hitter, hit a home run straight away into right field for his first All-Star run batted in his 15th home run of the year. He has 14 through the regular season, and the score is 3-0 as Henrik scored ahead of him from third. Flash Gordon is up. He has an average of 347. A swing and a miss. Flash went up there ready to swing on the first one. The American Leaguers are threatening to turn this into a first-inning rout. Two mighty home runs, one to left by Boudreau, one to right with one on by Rudy York, each hitting his first round-trip wallop in an all-star game. 2 men out, none on, Gordon up. The count is 1 strike. Cooper pitches. There's a swing and a miss, and a chest-high curveball outside, and the count is 2 strikes. Morton Cooper so far has been no puzzle for the American Leaguers, but the game is young. With 8 2/3 innings still to be played, it is anyone's ball game. 2 men out in the top of the first, nobody on. Gordon has a mark of 347, bats right, waits, swings and misses for strike 3. That's the first strikeout of the 10th All-Star game. But the American Leaguers pounded Morton Cooper savagely in the first half of the first inning. They collected 3 runs on 3 very solid hits for a total of 10 bases. There were no errors, and of course, there were no runners left on base. Now, in the event you tuned in late, on Mutual's exclusive play-by-play report of the 10th All-Star game from the Polo Grounds in New York, the proceeds of which are to go into the Baseball Equipment Fund and to the Army and Navy Service Relief Societies, here are the lineups again. For the American League, manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians, shortstop. Tommy Henrik of the Yankees, right field. Ted Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees, center field. Rudy York of Detroit, first base. Flash Gordon of New York, second base. Ken Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit, catcher. And Spurgeon Spud Chandler, whose record is 9-2, a right-hander on the mound. For the National League, Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals, second base. Archie Vaughn of Brooklyn, third base. Pete Reiser of Brooklyn, center field. John Mize of the Giants, first base. Manager Mel Ott of the Giants in right field. Ducky Medwick of Brooklyn in left. Walker Cooper of the Cardinals back of the plate. Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves at shortstop. And Morton Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals on the mound. He already has been shelled savagely to the tune of 3 runs. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. Here comes Jimmy Brown, who is a switch batter. He will bat left-handed. With Spud Chandler on the mound, he has a batting average of 263, including 1 home run and 14 doubles. Here's the pitch. That ball hit him right in the small of the back, and he takes first. Jimmy Brown had no opportunity even to get out of the way of an inside curveball that broke very sharply, hit him in the small of the back, and he becomes the first National League base runner in the All-Star game of 1942. Archie Vaughn is up. Archie has a batting average of 270. He bats left-handed, 1 on, nobody out. Chandler pitches. Inside, ball 1. Bill McKechnie is coaching at third base for the National Leaguers. Frankie Frisch of the Pittsburgh Pirates is coaching at first. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that is hit to second baseman Gordon. Gordon to Boudreau, 1 out. Boudreau to York. Double play. With a count 1 ball, Archie Vaughn lashed a savage grounder that went straight as an arrow from a bow to Flash Gordon. Gordon wheeled through to Boudreau, who made a magnificent pivot to throw to Rudy York, who made a good stretch to get Vaughn ahead of the relay. 2 men out, nobody on. Pete Reiser, the Major League batting champion of the moment at least, with a batting average of 361. A left-hand batter, 2 men out and none on. It knocked him down. Ball 1, close to the head. Pete went down, now he gets up, brushes the dirt off his trousers. Spud Chandler is scraping the dirt together on the mound to make more comfortable that pace of his that he takes towards the plate. He has gotten rid of 2 men. His teammate, Joe Gordon, started a twin kill. Here's the pitch. Low and inside for a second ball. The American Leaguers have a lead of 3-0 on the strength of a home run by Lou Boudreau and a home run by Rudy York after Tommy Henrik had doubled. 2 balls, no strikes. There's a slowly topped ground ball that goes to Gordon. Gordon flips to York, and the side is retired. Chandler did not retire the side in 1-2-3 order, however. He hit Brown with a pitch. Vaughn smashed into a Gordon to Boudreau to York double play, and then Reiser hit an easy roller to Joe Gordon. Gordon came in fast and smothered it on a slow hop and threw to York for the out. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left in the last half of the first inning. And there is a little band music to celebrate the fact that the American Leaguers have been the first to score. They'll show no partiality through the course of the evening, however, because there'll be just as much in the way of celebration on the part of the National League fans here tonight. The National League, by the way, is the host of the evening. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base. He's the celebrated Yankee coach, signal stealer, and third base coach par excellence, who has aided Joe McCarthy and his Yankees to so many World Championships. Coaching at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators, the former boy wonder. The coaches for the National Leaguers are Bill McKechnie and Frankie Frisch. The respective managers, of course, are the two men who matched strategies and tactics in the World Series last year at Yankee Stadium and Ebbets Field, Leo Durocher and Joe McCarthy. Defensively, the National Leaguers have Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right, an infield of Mize, Brown, Miller, and Vaughn, and the Cooper brothers of the battery. Ken Keltner of Cleveland is up. He has an average of .285, and he bats right. He opens the second inning for the American Leaguers. Cooper pitches. Ball one. The first pitch was just about hip high, and it missed the outside corner. The score, American Leaguers 3, National Leaguers nothing. The outfield is a shade to the left. Third baseman Archie Vaughn is playing close to the bag. Miller is deep at short. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball, slowly topped towards Miller, who charges it. Makes a quick throw to first baseman John Mize for the out. That was an easy chance. And the Boston Brave shortstop, who has gone through 39 errorless games and has come within 25 or 30 chances of Leo Durocher's all-time National League defensive record, made an easy play. One man out, and here is Bertie Tebbetts, the catcher of the Detroit Tigers. He has a batting average of .244. He has 9 doubles so far this year. He is a straightaway hitter. They play him slightly to the left. A crossfire pitch is wide. Ball one. One man out in the first half of the second inning. The outfield slightly to the left. Miller playing back on the grass. Jimmy Brown, too, on the right side of second base is deep. And the third baseman and first baseman are playing fairly close. Right fielder Mel Ott is not deep. Cooper winds up. Delivers. Strike called. A sidearm fastball. The crowd likes the colorful way that Ballantyne has been calling them, because his voice has penetrated to every nook and cranny of the historic Polo Grounds. 1-1 the count, one man out, nobody on. The American League at bat in the first of the second with a 3-0 lead over their National League brethren. Here it is. A swing and a miss. And Tebbetts very nearly lost his balance and sat right down into the dirt. 1-2. If there is any one mark of distinction that Bertie wears more than any other, it is his aggressiveness. He is reminiscent of the great Mickey Cochran. He is a fire eater, and he fights for what he believes to be the right. 1-2. One man out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That is Cooper's second strikeout. He got Gordon to end the first half of the first inning. And here's Spud Chandler, the Yankee pitcher, coming up. He worked as recently as last Friday night when he defeated the Boston Red Sox in the opening tilt of that crucial 3-game series at Fenway Park. The first 5 hits were doubles, 2 of them by Williams and 2 by Dorr, but thereafter he settled down to coast in with a 5-3 lead. The fact that the Yankees took 2 out of 3 from Boston in that series enabled them to stretch their American League lead to 4 games. Spud has a batting average of .147. 2 men out and none on. A half swing. Called a ball when the pitch is wide. 1 ball, no strikes. Spud has a season's pitching record of 9-2. He and his teammate Hank Baroe of the Yankees are tops in the American League, just as Larry French is in the National League. Cooper pitches. Ball 2. That pitch was low and outside. Spud steps out of the batter's box. As pitchers hit, he's capable of pulling it a long way. The infield is back slightly on the left, and Mize is playing in just a few feet back of first base. Cooper gets his sign from his brother Walker. He delivers. Ball 3, low. Chandler was well up front that time. He had his bat in bunt position, never used it, and the count is 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes. The American Leaguers are trying to make it 7 out of 10 in this All-Star Classic tonight. Cooper gets set, and it's a perfect strike. Chandler was set to take it, and he did. Not even an effort to swing. 3-1 the count. The National Leaguers are in the home team's dugout to the right, and just below us, in the dugout occupied by the New York Yankees, when they play in the Polo Grounds in World Series, are the American Leaguers. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2, and then Chandler did go down on one knee and was quick to get back up again. Cooper had himself in a 3-0 hole. Then he pitched a good called strike and got Chandler on a clean swing and a miss. 3-2. 2 men out and no one on. The windup. The pitch. There goes a long drive to right center field. Center fielder Reeser is over, waiting. And he takes it going away for the third and final out in the first half of the second inning. That is Pete's first chance. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. At the end of an inning and a half, going into the last half of the second inning with the National Leaguers slated to come to the plate, the totals are American Leaguers, 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors. The National Leaguers, no runs, no hits, and no errors. We pause now for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
The last half of the second inning coming up with Big Johnny Mize, the New York Giant first baseman, his manager and right fielder Mellott, and left fielder Ducky Medwick of the Brooklyn Dodgers slated to bat in that order. If you're one of our most recent listeners and tuned in late, in the very first inning, Boudreau led off with a home run on the second pitch to put the American League ahead 1-0. Henrik doubled to right center, moved up on DiMaggio's infield out after Williams had flied out, and York hit a home run into the right field stands just inside the pole to make it 3-0. Chandler faces Mize. It's a strike. A fast one right down the middle to Big John. He represents most of the Giant power, the power the Cardinals lost in their trade. He has an average of .292 and 14 home runs. There's a foul ball way over to the right, up against one of the box seats, and there goes Frankie Frisch of Pittsburgh to recover it. Strike 2. Spud Chandler of the Yankees and Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit. That's the American League battery. In left field, Williams of Boston, DiMaggio and Henrik of the Yanks in center and right. The infield, York of Detroit, Gordon of New York, Boudreau and Keltner of Cleveland at first, second, short, and third. The count is 2 strikes on Johnny Mize. Here's the pitch. Too close. John simply stepped back almost imperceptibly to get out of the way of it. The outfield is just a shade to the right, and center fielder DiMaggio is playing deep. Chandler winds up, delivers. A curveball missed the outside corner. John followed it with his eye until the last possible break. The count is 2-2. The National Leaguers are trailing, no runs to 3 in the last half of the second inning. Spud Chandler of the Yankees and his American League teammates are off to a flying start as a result of that power that they have been talking so much about. The windup, the pitch. There goes a ground ball, hit towards Rudy York. York spears it. Chandler covers, takes it in time for a beautiful piece of teamwork. That was a fine play, both by York and Chandler, who was able to go all the way from the mound to first to cover in time for the out. Mellott is up, and this, of course, is the Polo Grounds in the shadow of Coogan's Bluff, and Little Mel is one of the most beloved baseball players John McGraw ever had. He succeeded to the mantle of the famous Little Napoleon. He bats left-handed, has a batting average of .269, which is well below par for him. He has 12 home runs, however, and 10 doubles this year. 1 out, none on. Strike called. Chandler threw a fairly slow curveball over the outside. It had a nice break, just about waist high. 1 strike, 1 man out, nobody on. The American League ahead, 3-0. There goes a high foul ball, and it's going out of the field of play, up on top of the press coop, and then it rolled down over the top. The count is strike 2. That play made by Rudy York on Mize was great, but it would not have been possible had it not been for the quick reflex action of Spud Chandler, who went very quickly from the mound to first base to cover, a distance of about 65 feet. 2 strikes, 1 man out, nobody on. The National Leaguers are striving desperately to get those 3 runs back. Chandler so far has been effective, and he has had fine support. The outfield is straight away. Here's the pitch. Outside and high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. When Little Mel first reported to John McGraw down in the Louisiana training camp of the New York Giants, you may recall he was a catcher. But after 1 or 2 days back of the mound, back of the plate, McGraw decided to make him a fielder. Here's the pitch. Outside. Ball 2, 2-2. Mel still has that characteristic of his batting stance. He cocks that right foot well up into the air and lets go with it just as he swings with that lethal left-handed power of his. 2-2, 1 man out. Nobody on for the National Leaguers in the last half of the second. Spud Chandler gets his sign from Bertie Tebbetts. He takes a deep windup. Pitches inside. That one very nearly hit Mel. 3-2. He had to spin back out of the way of it. Plate umpire Lee Ballanfant goes through his whisk room act. Now he puts the brush back into his pocket. He is trying to tell somebody in the dugout that last was a foul ball, and the count should be 2-2. That's right. I assumed that the ball nearly hit Mel, but it ticked his bat on the way by. Here's the pitch. Strike 3, and he is called out. He stands there as if he does not believe it. It's a called third strike. A curveball that broke just about chest high. Apparently it caught the inside corner, and Mel stood there incredulously, finally went back to the dugout and made way for Ducky Medwick of Brooklyn. That is the first strikeout for Spud Chandler, and he crossed up Mel out with a superb curveball. 2 men out, Medwick up with a batting average of .344. He's runner-up to Reeser in the National League batting department. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball hit to Rudy York. York takes it. There goes Chandler to cover quickly. He steps on the bag. Medwick is out, and that is a 1-2-3 inning. In 2 frames, Spud Chandler of the New York Yankees has faced only 6 of his National League brethren. Oddly enough, out of the 3 plays that have not involved a double play on the part of the American League defense, it has been York to Chandler twice, with Mize and Medwick being the victims. In 2 innings, the National Leaguers have no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. They have had only 1 base runner, and he was short-lived. Jimmy Brown was hit by a pitch in the first inning, but Vaughn whacked into a Gordon to Boudreau to York double play. Morton Cooper is going to pitch in the first half of the 3rd inning as well. And again, he will face Lou Boudreau. That home run of Lou's must have climaxed a boyhood dream, because what red-blooded American youngster doesn't have some childlike vision that one day he will step up to the plate in an All-Star game or a World Series Classic and boom one of the enemy pitches far away into the bleachers for 4 bases. It was the first run Lou had driven in an All-Star game. It was also his first home run. Rudy York's first home run was a freak as far as Rudy is concerned, because he hit it as a left-hander might, just down the right field line, a well-timed blow that went into the stands. Boudreau has 1 hit for a total of 4 bases. Morton Cooper pitches. There goes a high fly ball to straight center field. Reeser is coming in fast. Second baseman Brown going out. Reeser takes it for the out. 1 man out, nobody on. Tommy Henrik comes up. Henrik got 2 bases on a ball that stopped rolling when it got out into short right center field. Both Reeser and Ott had to converge on it. Tommy collected his 18th double of the year, but 17 of them count in regulation American League games. 1 out and none on. He bats left. There goes a high pop-up. Jimmy Brown is running in to the right side of second base. He follows it, and he takes it for the second out. Morton Cooper has really buckled down. He has now retired 6 consecutive American League batters after that savage 3-run explosion in the top of the first. 2 men out and Ted Williams up. Ted lifted a high fly ball to left fielder Joe Medwick about 360 feet out, his first time up, with Henrik on second base. Henrik was stranded, moved to third, and then scored on York's homer. Ted gets set. Here it is. Strike called. That pitch was right through the heart of the plate. It split that 17-inch platter just below the buckle, and the count is strike 1. 2 men out. Ted has 18 home runs, 13 doubles, 4 triples this year, and has driven in 80 runs. 2 men out and none on. Here's the pitch. There goes a drive safely into right field for a solid base hit, and the kid pulls up at first with a single. Hit number 4 for the American League. Joe DiMaggio comes up. Joe grounded out in the first inning to third baseman Archie Vaughn of the National Leaguers. The fact that a few boos greet him as he goes to the plate is really a tribute to his popularity, because no player has ever really achieved greatness until some of the boys sit back and give him the old Bronx cheer. It's music to the ears of most of them. 2 men out, Williams on first. DiMaggio, a right-hand batter, the outfield deep to the left. There's a high pop-up to the right. Back of the plate comes Walker Cooper waiting for it, and he takes it for the third out in the top of the 3rd inning. A high foul fly on the first pitch with Williams breaking for second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. In the event you tuned in late, the American League's 3 runs came right off the reel. They exploded like gunpowder. Lou Boudreau took a ball. Then the next pitch was in there, and he promptly lost it in the left field stands at around the 400 mark. It was a tremendous wallop, and he put every ounce of his right-handed power behind it to drive in his first All-Star game run and send the American Leaguers away to a flying 1-0 start. Then Tommy Henrik doubled to right center. He held second as Medwick took Ted Williams' long fly ball in left center field. Henrik moved to third as Archie Vaughn threw out Joe DiMaggio, and Rudy York
pulled a long right-handed home run just inside the right field stands, the spot into which Mel Ott normally deposits those long round trippers of his. Willard Marshall is going to bat for Cooper, Mort Cooper. The first man up in the last half of the third inning will be Walker Cooper. His brother will not come to the plate. It will be Walker Cooper, Eddie Miller, and Will Marshall of the New York Giants. He is the sensational rookie outfielder of this year, whom the Giants purchased from one of the Southern clubs on a look basis. There's the long throw from catcher Bertie Tebbetts down to second baseman Flash Gordon of the Yankees. Third baseman Ken Keltner is waiting for Spud Chandler to look up before he returns the pitch to him. In 2 innings, Spud has faced 6 men. He hit Brown in the back in the first inning to give the National Leaguers their only base runner. Now, with a more or less decisive 3-0 lead, he faces Walker Cooper, whose season's average is .284. Walker bats right. Foul tip, into the dirt, out of the reach of Bertie Tebbetts. Walker has 4 home runs so far this year, 8 doubles and 2 triples. Oddly enough, he was the pitcher and Morton was the catcher when the Cooper brothers broke in. Mort decided he would infinitely prefer to throw at his brother. So today he is the outstanding pitcher of the National League, with 11 victories and 3 defeats. 1 strike, no balls, none out and none on in the last of the third. Chandler delivers. There's a drive that goes savagely to Gordon's right into center field for a hit. The first National League hit of the night. It came on the second pitch. After a foul strike, Walker Cooper smashed a savage grounder about 15 feet to the right of Joe Gordon. And there is no longer a no-hitter in prospect for the American League twirler. Eddie Miller is up. Eddie has a batting average of .268. He's the shortstop of the Boston Braves, is having his greatest year. He has a record of 39 errorless games. His batting record includes 4 home runs, 19 doubles, and he's well up among the major league leaders in stolen bases. Walker Cooper on first, none out. Here's the pitch. There's a foul ball drifting back into the stands for a strike. 1 strike, no balls. Nobody out in the last half of the third inning. How long Spud Chandler is going to pitch remains to be seen. There has been no warm-up activity in the American League bullpen, but Johnny Vandermeer and Bucky Walters have been warming up alternately. It now is Vandermeer in the National League bullpen out in right field. 1 strike. Chandler stretches, pitches. There's a ground foul to the left, and the count is strike 2. That hit the box in which the venerable Connie Mack of the Philadelphia A's is seated, one of the greatest figures in baseball. 2 strikes the count. Back of home plate crouches Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit. The infield is slightly to the left. It's set up in a possible double play formation. And Spud Chandler is undoubtedly trying to keep the ball low on Eddie Miller to make him hit it into the dirt. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. Miller went after a chest-high curveball, missed it cleanly, and then he asked the plate umpire, Lee Ballanfant, to check it and look it over. And Ballanfant is going to throw it out. That is Chandler's second strikeout. And here is Willard Marshall of the New York Giants. He is one of the New York Giant outfielders. He has a batting average so far this season of .251. Miller was the first out in the last half of the third inning. He went down swinging. Walker Cooper is on first, and left-handed Will Marshall is batting for Morton Cooper, the St. Louis Cardinal pitcher who started for the National Leaguers. The American Leaguers lead 3-0. Here's the pitch by Chandler, low and outside for a ball. Here is another first, by the way. Walker Cooper got the first National League hit. Willard Marshall is the first pinch hitter of the evening. Chandler stretches, pitches. A slow ball is topped to the right of the mound. Chandler picks it up, throws to Boudreau for a force out at second. The relay to first is not in time. It's a fielder's choice. Marshall grounded one right back to Chandler, who quickly went to his left to break it down. He wheeled and threw to shortstop Lou Boudreau to force Walker Cooper, but Marshall reached first base on the fielder's choice. Boudreau was unable to get out of the way of Walker Cooper, who came in spikes flying in an effort to make his relay in time for the twin kill. 2 men out. Will Marshall of the Giants is on first base, and Jimmy Brown, the St. Louis Cardinal third baseman, and the second baseman in the All-Star Classic tonight, is up. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning. He bats left-handed. In the dirt, ball 1. Jimmy bats both left and right. But the fact that Spud Chandler throws from the right side makes Jimmy turn around on the left side. He is a switch hitter. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 men out. Marshall on first. Chandler delivers.
There's a ground ball hit right to Joe Gordon. Gordon bobbles it, recovers it, and throws to first for the out, and the first 3 innings are over. Gordon bobbled the ball, but recovered in plenty of time. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. So here are the 3-inning totals. For the American Leaguers, 3 runs, 4 hits, and no errors. For the National Leaguers, no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. And now for the play-by-play report of the next 3 innings. Here is Nell Allen of WOR, New York.
Hello, everybody. We're going to have a new pitcher for the National Leaguers as we get ready to go into the 4th inning of this 10th annual All-Star game, and it's going to be Johnny Vandermeer. Morton Cooper, who started for the National Leaguers, worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1 man, and allowed 3 runs, all of which came in the first inning when manager Lou Budrow of the Cleveland Indians led off with a home run. Tommy Henrik followed with a double. And then after Cooper had retired Williams and DiMaggio, Rudy York hit a home run into the right field stand, scoring Henrik ahead of him to give the American Leaguers their 3 runs and their current 3-0 lead as we prepare to go into the first half of the 4th inning. And Johnny Vandermeer has appeared in 15 games so far this season for the Cincinnati Reds. He's won 8 and lost 6. He has pitched 121 and 1/3 innings, during which time he has allowed 90 hits, walked 46 men, and struck out 75. This is not Vandermeer's first appearance in an All-Star game. Here's the announcement. Back in 1938, Johnny Vandermeer appeared in an All-Star game and got credit for 1 of the 3 games which the National Leaguers have won from the American League teams. He pitched 3 innings in 1938 in the All-Star game, allowed 1 hit, walked 1, struck out 1 to get credit for the win. Incidentally, Dizzy Dean and Paul Derringer are the other 2 pitchers who boast wins over the American Leaguers. Dean's came in 1936 in the 4th game of the All-Star Classic. Final score was 4-3. Paul Derringer got credit for the win for the National League in 1940. That was the year the National Leaguers shut out the American Leaguers 4-0, the only shutout game in the history of the All-Star Classic. Along with Derringer, Walters, White, French, and Hubble combined to hurl that shutout. Rudy York leads off for the American League as we go into the first half of the 4th inning, with the American Leaguers leading 3-0. York hit a home run in the first inning with Tommy Henrik aboard. Bats right-handed. Vandermeer into the windup. In comes the pitch. York takes a very high one way over the head of Morton Cooper. Had there been anyone on, it would have been a wild pitch. Ball 1. A very high pitch way over the head of both York and Morton Cooper. Vandermeer goes to the rosin bag, get a better grip on that ball. Outfield plays York. Just a bit toward left and center and left, straightaway and right. Vandermeer ready. Into his windup. In comes the pitch to York. He takes a high one for ball 2. 2-0 to count on York. On deck is Joe Gordon. Then will come Kenny Keltner. Vandermeer looks in and gets a sign from Morton Cooper. Art Fletcher is coaching at third base. Bucky Harris, manager of the Washington Senators, coaching at first. Vandermeer ready with a 2-0 pitch to York. York swings and misses. Strike 1. 2-1 to count on Rudy. The National League infield, Vaughn at third, Miller at short, Brown at second, Mize on first. In the outfield, Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right. 2 balls, 1 strike on Rudy York, leading off for the American League, first half of the 4th inning. Vandermeer throws. York takes another one high, very high for ball 3. We have a 3-1 count on the Detroit Tigers first baseman. He turns around and looks at Walker Cooper, and umpire Lee Ballantyne working back to the plate and sort of smiles at them. Vandermeer adjusts his cap, stands up on the hill, looks in now to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Taking his time. Eyes all set for the 3-1 pitch. York digs in, cocks that bat up over his right shoulder. Here it is. He takes it, and it's in there for called strike 2. So we have a full count on Rudy York. 3-2. 3-0 the score, favor of the American League. First half of the 4th inning. Outfield back very deep for York. Archie Vaughn playing a deep third, close to the third base line. Mize a deep first, guarding the first base line. Here's the payoff pitch to York. Rudy swings, he misses. Strike 3. Strikeout number 1 for Johnny Vandermeer. And the second American Leaguer to have struck out this evening. The first one being Joe Gordon in the first inning, whom Morton Cooper struck out. And here's Joe Gordon stepping in. Has a batting average on the season of .347. That's right-handed. Gordon's All-star batting average is 125 up until tonight's game. Vandermeer throws. Gordon takes a slow pitch high for ball one. Outfield pulled over toward left and deep and center and left, almost ready to win right. Playing for a pull hitter primarily. Vandermeer taking his time. One out, nobody on base. Johnny ready to work. Throws. Gordon takes it high for ball two. 2-0 to count on the Yankees' second baseman, Joe Gordon. Joe steps out of the batter's box for a moment to get himself a little dirt in his hands. Now he moves back in hitting position, has a look at Bucky Harris coaching at first for the hitter-take sign of the 2-0 pitch. Vandermeer ready to throw it. Goes into his windup. Gordon set at the plate. Here it comes. Joe swings, he misses. Strike one. 2-1 the count. Gordon steps out of the batter's box now. Vandermeer goes back to the rosin bag. Crowd got a whale of a kick out of Joe Gordon's terrific cut at that pitch. 3-0 is the score, favor of the American League. First half of the fourth inning. Vandermeer rocks in the box as he goes into his windup. Here's his delivery. Gordon takes it. Strike two, it's called. Sharp curve over the outside corner. Letter high. So it's 2-2 on Joe Gordon. Once again, Vandermeer to the rosin bag. The umpires back to the plate, Lee Ballanfant. At first base, Ernie Stewart. Al Barlick. On second, Bill McGowan. At third. One away, nobody on. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Joe Gordon. Vandermeer looking in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Now he's ready to work. Gordon digs in, awaiting the pitch. In it comes. It's high. Ball 3, and we have a full count on Gordon. 3-2. Joe reaches down, get a little dirt. Wipes it on his hands, looks over at the National League bench. Some of the boys gave him a bit of a ride. He gets in, stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate, feet pretty close together, holds that bat down to the end of the handle. Vandermeer all set for the payoff pitch to Joe Gordon. Here it comes. Gordon takes it, and it's in there for called strike 3. And so Johnny Vandermeer strikes out the first two men he faces, Rudy York and Joe Gordon. And already buzzing in the minds of the fans here at the Polo Grounds tonight is that historic performance in an all-star game of Carl Hubbell. Remember that. He struck out those 5 men in a row. Here is Kenny Keltner stepping up, grounded out to short in the second inning. That's right-handed. First pitch is high outside for ball 1. Keltner hitting at .299 on the season. He was hitting at an even .500 up until tonight's game in all-star competition. Knee slightly bent, holds that bat down at the end of the handle, extended in front of his body. Outfield pulled a little over toward left. Vandermeer all set. Keltner digs in. In comes the pitch. Keltner swings and lifts a pop-up. Out toward short. Eddie Miller under it, waiting for it to come down. Still waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. It went way up there. Took a long time to come down. And so Johnny Vandermeer gets a nice hand as he moves off the mound to the National League bench. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on for the American Leaguers. In the fourth inning, and the score at the end of 3.5 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. Now we're going to pause for station identification.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Hello there once again, baseball fans. Mel Allen speaking to you from the Polo Grounds. This evening, the Mutual Broadcasting System is bringing you exclusively the play-by-play description of the 10th Annual All-Star Game. Bob Elson of Chicago and Jimmy Britt of Boston alongside bring you this play-by-play description. The game tonight is being played for the benefit of Uncle Sam's Armed Forces, for the benefit of their Bat and Ball Fund, for the Army Emergency Relief Fund, and for the Navy Relief Society. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American League as we come into the last half of the fourth inning. The American Leaguers striking swiftly, a home run by Lou Budrow and one by Rudy York with Tommy Henrik on, who had doubled in the first inning, giving the American Leaguers their 3 runs. Here's Archie Vaughn leading off for the National League in the last half of the fourth. He hit into a double play in the first inning. He hit 2 home runs last year in the All-Star game in Detroit. Spud Chandler into the windup. In comes the pitch. Swung on. It's a ground ball hit out to first. York grabs it. Chandler running over to first to throw. He steps on first just in time for the out ahead of Archie Vaughn. A very close play. Chandler's had quite a workout tonight in taking throws over to first from New York. That's the 3rd time tonight that he has made the put out at first base. Johnny Mize and Joe Medwick in the second inning each grounded to York, and Chandler covered on each play. 1 out. Here is Pete Reeser, the Brooklyn Dodgers, stepping in, grounded out to Joe Gordon in the first inning. Bats left-handed, has an average on the season of .361. 3-0 favor the American League, last half of the fourth. This year it's possible for the starting pitcher to go 5 innings, and it may be that Chandler will go that distance. We'll wait and see. First pitch into Reeser. little outside, ball one. On deck is Johnny Mize. 3-0 favor the American League, last half of the fourth. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looks out in the outfield. Playing Reeser almost straight away. Little activity in the American League bullpen right now. Left-hander and a right-hander warming up. Chandler into the windup. In comes the pitch to Reeser. It's inside for ball two. Al Benton of the Detroit Tigers is throwing, along with Cotton Ed Smith of the Chicago White Sox. Chandler throws. Reeser swings to lines one out. Gordon makes a great stop, picks it up, throws to first. And in time for the out, but then York drops the ball. And the decision is changed on the play, and safe at first is Pete Reeser. Joe Gordon went far to his right and back of second base, made a one-handed, glove-handed stop of Reeser's drive, picked the ball up after he had momentarily booted it, threw over to first, in time for the out, but York couldn't hold on to the ball, and the decision first was changed, and the official scorer has decided to give Pete Reeser credit for a base hit. A beautiful stop by Joe Gordon. And here is Johnny Mize stepping in. Mize grounded out York to Chandler, who covered in the second inning, his first time up. Mize bats left-handed. One out. Reeser on first. Chandler looks in to get the sign from Tebbets, takes a stretch. Looks over at first. Here's the pitch. Mize takes it over the inside corner for called strike one. Bill McKechnie, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, coaching at third base. Frankie Frisch at first base. Outfield playing Mize deep. Slightly toward right and center right, almost straight away and left. Chandler ready. Reeser moves off first. The pitch to Mize. Mize swings and he misses. Strike two. Kenny Keltner at third base. Lou Budrow at shortstop. Joe Gordon at second. Rudy York on first. The American League infield. Bertie Tebbets is catching. In the outfield, it's Williams in left. DiMaggio in center. Joe DiMaggio. And Tommy Henrik in right field. Spud Chandler stands ahead of Mize. Frankie Frisch hollers down to the plate to John. Be ready. Chandler ready to work. Looks over, throws. Mize swings and drives one going into deep right field. There goes Tommy Henrik racing way back, going back to the bullpen and makes the catch for the out. And Pete Reeser, who was all the way down to second, has to hustle to get back to first. Johnny Mize drove one into deep right field. A drive good for more than 400 feet. But Tommy Henrik raced way back to the National League bullpen, which is in deep right field, to make the catch for the out. It was so far out that Pete Reeser was on first, had time to go all the way down to second base and come back to first after the catch. 2 outs now. Had Mize been able to pull that one a little bit more, it would have been in the stands. 2 outs, and here's Malott stepping in. Took a third call strike in the second inning. Left-handed hitter. First pitch to him. Outside and low for ball one. 3-0 to score in favor of the American League. Last half of the fourth inning. 2 men away. Pete Reeser on first base. Defensive setup for Ott, almost the same as it was for Johnny Mize. Chandler blows on his pitching hand, bobs the ball around his glove. Bertie Tebbets in the couch to give him the sign. Chandler takes a stretch. Reeser leads off first. In comes the pitch to Ott. It's in the dirt and gets away from Bertie Tebbets. There goes Pete Reeser down to second. Tebbets chasing the ball. Reeser takes a wide turn, but ducks back into second. And lining up in back of Kenny Keltner, who's there to cover third, is Chandler, Budrow, and Ted Williams. He had plenty of protection. Back of him on that play had Tebbets elected to throw the ball down to third. The official scorer has called that a pass ball. Charged to Bertie Tebbets, enabling Pete Reeser to go down to second base, and that puts him in scoring position. 2 balls, no strikes on Malott. Oddie has a look at Bill McKechnie coaching at third for the hitter-take sign of this 2-0 pitch. 3-0 to score, favor the American League, last half of the fourth. And that's the first National Leaguer to have reached second base so far in the ball game. Chandler taking his time. Malott stepping in there to hit. Chandler ready, takes a stretch, looks back at second, throws over the inside corner for call strike one on Oddie. 2-1. 3-0 to score, favor the American League. It's the last half of the fourth inning. 2 men out. Pete Reeser on second base. Out the batter with Joe Medwick on deck. Chandler takes a long, slow stretch. Throws, out swings, and drives it foul right at the plate. Strike 2. 2-2 the count. Bertie Tebbets picks the ball up, hands it to Lee Ballanfant. Lee rubs the cover up a little bit and hands it back to Tebbets, who in turn tosses it out to Spud Chandler. Little activity still going on in the American League bullpen. Al Benton, a right-hander, and Ed Smith, a left-hander. Warming up. Benton of the Tigers, Smith of the White Sox. 2-2 the count on Mellott. Chandler taking his time. Now he's ready. Into his stretch. Reeser leads off second. Here's the pitch to Ott. Mel swings and drives one, but curving foul. It's going foul up into the upper deck in right field. He pulled that one a little bit too much. Pulled it foul up over the scoreboard in right field and into the upper deck. So the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mel's been playing these Polo grounds for many a year. Knows all of its little tricks. And many a ball he's pulled into those right field stands. He's hit 12 home runs on the season. Chandler ready. Here it is. Ott moves away from an inside pitch for ball 3. So we have a full count on the Giant skipper. Mel Ott steps out of the batter's box, gets a little dirt on his hands. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looks around the outfield once again. Pete Reeser standing just a few feet off second. Lou Budrow a deep short. Budrow starts moving in back of Reeser, trying to make Reeser duck back into second. Reeser doesn't pay him any attention. Chandler ready for the payoff pitch to Mel Ott. Here it is. Ott swings, sends a bounder out to second. Joe Gordon takes it on 2 hops, throws over to Rudy York in time for the out. And that's all for the National League in the last half of the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no American League errors, 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of 4 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. As we go into the 5th inning, it'll be Bertie Tebbetts, Spud Chandler, and Lou Budrow scheduled to hit in that order unless we have a pinch hitter possibly for Chandler. Activity still taking place in the American League bullpen. And that's all for Chandler. He just took his jacket, threw it over his arm, and is trotting out to the clubhouse. Listen to the applause. Spud Chandler, who started the game for the American League, thus worked 4 innings, allowed only 2 hits, issued no passes, and struck out 2 men. And should the American Leaguers maintain their current advantage, the victory will be credited to Spud Chandler in all probability. Bertie Tebbetts will lead off for the American League as we go into the first half of the 5th inning. Tebbetts struck out in the 2nd inning in his only appearance at the plate thus far. This is Bertie's first appearance in an all-star game. Bill Dickey, who was scheduled to catch for the American Leaguers, came up with a lame shoulder and was unable to participate. Tebbetts digs in, right-handed batter. Outfield pulled over toward left. Johnny Vandermeer, left-hander, doing the pitching now for the National League. Morton Cooper worked the first 3 innings. Vandermeer into the windup, first pitch to Tebbetts. Over the inside corner for call, strike 1. Art Fletcher coaching at third. New York Yankee coach. Bucky Harris, manager of the Washington Senators, coaching at first base. Bob Johnson of the Philadelphia Athletics is going to bat for Spud Chandler. He's on deck. Vandermeer pitches. Tebbetts takes it inside. Ball 1, almost had the inside corner, but not quite. Walker Cooper still doing the catching for the National League. National League wearing home uniforms. They're the home team today. 1-1 the count now on Bertie Tebbetts. 3-0 the score in favor of the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning. Johnny Vandermeer, the left-hander, ready, throws. Tebbetts swings and fouls it off. Over the National League dugout, up into the upper deck. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Walker Cooper rubbing up to cover the new ball he just got from umpire Lee Ballantyne. Tosses it out to Johnny Vandermeer. If custom is followed, as in past all-star games, we will have a shift in the umpires at the end of this half inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Bertie Tebbetts. Johnny Vandermeer doing the pitching. All set to work on Tebbetts. Into his windup. In comes the pitch. Tebbetts takes a high one for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Bertie. Al Benton is throwing in the bullpen for the American Leaguers and very likely will take to the mound as we come into the last half of the 5th inning. Time call for a moment. Tebbetts stepped out of the batter's box. Now he moves back in hitting position. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. In comes the pitch. Tebbetts takes it. It's high for ball 3. 3-2 the count. Bucky Harris, coaching at first, points to first base as Tebbets looks down to him. In other words, meaning watch this one carefully. Get on base. Make it be in there, in other words. Vandermeer standing on the hill looking in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Swoops down low into his windup. In comes the pitch. Tebbets lifts a high pop-up curving foul back to first. Johnny Mize going over, and Walker Cooper, Mize under it, and makes the catch for the out. Tebbets fouls out to Johnny Mize. And here's Bob Johnson of the Philadelphia Athletics coming up to bat for Spud Chandler. Johnson has an average on the season of .278. Here's the announcement. Johnson was on the All-Star squad for the American League in 1935 and 1938. Has been at bat 5 times and has failed to hit. Vandermeer into the windup and the first pitch to Johnson's. He starts to swing, checks it, but it's in there anyway for call strike 1. Outfield plays him toward left and center and left, almost right away and right. Johnson holds that bat down with him. The handle cocks it high up over his right shoulder. Stands in fairly close to the plate. Feet slightly spread. Vandermeer set to throw. Does. Johnson swings and lines one out in the left field for a base hit. Joe Medwick goes over to field it. There's Johnson taking his turn. Medwick throws in to Jimmy Brown at second. The ball cut off by Eddie Miller. It's short. And on at first is Bob Johnson with a single to left. And that's his first hit in an All-Star game. His 6th time at bat. And that for the American Leaguers is their 5th hit of the evening. 4 of them off Morton Cooper, the first one off Johnny Vandermeer. Claude Passot is throwing in the bullpen for the National Leaguers. Passot, right-hander. Manager Lou Budrow of the Cleveland Indians steps in. A right-handed batter hit a home run in the first inning, fly to Reeser and center in the third. Had 1 hit and 2 times at bat so far tonight. Stretched by Vandermeer. I look over at first. In comes the pitch. Budrow takes it. A little low. Ball 1. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning. Outfield shaded toward left for Budrow, and center and left, straight away and right. Eddie Miller in about 3 or 4 paces at short. Same for Jimmy Brown at second in double play position. Vandermeer takes the stretch. In it comes. Pitch is swung on and fouled off by Lou Budrow, who took a couple of steps forward in the batter's box, trying to drive the ball behind the runner into right field. 1-1 the count on Lou. Tom Henrik is on deck. 1 out. Bob Johnson on first base. Vandermeer just gone to the Rosenbag. Now steps back onto the hill, looks in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Takes his stretch. Johnson leads off first. Mize on the bag with him. Here it is. Pitch is swung on, fouled off high to the right of the plate, up over the roof and out of the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes still to count on Lou Budrow. A youthful skipper of the Cleveland Indians, doing a grand job for his American League entry. 1-2 on Lou. Johnny Vandermeer's taking his time. Guys all set to go. Johnny Mize on the bag at first with Bob Johnson, who takes a short lead. Vandermeer ready, takes a stretch. Looks over at first and throws. Budrow swings, sends one right back to the mound. Vandermeer takes it, throws to Eddie Miller, who falls down to the ground but holds on to the ball, keeps his foot on the bag in time for the out. Jimmy Brown was over too, and Bob Johnson sliding in upset Jimmy Brown, but Eddie Miller had his foot on the bag as he fell, taking the throw from Vandermeer for the forced play on Bob Johnson at second. No chance for a throw to first, attempting to double up Lou Budrow. So there are 2 outs. Budrow on first base, and the batter Tommy Henrik, who doubled in the first inning, scored a moment later ahead of Rudy York's home run to the right field stands. Henrik popped out to Jimmy Brown at second base in the 3rd inning. Hits left-handed, stretched by Vandermeer. Budrow has a lead off first. In comes the pitch to Henrik. He swings, and he misses. Strike 1. He tried to check his swing, but couldn't. Went around. Ted Williams is on deck. He'll hit next if Tommy Henrik gets on. This is Henrik's first appearance in an all-star game. Budrow moving off first. Vandermeer takes a stretch, looks at the runner, throws to Henrik, and it's in there for call strike 2. The nice curve over the inside corner, belt high. And so Vandermeer stands ahead of the hitter. 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. 3-0 the score, favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning of this 10th annual All-Star Classic. Vandermeer okays the sign. Budrow moves way off first. Johnny throws in to Henrik, who swings and lifts a foul up over our mutual booth, up into the upper deck, to the left of home plate. Count remains, no balls, 2 strikes. Henrik chokes the bat just about an inch, stands deep in the batter's box, fairly close to the plate. Drives a long ball, good full hitter. Here it is. Henrik takes it, it's high for ball 1. Tommy can also punch him to left field pretty well, since the outfield plays him straight away. Johnny Mize on it first with Budrow. 2 men out. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Tommy Henrik, the batter. Vandermeer ready to work now. Takes his stretch. Budrow moving off first. Here it is. Henrik swings and he misses. The ball is dropped by Cooper, but he picks it up, tags out Tommy Henrik. Strikeout number 3 for Johnny Vandermeer. And that's all for the American League in the first half of the 5th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the National Leaguers, 1 man left on. And the score at the end of 4 1/2 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. And sudden onslaught by the American Leaguers in the first inning, which saw Lou Budrow lead off with a home run, Tommy Henrik double, and Rudy York to follow with a home run, has given the American Leaguers their 3-0 lead. And so as we come into the last half of the 5th inning, we're going to have a new pitcher for the American Leaguers. Bud Chandler worked the first 4 innings, allowed only 2 hits in blanking the National League. And it's going to be Big Al Benton of the Detroit Tigers. Benton has been in 17 games so far this season for Del Baker. He's won 6 and lost 5. Has pitched 129 2/3 innings. Has allowed 111 hits, walked 40, struck out 58. And we're going to have a change in umpires, as we indicated to you a moment ago. That seems to be the tradition in all-star games. We'll watch and see just what the lineup is going to be in the way of umpires as we get ready for more action here in the last half of the 5th. The announcement over the public address system was concerning the coming into the game of Al Benton. Bill McGowan is going to work back to the plate now, and Lee Ballanfant is going to move down to 3rd base. Al Barlick has moved over to 1st base, and Ernie Stewart of the American League will umpire at 2nd base. So there's the new alignment of umpires. Lee Ballanfant of the National League, who started back to the plate and worked the first 4.5 innings, has gone down to 3rd. Bill McGowan of the American League, who was at 3rd, has come in back to the plate. Al Barlick, who started umpiring at 2nd base of the National League, has moved over to 1st, and Ernie Stewart of the American League, who is umpiring at 1st, has moved over to 2nd. Joe Medwick leads off for the National League as we come into the last half of the 5th inning. He'll be followed by Walker Cooper and then Eddie Miller. Medwick bats right-handed. Grounded out York to Chandler, who covered in the 2nd inning. Benton into the windup, throws. First pitch is high for ball 1. 3-0 favor of the American League. It's the last half of the 5th inning. Bill McKechnie of Cincinnati still coaching at 3rd. Frankie Frisch of Pittsburgh at 1st. Benton throws. Medwick takes it. Strike 1 call. A fastball. Let her high. 1-1 the count on Joe. Playing great ball for the Brooklyn Dodgers this year. Benton looks in to get the sign from Bertie Tebbetts. Detroit battery right now. Benton ready, throws. Medwick swings and fouls it off. Back to the plate high, up over the roof, and out of the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Joe Medwick. Al Benton has a new ball. Ready to work with it. Tebbetts into the crouch to give Al the sign. Great big fellow. Into his windup, throws. Medwick ducks under a high pitch for ball 2. Ducky ducked under that one. 2-2 the count on Medwick. Joe stands in close to the plate. Benton ready. Throws overhand. There's a pitch swung on, and Keltner comes up with a great one-handed stop with throw to York in time for the out. Medwick drove one which appeared headed between Keltner and Budrow, but Keltner went to his left, came up with a one-handed, glove-handed pickup of his vicious bounder, and then threw over to York in time to retire Medwick and rob him of a base hit. Here's Walker Cooper stepping in. Cardinal catcher single to right in the 3rd inning for the first National League hit of the night. They've only had 2. Bats right-handed. Al Benton ready for the first pitch. Here it is. High inside. Ball 1. 3-0 the score. Favor of the American League. It's the last half of the 5th inning. Eddie Miller is on deck. Walker Cooper ready. Here it is. He doesn't mean to swing on that one, but does. The ball rolls down the third baseline. Tebbets picks it up, throws over to first. In time for the out on a very nice play. Walker Cooper meant to check his swing. Couldn't. The ball hit the bat and rolled down the third baseline. Tebbets raced out, grabbed it, wheeled around, threw over to York in time to retire Cooper for the second out. So there have been two swell defensive plays on the part of the American League here in the last half of the fifth inning to retire the first two men. Up now is Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves, who struck out in the third inning, up for his second time, bats right-handed. Al Benton rocks in the box, throws. Miller swings, hits this one, past the mound out to short. Budrow up with it. There's a throw to York in time for the out. And so that's all for the National League in the last half of the fifth inning, out in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And at the end of 5 innings of play, the score remains 3-0 in favor of the American League. Going into the first half of the sixth inning, we'll have Ted Williams, Joe DiMaggio, and Rudy York coming up in that order for the American League. Bill McKechnie, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, stops at the plate to talk to Bill McGowan for a moment. Ted Williams, who has a couple of bats, swinging them from shoulder to shoulder, kids around with Bill McKechnie as he moves over now to the National League bench. Art Fletcher, who's coaching at third for the American League, goes down to talk to Lee Ballanfant back at third base, while Johnny Vandermeer tosses a few in from the mound. For those of you who might have tuned in late and are wondering how the American League achieved their 3-0 advantage, we'll repeat that Lou Budrow, in the first inning, leadoff man for the American League, drove one up into the left field stands for a home run. Morton Cooper was pitching at the time. Tommy Henrik followed with a double to right, and then after Cooper had retired, Ted Williams and Joe DiMaggio, Rudy York drove one into the right field stands for a home run, scoring Henrik ahead of him. That's been all of the offensive fireworks so far in this game. Since that time, it's been quite a pitching duel. Morton Cooper worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1, gave up 3 runs. Johnny Vandermeer came into the 4th inning and has been pitching ever since. Struck out 3 men and has allowed only 1 hit. Ted Williams steps in. He flied to Medwick in left field in the first inning, single to right in the third. He's had 1 hit and 2 times at bat tonight. Vandermeer goes into the windup. Here's the first pitch to Williams. Ted takes it. It's in there for a called strike. Started to swing, checked his toe, and fell away from the plate. 1-1 the count on Ted. Outfield pulled a little bit toward right for him. Vandermeer looks in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Swoops down low as he starts into his windup, whips the left arm around. Williams takes a change of pace pitch high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. Joe DiMaggio on deck, down on one knee, to the left of the plate, watching the action. Vandermeer's working very slowly, no hurry. Now he's set for the 1-1 pitch into Williams. Williams ready. Here it is. Williams swings and misses. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Ted. Fans get a big kick out of seeing fellows like Williams, DiMaggio, and other sluggers swing and miss. Vandermeer stands a bit ahead of Williams. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's ready to work. Here it comes. Low outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Williams. Don't forget the second All-Star game to be played at Cleveland tomorrow night. Broadcast of which will come to you exclusively over the Mutual Network. 2-2 the count now on Ted Williams. Vandermeer taking his time, mops his brow. Looks in to get the sign from Cooper. Williams stands in that plate, swinging the bat around. Vandermeer ready to work. Here it is. Williams moves away from a high inside pitch for ball 3. So we have a full count on Ted, 3-2. And Vandermeer has gotten into this situation a number of hitters since he's been in the ball game, 3-2 situations. He hasn't suffered too much from it as yet, though. All set for the payoff pitch to Williams. Ted digs in. Vandermeer throws. Williams swings and drives a fly ball out into center field. Pete Reeser going back deep over toward right center. Under it, waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. 1 away for the American League. First half of the 6th inning, 3-0 the score in favor of the American League. And here is Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, who grounded out to Archie Vaughn at third in the first inning and fouled out to Walker Cooper back to the plate in the third. Joe has had 4 hits and 27 times at bat in all-star competition, including 1 double and 1 home run. Vandermeer's first pitch to Joe. He swings and he misses. Strike one. He swung hard. This is the 7th All-Star game for DiMaggio. One out, nobody on. DiMaggio the hitter, Rudy York on deck. Vandermeer ready. Here's the pitch. DiMaggio takes it inside. Ball one, fast pitch. Almost got the inside corner, but not quite. One and one the count on Joe. Stands that plate with the bat cocked up over his right shoulder at wide open stance. Feet spread very wide. Outfield pulled way over toward left and deep. Vandermeer throws. DiMaggio swings and drives this one on the ground. Off the glove of Johnny Mize. Out into right field. The ball deflects. Mallott comes in to field it. DiMaggio holds on to first and is credited with a base hit. His 5th in All-Star competition. It was a vicious bounder to the right of Johnny Mize. He got his glove on it, but couldn't hold on to it. Bounced off his glove into short right for a single. That's the 6th hit for the American Leaguers. 4 of them off Morton Cooper, who worked the first 3 innings. 2nd off Johnny Vandermeer, who came in the 4th and is now working his 3rd inning. Up at the plate steps Rudy York, who hit a home run in the 1st inning with Tommy Henrik aboard, and then struck out in the 4th inning, first time Vandermeer pitched against him. York struck his home run off Morton Cooper. Vandermeer's taking his time, out back of the hill, looking around at the outfield, hitching up his trousers. York digs in, stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate, outfield shaded toward left. Joe DiMaggio takes the lead off first, Johnny Mize on the bag, Vandermeer into the stretch, 1 out. Look at the runner. Here's the pitch to York. He takes it and it's in there for a called strike. Went into a bunting motion that brought Archie Vaughn racing in from 3rd. Eddie Miller at short walks over near 2nd, hollers something over to Jimmy Brown to get the signal straight. Double play combination. DiMaggio moves off first again. Vandermeer into the stretch. York digs into the plate. Vandermeer throws. York swings and sends a ground ball down to Vaughn. Vaughn over to Jimmy Brown, who drops the ball. And all hands are safe. Rudy York grounded to Archie Vaughn, who threw over to Jimmy Brown. And Jimmy Brown dropped the ball. And it's an error charge to the Cardinal second baseman, enabling Joe DiMaggio to go safe at second. And York is safe at first, of course, on the fielder's choice, which resulted in an error. So the American Leaguers are threatening once again. Runners on first and second, 1 out. 3-0 the score. It's the first half of the 6th inning, and the batter is Joe Gordon, who struck out in the 1st inning, took a 3rd call strike in the 4th. In other words, he struck out twice in 2 appearances. DiMaggio leads off second. Rudy York moves off first. Vandermeer takes the stretch, looks back at second, then throws. Gordon swings and he misses. Strike 1. He swung hard. Outfield over toward left for Gordon and deep. It's Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right. The only changes we've had in the starting lineups have been in the department of pitching. In the infield, it's Vaughn at 3rd, Miller at short, Brown on 2nd, Mize on 1st. Vandermeer throws high. Ball 1 to Gordon. 1-1 the count. Kenny Keltner's on deck, 1 out. 3-0 favor the American League. It's the first half of the 6th inning. Joe DiMaggio on second base. Rudy York on first base. Johnny Mize playing at deep first. Not on the bag at all with York, who has a big lead off first. Slipping into second base was Eddie Miller, trying to draw a throw from Vandermeer. But Vandermeer did not throw down. Joe DiMaggio ducked back into the bag. Miller goes back to a normal short position. Vandermeer takes a stretch, look back at second. Here's the pitch to Gordon. Joe takes it. It's high for ball 2. 2-1 the count on Gordon. The Flash steps out of the batter's box, gets a handful of dirt. Looks around at Art Fletcher coaching at 3rd. Then moves back in hitting position. Bucky Harris coaching at 1st. Is watching first base for Rudy York, who moves way off the bag. Johnny Mize playing at deep first. Vandermeer ready. Here's the pitch to Gordon. Joe swings and misses. Strike 2. 2-2 the count on Gordon. Struck out twice already in his 2 previous appearances. There's no activity in either bullpen right now. Since the 1st inning, this game has settled down into a real pitching duel. This has been the first real offensive threat since the 1st inning, in which the American Leaguers got all 3 runs. Vandermeer ready. 2-2 pitch to Gordon. Joe swings and misses. The ball is dropped by Cooper, but of course Gordon doesn't run at all, and that's the 3rd time in a row that Gordon has struck out. That's the 4th strikeout for Johnny Vandermeer. 2 outs, and here is Kenny Keltner stepping in. He grounded out to Eddie Miller in the 2nd inning and popped out to Miller at short in the 4th inning. So Joe Gordon who's been burning up the American League all season, strikes out all 3 times he's been at the plate so far tonight. Vandermeer bearing down, trying to get out of the situation. DiMaggio on second, York on first. Runners lead off, 2 down, first half of the 6th inning. Keltner the batter, right-handed hitter. First pitch to him. He swings and misses. Strike 1. On deck is Bertie Tebbetts. He'll hit next if Keltner gets on. Cleveland third baseman stands up at that plate, deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. Knee slightly bent, holds that bat down on the end of the handle and straight up and down in front of his body. Vandermeer throws. Keltner takes it high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. First half, the 6th inning. DiMaggio goes back to second. York to first. Now runners lead off their respective bases. DiMaggio comes way off second. York way off first. Vandermeer into the stretch. Keltner set at the plate. Here it is. Keltner swings and lets a high pop-up out toward the mound. Running in is Archie Vaughn near the mound, waving everybody away, and he makes the catch for the out. And Johnny Vandermeer pitched himself out of that one. And so for the American League in the first half of the 6th inning. No runs. 1 hit. Listen to the hand for Vandermeer. For the American League in the first half of the 6th inning, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the National League. 2 men left on base. And that error, charged to Jimmy Brown, is the first error of the game. And now while we're waiting for the National League to come to bat in the last half of the 6th inning, let's pause for station identification. This
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
This is Mel Allen speaking to you once again from the Polo Grounds as we come into the last half of the 6th inning. Danny Litweiler is going to come in to pinch hit. He bats right-handed. Al Benton doing the pitching for the Detroit Tigers. Working for the American League right now. Throws. Litweiler swings and lines one out into right field. Gordon goes over, can't get it. Makes a valiant try, but the ball drops into right field safely for a base hit. Danny Litweiler, batting for Vandermeer, lines a single to right field in his first appearance at the plate and his first appearance as a member of the National League All-Star team. That's only the 3rd hit of the evening for the National League. First 2 hits having come off Spud Chandler, who worked the first 4 innings. Up now is Jimmy Brown, switch hitter, batting left-handed against the right-handed pitching of Al Benton. He was hit by a pitched ball in the first inning, grounded out to Gordon in the 3rd. Benton takes the stretch, throws. Brown swings and lines this one foul. Back at 3rd for strike 1. Joe Gordon came very close to coming up with one of those typical Gordon plays. Raced far to his left and leaped up in the air trying to get Litweiler's line drive, but couldn't do it. Dropped safely into right field for a hit. It's 3-0 favor of the American League. Last half of the 6th. The National League fans are starting that rhythmic chant calling for a rally. Benton takes the stretch. Here's the pitch to Jimmy Brown. He swings and lines another one foul. Back at 3rd base for strike 2. Bill McKechnie stepping things up, coaching at 3rd base, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, and Frankie Frisch, manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates, is coaching at 1st. Both boys aiding and abetting Leo DeRocher, skipper of the Brooklyn Dodgers, who this year is piloting the National League entry into this 10th All-Star game. Benton ready, throws, Brown swings and sends one over the mound, out over second, picked up by Budrow, steps on second, throws to York for a double play. Beautiful twin killing. Jimmy Brown hit this one over Benton's head, out over second base. Lou Budrow scampered over at the bag, picked the ball up, same time stepping on second, flipped over to Rudy York at first to complete the double play. That's the second double play the American Leaguers have come up with. Here is Archie Vaughn stepping in. 2 outs now, nobody on base. It's the last half of the 6th inning. American League leading 3-0. Archie Vaughn hit into the first double play in the first inning after Jimmy Brown was hit by a pitched ball. Vaughn hit to Gordon, who threw to Budrow, who delivered over to York for the double play. Vaughn digs in. Bats left-handed. Benton into the windup. Here's the pitch. Vaughn takes it outside for ball 1. Benton looks in to get the sign from Tebbetts. Working rapidly. Pitches. Vaughn takes a fast one low for ball 2. Outfield pulled over toward right, slightly toward right and center right, almost straight away and left. Claude Passo throwing in the bullpen for the National Leaguers. Benton ready, pitches. Vaughn looks at one over the outside corner for a called strike. Plenty of activity in the American League bullpen. 2 pitchers warming up, one of whom is a left-hander, Cotton Ed Smith of the Chicago White Sox. 2 balls, 1 strike on Archie Vaughn, 2 men out. Here it is. Vaughn takes it low inside for ball 3. It's the last half of the 6th inning. The American League out in front by a score of 3-0. All the damage having come in the 1st inning. Benton ready for the 3-1 pitch to Vaughn. Vaughn takes it, and it's in there for called strike 2. Vaughn started down toward first base, turns around to argue with umpire Bill McGowan. Bill McKechnie raises a howl at third, but there's no argument. Frankie Frisch stands at first with his hands on his hips, looking in with a bit of a scowl at the plate. 3-2 the count now on Vaughn. Benton ready. Here's the payoff pitch. Vaughn takes it, and it's inside for ball 4. And Vaughn walks. And here's Pete Reiser stepping up. That's the first pass issued by Benton and the first National Leaguer to have received the base on balls tonight. And as a matter of fact, that's the first walk in the ball game. Pete Reiser steps in. He grounded out to Gordon in the 1st inning. Had himself an infield hit in the 4th. Bats left-handed. Hitting on the season at .361. Benton takes the stretch. Here it is. Reiser moves away from a low inside pitch. Ball 1 is into the dirt. Got away from Tebbets a couple of feet, but not far enough to permit Archie Vaughn risking the chance of going down to second base. 2 men out now. Reiser the batter. Johnny Mize on deck. Archie Vaughn on at first base. Benton takes his stretch. Here it is. Reiser swings in, foul tips it for strike 1. He really took a terrific cut at that pitch. 1-1 the count on Petey. Keltner at third is playing way over toward short. Gordon the deep second on the edge of the outfield grass. Stretched by Benton. Here it is. Reiser swings and drives one out into center field. There goes Joe DiMaggio way back, getting under it and making the catch for the out. A drive good for some 400 feet. And so that's all for the National League in the last half of the 6th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no American League errors, 1 man left on base. And so that brings us to the end of the 6th inning mark, where the American League leading 3-0, getting their 3 runs in the 1st inning on a home run by Lou Budrow, a double by Henrik, and a home run by Rudy York. Totals at the end of 6 innings for the American League: 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 4 men left on. For the National League, no runs, 3 hits, 1 error, and 3 men left on base. Morton Cooper was the starting pitcher for the National League, worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1, allowed 3 runs. Johnny Vandermeer relieved him, worked the next 3 innings, during which time he allowed 2 hits, issued no passes, struck out 4, and did not allow any runs. Spud Chandler was the starting pitcher for the American League, worked the first 4 innings, allowed 2 hits, issued no passes, struck out 2, and allowed no runs. Al Benton has been in there since he relieved Chandler in the 5th inning, and he's still in the ball game as yet, so we won't give you his record until he will depart from the ball game. So at the end of 6 innings, it's 3-0 favor of the American League, and now taking over as we go into the 7th inning, and to describe the remainder of the ball game for you is Bob Elson, who covers the games of the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox for the Mutual Station in Chicago. Here he is, Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Mel Allen. Good evening, friends. We have quite a ball game on our hands here in this number 10 game in the All-Star Series, which this year, as you know, is being played here in the Polo Grounds in New York. And as we go into the first half of the 7th inning, the National League is sending in a brand new team. At third base, Elliott of Pittsburgh. At short, Reese of Brooklyn. At second, Herman of Brooklyn. At first, McCormick of the Reds. The catcher, Lombardi. The pitcher, Passaw. The outfield. Here come the announcements now on the changes. Fans, we're going to interrupt the public address system. I know it's kind of hard to listen to 2 people at once, but they're going to start this 7th inning, so I want to give it to you. Eno Slaughter is in the ball game of St. Louis in left field. Terry Moore in center field. Ott is staying in right field. The entire National League ball club has changed, and the first man to bat for the American League, there's a hand for Reese as he's announced, is going to be Bertie Tebbetts. He's been up twice, he struck out and he popped up, and here's Claude Passau of the Cubs getting ready with the first pitch, and it's an attempted bunt, and he misses the ball for a strike. Passau has had a very fine record this year. He's taken part in 16 ball games. He's won 12. He's lost 5. He's pitched 154 innings, and he's taken part in 14 complete games out of 16 efforts. He's had 45 strikeouts, by the way. Here's the next pitch to Bertie Tebbetts. There's a swing and a miss, a curveball in around his knees, and it's 2 strikes. There's nobody on and nobody out here in the 7th. The American League leads 3-0, but the National League is still within striking distance, and the National League partisans here in the Polo Grounds in New York are still hoping that the National League will unload some of that power and really get back in this ball game. The American League is not out of reach. It's just 3-0. 2 strikes on Tebbetts. Here comes the next pitch. It's a strike, and he tried to back away from a pitch that was inside. It's a called strike. It looked at first as though it might have hit his bat, but the umpire says no, and Tebbetts is out on strikes. So it is a strikeout for Passau, and that is 7 strikeouts in all tonight. There were 2 strikeouts for Cooper, 4 for Vandermeer, and 1 for Passau. Vandermeer was really hot out there tonight. Now the next man to come up is Big Al Benton of Detroit. Big right-hander, a massive fellow with the number 19 in the back of his gray uniform. Claude Passau of the Cubs out there in the center of the diamond. Here's the first pitch. He swings and hits a hopper down the third baseline. Elliott coming fast. There goes the peg. He's out. Elliott to McCormick, and there's 2 gone. Elliott, a reformed outfielder, by the way, has played great ball for Frankie Frisch's Pittsburgh Pirates. As Frankie said, well, the kid looks like he's been in there for years. Elliott's played bang-up ball at third base for Pittsburgh. Now that's 2 gone. We're back to the top of the batting order for the American League, and here's Lou Boudreau. He's been up 3 times. He hit a home run. He flied out, and he forced a runner the 3rd time. So he's up for his 4th time, and there's a high fly ball to left field. Country Slaughter getting under this ball, going to his right. He should get it. It's very high, and he caught it to retire the side. And so, before the right-hand shoots of Claude Passau, the American League goes down 1-2-3 in the first half of the 7th inning. Now there's a big roar from the crowd. The National League partisans are standing in the last half of the 7th. The National League, as you know, is the home team here tonight. The American League has the lead in this series of 6-3, and it's been a wonderful ball game tonight. And now we're going to see if there are any changes for the American League. Yes, there are going to be some changes. Let's see. No, the American League is going to stay pat. The American League is standing pat with Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, Henrik in right field, Keltner at third, Lou Boudreau at short, at second base Joe Gordon, and at first base Rudy York. The catcher is Bertie Tebbetts, and the pitcher is Al Benton. Going into the last half of the 7th, fans, the score here in New York in the 10th annual All-Star Game, the American League 3 and the National League nothing. 2 home runs in the first inning by the American League did the trick. Now here's Frank McCormick coming up for the first time. Johnny Mize, who he succeeded at first base, batted twice tonight. The first time he bounced out to the first baseman, and the second time he flied out to right field. And here is Frank McCormick coming up to the plate. He is a right-handed hitter. Frank McCormick batting .249 for the season. He's hit 10 home runs, and he's batted in 50 runs. Al Benton gets all set. Here it is. It's a strike. It's right across his knees. A very sharp curve. And this Benton has really got a curve, too. He's got one he can throw around the corner of a building. Gets all set again. Watch it now. Nobody on and nobody out. Here it is. It's a ball. It's too low that time. McCormick stepped up on the ball and let it go by, and it's low for a ball. National League trying to get a rally underway. They're still trailing by 3 runs here in New York. But as you know, a ball game is never over until the last man is out. There's a bouncing ball to short. Boudreau coming into the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Boudreau to York, and there's 1 gone. Boudreau moved in about 5 steps to come up with McCormick's hopper and to throw him out. Now the American Leaguers pepper that ball around the infield. There's 1 gone. Here's Little Mel out. The grand little manager of the New York Giants, and perhaps one of the best-liked ball players of all time. Not only by the fans, those of you listening in who make up the baseball audience, but by the players, too. Mel is liked by everybody. Here he is up in there, a left-handed hitter. 1 gone and nobody Out there is a strike, a slow curve over the inside corner at the waist. The first time up, Ott struck out, and the second time he bounced out to Gordon. National League batting in the last half of the seventh. They're trailing by 3 runs. Here it comes, a slow ball. It's just a bit outside, a ball. That pitch was around his waist, and it just missed the corner by an inch. Bill McKechnie coaching down here at third for the National League. Frankie Frisch, the old Fordham Flash, over there at first. Nobody on and 1 gone in the last half of the seventh. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss, and that was a typical Ott swing. Right foot up in the air. You wonder where he gets that power. That time he swung around hard and missed it. And so it is 2 strikes. Ball 1 and strike 2 on Little Mel. Benton has a sign from Bertie Tebbetts. He's winding up. Here it comes. It's a ball. He just missed the corner that time with a pretty pitch, and the kind of a pitch that a batter with 2 strikes on him might want to go after. But Mel, who's got a keen eye up there, didn't go for it. It's ball 2 and strike 2 for Ott. Here comes the pitch. It's a swing and a foul on the ground. Down here to our left. The American Leaguers talk it up out there in the infield, and the American League outfield is playing straight away. This fellow Ott is a kind of a batter. You have to play every place for him. You can't swing your outfield or swing your infield or swing anything. And they're playing him absolutely on the diamond, straight away. The outfield and infield. Pitcher getting set again. Here comes the next one to Ott. He struck him out. He went for a fastball right across his knees, and he struck him out. Boy, that was a beauty that time. Very fast and right in around his knees, and he went down swinging. Well, that's 3 times that the National Leaguers have gone down via the strikeout route tonight. Here's the left-hand hitter up. It's Slaughter. Country Slaughter, the left fielder, playing in left field, the regular right fielder for the St. Louis Cardinals. Slaughter's average is .284. He's hit 4 home runs, and he's had 22 runs batted in. The first pitch was a ball, knee-high. Here comes the next pitch to Slaughter. He swings, hits a high hopper. It's going to drop behind the pitcher. Gordon making the play. He's safe. He beat it out for a hit. Fans, that was that kind of a high-hopping ball. It hit in front of the pitcher's box, went high into the air, bounced behind him. The pitcher couldn't make the play. Gordon came in, grabbed that ball, and fired it with the same motion, but Slaughter had it beaten out for a hit. So the National League has another hit, and that is a total of 4 hits for the night. And it brings up Big Ernie Lombardi, one of the grandest characters in baseball. Ernie Lombardi. Here's Big Ernie, did some great work for Cincinnati for years. He's a hard worker. He's done some fine work this year for the Boston Braves. Great big lumbering sort of a fellow. He led the National League a few years ago. And you know the amazing thing about Lombardi is that a fellow with his weight, and he's so slow a foot, that he could lead the league. It's all the more credit to his batting eye because Lombardi doesn't get any of those rollers or any of those kind of balls that the infielders knock down and he beats them out for hits. He can't do it. He's too slow. Every time he hits that ball for a hit, he's got to hit it on the beam. First pitch was wide. The outfield is playing him just a little bit over to the left. Here's the next pitch. Lom swings and misses. A sharp curve in across his knees, and it's 1-1. Ernie Lombardi batting for the National League. There's a man on first, and there's 2 gone. The ball game is in the last half of the 7th. National League trailing by 3 runs. Benton getting set. Here's the next pitch. There's a wallop, but it's foul. Ernie Lombardi hit one up against the top of the roof down the left field line, but to the left side of the foul line, and it was a foul ball. Ernie gave it a ride, but foul, and now the catcher, Bertie Tebbetts, is going out to talk to Benton, and they're standing halfway between the plate and the pitcher's box, just having a chat while Lombardi in his white uniform stands up there at the plate. National League trails by 3. It's the American League 3 and the National nothing in the last half of the 7th at New York. Big Al Benton, second pitcher for the American League tonight, is on the mound. Gets all ready again. Here's the next one, and it's a ball. It broke outside, knee-high, and it's 2-2. Ernie started to go for that pitch. It looked like it was going to be pretty good at first, but he let it go by. 2 pitchers are in the bullpen, Houston and Smith for the American League. Ball 2, strike 2 for Lombardi. Here it comes. It's a ball very far outside. There is no doubt about it. And it's ball 3 and strike 2. So Ernie is on the verge of a walk. Next man to come up will be the Dodgers shortstop, Pee Wee Reese. Lam is going to get a 3-2 pitch to swing at. Here it comes. There's ball 4. It's low, and it puts 2 men on. Here's Reese coming up for the National League. Fans, that's the second walk of the night. That's the second walk. It puts a man on first and a man on second and brings up Reese with 2 gone. Reese of Brooklyn, who has just gone in at shortstop, is batting, and his average for the year is 230. He's hit 1 homer, and he has 20 runs batted in. Reese up with 2 men on and 2 out in the last half of the 7th. And the National League partisans are making some noise here in the Polo Grounds. Here's the pitch, and Reese takes, and it's a strike. It's right across his knee. By the way, Mel was just telling me that Reese hits well here in the Polo Grounds. Mel, of course, sees all these games in New York. Well, the National League could really use a hit in this spot. They have 2 men on and 2 out. Here comes the next pitch, and it's very wide. They wasted a pitch that time, and Bertie Tibbetts cocked his arm as though he was going to throw that ball to first, but he held it. And so it's 1-1 on Reese. 2 men on and 2 out in the last half of the 7th as the National League fights hard here in New York to come from behind. Al Benton getting his sign out there again. Here's the next one. There is a ball. It missed the corner knee high, and it's ball 2 and strike 1 for Reese. Remember that tomorrow night Mutual will bring you the big game from Cleveland, from the big municipal stadium at 8:45. Here comes the next pitch. Reese swings, and there's a line drive, and Bedreau caught that ball going to his left. Bedreau caught that ball going to his left to retire the side. A very hard hit ball, fans. Bedreau, the shortstop, went to his left, and just near second base, he reached out and caught that ball above his knees. It was a well-hit ball, and Bedreau made a nice play on it to retire the side. And so that National League threat is over, and it is no runs and 1 hit, and the ball game is going into the first half of the 8th. By the way, the attendance tonight is in the neighborhood of 35,000. Secretary Brannick of the Giants sent up the figures, which are in the neighborhood of $100,000. The Treasury Department will announce the exact figures in a day or so. All the money from this ball game and all the money from the game tomorrow night, the first $100,000 will be used for the Ball and Bat Fund, which is to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps in the United States. After that, all the rest of the money will go to the Navy and the Army relief funds. Fans, we're at the end of 7 innings here in New York City in the All-Star Game. The American League 3, the National League nothing. And now we're going to pause briefly for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Now, this is Bob Elson talking to you again from the Polo Grounds in New York. We're all set to go into the 8th inning of this ball game. Mutual Broadcasting System brings you exclusive coverage of one of America's outstanding sports classics, the All-Star Game. The first man to bat for the American League is Tommy Henrich, a left-handed hitter. He's stepping up in there now. He's been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit, and he's facing Passaw as we start the 8th, with the American League still out in front by a 3-0 score. The outfield is playing Henrich just about normal, maybe around just a step or 2 to the right. There is a smash to right field. The right fielder coming fast. He dove for the ball, and he got it. A beautiful catch. The right fielder, Melot, just made a diving catch of Henrich's smash to right field. Listen to that hand. Baby, was that a honey. That was the fielding gem of the night as Melot raced in and made a diving catch of Tommy Henrich's smash into right field, and that really brought the crowd to its feet. That was a beautiful play to watch. He certainly robbed Tommy of a hit that time. Now here's the great Teddy Williams up. He's been up 3 times, and he's had 1 hit, a single to right field in the 3rd inning. He's a left-handed batter. And you remember the setup last year in Detroit when he hit a home run off a Passaw to win the All-Star Game. Ball, it's low. Claude Passaw, and I've talked to him many times since about what type of pitch he threw to Williams that broke up that ball game. He said, Bob, all I know is I threw him a baseball, and it broke up the game. Getting all set out there again. Here's the next one to Williams. Williams takes one, a change of pace pitch that's high and a little bit outside, and it's ball 2. There's 1 out here in the first half of the 8th inning. Melot just made a great diving catch of Henrich's drive to right field, and there's 1 gone. Nobody on for the American League. They lead 3-0. Here comes the next pitch, and it's a ball. It missed the outside corner, knee high, and it's 3-0 now for Williams. Artie Fletcher is coaching here at 3rd to our left. Down to our right is Stanley Harris, who won 2 pennants for Washington some years ago. Gets set again. Here's the next pitch, and Williams hits on the 3-0 count and hits a foul up on top of the stand. With the count 3-0, Williams swung and hit a foul up on top of the stand. New ball is tossed down to third base to Bob Elliott, the Pittsburgh third baseman, who roughs it up and then tosses it back to the mound. The National League has made no runs and 4 hits. The American League has made 3 runs and 6 hits. 2 of them home runs. Pass all set. Here's the next pitch, and it's a strike right down the middle. A beauty that time, right across his knees. Ball 3 and strike 2 for Teddy Williams, one of the greatest hitters in the game. Big fellow, big, tall, skinny boy, a free swinger, and boy, he can really slam that baseball. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a high fly ball to center field. Terry Moore is getting under the ball, moving in just a few feet. He's out, and there's 2 gone. Williams flies to Terry Moore. Now here's the great Joe DiMaggio. Every time Joe comes up, he gets a chorus of boos and applause. But just as Jimmy Britt said before, a ball player is never a great ball player until he hears both boos and applause. And no one can deny Joe DiMaggio's place in baseball as one of the greatest players in the game. Here's the first pitch to him, and there is a strike. He caught the outside corner, waist high. Teddy Williams smiled out at Passaw as he came back down the first baseline toward the American League dugout. DiMaggio has been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit. The last time up, he drove a hit off of York's glove, and it rolled into right field. Pitcher's getting all set again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a swing, and there's a bouncing ball. It's a hit into left center field. The shortstop, Reese, went to his left to try to cut off that smash on the ground by DiMaggio, but he couldn't get it. It whizzed by him like a bullet, and the Yankee Clipper has 2 hits tonight. That makes a total of 7 hits for the American League, and it brings up the first baseman, Rudy York. DiMaggio, by the way, is the only player in the game with 2 hits. Here's Rudy York, the big first baseman of the Tigers. Stepping into the batter's box, he's been up 3 times. He hit a home run into the right field stands the first time. The second time, he was a strikeout victim. And the second time, he was safe on an error by the second baseman, Brown. He hit a ball down the third baseman that should have been a double play ball, but Brownie, taking the throw from third, dropped it, and York was safe at first. Now he's up with a man on first base and 2 gone in the first half of the 8th. American League 3, the National League nothing. Passaw getting set. Here it is. Hits a ball. It's high. Ball 1. The outfield is playing York deep. He can really give that baseball a ride. Terry Moore in center field. Country Slaughter in left field. And in right field, it's Mellott of the Giants. Slaughter is a regular right fielder, but he's playing left field here in the game tonight, and he's one of the best outfielders in the game. Passaw getting his sign again. Here comes the next pitch to York. York swings. There's a high foul. It's off here to the right. The catcher flips off his mask. Lombardi coming back, but there's no play. It drops into the stands right beneath our Mutual Broadcasting booth, and it is a harmless foul. Well, remember, the winner tonight plays the service team, and a great attraction tomorrow night in the big municipal stadium at Cleveland. Tomorrow night, Wade Hoyt, Jack Rainey, and I will bring you the ball game from Cleveland as another exclusive Mutual presentation. York swings that big bat around. He has a big black 4 on the back of his gray uniform. For a big fellow, he kind of crowds that plate. There's a man on first. It's DiMaggio. There's a ball. It backs him right out of the box, and it's ball 2 and strike 1. Passaw, the Cubs, is the 3rd pitcher for the National League tonight. Morton Cooper started, then Vandermeer, and then Passaw. All the American League runs were scored on Cooper. 2 home runs and a double in the first inning. Here's the next pitch. York swings. There's a hopper down the third base line. It may be fair. It may be foul. It's fair. There's the throw, and he's out in a very close play. Boy, was that a close play. He picked that ball up just in front of the bag and about a half an inch fair, fired that ball to first base, and the runner was out by just a fraction of a step to retire the side. And so, fans, it is no runs and 1 hit in the first half of the 8th inning. The American League is going out onto the field, and the National League is coming up to try again to get back into this 10th annual All-Star game. They're trailing by 3 runs. There's Al Benton going out to the center of the diamond. And let's take a look around that American League team. Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, Henrik in right field, Keltner at third, Bedreau at short, Gordon at second, York at first, Tebbets is catching, and Benton is pitching, and it looks like McCarthy is going all the way with this American League team. Mickey Owen, who's done some great work for Brooklyn this year, is going to bat for Passaw as we start the last half of the 8th. Well, it's been quite a ball game, and believe me, these fans have seen a ball game here tonight. Mutual hopes that wherever you're listening to this game across the country, that it's giving you a lot of enjoyment. It's one of the outstanding sports attractions of the year, the annual Baseball All-Star Game. And this year it's for a great cause. All this money goes to Army-Navy relief after $100,000 is taken out for the Ball and Bat Fund to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps. Now here's Mickey Owen up. He's a right-handed batter. He's making his appearance in the lineup as a pinch hitter for Passaw. Benton gets set. There's a bunt down the third base line. It's foul outside the line. Kenny Keltner runs in for the ball, picks it up, and the boys whip it around. Mickey Owen is a right-handed batter. His present average is 291 for Brooklyn. He's had no home runs, and he has batted in 22 runs. He's had this year one of his greatest years. Here's a fellow who was the unfortunate victim of a play in the World Series last year, which Mutual brought to you exclusively. And that play of the missed third strike will probably go down as history. But did it affect this fellow's career? It did not. It made him a better ball player. Ball, it's inside. All the more tribute to Mickey Owen. There's nobody on and nobody out as the National League tries to get a rally going here in the last half of the eighth, and their chances are slipping away. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a ball. It's high outside, and it's ball 2 and strike 1. National League has changed their entire team tonight. Manager Joe McCarthy of the American League with a 3-0 lead has just stood pat. Al Benton is all set again. Here's the next one to Owen. Owen swings. There's a high fly ball going toward right field. It may be a home run. It is a home run for Mickey Owen. Well, there you are, fans. There's a home run for Mickey Owen into the right field stands. Yes, sir, this National League team is still battling here in New York in this All-Star game. It's 3-1 now in favor of the American League. Mickey Owen just batted for Passaw, and as a good pinch hitter should, he not only came through with a hit, he hit one for the circuit. Now here's the leadoff man, Billy Herman, a right-handed hitter. There's a ball, it's wide. Billy Herman's average for the year is 248. He's hit one homer, and he's driven in 29 runs. The American League is warming up 2 pitchers, and there's the first walk tonight. The pitcher, Al Benton, didn't like that call, and he's very red-faced out there as he hollers at the umpire, Bill McGowan. Billy Herman waits for the next pitch. Watch it, here it is. There's a swing and a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands, off there to the right, and it's a foul strike. So we have a count of 1-1 on Billy Herman, with 1 run in, nobody on, nobody out. Last half of the 8th inning at New York, the American League 3 and the National League 1. And this is some ball game. Now he rocks his arms back and forth. He's getting set again. Here it is. There's a ball. It missed the corner by an inch. And not anymore either. They're really waiting Benton out now. It's ball 2 and strike 1 for Billy Herman. He went in at second base in place of Jimmy Brown. Here comes the next pitch, and Herman hits a little hopper to the pitcher's right. He's up with the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Pitcher to first, and there's one gone. So that brings up the third baseman, Bob Elliott of Pittsburgh. Here's Bob Elliott coming up for his first time in the ball game tonight. His average for the year is 286. He's slammed out 8 home runs, and he's driven in 53 runs. The last half of the 8th at New York. This ball game will end at 9:30, even if it isn't over, because of a practice blackout here in New York tonight. In other words, at 9:30, regardless of what the score is or what the conditions are, the game ends. Ball 1 to Elliott. Here's the next pitch. There's a strike. It's right across his knees, it's called. Very sharp curveball. 1 out, a run in for the National League. It's 3-1 in favor of the American. Bob Elliott of Pittsburgh, a right-handed hitter, is up in there. Benton gets his sign. Here's the next pitch, and there's a line drive. It's a hit to right field. The first baseman, York, leaped up but couldn't get it, and it puts Elliott on first base. A sharp hit to right field for Elliott. That's 6 hits for the National League. And it brings up the center fielder, Terry Moore, one of the greatest outfielders in baseball. Terry Moore, the St. Louis Cardinals, batting .271. He's hit 2 home runs, and he has 17 runs batted in. But when it comes to ball hawks, and when it comes to fielding his position, this fellow doesn't have to take a back seat for anybody. Man on first, Terry Moore batting. Here's the pitch. There's a strike. It's called. It's right across his waist. One out, a man on for the National League. They're trailing 3-1 here in the last half of the 8th, and they're running up against the time deadline. Gets all ready again. Here's the next pitch. There's a swing and a miss as Terry Moore took a vicious cut at a knee-high curveball, and it's 2 strikes on Moore. Moore steps out of the batter's box, knocks the dirt off his cleats with his bat. He's up in there again, a red 8 in the back of his white uniform. Here he is right below our mutual booth. We could almost drop our pencil on him. We're so close to the field of play. Al Benton, a big towering right-hander out there on the mound, is getting set again. Here it is. And there is a ball. It's over his head and just a fraction behind him. And it's ball 1 and strike 2 for Terry Moore. Next man to come up will be the first baseman, Frank McCormick. The American Leaguers talk it up out there in the infield. The outfield is playing straight away. Here's a foul. He didn't mean to hit it. He was backing away from an inside curveball. The ball hit his bat, and as he backed away, the ball went off to the right. He went out to the left, and it's a foul. It's ball 1 and strike 2 on Terry Moore. With a man on first base for the National League and 1 gone, they've scored a run this inning on Owens' homer. Big Al Benton is the second pitcher for the American League. Chandler started. Here's the next pitch, and there is a ball. It's just a little bit too close, and it's 2-2. Ball 2, strike 2 for Terry Moore. Crowds that plate, waves that light-colored bat around. Man on first base, Elliott, has a short leadoff. Here comes the pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands off there to the right, and it's 2-2. Bertie Tebbett gets a new baseball from umpire Bill McGowan. Steps out and fires it out to the pitcher. The exclusive mutual broadcast of the All-Star Game from Cleveland will start at 8:45 Eastern War Time. Remember that, fans. Tune in to your mutual station at 8:45 Eastern War Time. Here comes the next pitch, and Moore hits a high infield fly. It's between the plate and first base, and the first baseman York is under it and has it for the second out. So there's 2 gone. Well, here's Frank McCormick coming up. He's no newcomer to All-Star play or World Series play either. Frank McCormick of Cincinnati, right-handed hitter. He's batting .249. He's hit 10 home runs, and he has 50 runs batted in. Up there now with 2 out and a man on first in the last half of the 8th. The score is 3-1 in favor of the American League. They scored all their runs in the first inning. Here's the first pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. It's a slow curveball just above his waist. He's just got a piece of that ball and rolled it foul to the left of the plate. That, by the way, is the first pinch home run in 10 All-Star games. Mickey Owens' pinch homer, first pinch home run in 10 All-Star games. There's a ground ball to short. Boudreau gets it. The play at second. Force out, and it retires the side. The play went from Lou Boudreau, the shortstop, to the second baseman, Joe Gordon. It was an easy force play, and it retires the side. And so the totals, fans, in the last half of the 8th, for the National League, 1 run and 2 hits. And now the game is going into the first half of the 9th inning with the score of the American League 3 and the National League 1. Now let's recount those totals, shall we, for 8 innings of play. The American League has 3 runs, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits. The National League 1 run, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits. The National League had a hit in the 3rd inning. They had a hit in the 4th. They had 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, and 2 in the 8th. The American League had 3 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. Ball game is now going into the first half of the 9th. The complete totals, the American League 3 runs, 7 hits, National League 1 run, 6 hits. Now here's the new pitcher, Bucky Walters is in. Bucky Walters has come in for the National League. He's taken part in 18 games. He's won 9 and lost 6 for the Reds this year. He's pitched 127 innings. He's allowed 114 hits. He's walked 39, and he struck out 57. Well, fans, we're going into the 9th inning of this great ball game at New York. Mutual Broadcasting System has brought you an exclusive presentation of one of America's greatest classics. Here's Walters. There's a ball that's high. The first man to bat for the American League is Gordon, who has a record tonight. He struck out 3 straight times. There's a bouncing ball to short. Shortstop coming in fast. There's the peg. Heaves out in a close play. Reese to McCormick. Reese, the Dodger shortstop, came in fast for Gordon's smash and threw him out. 1 gone. They're running up against a time limit. Remember, the game will end at 9:30, regardless of whether the National League has their last bats or not. Now here's the third baseman, Kenny Keltner. Bucky Walters is getting all set. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a long fly ball down the left field line. It's foul. It's way over the stands. Boy, that was really a poke. Kenny Keltner's been up 3 times. He bounced out. He popped out twice. Bounced out the first time, and he popped out the second time and the third time. Walters is all set again. Here's the next pitch to Keltner. There's a strike. It's right down the middle. A fastball right through there, and it's called. It's 2 strikes now on Kenny Keltner. The American League leads 3-1. We're in the 9th inning at New York. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a swing, and there's a fly ball down the left field line, and it's foul. Off to the left, and it's still 2 strikes on Kenny Keltner. Kenny Keltner batting with 1 out. Pitcher gets all set out there again. Here's the next one. There's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. He went for a wide curveball that time and struck out, and there's 2 gone. And that is 8 strikeouts. 8 strikeouts for the American League. 8 of the American Leaguers have gone down on strikes. Now here's Bertie Tebbetts. Tebbetts, a right-hand hitter up. Here's the pitch. There's a strike. It's called right down the middle. Don't miss the big all-star game from Cleveland tomorrow night at 8:45 Eastern Wartime. Here's the pitch. It's a ball low. Mutual will again bring you the all-star game tomorrow night. Mutual Broadcasting System leads the way in the presentation of America's leading sports events. There's a half swing. The ump says he went a little bit more than half, and it's a strike. Makes it ball 1 and strike 2 for Tebbetts. Bertie's been up 3 times. He's caught a fine game tonight. He struck out the first time. He popped out the second time, and he struck out the third time. The game must end at 9:30 because of a blackout here in New York tonight. Here comes the pitch. There's an infield fly. The third baseman, Elliott, is coming over near the mound. He's right under the ball. He's out, and it retires the side. And so the National League will get their time at bat. No runs and no hits. And this can be said for the American League. And let me say it right now. The boys are not stalling at all. Everybody's hurrying right out there. And I really think that the American League wants to see the National League get their last time at bat, which they're entitled to. They're all hustling, getting out there on the field, so that the National League, running up against a time deadline, will get their bats in the last half of the night. Pitcher Al Benton is out there. Let's see, the hitters we have coming up are going to be Mellott, Country Slaughter, and Ernie Lombardi, and those fellows can really slap that apple. Benton is getting in his practice throws. The winner tonight will play Uncle Sam's team at Cleveland tomorrow night. The team led by my old friend Mickey Cochran, the former manager of the Detroit Tigers, will play the winner tonight in the big stadium at Cleveland. I broadcast the All-Star game there a number of years ago, and it's a beautiful layout. That was the year that Fox hit a long home run over the left fielder's head. I'll never forget it, and it was a great ball game. So fans, you fans in Cleveland, of course, will be out there for a great cause tomorrow night. All that money goes to Army-Navy relief. So we want to remind you fans in Cleveland that there's still good seats available. Get out and see that ball game tomorrow night between the winner here in New York tonight and the service team. And you fans across the country, wherever you happen to be listening, whatever state you're listening in, Mutual will bring you the colorful story of that great game. The time will be 8:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow night. Now here's Mellott up. Benton gets all set. There's a swing and there's a foul. It's off to the right. Tebbetts chasing the ball. Maybe out of play. It's in the stands, and it is out of play. It's a harmless foul. 1 strike. Left-hand hitter Mellott up. It's the last half of the 9th inning with the American League ahead 3-1. The American League official totals are 3 runs and 7 hits. If the American League wins, of course, Chandler will be the winning pitcher, and Cooper will be the loser. Gets all set out there now, taking his time. There's nobody on, there's nobody out. Benton is ready. Here's the next pitch to Ott. Ott takes a ball that missed the corner, and it's 1-1. Boy, what a moment this is, fans. I know that you can feel the tenseness that we feel here in New York. As the National League up for the last time with 7 minutes left to play, the deadline before the blackout in New York, Mayor LaGuardia was very kind to set aside the time, to give baseball more time tonight. You know, this game was supposed to end at 9:10, but there was an unavoidable delay in starting, and so Mayor LaGuardia very graciously gave baseball a little longer time, right up until the actual deadline of the blackout, which is 9:30. He's getting all set again. Here's the pitch. There's a swing, and there's a foul that the first baseman may have a chance on. He's going back, and it's going into the stands. A foul ball, and it's 2-2 on Little Mel. Now Bertie Tebbetts gets a new baseball from Bill McGowan. Tosses that ball out there. Well, the American League, as you know, scored their 3 runs in the first inning on a home run, a double, and another home run. And the National League scored their run in the 8th inning on a pinch home run by Mickey Owen. Now he's getting all set again. It's 2-2 on Ott. Here it comes. It's a swing and a foul tip, and it got away from Tebbetts, and he's going to get another swing. Looks like Bertie was hurt with that foul. Tebbetts went down on one knee, but he's getting up now and seems to be okay. Well, it's been a wonderful sight here in New York tonight. These fans that have jammed into these stands have really enjoyed it. And Jim and Mel and I have really seen a grand ball game. We hope that you've enjoyed it on the radio. Here comes the next pitch, and Ott hits a pop-up right in front of the plate. The catcher, Tebbetts, is down the line just a few feet and takes that ball 20 feet down the line toward third, and 1 foot inside the line, a fair ball, and Ott is out. So, fans, 2 more now, and the ball game will be over. Now the next man to come up, a left-handed hitter, is Eno Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals. A great ball player. This fellow can run, he can field, he can hit, and he loves to play ball. There's 5 minutes left here in New York. Getting all set now. There's the wind-up, and here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. 1 strike. American League 3 and the National League 1. That's the setup. Nobody on and 1 gone in the last half of the 9th. Here comes the pitch, and there is a foul. It's right up here to the right, just to the right of our booth. Catcher Tebbetts gets another new ball and fires it right out there to Benton. Country Slaughter batting for the National League with nobody on and 1 gone. Benton is all set. Here comes the next pitch, and Slaughter takes one in the dirt. A ball. Ball 1 and strike 2 for Eno. Up in there batting left-handed, a red 9 in the back of his white uniform. American League infielders keep up a constant stream of chatter. Here comes the pitch, and there is another ball. He almost hit him in the leg. He was going to go for that one. It was a sinker, and he started to go for it, but he pulled his bat in time, and the umpire calls it a ball. The outfield of Williams, DiMaggio, and Henrik that's gone all the way is playing Slaughter straight away. About 4 minutes left. They'll get their bats all right. He's getting all set again. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a hopper foul to the right of the plate. Slaughter starts down the first base line, but the umpire, Bill McGowan, yells foul. He tells Bertie Tebbetts to throw that ball away, flips him a new ball, and the American Leaguers peg it around. The next man to come up after Slaughter will be Ernie Lombardi. Bill McGowan is getting a new supply of baseballs now in his blue serge suit. Al Benton is the second American League pitcher tonight. Chandler started. Getting all set again. Here comes the next one to Slaughter. Slaughter swings. There's a long fly ball to dead center, but DiMaggio is out there backing up. He caught it, and there's 2 gone. Country Slaughter hit one a mile that time towards center field, but Joe DiMaggio raced back about 35 or 40 feet and pulled it down, and there's 2 gone. And now, fans, here comes Ernie Lombardi, the last hope of the National League. Here's Ernie Lombardi. Here's the first pitch. There's a strike. It's over the outside corner. 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the 9th inning. American League 3-1. Here comes the next pitch to Lom. Lom swings and misses a change of pace pitch in around his knees, and the pitcher made him look bad on it. It's 2 strikes on Lombardi. There's 2 out. 1 more out and the ball game is over, and the American League will play the service team in Cleveland tomorrow night. Now Al Benton is all set again. Here comes the next pitch. He hits a high fly ball to right field. Looks like it's all over. Tommy Henrik is in under the ball, and he caught it. The game is over, and the American League defeats the National League in New York in the 10th annual All-Star Game. Here are the totals. The American League, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. The National League, 1 run, 6 hits, and 1 error. The winning pitcher in the ball game is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Morton Cooper. I want to give my colleagues who worked on the broadcast with me tonight just a chance to say goodbye. We're going to have to get off in a hurry, and here's Mel Allen.
It was swell working this game with Bob Elson and Jimmy Britt. It was a beautiful ball game to watch. A lot of swell pitching. Only one half inning, which was any great deal of offensive fireworks. In the first inning, when Lou Budrow homered and Rudy York homered with the Tommy Henrik on base, who had doubled prior to York's homer. It was really a swell ball game to watch. Wish you were all here. All right, here's Jimmy Britt.
The fact that this game had a blackout deadline to make added to the suspense and drama of the final innings. It was an all-star game worth remembering, and the American League is going to give Uncle Sam's Service 9 in Cleveland tomorrow night a real battle.
Well, thank you very much, Jim and Mel. It's been a real pleasure to work with you tonight. I'm looking forward tomorrow night with working with Wade Hoyt and Jack Rainey over at Cleveland, when Mutual will bring you an exclusive coverage again of the great All-Star Game at Cleveland at the big municipal stadium. The players are getting off the field. The American League players are shaking hands with each other, and so are the National League players as they go off the field. And the final score again is the American League 3, the National League 1. The winning pitcher is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Cooper. And now this is Bob Elson saying good night from the Polo Grounds in New York City. We return you to our New York studios.
We wish to thank the makers of Philly's cigars, sponsors of Cal Tinney and Sizing Up the News, usually heard over many of these stations at 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime, for their courtesy in relinquishing their time this evening so that we might bring you the broadcast of the All-Star Baseball Game. Mr. Tinney will be heard at his regular time Wednesday evening. Gabriel Heater, usually heard at 9 p.m. Eastern Wartime, will be presented over his regular network immediately following station identification.
This is Alvin Dark. In a few moments you will hear about my greatest sports thrill.
This is Harry Wismer. What you're about to hear is a transcribed story of one of baseball's outstanding players and an event our special guest, Alvin Dark, considers his greatest sports thrill. And Al himself is here to tell us all about it. But first, here is Bill Reddick with a message of interest from your United States Air Force.
There's a wonderful bond of good fellowship that unites all sports fans, regardless of what particular sport is their favorite. And you know, this same feeling of friendship exists among airmen in the United States Air Force, too. The Air Force team is made up of all kinds of men from all walks of life. Each man knows he is important to his country and to the men he's working with. Yes, if you're a young man just out of high school wondering about going into the service, I can assure you that you'll meet airmen in the Air Force who will share your interests. They'll be your buddies for life. So think of the advantages you'll enjoy in this all-volunteer service. Ask your nearest Air Force recruiter about the specialized jobs open to airmen in such important fields as jet propulsion, aircraft maintenance, electronics, transportation, and many others. See for yourself how you can go places faster as an airman in the United States Air Force. Now back to Harry Wismer.
In May of 1946, the top officials and head scouts of the Boston Braves got together for an organizational meeting. There was much talk about the Braves purchasing Marty Marion, the St. Louis Cardinals' great shortstop. Ted McGrew, the veteran scout, listened patiently until it was his turn to offer comment. Gentlemen, he said, I've heard all this talk, and I know Marion is the best shortstop in baseball. I have only one recommendation, and that is save your money. Wait a couple of years, and I'll have someone better than Marty Marion. His name is Alvin Dark, and you've never heard of him. I don't even know where he is, except someplace in the Pacific in the service. He isn't playing baseball in service, probably hasn't played in the last 2 years. But if you want my advice, save your money. Wait for Al Dark. That was 10 years ago. Today, Ted McGrew stands vindicated on all counts, with perhaps one exception. Al Dark never has approached the octopus-like Marion in the field, and doesn't have the arm that the former Mr. Shortstop was blessed with. But when it comes to swinging the bat and running the bases, few, if any, of the modern shortstops are the equal of this quiet-spoken, gentle-mannered, but fiercely determined captain of the New York Giants. Ever since he came to the Giants in 1950, Alvin Dark has been the solid man of the club. He, more than any other player, has been responsible for their success. A world championship, 2 pennants, and a second and third place finish in 6 years. He has been called the heart and soul of the Giants, the inspiring force, the glue that has held the club together. From the first day he joined the club, Dark has been the steadiest hitter on the Giants. One of the most scientific batters in the game, Dark has been a consistent 300 hitter ever since he came up with the Braves in 1948. His 23 home runs in 1953 stood as the most ever hit by a National League shortstop in one season until Ernie Banks of the Chicago Cubs banged 44 in 1955. With the possible exception of Pee Wee Reese of the Brooklyn team, Al Dark has been the standout shortstop in the National League ever since he donned a big league uniform. Few shortstops can deliver day in and day out over a period of years as Alvin Dark has done, and promises to do for several more seasons. Al has never been considered one of the game's more graceful players. He has had to do it the hard way. But he makes the plays, as he proved so dramatically with his intensely competitive performances in the World Series of 1951 and 1954. A couple of days after the Giants had clinched the 1954 pennant, Leo DeRocher was talking about Al Dark. How that guy has played this year, he said. What a guy he is to have on your ball club. He's the glue that held the club together. Willie Mays has been wonderful, of course, and I'm not taking anything away from him or the pitchers who have been so great. But Dark has been the solid guy, the backbone of the club. The most surprising thing about Alvin Dark is that while at school and in the service, he was known more for his prowess as a football player rather than a baseball player. It was a keen disappointment for the professional football promoters when Alvin decided to risk his future in baseball. Alvin Dark is almost a myth around Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He played only 1 year of varsity sports at LSU in 1941, then went on to become an All-American at a neighboring institution. Dark was in the service in 1943 and was assigned to Southwestern Louisiana Institute, where he became the talk of the football world in one season. He also did a little running on the track team. A top golfer who shoots consistently in the 70s, Al Dark may be the best all-around athlete in baseball. He has broken 10 seconds in the 100-yard dash, high jump 6 feet, 4 inches, and broad jump 23 feet. Alvin Dark was a standout in any sport he played, not only because he had the natural physical attributes and aptitudes, but because he approached them all with a fierce determination to excel. A devout, gentle-mannered Southerner, he becomes a driving, killer-type, take-charge guy in the ball field. He is the quiet sort who bottles his emotions deep within him. But nobody hates more to lose or gains more pleasure out of triumph. There may have been shortstops with more all-around ability, but nobody had more competitive spirit. Alvin Dark was born on January the 7th, 1923, not in Louisiana, but in Comanche, Oklahoma. His father moved his family through Oklahoma and Texas before he finally settled down at Lake Charles, Louisiana. It was during his freshman year at LSU that baseball scouts started to take an interest. The most ardent of his pursuers was Scout Ted McGrew of the Boston Braves, who exacted a promise from Alvin that when he got out of service, he would talk to him first. True to his word, in June 1946, Dark reported to the Braves for a look. He tried out on the road without over-impressing manager Billy Southworth. Al didn't look like much of a shortstop when first seen, but he was always the first player on the field and the last one to leave. That had its effect on Southworth. At least it indicated that the kid liked the game enough to work at it. Southworth said later, he had one characteristic that made his lack of playing polish seem unimportant: competitive spirit. He was an athlete who could play any type of sport. That was something very much in his favor. I knew he wouldn't choke under pressure. In the spring of 1947, the Braves agreed to give Al Dark a $40,000 bonus and farmed him out to Milwaukee. 1 year later, after leading the American Association in practically everything and voted the league's Rookie of the Year, Dark was back, securely installed as the first-string shortstop for the strongest Braves team in 34 years. In his first full season, 1948, Dark played a great role in the Braves' drive to their first pennant since 1914. He batted a rousing .322 and was voted the National League's Rookie of the Year. In 1949, rocked by dissension, the Braves finished third. The following winter, Dark was the leading man in a gigantic six-man trade between Boston and New York. On December 14th, 1949, the Braves dealt Al Dark and Eddie Stanky to the Giants for Sid Gordon, Willard Marshall, Buddy Kerr, and Sam Webb. 1 month later, Brinks was robbed of $2 million. There is some difference of opinion as to which constitutes the greatest robbery in Boston's history. Now, before you meet our special guest, Alvin Dark, in person, in an interview from the Polo Grounds, and hear about his greatest sports thrill, here is a message of interest to all young men who want to go places faster.
If you're a veteran, chances are you know about the U.S. Air Force re-enlistment policy and the opportunities it offers to all former servicemen, especially those with technical experience and backgrounds in critical skills. But here's important news you may not have heard. The Air Force has now liberalized its policy to bring you even further benefits. Here are some of the important advantages. A wider range of skills is now accepted. There's a choice of U.S. and overseas assignments. Also, a paid 30-day delay in reporting if requested. And think about this. If you qualify on the basis of an aptitude test, the U.S. Air Force may be able to guarantee technical training. Yes, guarantee you this even before you enlist. So it makes good sense for a veteran of any service to inquire about this new liberalized Air Force policy. Contact your nearest United States Air Force recruiter now, without obligation, of course. See why we say, today and tomorrow, you're better off in the U.S. Air Force. Now back to Harry Wismer.
Al Dark, what was your greatest sports thrill?
Well, Harry, in 1951, when Bobby Thompson hit the home run to beat the Brooklyn Dodgers in the playoff game, that was the greatest thrill I've ever received in my life. We had been behind something like 13 and a half games in August, and every night we'd go home after winning a ball game, we'd say, we still have a chance, we still have a chance. Then when it did happen, Bobby hit the home run, we were all so happy and so thankful that all the work we had done wasn't in vain. We were just so happy, I just don't know how to explain it.
Al, why did you select shortstop over any other position?
Well, I don't know, Harry. Ever since I first started playing baseball, shortstop was the position I liked best, I guess because you were always in the middle of the action. And when you're a little kid, you want to get as many ground balls, pop flies, or anything else that you can get just to be playing. And so I just kept on playing it in high school and college. So that's the only position I've ever really played where I know anything about it.
What is the toughest play for a shortstop to make?
I think the toughest play for any shortstop to make is going to his right on a slow hit ball, and he has to come up throwing the ball and put something on it. Especially when there's a fast runner, the ball just gets by the third baseman, then you have to come up really throwing it.
Al, tell us a little bit about what goes on out there in the middle of the diamond when the pitcher has gotten in a jam and the shortstop or another player comes out to the mound to talk to him.
Well, sometimes the shortstop will be just killing time. He'll go up to see if the manager is getting a pitcher warmed up, because a lot of times the pitcher in the bullpen hadn't had a chance to get warmed up. And you're more or less killing time sometimes to give the manager a little time. Other times you're probably trying to find out just how the pitcher's going to pitch to this next hitter. Or sometimes you might be suggesting to him, don't be quite so careful. Don't try to get the ball right on the corner of the plate. Throw it in there and let him hit it. We'll go get it.
What helpful hints would you give to a young player to improve his hitting?
Well, that has been talked about quite a bit. The only thing I can say here is this, that a fella has to try. He has to be working on it all the time. You know, a lot of people work on their strong points. I think a person should work on their weak points in hitting. If he isn't a type of fellow that can move the ball around all over the place, the right field, left field, center field, I think he should work on it a little bit. Not necessarily weaken himself to hit the right field or center field, but he should work on it where he can occasionally. Then the fielders can't play in any certain position, and you can always come up with a base hit. But a person has to work quite a bit on his hitting. I don't think that a 250 hitter can work to become a 350 hitter, but I do think every individual can improve himself.
Thank you very much. Alvin Dark, one of baseball's outstanding shortstops. One more thing about Alvin Dark. In the quiet way so characteristic of him, Al sent a check of $1,114, a sizable portion of his 1954 World Series check, to the Trinity Baptist Church at Lake Charles. From other sources, this reached the newspapers, and Alvin was asked about it. When I was a newsboy, earning $2.50 a week, I gave 10% of my earnings to God, he explained, and I've just been doing it ever since. Alvin Dark possesses a quality of humility that goes far beyond the requirements of normal amenity. It's part of Alvin Dark's way of life.
Greatest Sports Thrills with top personalities in the world of sports is narrated by Harry Wismer, directed by Gene Kirby, written by Arthur Suskin Jr., and presented by the United States Air Force in cooperation with this station. This is Bill Reddick speaking. The preceding was transcribed.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen and his Mighty Allen art players. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, and the Town Hall Quartet. And another group of anxious and eager amateurs. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd. They're jumping up and down and cheering as Fred Allen leads his weekly parade at the old town hall. Fred's driving in the wind as the band lowers the boom boom. And the Mighty Allen art players are dancing a community hornpipe as the people cheer. Let's join the merry throng. Everybody join. Here they come. Carson.
Well, come on, Parson. Quit stalling. We're here to get married.
Relax, young man. Your nuptials will have to wait for an hour. It's Town Hall tonight. Politician.
You say you favor cutting down all radio allotments, Senator?
Except the 60 minutes allotted to one radio program. It's Town Hall tonight.
Lost Explorers.
What were your first words when you got back to civilization, Mr. Ellsworth?
I said it's Wednesday, boys. Bring me a radio. It's Town Hall tonight. Well, here we are at the old town hall, folks, and there's Fred telling the crowd about the wonders on the inside. Listen.
You don't need your top hat, folks. You don't need your white tie. And even the dogs don't have to worry about their tails at the town hall. Everybody's welcome, so step right along.
Evening there, old fuss budget.
Good evening, Mrs. Berry. How's the village dressmaker tonight?
Well, I'm still looking on the steamy side of life, Mr. Allen.
Go right in, Mrs. Berry, you old so-and-so. The fun is fast, the music's right. It'll take you 60 minutes, folks. It's Town Hall tonight.
Hey there, Ellen.
Hi, Luther. Say, it's a little late in the season for that Palm Beach suit, isn't it?
They say you've got the hottest show in town, Ellen, and I'm dressed for the occasion.
Go right in, folks. Single line, please. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
We're all set here, Fred. How about you?
Okay, Harry. Tell Peter we'll open with I Feel a Song Coming On.
Right, old Fred. Let her go, Peter.
I feel a song coming on, and I'm warning you, it's a victorious, happy and glorious new spring. I feel a song coming on, it's a melody full of the laughter of children out after the rain. You hear a tuneful story ringing through your life, but troubles are gone. Let those heavenly drums go on drumming, 'cause I feel a song coming on.
Presenting that tempestuous titan of tintinnabular titillation and tit-for-tat terminology, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before we ask you to put your hands on the Ouija board and help us to get Joe Miller so that we'll be sure of some mid-Victorian jokes for this evening, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, Public Grocer number 1, says that for the next few days, customers coming into the store will have to wait on themselves. Hodge sent his pants out to the tailor Monday, and the tailor shop caught fire. And Hodge won't be able to come out from behind the counter now until the insurance company covers his loss. Hodge says he may be on the half shell, but business will go on as usual. So much for sartorial dilemmas in the vicinity, and now for the Town Hall News. And now, Harry?
See, I'm way ahead of you, Fred. Here's your
Really?
picture sheet.
Thank you. Do you remember what happened a week ago tonight in New York City, NY, Harry?
Oh, yes. The lights went out, didn't they? I can take a hint. Here they go.
The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. Williamstown, Massachusetts. Williams College installs neuropsychiatrist to solve undergraduate problems and enable students to attain full benefits of college life. Town Hall News shows how new service will probably work out. The scene, the psychiatrist's office at Williams College.
There's a student waiting, Doctor. Here's his chart.
Mm-hmm. Buster Trundle, sophomore, scholarship poor.
He may be dumb in the classroom, but in a rumble seat, oh, Doctor.
You seem to know quite a lot about the patient, nurse.
I ought to. He's taken me out a couple of times when I had the money. He's always borrowing.
It's probably a case of claustrophobia.
You said it, Doctor. He's close, all right.
This is no time for levity, nurse. I'm here to see that the Williams undergraduate attains full value from his college life. Show the patient in.
Yes, Doctor. Right this way, Mr. Trundle.
Thanks, nurse.
And now, young man.
Doc, I had to come here.
I know, Buster. You're not getting everything from your college life.
Well, no.
Your ego is no doubt undergoing a delicate period, with the inferiority complex struggling for recognition.
Well...
Exactly. Freud says neuroses are red, violence is blue. Do you ever see red and then blue?
Well,
I knew it. Psychology teaches us that students are porous mentally.
Now, look here,
You're
Doc.
perfectly right, Trundle. Wearing an imitation raccoon coat can give you the mentality of a ferret. The scientific term is ferretinitis.
But listen, Doc.
Take off that rigor mortis, man. Speak up. You're holding something back.
Well, yes, Doc, I am.
You're not attaining the full value of your college life. You're stifling your subconscious. You need something.
Well, I hate to ask you, Doc.
As your college psychiatrist, I demand that you ask me.
Well...
Speak freely, Trundle. What is it you need?
I need $2 to get my tuxedo out of hock, Doc. How about it?
Burlington, Ontario. Chief Constable L.B. Smith offers to protect single men from annoyance during leap year and threatens to arrest brazen women who bother bachelors with marriage proposals during 1936. Town Hall News shows how men will probably be protected during leap year at Burlington, Ontario. The scene, a side street, time 8 p.m.
Well, hello there, Bismuth. I ain't seen you since New Year's.
No, I've been hiding indoors since January 1st, Rankin.
Oh, what's the big idea?
Oh, it's leap year, Rankin.
That's right. You single guys have got to keep out of sight.
Oh, you bet. A bachelor in the next house was hit over the head the other night, and he woke up in Niagara Falls.
Yeah, it's pretty dangerous, all right.
Yeah, I just come out at night to get a little air. If I hear a woman coming, I jump right back into the house.
Well, I got to be getting along. So long, Bismuth.
So long, Rankin. Oh, you passed the bell. Who's that? Who's there?
No, don't get frightened, mister.
You don't know me, hussy.
No, but I've been watching you sneak out every night. I've been waiting to catch you alone.
Now, see here. Now, take your arms away. If you're here with intent to flirt.
It says leap year, Daddy, and you're hooked.
Oh, yes? Well, 23 for you. If you're playing fast and loose.
Stop
kissing me.
I mean business, honey. This is a proposal.
A proposal? Help! Police! A proposal! Help!
Hey, what's going on here?
This woman's annoying me.
Oh, yeah? What's your racket, sister?
It's Lapierre, ain't it?
She's been molesting me for half an hour, officer.
I'm crazy about him, copper.
Never mind him. You're coming with me. Here's the wagon.
Are you engaged, officer?
No.
Well, get in the wagon and you will be.
Help, please!
Tacoma, Washington. 3 Tacoma medical organizations put medicine on big business basis. Patients contract for medical attention in advance, guaranteeing monthly payments for operations or other medical service they may require. Town Hall News gets opinions on new system. Simeon Spavin, prominent veterinarian, says,
Us horse doctors can't sign up our patients. We got to trust to luck. I've been horsed out of plenty. The only time I ever got my money, I treated a racehorse for tonsillitis. That horse paid 20-1.
Town Hall News shows how contracts for medical attention may work out for average family. The scene, home of Walpole Brink, a white-collar worker.
Hello, dear.
You're late, Walpole.
Yes, dear. The 512 was snowbound.
Well, supper will be ready in just a minute.
I'm starved. Hey, what's new? Any visitors today?
The finance man was here about the car. I stalled him.
Well, that car's been stalling us ever since we got it. Now we're even.
The collectors for the washing machine, the refrigerator called, too.
Those guys with their easy payments. I'll show them how easy they are.
And the doctor's been here twice. Your appendix payment is overdue.
That croaker insisted on taking out my appendix. Now he can hold the bag.
Oh, that's probably the doctor now.
Now let him in. I'm ready for him.
Good evening, Mrs. Brink.
Oh, come in, Doc.
Step in, Max.
Okay, Doc.
This is my lawyer, Mr. Corpus.
How are you, Mr. Corpus?
I object.
Something tells me this ain't no social call, Doc. What's on your mind?
You're way behind with your appendix payments, Mr. Brink.
So what?
Business is business, Mr. Brink. You signed the contract.
It's right here, November 13th. Whereas my appendix is about to be removed, I promise to pay $10 down and $5 weekly until the operation is mine. Signed and sealed, Walpole Brink.
So what?
When do you intend to pay it, Mr. Brink?
Well, not right away. The car and the washing machine came before Walpole's appendix.
Yeah. The scar's on me, but the operation's on you. Get it?
In other words, you're repudiating your medical contract.
Yeah. Now, what are you going to do about it?
There's only one thing my client can do about it.
Obviously. Hand me my ether can, Corpus.
What's the ether for?
Yeah, what are you going to do, Doc?
I'm going to exercise my rights under Clause 7 of your contract.
What's Clause 7?
To wit, if you fail to meet your payments, the doctor can reopen his claim.
You mean...
Exactly. I'm putting back your appendix.
So much for the Town Hall News, ladies and gentlemen. And in just a minute, we'll have something for you in the way of local trivia.
Did you say in just a minute, Fred?
Well, about a minute, Harry. I wouldn't sell my soul for a few seconds.
Well, now, that's just my point, Fred. I'd like to bet that there isn't one person in 100 listening in right now who can tell how long a minute really is.
Well, I'd even forget my Puritan upbringing long enough to bet on that, Harry.
All right. Now, wait a minute. Don't any of you look at your watches now. Peter, you give me a starting signal, and when any of you think I've talked a minute, you stop me. Okay, Peter. Now, a minute's a pretty short time, but in even less than a minute, you can start getting after one of the most annoying things that can happen to you, a cold. And you can do it by taking Sal Hepatica, 2 teaspoonfuls in a glass of water. Because when you have a cold, there are 2 things you want to get after right away. First, the wastes in your body, and second, the acid in your system that encourages your cold. And Sal Hepatica is the mineral salt laxative that gets after both. It not only rids your body of waste, but it also combats acidity. And that's something no ordinary laxative does. So just remember, at the first sign of a cold, 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica.
I think the minute's up, Harry.
No, Fred, it was less than 40 seconds. See, I told you. Ladies and gentlemen, it took less than 40 seconds to remind you of something many people have been remembering for 40 years. Sal Hepatica, for the smile of health.
Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played I've Got My Fingers Crossed. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on Sunday morning, Deacon Ball will preach here at the hall. The deacon's sermon will be Skiing on the Sabbath, or Are Our American Girls Backsliding on Their Weekend? Quiet, please. If that's some carnival man trying to open a peep show, there won't be a peep out of you if I come down there.
Hello?
Well, sir, as I live and wonder whether this jumping in my vest is hope springing eternal or just another heart attack, if it isn't Portland.
Yes, Papa sent me out to buy a mousetrap, and that got me thinking about cheese.
I know, and thinking about cheese reminded you of me. What does Papa want with a mousetrap?
Well, last night he heard mice pacing up and down in the pantry.
Mice pacing up and down? Mice don't go stomping around people's pantries. A mouse generally sneaks in, eats his fill, and then quietly falls asleep.
Yes, but our mice are eating Mama's coffee, and it keeps them awake.
Really? Keeps them awake nights, huh? Just don't leave a mouse hanging suspended there in time, you know. It says it keeps them awake nights, right?
Right.
If I ever build a... Say, that mouse might go on for generations, the unknown mouse hanging in midair because you didn't tell how long he'd been asleep. If I ever build a house, I'm going to put in rubber walls.
To keep out mice?
You bet. The mouse gnaws through a rubber wall, and as soon as he comes out on the other side, the hole snaps together behind him.
And then what?
When the mouse turns around and sees the hole is gone, he thinks he's hatched. It unbalances him mentally. You don't need a trap.
I couldn't get a trap. The man's renting us his cat till he gets some in.
A cat, hey? Well, after looking at your father all these years, another puss around the house ought to be a relief.
Oh, I get it. Well, this cat will get results. He's pretty tough.
How tough is he?
He went down to the Roxy Theater yesterday, and Mickey Mouse is in lights. This cat spit out the word mouse bulb by bulb.
Say, pretty tough. We had a cat tougher than that, though.
How tough was your cat?
He thought Joe Brown's mouth was a rat hole. He sat down beside it 2 nights while Joe was asleep and dared Joe's tonsils to come out.
Gosh, I ought to tell Papa about your cat.
Yes, and you'd better run along home now before you forget the details.
Oh, no, I've got important business here
Oh,
first.
not here.
No.
You've got the wrong... No.
Yes, Bobby, I'm ready. Come on up, Herman.
Yes, Miss Phil. I can't stay long, though. What's that hanging out of your collar, mister?
What are you laughing at, Yokel?
Oh, that's your face. I didn't know what it was till your mouth opened.
Herman's a mailman, Mr. Allen.
A mailman? I've never seen a mailman with 5 bags before.
Herman only has 1 bag, Mr. Allen.
What, 1 bag? He's got 2 in the knees of his pants, 1 under each eye, and a bag on his back. 5 bags.
Herman is with me, young man. And Miss Shrill is a Stratton soloist, Mr. Allen.
And you can say that again, Porty.
All right. Miss Shrill is a Stratton soloist, Mr. Allen.
Now, wait a minute. You can unsay it again as far as I'm concerned. What's a Scranton soloist?
Young man, I'm studying voice through the mail.
Well, if you're giving a recital at the post office, thanks for the warning.
There, now mind your fancy talk, stupid. I'm apt to cool off and gel all over you.
Old man quiver, hey?
Oh, stop, Mr. Allen. Miss Shrill wants to sing for you. Indeed, I'm simply dying to dash off a chanson. I distinctly hear opportunity knocking.
After you sing, you'll hear knocking that'll make you think the 4 Marx brothers are at the door with their arms full of woodpecker.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
You don't have to say it. I've already said it.
She'll fool you. I was pretty disgusted when I delivered her first lesson.
Oh, remember, Herman. I need her on the house for 2 whole months. When did you really get going, Miss Shrill?
Well, in the spring of 33, I brought her first scale. It was a special delivery.
Oh, fun symphonic memories. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, sol. What comes after sol, Herman? Herman?
Plexus.
No, it's Tito.
Oh, yes. Oh, fickle memory. Tea. You know my tea was always weak.
Weak tea always tastes like rainwater to
You
me.
keep out of this, Portland. Keep out of this argument.
Now, let me see. When did I stop my pear-shaped tones, Herman?
In January 34, it was. The flap was open on your lesson. I remember. I peeked.
What are pear-shaped tones, Miss Shrill?
Why, these, dear girl.
If those are pear-shaped, the stem of that pear is caught in your larynx.
Miss Shrill spent months at her Andantes and her obligatos.
Yes, and I was delivering shirt sews to the house so long I was beginning to feel like the laundryman.
Oh, yes. A correspondent school singer would be lost without her mailman. Herman always accompanies me at my recitals.
Yep, and I got my flute right here.
Gosh, that's good, Herman.
Yeah, I know it. You never guess it, though. But I learned the flute through the mail, too.
You should play it through the mail, second class.
Can you sing that opera, Wagner Wheels, Miss Shrill?
No opera party. I have a symphonic yen.
I'm ready, Miss Shrill. Name your weapon.
I shall do Ho the Gentle Lark.
Oh, that's swell. I know that. Ho, and it comes out lark.
Stop it, Portland. That may be lark to you, but it's off-key sparrow to me.
Very well, I'm ready, Herman. The Gentle Lark and pizzicato, if you please. Lo, hear the gentle lark. Lo, hear the gentle lark. Look!
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute. Now, I'm no bird lover, but you can't do that to a lark in here.
Why, I haven't even started. The lark was barely off the ground. I generally think it in full flight.
Well, let's skip the singing and get right down to your full flight.
Oh, this is insubordination.
Scranton will hear about this, Mr. Allen.
You bet Scranton will. And Miss Shrill's next recital will be given at the dead letter office. And this slow leak with his pizzicato here.
Open your mouth again, Cat, and you'll take this flute internally.
Oh, boy, the postal authorities will look into this, Mr. Allen.
Just tell them Miss Shrill's mouth was opened here by mistake.
In other words, you want me to pick up my lark and go.
Yes, always remember a bird in the hand is worth two in the offing. Goodbye, folks. So long, Portland.
Pally, ho!
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys throw ashes on the stage to sing Slip Horn Sam.
You've heard of Blue Wilnoff and his violin. Ted Lewis and his clarinet, of course you've heard of him. Perhaps you like piano when Ellington plays that thing. Or maybe it's the organ of which says Crawford's king. You can have old Pete and his piccolo, or others you can get. 'Cause when it comes to music, you ain't heard nothing yet. Like the birds that sing in the month of May, that's the way it sounds when he hits his A. That Slip-Horn Sam and his old trombone. With a little slide of his stand-up horn, he'll make you see a bright spring morn. That Slip-Horn Sam and his old trombone. Just a change of tone and a different strain with a touch of a minor key. You feel all alone out in the rain, no one for company. When he gets hot and goes to town, he does his stuff and it brings him down. That Slip-Horn Sam and his old trombone. Now here's how Sam learned to play trombone. In 10 easy lessons right at home. He practiced hard for a year, you see, and finally finished lesson number 3. And this is the way he played. After 6 months' time, he learned new tricks and finally mastered lesson number 6, and this is the way he played. He practiced hard, and in 2 years' time, he at last arrived at lesson number 9, and this is the way he played. After lesson number 10, the boy left home. Got a job with a band and ideas all his own, and this is the way he played. He blows through here, and the music goes round and round. Just a change of tone and a different strain with the touch of a minor key. You feel all alone out in the rain, no one for company. And when he gets hot and goes to town, he does his stuff and it brings him down at Slip-Horn Sam. Slip-Horn Sam and his old trombone.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was the Town Hall Quartet who have just sung, or which has just sang, or say, Harry, my erudite friend, which is correct?
Well, now, Fred, what you obviously need is an intelligence test.
An intelligence test? Why doesn't somebody tell me these things?
No, now, wait a minute. Just concentrate, Fred. I'll ask you 3 questions, you see, and if you get just one of them right, you get 100%.
Sounds like a shell game to me, but proceed, Professor.
All right. Now, what, for instance, is the population of Bindin?
What, for instance, is Bindin?
Why, Fred, Bindin is a city in French Indochina with a population of 74,000.
You know, I thought it was Gunga Din's brother all the time. What's the next one?
Who did Louis XIV marry, and how many children did he have?
Who did he marry, and who do you think I am, a peeping Tom?
All right, Fred, we'll skip that one. Now, here's your last chance.
And if it's another Bindin...
No, it isn't. Now, think, Fred. What toothpaste comes in a red and yellow striped tube and makes your gums firmer and your teeth lovelier?
That's more like it. All I have to say is I panna, and I get 100%. Is that right?
Right, Fred. All anyone has to say is I panna for 100% more attractive smile. For if you'll just massage a little pleasant-tasting I panna into your gums every time you brush your teeth with it, you'll have firmer, healthier gums and brighter, more sparkling teeth. So remember I panna for the smile of beauty.
Now we've come to the mighty Allen Art players, ladies and gentlemen. The first actors to discover that no matter which one of Shakespeare's plays they presented, it turned out to be Much Ado About Nothing. Tonight, these bold weevils in the field of drama present a modern mystery playlet entitled Mumbo, or Who Stole the Elephant, from Billy Nose's finale. Overture, Peter.
All police cars stand by. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Robbery at Hippodrome Theater. 2 elephants stolen. Mumbo matinee may be postponed. Calling Detective One Long Pan. Proceed to Hippodrome Theater.
I don't know.
Which one of you is Billy Nose?
I'm Nose, officer.
I'm Detective Muldoon. What's going on here?
My 2 elephants, Mumbo and Gumbo, have been stolen. Didn't you get my report at headquarters?
We got a report, but the chief couldn't spell elephants. He wrote down 2 lost elks. I just raided the Elks Club.
Oh, this is terrible. My show is ruined.
Now, cool off, Nose. This mystery's as good as solved. I'm only prologue. I've called in One Long Pan. Speak of the devil, here he is now.
Hi-ho, everybody. Greetings, salutations. Long Pan here to solve mystery. Who is missing?
This is Mr. Nose.
Oh, Mr. Nose missing? Here he is. Mystery solved.
I'm not missing. It's my 2 elephants, Mumbo and Gumbo. They were stolen from the theater during the night.
That's right, Long Pan. They disappeared into thin air.
No, elephant may disappear, but air never seen. Who saw elephant last?
I saw him in finale.
Who are you, Flapper?
I'm Gloria Fluff, the leading lady.
Leading lady. You lead elephant home after show?
Indeed not. I went home alone.
Why, yes. I know Miss Fluff. She wouldn't go out with an elephant.
It's up, say, chorus girl burlesque show, many times seen with trunk. Very good. Exceptional. Good.
Now keep your mind on the case, Long Pan.
Yes, I've got 100 bad jokes in the show, but only 2 elephants.
Maybe elephant walk out from bad joke, Mr. Nose.
No, the elephants couldn't walk out. The stage doorman was here all night.
Yeah? Where is this doorman? We'll grill him.
In the green room, right through here.
Yeah, very good.
Oh, look at him. He's dead to the world.
It smells as though he's been drinking shellac.
Aesop say, man who drinks shellac have beautiful finish.
Come
Come on, snap out of it, buddy. Come on, wake up.
Oh, yeah, what's the matter?
Oh, hello, Mr. Nose.
Wake up, Joe. Mumbo and Gumbo have been stolen.
You say elephant napper napped elephants last night?
No, I didn't see nothing.
You come clean, Joe. Last night you drink too much. Pass out. See elephant and sleep.
That's right. I saw 4 elephants. 2 of them was lavender.
So you say you open stage door. Tell lavender elephant to slam, no?
That's right, I did.
I tell you.
And Mumbo and Gumbo must have scrammed too, Mr. Nose.
But they couldn't get out of the theater, Muldoon. They were tied.
Mr. Nose, like somebody filched elephant. Pay larceny. Long Pan got hunch. Use telephone.
Oh, well, here's a phone right here, Long Pan, an outside line.
Thank you. Hello? Hello? You give me blind 9, total 66.
Hello?
Hello? This Republican Club?
Yes, who is this, Herb?
No. Herb out of town. Detective One Long Pan speaking. You got elephant there?
No, we Republicans lost our elephant last election. They got our goat, too.
Any luck, Long Pan?
No. Discover new mystery. Goat missing, too.
Now one mystery at a time, Long Pan.
Yes, let's find my elephants first.
A happy suggestion. Long Pan, look at elephant bed. Maybe find clue.
Well, it's right out here, Long Pan.
Let's go.
Very good.
Now, here's the corner. They were tied to these stakes.
Sure. Elephant gone, but melody linger on. Ich hab say Gesundheit, Muldoon.
It's that hay, Long Pan. I always sneeze around hay. I got hay fever.
Hay fever very bad. Make nose run like 8-day clock.
I got it awful. I can smell hay a mile away.
Mile away? Excellent, Muldoon. Your sneeze will solve mystery.
This mystery's not to be sneezed at, Long Pan. What's Muldoon's hay fever got to do with my missing elephant?
Elephant eat hay. With hay fever, Muldoon will smell hay on elephant breath. You see?
Come on, now get me away from this hay.
Yes, Long Pan. What's our next move?
We all go out and sleep in total. At every door. Muldoon sneeze. We suspect hay in house. Definitely knock on door. Let's go.
Long Pan, this won't work.
You keep muffler on, Mr. Lowe's. We catch guilty parties. You try this house, Muldoon. Take a big inhale. You catch clue?
No, there's no hay here.
How about this house?
You inhale. Encore, Muldoon.
No. Hey, wait a minute. Me nose tickles.
You check, Muldoon. Both nostrils. You see, very good. Hey, positively. I ring bell.
If my elephants are only here, I can still give them matinee.
Well, what is it?
You steal 2 elephants, madam?
Go away, you Chinese stew. I'll call a cop.
Chinese store. I am officer, madam. Who live here?
Mr. Bruce.
What's his first name, lady?
Hayward. Good day.
Oh, you bad boy, Muldoon. You give one Long Pan bum steer.
Well, I'm sorry, Long Pan. That hay in Hayward fooled me.
Yeah, if we pass the courthouse, he'll sneeze at the habeas corpus.
You keep obesity belt on, Mr. Nose. Okay, Muldoon. Next house. You inhale here.
Okay.
This is probably Lenny Hayton's place.
Quiet, Nose. Long Pan ring bell.
It's pretty strong here, Long Pan.
Somebody's coming.
Well, what is it?
I am one detective, one Long Pan, madam.
I don't need no Long Pan. My icebox drains itself.
Very funny, madam. But beside point, have you seen 2 elephants, madam?
Why, no.
You stand back, lady. We search house and them alone.
Well, of all the nerve.
Yeah, this is the parlor. They're not in here.
Very good. You inhale, Muldoon.
My nose tells me it's in that room, Long Pan.
One strike, madam. Long Pan investigate that room.
Oh, you can't go in there. No. Oh!
She's fainted.
Women always faint at crucible moment. Stand back. Long Pan open door.
Mumbo!
Gumbo! Say, what do you know? Both elephants is here. Great work, Long Pan.
Long Pan many time insolvent, but never fail.
I'll get Mumbo and Gumbo back to the theater. Come on, Mumbo.
We'll be on later, Nose. As soon as we pinch this dame.
Oh, where am I?
You see, lady, come too. Elephant passing, even revive dead man.
You're under arrest, lady.
You steal elephant, lady. We catch you with trunk down.
Yes, I took them. The Hippodrome stage door was open this morning. I had to have those 2 elephants.
You had to have 2 elephants, lady? For what?
My husband brought home a book. It was so big I was afraid it would fall over and kill us both.
Miss Clissow, you need 2 elephants for bookends.
What book would need elephants for bookends?
Very simple. Anthony Edwards. Thank you. And now that the mighty Allen Art players are bedded down for the evening, we have a mighty afterpiece for you, ladies and gentlemen, with a cast of 60,000 and 2 players. The scene, a sports arena. The 60,000. And now the other 2 players.
Boy, did you ever see such a quick knockout?
Uh-huh. What?
Oh, didn't you see that right to the kid's jaw?
No, I wasn't looking.
Well, for Pete's sake, where were you looking at, huh? That girl over there.
Oh, boy, what a smile.
Well, now, maybe the smile was a knockout, too. Most smiles are if the teeth they frame are brilliant and sparkling. Just brushing them with toothpaste, though, isn't enough. For in the words of a prominent dentist,
our teeth are seldom white and brilliant if our gums are soft and tender. And we're often so lazy in the matter of chewing. And we eat so many soft, creamy foods that our gums lose their tone and condition.
that is when Pink Toothbrush warns us our gums are tender and need exercise. And there's an easy and pleasant way to give it to them, with iPanna toothpaste and massage. If you just massage a little iPanna into your gums every time you brush your teeth with it, you'll tone and stimulate them, make them strong and healthy. And at the same time, you'll have cleaner, whiter, brighter teeth. Just ask anyone who uses it if it isn't well worth remembering iPanna for the smile of beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall continues immediately after your station announcement.
Got a brand new suit, got a brand new tie, got a brand new twinkle in my eye. Do you know the reason why? Got a brand new girl in a woolen shoe. She's the reason I got a brand new tie and a brand new suit. When I'm with her, gotta look my best. Put on my tan shoes, raise hats, double-breasted vest, go to wear my skin. It's neck of pearls, with a brand new tie and a brand new suit and a brand new girl.
We're back in Town Hall, friends, and you've just heard Peter Van Steeden and the Ipanna Troubadours play Got a Brand New Suit with a vocal chorus for the Town Hall Quartet. Now here's Fred with a new group of anxious and eager amateurs. Let's give them a real Town Hall reception.
Thank you. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Uncle here, Jim, is here tonight again with his wards, and our amateurs are going to compete this evening for a first prize of $50 and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and a second prize of $25 in cash. Now, you folks here in the town hall will select the winners. Your applause after each act will be registered on the Johns Manville applause machine here on the stage, and the three acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later for your final vote. Now, first tonight, I am happy to have you meet four boys from Waterbury, Connecticut. The ABC Quartet, Wilfred Greenblatt, Daniel Barrett, Henry Gauthier, and Dick Brown. Is that right, boys?
That's right.
Waterbury, Connecticut, eh? Before we get started, what is ABC, the ABC Quartet? What does ABC stand for?
It stands for All Brass City.
Oh, All Brass City. I thought it might have been another government project out that I didn't understand about. There was another famous quartet a few years back. Did you know the Elm City Four?
I know Jim Carty
and
Harry Morrissey.
Harry Morrissey. They both come from up in Connecticut, don't they?
That's right.
That was a fine quartet and played many seasons in White Scandals.
That's right.
What is Jim doing now?
Jim's running an inn up in Newington.
An inn? Is that a high-class? Just what is he running up there?
Well,
define that inn.
It isn't The roadhouse, more or less.
Oh, is it?
Dining and dancing and...
Oh, I heard it was a diner. I thought you were just putting on a nail there.
No, they...
I thought you were making the place a little bigger in conversation for Jim up there.
Well, they've made it bigger since you've been up there, Brad.
Well, that's fine. It started with, I was glad to hear that he was on the wagon originally. Now, he's branched out into a roadhouse. That's swell. Well, Waterbury is a very fine city, the home of Yale University. Oh, no, it isn't, is it?
That's New Haven.
That's right. New Haven is the home of Yale University. Well, I have one of those 10-cent maps, and on my map, Yale goes over into Waterbury. It's very embarrassing. Well, boys, what are you going to sing?
Tiger Rag.
The Tiger Rag, the ABC Quartet. Thank you.
Where's the tiger? Where's the tiger? Where's the tiger? Oh, the tiger! Oh, the tiger! Oh, the tiger! Oh, the tiger!
Who's afraid of the big bad tiger?
Where's the tiger? Where's the tiger? Well, won't you tell me where can be? Low on my brow, they all fly now. They play the tiger rag for me. That rag for me. Lay right on the jungle serenade. Boom, 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 boom. There's no greater melody played.
Don't ever do that.
Shoot those low notes, pass the slow notes, till the tiger has the slate.
Oh, you nasty tiger.
Whip it hard till it groans, whip it hard till it groans. Let her rip to stop, flip its claws. Need a man, get on your feet. Need a man to start to beat that old tiger if you want applause. Oh, where's the tiger? Where's the tiger? Well, won't you tell me where can he be? Low on my brow, they all cry now. They play the tiger rag for me. That growling tiger.
That was the ABC Quartet, ladies and gentlemen, from Waterbury, Connecticut. And now I would like to have you meet Miss Eleanor Bendo and Miss Dorothy Edmonds. Good evening, girls.
Good evening.
Which is which, may I ask? Who is Miss...
I'm guilty of being Dorothy Edmonds.
You're Dorothy Edmonds, and you are...
Eleanor Bendo.
You see, now, there's only one of me, fortunately, so you girls won't be confused. Is this your home, Miss Bendo?
No, this isn't. My home is in Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland, is it really? And Miss Edmonds?
I'm from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
Oh, from Alberta. I worked there many years ago on the Pantages Time.
Pantages Theater?
I guess you were too young then, though, to be going. What are you girls, you don't mind if I ask you what you're doing in New York, do you?
No.
What are you doing?
Well, I am studying in the hopes of being a singer and working as a sales lady on the side.
You're studying music, boys?
Yes, they both are.
Well, that's swell. What is your ultimate ambition? To sing in radio or in the theater or where?
Both radio or opera, either one.
Oh, opera too.
Hope so.
Oh, well, that's fine. I think that anyone with talent and ability and stick-to-itiveness is very important if you're going to attain your ambition. You have to stick to anything if you're going to be a success. Unless, of course, you're selling porous plasters, and then your success will depend upon someone else sticking to it. Well, what are you girls going to sing?
The Huguette Waltz.
The what?
The Huguette Waltz from the Vagabond King.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was Miss Eleanor Bendo and Miss Dorothy Edmonds. And now Uncle Jim is crowding me here with the table. What is the table for, Uncle Jim? Oh, this is Tommy Dunn. Am I right?
That's right, Fred.
Tommy Dunn from Broad Channel, New York, ladies and gentlemen. Where's Broad Channel? Uncle Jim, now don't confuse the thing. Tommy and I'll get along all right. Uncle Jim is fixing a table and a harmonica I see there. How old are you, Tommy?
18.
18, really?
Yes.
Where is Broad Channel?
It's out near the Rockaways.
Out near the Rockaways, eh? You go to school?
Yes.
You go to school out there?
Yes.
You do, huh?
Yes.
You look with the sweater on with this large C. What does that C stand for?
That stands for the Broad Channel Cardinals, our club.
Oh, a football team, is it?
Everything.
Oh, it's everything.
Every kind of thing.
Well, you don't play all these things at the same time, do you?
Sometimes.
Uncle Jim told me that you're interested in boxing. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
He told me also that you expect to go enter the Golden Glove contest this year.
Yes, that's right.
You do, really?
Yes.
What's your weight?
118.
118, huh? I used to think I was quite a boxer years ago. Got monotonous, though. I finally gave it up. Every time I boxed, I was in the rope so much, people thought it was a rodeo. They went home during the thing. I'd like to try out. Do you mind if I try out some of your defense there to see if you're ready for the Golden Glove?
Sure.
What's your defense for a left jab, say?
My left hand.
Your left hand comes up, and the left hook?
A right hand.
The right hand, and the uppercut?
I'll let me try.
All right. No, we'll end it. You see, in all of my fighting, I never had to bother. I just threw one punch and then landed.
Can I take off my sweater now? I can't work with
Yes, go ahead. Tommy has to take off his sweater. Now, as I understand it, he's going to play the harmonica standing on your head or your hands. Which is it? On your hands, sir. We have a table here and the little book. I might as well tell you the book is the Economy Cookbook. I mean, the mouth organ is set on the side of the book. I guess that's in case Tommy gets hungry while he's doing the trick. He opens that up and reads a recipe. He's going to play the harmonica standing on his hands. All right, Tommy. Tommy Dunn playing a harmonica standing on his hands. Thank you very much, Tommy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Charles Chancer from Brooklyn. Mr. Chancer, how are you?
How you doing, Mr.
Allen is my name. You are a pianist and a songwriter. Is that right?
That's right.
Have you written many numbers?
I've written several numbers, yes.
Have you had any published yet?
I've had the good fortune to have one published, the song I'm going to play.
How long after you had written it was the song published?
Well, about a year and a half.
Year and a half, eh? Must have had a lot of merit to have the publishing postponed that long. Look at that song. The music goes round and whatever it is, you know that.
And round.
The fellas who wrote that was published right away, I understand. The fellas who wrote it didn't even have time they ran out of words before they got to the middle of it. They had to put in some ho-ho-hos there or something. I guess they put the hose in so they'd have a sock number. That was probably it. What are you going to play for us, Mr. Chancer?
The song is called After Dark.
After Dark, your own original composition, huh?
Okay.
Well, you go right ahead. I will do a Highland fling here at the microphone, pending television. I'll see. I'll probably win the contest with my fling. Thank you.
After dark, though we're far apart, after dark, you creep into my heart every night. When no one's inside, like a thief, you steal into my life. With the dawn, I'm left with just a memory. Love is gone. please come back to me. After dark, when the day is through, in my dream, I'll always wait for you.
Thank you, Charles. That was Charles Chancer of Brooklyn playing his own composition After Dark. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a tiny little lady, Miss Eleanor Freeze. Is that right, Miss Freeze? Rather a frosty name, isn't it? Would you mind speaking up, guys? How tall are you?
I'm as tall as Mary Pickford, Mr. Allen.
As tall as...
4'9".
4'9", hey?
Yes.
Eleanor Freeze, it looks as though you had settled down during the course of freezing there. What are you going to, you have musical chimes. That's an odd-looking instrument, isn't it?
Yes.
It's sort of a xylophone with bells in place of the wooden top. Is it a well-known instrument? Is it something that you worked out yourself?
No, it's something that my dad brought home from Europe.
Oh, from Europe, huh?
He's not living now. He brought them for my 4th birthday. And he died before I was 5, so he never heard me play them.
Well, that's too bad. You've kept them ever since, huh?
Yes, I have.
Have you practiced on them ever since you've been 4?
Well, since I was about 5 or 6.
Well, that's fine. I was a little worried when Uncle Jim told me that you played the chimes. I thought that we'd have to ask the studio audience to follow you up in some belfry to see how it was done. But fortunately, you have the portable chimes. So I'm going to ask you, what selection are you going to play?
I'm playing the glowworm.
The glowworm. Thank you very much. F-R-I-E-S-E. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from Miss Freeze, we go to Miss Lillian... Pardon me, what is...
Freiser.
From Miss Freeze to Miss Lillian Freiser. Out of the frying pan into the Freiser, huh? And you are from the Bronx, Miss Freiser?
Yes.
You are a singer, huh?
Yes.
How did you ever get down from the Bronx tonight? With dog sled or something?
No.
I heard the snow is pretty deep up there, is it?
Yes.
It is. Where do you live?
East Bronx, Prospect Avenue.
Oh, Prospect Avenue. You know, I heard the snow was so deep up there around 159th Street that some boys made a snowman on the sidewalk there, and one of the put a broom in the snowman's hand, and one of those WPA executives came along and handed the snowman a check yesterday afternoon. He thought he was working on a project out there, just a little confused. Well, what are you going to sing, Miss Freiser? Miss Freiser, I beg your pardon.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Thank you.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch trouble by the toe. If it hollers, let it go. Let it fly away. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. It's saying sweet and low. Hear it in the hollies, let it go, let it fly away. Big band rings it, Sally sings it, white man swings it, even Mr. Crosby brings it. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch trouble by the toe. If the hollies let it go, let it fly away.
Thank you. That was Miss Lillian Chrysler. Thank you very much. And that completes our amateur contest for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And while I look at the applause machine, I'm going to ask Harry to take the microphone in hand and say a few words. Harry.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the many letters of appreciation you've written Fred and Portland, they are sincerely grateful. And for the many friendly letters you've written us about the two products that make these hours of smiles possible every Wednesday, we are deeply grateful. Thank you all for remembering Ipana for the smile of beauty and Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. All right, Peter, thanks very much. You ready, Fred?
Yes, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the following acts. The ABC Quartet, Tommy Dunn, and Miss Eleanor Fries. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to hold his fragile mitt, spelled M-I-T-T, over the heads of these boys and girls. And as I call the names, I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud once again for your winners. Are you ready, Harry?
All ready, Fred.
Now, first, the four boys who are so kind enough to come down from Waterbury, Connecticut, the ABC Quartet. Next, the young man who played the harmonica, standing on his hands, the boy from Broad Channel, down near the Rockaway, Master Tommy Dunn. And then the young lady who played the glowworm on her musical chimes, Miss Eleanor Fries. Thank you. Now, what does the machine say, Harry? Just a second. We had to come at such a distance, ladies and gentlemen. The winner came in a relay from the machine to Uncle Jim to Harry Von Zell, and here it is. The first prize, $50 in cash, and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City goes to the young gentleman who exemplified the fine art of playing the mouth organ through standing on his hands, Tommy Dunn, with a decibel rating of 76. The second prize, $25 in cash, goes to the young lady with the musical chimes, Miss Eleanor Fries. Thank you. I'm sorry that we all couldn't win, but thank you for coming, and better luck next time. Thank you. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen, and inviting you to another hour of smiles next Wednesday evening at the Old Town Hall. Portland, the Mighty Allen Art Players, Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet, and another group of high-test amateurs. We'll all be looking for you, so don't forget. This is Fred Allen saying good night.
Heard on this program, I've got my fingers crossed from King of Burlesque, and I've got a brand new suit from At Home Abroad. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by Maxwell House, the coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Maxwell House, always good to the last drop. Slap a bunch of poets together, and at least one thing is bound to emerge, a new definition of love. In one of his flossier moments, Shakespeare wrote, "Love is a smoke raised with the fume of sighs," which is very nice if you go in for that sort of thing.
The Messrs. Thurber and White, on the other hand, viewed the emotion with a more practical eye. Love, they said, is the strange bewilderment which overtakes one person on account of another person. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons probably have ideas of their own on this ethereal subject. Like this. I think I'll have a little more rice. Would you mind passing it, Betty?
Yes, Father.
Jim.
Honey, let's not start that business about rice being fattening. It isn't.
Well, you were the one who said that your waist...
Margaret, rice is not fattening. It's the stuff you put on it. Like butter. You put butter on anything, it's fattening. But have you ever seen me put butter on my rice?
No, dear.
You're darn right you haven't. Kathy, please pass the gravy.
Here you are, Daddy.
Now that you mention it, what's wrong with my waistline? I haven't gained a pound in 20 years.
What was that?
Well, maybe 2 pounds.
Daddy, look at Bud.
Why? I've been looking at him for 15 years.
He isn't eating his dinner.
Well, maybe he's got problems. Bud? Bud?
Yes, dear.
Dear? Bud, what's the matter with you?
Jim, maybe he doesn't feel well.
He's in love.
Kathy, mind your own affairs and eat your dinner.
Well, he is.
Bud, do you feel all right? Bud!
I'll answer it.
Sit down.
Don't you want me to answer the phone?
It didn't ring. Will you please sit down?
Something rang. I can still hear it. Kind of like bells.
Jim, I think he is ill.
He's in love. Love. Huh.
Bud, if you don't feel well, go to your room. If you do feel well, eat your dinner.
Maybe it's the doorbell.
I didn't hear anything.
Bud.
I just heard it again.
Jim, something is wrong. I don't like the look in his eyes.
You know, for the first time in her life, Kathy may be right. Look at that idiotic grin.
On me?
On your brother. He looks like a cross between Boris Karloff and a contented cow. All right, Bud, let's stop all this ridiculous moaning and groaning. What's wrong?
Dad.
Yes?
Have you ever been in love?
Why, Bud.
I mean, really in love. With a girl.
Well, your mother wasn't exactly a rhinoceros.
You ought to see her eyes, Dad. They're blue. The bluest eyes you ever saw. Both of them.
Only has 2, huh?
And hair. The most beautiful hair. Like the sun shining on home plate.
Bud, is this a girl or a double-header between the Yanks and Cleveland?
It's a girl. The most wonderful girl in the whole world.
Fine. Now eat your dinner.
Food? How can you think of food at a time like this? I don't think I'll ever eat again. Not ever.
I remember when I first met your mother, I went through the same thing. People thought I was going to starve to death.
And did you?
No, I managed to pull through.
Daddy,
Yes, Kathy?
how long didn't you eat?
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember exactly. I know I missed practically one entire lunch.
Jim.
Dad.
What is it, Lochinvar?
Who?
What do you want?
When you and Mom fell in love, what'd you do?
Don't you think you're getting a little nosy?
No, I mean, how did you know you were in love? How often did you see one another?
Oh, a few times a week, something like that.
Jim, you were there every night and you know it.
Margaret, you're being absolutely no help at all. Bud isn't serious about this girl, are you, Bud?
Boy, am I.
I mean, he isn't thinking about marriage or anything ridiculous like that, are you?
What is ridiculous about marriage?
Margaret, he's 15 years old.
Oh, I don't mean for Bud.
Well, we weren't talking about Errol Flynn.
Naturally, Bud isn't going to do anything foolish. Not yet, at any rate.
Of course not. When he gets a little older, that'll be time enough for him to do something foolish.
That's not what I meant, and you know it. Bud is a sensible boy, aren't you, dear?
Sure.
And he knows that he's much too young. He has a lot of time for girls, haven't you, dear?
Boy, have I.
Bud, let's look at this thing in a more practical manner. You know, going out with girls can be kind of expensive. Flowers, candy, movies.
Well, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about, Dad. You see, I only get $1.25 a week.
Yes?
How can you take a girl out on $1.25 a week?
You can't.
Well, that's why I was thinking...
But if you're really sincere about this girl, if you think your life and happiness depend on her, well, do what I did. Go sit on her front porch.
Gosh, what kind of fun can you have on a front porch?
Oh, don't be stupid.
Jim.
Bud, when I was courting your mother, all we did was sit on her front porch. Didn't we, honey?
Yes, dear.
Night after night, week after week. We just sat there and held hands.
And looked at the moon. A large, lovely, friendly moon.
Never got so sick and tired of looking at anything in my whole life.
Why, Jim.
Well, let's face it, the same darn thing every night. Just sit there and look at the moon.
There were a great many other boys who were perfectly willing to take your place.
But I wouldn't let them, would I?
You certainly wouldn't. You were the stubbornest thing I've ever known.
Sure, but I was cute. And I knew a good thing when I saw it.
Dad.
Now what?
When you were sure that Mom was the right one for you, I mean, when you knew that you couldn't live without her, then what'd you do?
Well, what did we do, Margaret?
Well, you made me get all dressed up in my best bib and tucker, and you took me home to visit your family.
That's right. I can still feel my knees knocking. Was I ever scared?
Not half as scared as I was.
It turned out all right, though, didn't it, honey?
Mm-hmm.
They fell in love with you just like I did. Bud, where are you going?
I'll be right back, Dad. I have to make a phone call.
You come back here and eat your dinner.
Leave the boy alone, Jim. It's his first big love. Got to get used to it.
Love.
Betty, you haven't said a pleasant word all evening. What's gotten into you?
She isn't eating her dinner either.
Why don't you do your homework?
I did it.
Do it over again.
Can't I just keep still?
All right, but see that you do. Betty, do you feel all right?
I feel fine. She had a fight with Billy Smith.
I thought you were going to keep still.
Well, if I did, nobody'd ever get to know anything around here.
We'd find out somehow.
Betty, have you and Billy Smith had another argument?
I never want to see him again as long as I live.
I thought you were getting along fine.
We were until he met that Eloise March, that little snip.
Who's Eloise March?
Just the worst little flirt in town, that's all. And if he wants her, he can have her.
Betty, I wouldn't get all upset about it if I were you.
I'm not upset. I'm not the least bit upset. I just wouldn't give you 3 cents for all the men in the world, that's all.
I
would. This Eloise March must be quite a character.
She's a vampire, that's what she is.
Is she pretty?
Oh, how do I know? I've never even seen her. I'm through with men. I'm going to have a career instead. I'm going to devote my whole life to being a chemist or something.
I still love you, Betty.
Oh, dear.
Taking it pretty hard, isn't she?
Well, she and Billy have been friends for so long.
What do you think we ought to do?
Mommy.
What is it, dear?
Aren't you glad I don't do anything except break windows?
Yes, dear, you're a great help.
Well, it's all set, Dad. I called her and she's coming over.
Who's coming over?
My girl.
Bud, why in the name of all that's holy?
Well, you said to bring her over, didn't you?
I said no such thing.
But that's what you did. You said so.
Bud, this is not the time to bring a girl around. We're having enough trouble with girls. Your sister and Eloise March and...
How did you know?
How did I know what?
About Eloise March.
What about Eloise March?
That's my girl.
Oh, no.
Now that's wonderful coffee. Welcome words you can hear across your breakfast table from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, he'll be there, that number one expert, because he's your husband. Naturally, we think we're pretty fair experts. Our Maxwell House coffee is America's favorite brand. But the person with the final say, the one we both want to please, is that husband of yours. And if you'll make his breakfast coffee Maxwell House, we're mighty sure he'll tell you, that's wonderful coffee. Matter of fact, if he doesn't, we'll give you your money back. You see, we know there's no coffee made like Maxwell House. And that's why no coffee tastes like Maxwell House. It's the only coffee with that famous good to the last drop flavor. Get Maxwell House tomorrow and start serving it to your husband. And if he doesn't say it's the best coffee he ever tasted, why, send us the can, an unused portion, and we'll gladly refund the price you paid. Our address is on the front of every one of those familiar blue tins. Tomorrow, find out how much the world's greatest coffee expert enjoys Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
These are parlous times in which we live, and days of great decision. Throughout the world, men of substance watch the headlines with an anxious eye, keeping one ear to the ground and the other glued to the radio, which is a neat trick if you can do it. Jim Anderson may not quite succeed, but in the living room of the white frame house on Maple Street, he's giving it quite a try, like this.
Margaret, why don't people leave things where they belong? Margaret!
What is it, Jim?
What happened to my large map of Korea?
I don't know, dear. Where did you put it?
It was right here on the table.
Well, if it was on the table, that's where it ought to be. No one's been in the living room. Jim, what on earth are you doing?
What's the matter?
All those maps on the floor, and Bud's friend is going to be here any moment.
Margaret, I'm waiting for a very important broadcast. It's coming from all over the world, even Moscow. And I don't want to miss a word. This is the only radio in the house that's any good, and you know it.
All right, but I still don't see why you need 8 million maps scattered all over the floor.
There are 5 maps. And where's the one of Korea I had on the table?
Which table?
This table.
What is this?
That's the map.
Of course, you couldn't dream of lifting up a big, heavy magazine.
Well, the magazine had no business being there in the first place.
Dear, if I go into the kitchen, do you think you can find your way back to the radio?
If I get lost, I'll send up smoke signals. 1 if by land and 2 if by sea.
I'll make a note of it, dear.
Thinks it's so funny. How did I know it was under the magazine? People go around hiding your maps under magazines. Think all a man has to do is go around looking under magazines. Bud!
He's upstairs, Jim.
The doorbell rang.
Bud, the doorbell rang.
I'm combing my hair.
He's combing his hair, Jim.
What do you want me to do about it?
You might answer the door.
Well, if you're going to be logical, wait until a man has something really important to do. Maps all over the floor. All right, keep your shirt on. I'm coming. Busy little character. Probably hasn't got a brain in her head anyway. Hello there.
Is this the Anderson residence?
It certainly is. Come on in.
I'm Eloise March, and don't tell me you're Mr. Anderson.
How did you ever figure that out?
Oh, I'd have known you anywhere, Mr. Anderson. Really, I would.
Loverboy's told me so much about you.
Loverboy has, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
That was nice of him. Loverboy. Bud, your friend is here. The thundering herd will be down in a minute. He's fixing his makeup.
I don't mind.
Well, let's go into the living room and sit down.
All right. My, you have a lovely home. It's so gauche.
I was hoping you'd notice that. We tried to make it one of the gauchest homes.
And you certainly have.
Yes. Margaret, Bud's friend is here. Please.
Just a minute, dear.
Mrs. Anderson will be right in. Then you can all go into the den and have a nice little chat.
My, all those great big maps. What are they?
Oh, just maps of the world. I use them for reference on the important news broadcasts.
You do? Why, how clever.
I just listen to the broadcasts. I don't deliver them.
How clever to use maps. And of the whole world. It's just like I told Bud. Men are so
Gauche?
aren't they ever?
Margaret.
Budsy boy.
Hi, Eloise. Gee, you look nice.
Oh, Bud, I don't either. Why, I threw on just any old thing.
You sure threw him in the right place, didn't you?
Yes, she's quite a picture.
Why, Mr. Anderson.
And speaking of pictures, why don't you show Miss Marsh the pictures in the den or someplace?
But you said when you took Mom over to your
But
house...
let's not have any arguments about it. There's going to be a very important broadcast.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Miss March, but I was busy in the kitchen.
Mom, this is Eloise.
I'd have known you anywhere, Mrs. Anderson. Bud has told me so much about you.
Oh, I'm sure he must have.
Father, was that the phone?
No, it wasn't the phone. It was the doorbell.
I'll be right down.
It wasn't for you. Margaret, why don't you take Bud and Eloise into the den and give them some milk and cookies or something?
Milk and cookies?
Holy cow, Dad.
Mr. Anderson, you're so droll.
Margaret.
Why don't we show Eloise the pictures we took this summer, Bud? I'm sure she'd like that.
But I thought when Dad took you over to his house...
Hi, what's all the excitement about?
Betty, why don't you go back upstairs?
What for?
We'll explain all about it later. Go ahead, dear.
Why can't I stay down here? I know. You must be Kathy.
That's Betty.
Oh, of course, Betty. I'd have known you anywhere. Bud's told me so much about you. I'm Eloise March. No!
Margaret, why don't you all go into the den?
The nerve of her coming into this house after what she did to me.
What, who did to you?
Bud, why don't you take Eloise into
She came here to sneer at me. That's what she did.
Eloise?
I don't know what she's talking about. I swear I don't. Oh, yes, you do. You know just what I'm talking about.
If you'd all just go into the den...
Now, see here, Betty. You have no right to talk to Eloise that way.
I'll talk to her any way I choose.
You will not.
I certainly will.
Betty, if you'll just go upstairs like a good girl.
Why don't you all go into the den?
Look at her. Powder and paint an inch thick, and Billy Smith thinks she's so wonderful.
Billy Smith?
But, honey, you know I don't care about anybody but you. You told the same thing to Billy Smith. I never did.
Bud.
And Janie Liggett's sister said you told the same thing to Russell Spencer.
Eloise, you didn't.
She certainly did.
Betty.
And he was going steady with Marion Swift all the time, and you knew it. I did not know it.
Bud.
Jim, it won't do any good.
It has to. They're going to start the broadcast any minute. Look, if you'll all just go into the den...
Eloise, how could you?
How could I what?
Say what you said when you said you never said what you said before.
Well, I never did say it before. for? You certainly did. Budsy, how can you stand there and let her talk like that?
You told me you never went out with older men.
I don't.
Billy Smith's 18, and you went out with him.
Well, only 3 or 4 times, and that doesn't mean anything, does it?
You've only been out with me twice.
Bud, you're standing on my map.
Just because I go out with a boy 3 or 4 times, what does that prove? Daddy!
You went out with Billy Smith, and you told me you didn't go out with Billy Smith.
Not since Tuesday.
Bud, you're walking all over Alaska.
Daddy!
Just because he's older than I am and gets a bigger allowance.
He does?
Sure he does. So does everybody else. Why don't you go out with them?
Don't worry, she will.
Daddy, telephone.
Why don't you all go into the telephone?
I'm going home. That's where I'm going. Good. And Bud Anderson, you're just the nastiest boy I've ever known in my whole life.
Bud, why don't you take Miss March to the door?
She just said I was nasty.
He doesn't have to take me to the door. Now or ever.
And that goes for me, too.
If you'll just go into the den.
I'm sorry I ever came into this house, that's what. And I'm sorry I said it was gauche. Because it isn't.
Well.
Holy cow.
Daddy, telephone. I heard you.
All right, Betty, answer the phone.
Brazen little snip. I guess I told her.
Gee whiz. And I spend my whole allowance on a box of candy. For her.
If no one has an objection, now may I listen to the broadcast?
A whole $1.25 gone.
Bud, why don't you go into the kitchen and fix yourself a sandwich?
A sandwich? How can you eat with a broken heart?
Easier than with an upper plate. Now stop acting like an idiot and behave yourself.
Women. They're just a curse of humanity.
Yes, dear, we're awful.
Oh, I didn't mean you, Mom.
Margaret, will you take that boy out and drown him? I've got to have quiet in here for the broadcast.
All right, Bud, let's go inside now.
Mother, it was Billy. It was Billy Smith. He explained all about Eloise March.
Betty, please.
He's a psychology major, and he was just using her for research.
Oh, no.
That's fine, dear.
And he's coming over right away with Russell Spencer and Marion Swift.
No.
What?
I've had enough of this circus tonight. This is my house, too. I live here just as much as anybody, and I'm going to listen to this broadcast.
But, Father, I told them.
I don't care what you told them. I'm going to hear the broadcast, and that's final.
Betty, there's no reason why you and your friends can't go down to the playroom.
But we'll have to sneak around on our tiptoes.
Quiet, please.
At 9 o'clock, due to this unforeseen difficulty, the news broadcast originally scheduled for this period will not be heard. In its place, we bring you that heartwarming tale of young love, the romance of Susan Blake.
Oh, no.
Well, at a time like that, I guess there just isn't much for Father to say. But I know one place where he's always got some mighty important words. When it comes to coffee, he can tell you exactly where to get the most in flavor for your money. Sure, Father knows best. He's the world's greatest coffee expert, just like that man of yours. And we think it'll really pay you to get your husband's expert opinion on our Maxwell House coffee. Because when he tries a cup and says, best coffee I ever tasted, you'll know Maxwell House gives you the most for your money. The most in flavor, the most in pure pleasure. Get a pound of Maxwell House tomorrow. See how your husband takes to that wonderful good to the last drop flavor. And count all the cups of truly good coffee you get from that 1 pound. We think you'll be convinced your coffee buy is Maxwell House coffee. Because it's always good to the last drop.
It's midnight in Springfield, and all is quiet in the white frame house on Maple Street. That is, all should be nice and quiet. But you know how it is with the Andersons. Noon or midnight, there's never a dull moment like this.
Jim. Jim.
What? What's the matter?
Jim, wake up.
Oh, what for?
Listen, I just heard something downstairs.
Oh, go to sleep, Margaret. It's probably nothing but a burglar.
Jim, are you going downstairs, or do you want me to call Bud?
No, never mind. I'll go.
Be very careful, dear. Please.
Sure, I'll be careful.
If it is a burglar, just call the police.
That's a very good idea. Thank you very much. Wake a man out of a sound sleep and then expect him to go roaming around in the dark. Oh, Jim. One of these nights I'm going to fall down the stairs and break my neck. Serve him right, too. Call the police. What did she think I was going to do, wrestle with him? All right. Oh,
Hiya, Dad. What's up?
I am. What are you doing down here?
I was hungry. Want a sandwich?
No, thank you. What happened to your broken heart?
Oh, I don't know. I was an awful boob, wasn't I?
No, not exactly. But you're getting there. Now, hurry up and get back to bed. Your mother's worried enough for one night.
Okay. Oh, say, Dad.
Yes?
Did you put $1 on my dresser?
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
Dad.
Now what?
Thanks for everything.
Go to bed.
You bet. Good night, Dad.
Good night. Lover boy.
It's a wonderful feeling to start the day singing. Life is swell when you keep well. That's why Post 40% Bran Flakes have become America's largest selling Bran Flakes. Every 1 ounce serving of Post 40% Bran Flakes provides bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet. They're so delicious tasting and so good for you, too. Tomorrow, serve America's favorite Bran Flakes. Post 40% Bran Flakes. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Boggy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Hello? Hello, Jughead. This is Archie. Come over right away. It's a matter of life or death. Oh, relax, Archie. Relax.
Yes, indeed, and you relax too, folks, while you visit Archie Andrews of comic strip fame, his family, and his friends. You know Archie, and now he comes to you with all his gang in a YMCA presentation, A Day at Camp. Well, as we look in on the friendly little city of Riverdale, we find Archie engaged in the great American pastime, sitting on the porch of the girl next door, whiling away a sunny afternoon.
Well, Betty, school's almost out.
Yes. How many more days?
Well, I haven't figured it out exactly, Betty, but roughly speaking, there's about 41 hours, 15 minutes, and 30 seconds of school time left this term.
Archie. Have you made any plans for the summer?
Oh, sure. I'm going to Stevens Lake with the folks this year.
Are you, Archie, really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's wonderful. But aren't you going back to the YMCA camp at Whitmore Lake?
Nope, I'd rather be at Stevens Lake this summer.
Why, Archie?
Well, Stevens Lake is a beautiful lake.
What else?
Well, the scenery's swell.
What else?
And it's always cool there.
What else?
And a lot of people I like will be there.
Who, Archie?
Oh, lots of people. In fact, I hear Veronica's family's taking the cottage right next door to ours.
Oh, I see.
Did I say something?
Oh, no, Archie. Not a thing. Well, I'd better go see if I can help Mother. See you later, Archie.
Oh, gee whiz. A girl is one thing a fellow like me will never understand.
Mary.
Yes, dear?
Mary, I've been thinking. Perhaps we ought to have Archie go to the YMCA camp at Whitmore Lake this summer.
Well, now, what made you decide that, dear?
Well, I don't know. Tom Jones is telling me he's sending Jughead to camp again, and I think it's a good idea. To teach the kids how to get along with each other, how to keep out of mischief, and if there's one lesson Archie needs, that's it.
Well, perhaps you're right, dear.
Well, of course I'm right.
Hi, Dad. Hi, Mom.
Hello, son.
Archie. Say, Dad, don't you think we ought to run out to the lake tomorrow and get the cottage ready for the summer?
Oh, your mother and I were just talking about that, Archie.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. We're thinking you might like to go to camp again this year.
What?
Mm-hmm. I had a talk with Sam Blake at the Y. They still have room at Whitmore Lake for a few more campers.
Oh, no, Dad. I'm not interested in camp this year.
Well, why not, son? Didn't you have fun at camp?
Oh, yeah, Dad. Sure. It's a swell camp, but, well, I'd rather sooner go to Stevens camp this summer.
Oh, Jughead is going to camp, Archie.
Yeah, I know, Dad, but I'd still rather go to Stevens Lake.
Well, Fred, if the boy doesn't want to go to camp...
All right, son. I won't press the point. You may go to Stevens Lake.
Gee, thanks, Dad.
After all, it's your decision. Gee, Veronica. Hello, Veronica.
Hello, Archie. Where y'all going?
I was on my way over to see Jug, Veronica.
That anything special?
Well, yeah, sort of. Wanted to talk to him about this summer.
Oh?
Yeah, you know what almost just happened?
What?
My dad almost wanted me to go to camp at Whitmore Lake.
Really? Why, that's quite a coincidence.
Coincidence?
Yes, I'm going to camp at Whitmore Lake.
You are?
Uh-huh. I'm going to Camp Minnetonka.
Camp Minnetonka? You mean right next door to the Y camp?
Uh-huh.
But, gee, well, I thought your folks took a cottage at Stevens Lake.
Well, they did, but I'm not going. It's too dull at Stevens Lake. Why, Archie, where are you rushing off to?
Home, Veronica. Home to reverse a decision.
And so, when Archie was 42 classroom hours older, Archie arrived at camp.
Come on, Jud. Where are we going? To the recreation hall. Uncle Bill's going to make a speech.
Okay, fellas. Let's have some quiet. I don't want to make any speeches. I just want to welcome you back to Camp Greylock and say we're going to have a lot of fun together. Now, I know our new campers have heard of our program of character building and racial understanding. Well, don't let those big words frighten you. It means only hours of good sportsmanship, teamwork, and fun. Baseball, swimming, arts and crafts, canoeing, and all the other camp activities. It means that there are boys here of many different racial backgrounds, but we're all Americans. Now remember, all together. These are the things the Y stands for. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, about rules. Just one rule I want to mention now. No one is to take out a canoe at any time, unless he is qualified, and unless there's another canoe in the vicinity with a counselor in it. Got that?
Yes, sir.
It's just plain safety. I'll have to punish anyone who violates that rule. Okay. Now, schedule for this afternoon, boys. Baseball on the main athletic field. Following that, a free period.
Gee, Jug, maybe I can get permission to visit Veronica.
Yeah. Okay, fellas. Now let's go out and play ball. All of us.
Attaboy, Tommy! Attaboy, Tommy! Attaboy, Jimmy! Attaboy, Jimmy! Attaboy, Harry! Attaboy, Harry! Gee, bases loaded. Yeah, and you're up at bat, Archie. Me? Oh, gee, that's right. Oh, boy, hand me a bat. Here's where I smack a home run right into the leg. Here's where
Attention, athletic field. Attention, athletic field. Archie Andrews, report to the front office. Archie Andrews, report to front office.
Oh, me?
Archie Andrews, report to front office. That is all.
Oh, well, I'd probably have struck out anyway. Did
you send for me, Uncle Bill?
Archie, I got a visitor who'd like to see the camp. Thought you wouldn't mind escorting her around.
Her?
Yes, Miss Agatha Gush. The sister of one of our new campers. She's just visiting for the day.
Agatha Gush?
That's right. You find her waiting on the front lawn.
Yes, Uncle Bill. Could I ask you something?
Yes?
Could I have permission to leave campgrounds during the free period tonight?
Leave camp?
Yeah, I'd like to visit a friend at Camp Minnetonka.
I see. Well, Andrews, maybe. Check with me when you come back from guiding Miss Gush. I'll let you know that.
Yes, Uncle Bill. I'll guide Miss Gush like she's never been guided before.
Oh, are you going to guide me around camp?
Yes, Miss Gush.
Oh, you may call me Agatha.
All right, Agatha.
You're sweet.
Beg pardon?
You're sweet.
Agatha, I don't know what, but something you got needs oiling. Well, shall we look at the camp?
Oh, I'd love to. What do we see first?
Well, how'd you like to see a real swell baseball game?
Baseball?
Yeah. We'll go down to the athletic field. You can sit on a nice, comfortable bench and watch me hit a ball all over the field.
All right. Will it take long?
Oh, no, only 2 hours or so.
Oh, but then it would be time for me to go home.
That's what I mean.
Oh, but I'd rather just take a nice walk around camp. A nice, long, long walk.
Yeah, somehow I knew you would.
Just look at the gorgeous daisies. Aren't they divine?
Yeah, simply divine.
My, just look at the hills. Everything looks so gigantic way up there.
Yeah, gigantic.
My, just look at the valley. Everything looks so infinitesimal down there.
Yeah, yeah, what you said.
Oh, look, a squirrel. Isn't he sweet?
Agatha, you're squeaking again.
So this is the lake.
Yes, Agatha, this is the lake. Well, now you've seen it all.
Oh, look, canoes.
Yeah, we got a dozen of them.
Oh, I'd love to go canoeing.
Can't.
But why not?
It's against the rules to go out in a canoe alone.
Oh, but I've never been in a canoe.
Then I'm certainly not taking you out in one.
I think you're afraid to go out in an old canoe.
Listen, Agatha, I am not afraid.
Then let me see you take two.
All right, I will. But just a few feet from the dock.
All right, just a few feet.
And then right back in again.
All right.
Okay, hop in. Now sit back there. Oh, hand me that paddle.
Here.
Now untie that rope.
All right.
Hey, don't push out that way.
Why not?
I told you we can't go out very far. Well, do you like canoeing?
Yeah, I guess so. But it's very dull.
Well, you've had enough now. I'm going to take it back in.
Oh, but I haven't paddled yet.
And you're not going to.
Oh, but I want to paddle just a little. Please.
Agatha, cut it out. Agatha, sit down. Agatha. Oh, how do I get into these things?
Help! Help! I'm drowning. Help!
Gee whiz, I'm coming, Agatha.
Help! Help!
Here I am. Hold on to my shoulders. Agatha.
Help!
Agatha.
Help!
You'll be all right. That's right. No, not around my neck, Agatha. Agatha, let go. Agatha. Help! Help! Help!
Archie Andrews! What's going on there?
I'm just drowning a little.
Andrews, listen to me. Andrews!
Is this any time for lectures? Help!
Andrews! Stand up!
What?
I said stand up. The water's only 3 feet deep.
Oh, gee whiz.
Oh, it is only 3 feet.
Yes, Agatha. This is where you get off.
Well, Andrews, any explanation for this?
No, sir.
All right, Andrews. No canoeing for you for 2 weeks. And you'll spend the free period tonight in your bunk.
Yes, Uncle Bill.
Oh, my hero, my hero.
Well, now.
But you're my hero. You saved my life.
Agatha, the water was only 3 feet deep.
Yes, but it might have been deeper.
But it wasn't. Now I gotta go to my bunk.
Then, this is goodbye?
Uh-huh.
But I don't even know your name.
Why do you want to know my name?
Because I'd like to call you sometime in the city.
What? My name, Agatha, is Jughead. Jughead Jones.
Hi, Archie. Gee whiz, what happened to you?
I fell in the lake.
In the lake? How?
Never mind the gruesome details, Jug. But I can't use a canoe for 2 weeks, and I can't visit Veronica tonight. And Uncle Bill lectured me about that character building again.
Gee, that's tough.
It sure is. Well, say, what's all that stuff?
This? Oh, some new baseball things. See, new glove.
Gee, that's a beauty.
And spiked shoes, and a new bat and a ball, and the whole uniform.
Gee whiz, Jug. Well, where'd you get all that?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Oh, no fooling, Archie. As I was walking down to the bunk, some guy came rushing up to me and gave me this stuff. Kept shouting how I saved his daughter's life.
Saved his daughter's life?
Yeah. Some man by the name of Gush. Joseph P. Gush.
Jughead, the next time Uncle Bill spouts off about character building and I don't pay attention, will you kick me?
Kick you, Archie?
Yes, Jug, and you can start right now.
Archie Andrews' Day at Camp has been a YMCA presentation. The script was written by Carl Jampel and is based on the copyrighted feature appearing in Archie Comics magazine. Archie was played by James Dobson. Charles Urquhart directed with Henry Silburn at the organ. And this is Bob Sherry saying, so long.
Sheffield Farms, hello. I don't know. The man just says, guess who? That's right. It's the game, Guess Who? And your host is Sheffield Farms, who also bring you Sheffield Vitamin D, homogenized milk, and other fine dairy products. And now, here's your genial Sheffield Quizmaster, the man who pays you to guess who, Happy Felton.
Oh, somebody beat us to the punch there and yelled, who is it before we were even on the air? Well, good evening, everybody. You know, I went up to see a great football game today. I came back from the game by plane. You know, it's the first time in history a plane carried a blimp. I only went to the game because my cousin Vandervoort was there. Of course, he got thrown out of the game in the first quarter, though, for illegal use of the hands. He was caught picking pockets. I love football. I guess it's because I used to play football. I'll never forget when I was on my high school team. I had to wear a helmet and a nose guard. Could never tell when I'd get a dizzy spell and fall off the bench. I was really living in those days, being on a football team. You know, being on a football team is one way to keep very healthy. Our coach used to watch our diets. He made me eat plenty of breakfast foods. Every time I tackled, I crackled. But it was chilly up there in the stands today. But my wife surprised me. She gave me a new raccoon coat just before I left. It was very expensive. She told me it took 20 raccoons to make the coat. How they teach those little animals to sew is beyond me. I've never figured. Oh, I'm tired of talking about football. I did it all day. Now it's time to play the game Guess Who, where our 7 contestants, chosen from the theater audience, hear recordings of various voices, try to guess who they are. The winning guess pays off 10 silver Sheffield dollars, a miss only 2. Either way, signaled by the sound of the Sheffield dollars, just a heaping and a dropping into our big Sheffield milk bottle. Also on the show is an alarm clock set to ring sometime when some lucky contestant is at the mic. When that happens, the lucky person will receive with the compliments of Sheffield Farms a beautiful 17-jewel Gruen Precision Curvex wristwatch. And to round things off tonight, all of our contestants get a chance to kick over the big milk payola at the end of the show. The bucket being filled with $50 so far tonight. And now here's Joe Ripley with contestant number 1.
Right, Happy. I'd like everyone to meet Miss Bertha Honig of Brooklyn, New York.
Hello, Bertha.
Hello, Happy.
Bertha, you're from Brooklyn. What do you do for a living?
I'm a bookkeeper.
You're a bookkeeper?
Right, I am.
How long have you been a bookkeeper?
2 years.
2 years?
Right.
What kind of a company are you a bookkeeper in?
For a manufacturing company of uniforms.
What kind of uniform?
Now, don't get the wrong idea. It's not soldiers' uniforms.
What kind?
Well, the people that drive trucks or people that working as a hostess or anything like that.
You make the uniform.
No, I don't. I do the bookkeeping.
Oh, you do the bookkeeping?
That's right. I
for
keep the records.
Who make the uniforms for the truck drivers or... I'm all mixed up here.
Well, I'll tell you. Let me straighten
No,
you
Bertha,
out.
don't. I'm sure you could. I don't want to talk about uniforms tonight. I want you to tell us
Maybe
the
I can get you a nice uniform to use here. That's a good idea.
You must work for Omar the tent maker. I don't think you can... Now, Bertha, I want to talk about you, and I want you to tell me the absolute truth. And we won't report you to the truant officer. I want you to answer me. Did you ever play hooky from school?
Well, being that you want me to tell you the truth, I did.
You did? Why did you play hooky from school?
Well, I'll tell you, there was a very good picture playing in the Paramount, and I decided that, well, the best thing to do was to take off to go see it, so...
I used to play hooky for almost the same reason. Spent my mornings in a pool room, my afternoons in the burlesque theater. I'm sorry now. What a way to waste the morning. Well, tell me...
That wasn't much wasting, was it?
Tell me, Bertha, what was the last picture you saw that you like a lot? Now, you talk about movies. You must be a movie fan.
That's right. Oh, well, the last one I saw was, let me see now.
Anyone that you like. Well, maybe this will remind you of one. Who's your favorite actor?
Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra? Do you save pin-up pictures of Hollywood
Yes, I
stars?
have them all over the house.
You do, and you have a picture of Frank Sinatra?
That's right.
Would you like one of me?
Yes.
I send
I'll put
out
you right beside him.
I'll sign it. I send my pictures out on cardboard so you can hang it up, look at it, and say, there's Felton, stiff again. There's a lot of good movies around town these days, Bertha. For instance, The Jolson Story.
Yes, that's supposed to be very good.
It's wonderful. All about Mother's Day. He sings Mammy. Did you see it by any chance?
Yes, I did. It was very good.
It's very good. Did
yeah,
you see
I meant to mention it, but I...
You know, you talk faster than I do. Bertha, did you see the new Bogart Bacall picture? It's playing around now.
No one
It was named after me, the big creep. Bertha, I want you to go back and be cashier for a lot of good uniform makers now, but before you do, I want you to listen to a record. Here's a chance to make some money, Bertha. It's the voice of a famous dramatic actor you've heard on the radio and seen on the stage and the screen. For 10 silver Sheffield dollars, listen and guess who?
These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country. But he that stands it now deserves
Look a little puzzled? Well, now, he was just recently on Broadway in a play called A Flag is Born. His most famous role in pictures, I believe, was that of Emile Zola. Played a lot of pictures. I'm sure you've seen Scarface, Fugitive from a Chain Gang. You still puzzled? Oh, he's such a fine actor, and I'm sure you've seen him many times.
Paul Muni?
Paul Muni, before the bell rang. She was right on it. Okay, Bertha. Very close. Paul Muni, and just as the man picked up the bell, you said it. So you win the 10 silver dollars. Give her a nice hand. Stand by for our jackpot. Thank you, Bertha. Honey. All right. Come on up here, sailor. Let's welcome the Navy. Hi. Well, Dave Anderson, that is your name, isn't it?
That's right,
They
sir.
call you Dave?
That's right.
Where's your home, please?
Racine, Wisconsin.
And how long have you been in the Navy?
About 5.5 months.
What's your work in the Navy, Dave?
Well, to tell you the honest truth, I swab decks.
Swab decks. That's all right. Would you like to do similar work in civilian life?
No, sir.
You wouldn't, huh? How'd you like to drive a truck?
I don't think so.
The only reason I asked that is of this truck strike, you know. Joe Ripley's brother owns a truck. It was shut down during the strike, but he's doing fine now. He's got a very peculiar truck. His truck's 60 feet long and 2 inches wide. Delivers spaghetti in it. Got a round trailer in the back for meatballs. That comes along later. Dave, tell me about yourself. Where are you from?
Racine, Wisconsin.
How do you like Racine?
Very, very much.
And what did you do out there before you went in the Navy?
Well, I just got out of high school.
I see. What did you study in high school beside the girl students?
Well, I like speech and dramatics pretty much.
Did you ever have an ambition to be an announcer?
Not especially. I'd rather be an actor.
An actor? Joe Ripley there is a very good announcer, but he never studied that in school. Nope, never studied in school, and he's a very good announcer. He reminds me of my cousin. My cousin was in school. He was at the top of his class in chemistry. He was so skinny, he was the only student able to tread water in a test tube. Dave, now tell me, you want to be an actor. Have you ever done any acting?
Well, high school acting.
High school acting? What plays did you play in?
Junior Miss, Jane Eyre.
Well, you did all right then. Did you play on any athletic teams in school?
No, I went out for swimming a few times, but we didn't have a pool at our school, so we had to do it at the YMCA, and we didn't get along very well.
I went out for swimming, too. We didn't have a pool either, but we sure used to wet up the whole borough outside of Pittsburgh. I'll never forget the day I finished the 6th grade. I was so excited I could hardly shave. Dave, nice to have a man here from Racine, Wisconsin. I'm going to give you a chance to win some money. Now, you had a lot of buddies out there yelling for you. Let's see if you know your radio personalities. These are hints. This is a man who conducts a quiz show. He's been on the air for quite a while. See if for 10 pretty Sheffield cartwheels you can listen and guess who.
It's an honor to introduce Mr. Merlin Condi, Red Cross Field Director, who's recently returned from frontline duty in North Africa and Sicily. He's been attached to a heavy bombardment unit and served his men through the fierce fighting from Oran to Tunis and finally to Palermo. Mr. Condi brings us the story of the Red Cross in action at the side of our fighting.
Thanks to the Yanks,
I think he's a sports announcer.
No, he's not a sports announcer, but he says some people are Lee-Max. He says they're Lee-Max. He originated the Take It or Leave It show. No, it isn't Phil. He didn't originate it. Phil Baker followed this fella. He's a bird of a guy, I'll tell you. He's a swell bird. Oh, Hawkshaw.
I'll say Bob Hope.
Bob Hawk, all right. Very good. Have me worried there, Bob. Now, put the $10 in his moist hand there. How do you feel? Better now?
Well, I don't know, sir.
You've got $10 and a chance to win some more. Dave Anderson, thanks a lot. Come back for the jackpot. Let's give him a hand. Hey, Joe. Answer me something. Are you keeping in the pink with a He-Man's drink?
Ah, you bet your life, Hap. Pint of milk a day. Just to prove it, take a look at that muscle. Take a look at that muscle. Yes, sir.
I've seen better legs on pool tables. Oh, boy, that takes control.
No, that's right, Happy. It takes calcium, too.
Calcium? And how come you're talking the other day about proteins building muscles?
Well, it's like this, Hap. You have to have proteins to build strong muscles, but you need calcium to help control those muscles so they'll expand and contract properly. And when it comes to both proteins and calcium, milk takes top honors. You see, milk proteins are complete, containing all the known essential amino acids. And as for calcium, well, milk is not only your best source, it's the only food you can depend on as your chief regular source. Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk is extra helpful, too, because the added vitamin D helps you make full use of that calcium. And incidentally, it's mighty good drinking with a rich, country fresh flavor that's completely satisfying. So, for strong muscles, for muscle control, and for all-round good health, drink Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk. From now on, men, keep in the pink with a He-Man's drink. Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk.
Thank you, Joseph. And I want you to meet Herman Harris of Brooklyn, is that right?
Bronx.
Of the Bronx, pardon me. Mr. Harris, what do you do for a living?
I work in the New York Post Office.
What's your job in the post office?
Believe it or not, I don't handle the mail, no sell stamps, no money orders, no postal savings, no bonds.
Well, what do you do?
I'm assigned to the Postal Finance Division, Central Accounting Section, and we handle all the second, third, and fourth class accounts of the New York offices, state of New York. We do accounting. You want me to
Keep
go
going,
into it?
you're doing fine. Go ahead. Go ahead, Herman.
The postmasters in these various second, third, and fourth class office remit to us daily all the surplus funds. By the surplus funds, I mean...
Go ahead, Herman. You're doing fine. Go ahead.
The surplus funds, I mean that he withholds all expenses and rent.
Don't mind if I go out for a drink of milk, do you? Keep going, Herman.
And at the end of 3/4, why he sends in a quarterly account.
He does.
He
Herman,
does.
there's just one thing I want to know. Will you sell me a 3-cent stamp?
Yes.
You will. All right. I thought you didn't do that. All right, Herman. We're just kidding you here. I'm glad you understand your business. What I'm interested in here tonight, Herman Harris, of the New York Post Office.
That's right.
How's your memory?
Memory's pretty good.
Memory's good?
How far back does it go?
Well,
Happy?
I'll tell you more about that in a minute. My grandfather remembers when I only weighed 103 pounds.
A long time ago.
Yeah, I was a pretty baby. Tell me this now, Herman. Can you remember when there were trees on 42nd Street?
No.
I can. I can even remember a little flower in City Hall.
I can do that.
Herman, tell me, do you mind telling me your age?
52.
Now, there, you see, a man speaks white. Herman, why is it most women hate to tell their age?
Well, I don't know. They say 21 plus when they vote.
That's right, but you speak right up and say 52. I got a grandfather, the same one I was telling you about. He's a wonderful old gentleman. He's proud of his age. Just the other day, he got a 1-year contract with Saratan. He's 88, and he can spell his age backwards.
That spells natures.
What was your first job, Herman? Was it in the post office?
No, I was an electrician.
An electrician?
That's right.
Did you make good money when you first started out, Herman?
I did.
Were salaries lower then at the time?
Oh, yes, a great deal lower.
Well, what were you able to live on in those days?
Oh, $18 was good money in them days.
$18 is good money. Doesn't go very far now, does it?
Oh, no. That's about a day and a half.
I remember my first job. How old were you when you were an electrician, you say?
Well, I was an apprentice at 16, and then at about 19, I went out as a journeyman.
And then when did you take your civil service examination?
Oh,
so
about 26 or 27 years of age.
I see. I was an elevator operator. That was my first
You
job.
had your ups and downs, I suppose.
That's a good joke, Herman. Very good. I got fired, Herman. I couldn't remember the route. Do you remember... I had to top you, Herman. You came right in there on me. All right. Okay. Now, Herman, we have for you a record that I believe is unique. It was sent in to us by Mrs. Arthur Klein of Bronxville. She found it in a stack of records that she has had for years, and we sent her $5 for letting us use this record. And we'll send her back her record, too. By the way, if any of you people, you listeners, have any records that you think we might use, write us a letter and let us know what they are. And if we can use them, we'll send you $5. This is a record of a famous composer now, Herman. Famous composer conducting an orchestra playing a selection that he wrote. See if you know who this is for 10 silver Sheffield dollars. Play it, my boy. It's an old record, Herman, and we don't know exactly when it was made, but just remember, I gave you all the cues in the world. I said it was a composer conducting an orchestra, playing a selection that he himself wrote. He was a famous cellist. No, it wasn't Sousa. No, he was a cellist. He was an American citizen born in Ireland. He died here in the States in
McCormick?
No, he was a singer. Died here in 1924. You know, a show for which he composed the music is now playing right on Broadway. That's how famous he was, and how well most people know him.
An old-timer, huh?
Yes, an old-timer, and I'm sure you know the tune. Da-da-da. I'm sorry. You know who that was?
No.
That was Victor Herbert. Playing Sweethearts, and he wrote the music for the show up here, Gypsy Lady. Sorry you didn't know that, but we'll give you $2 for trying, and also we'll add that money that you missed on into our milk payola, and you'll have a chance at that. Thank you, Herman Harris.
Thank you.
You're a fine contestant. Oh, give him a nice one. Come on up here, young fella. What is your name, please?
Dave Stanley.
Where do you live, Dave?
In Brooklyn.
And what do you do?
I'm a writer.
What kind of a writer?
Well, this Thursday I have a book on sports coming out. It's called A Treasury of Sports Humor. It's a collection with stories by Damon Runyon, Paul Gallico, Arthur Train, Ring Lardner, John Lardner, and many, many others.
Oh, we're quite free with it. Tell us what the name of the book is and who publishes it and how much it is.
Thanks a lot for inviting a plug, Happy. It's called A Treasury of Sports Humor, It's published by Lantern Press. It'll be out Thursday, October 24th.
Well, that ought to sell at least 5 million copies. And the name of the book?
Well, if you help it along, it will.
What's the name of the book?
A Treasury of Sports Humor. Treasury of Sports Humor.
Treasury of Sports Humor. Well, you must like sports then.
Yeah. Well, it's every kid likes sports, particularly in Brooklyn, where kids always playing punchball or softball or baseball or basketball.
Uh-huh.
And that, together with interest in radio comedy that I had.
Well, now tell me, Dave, being a sports writer, did you bet on the cards?
Tell you the truth?
Yeah, truth.
I bet on them.
You did?
Yeah, I just unfortunate thing, the bookie
Congratulations, Dave Stanley. You don't need this money, brother. You did all right. Did you ever play baseball yourself, Dave?
Yeah.
What'd you play?
Well, I used to play in the outfield. I was a pretty good runner and a pretty good outfielder, but a terrible hitter.
You were? When I was a kid, we used to use an ironing board for a bat. We didn't care about the rules. We just wanted results. That's all we were interested in. Have you ever seen any of these girls' softball teams play, Dave?
No, but I heard a lot about them.
I saw a game in Hollywood once when the men's stars played against the women's stars. Sally Rand got up to bat, but she fanned. What other sports do you like besides baseball, Dave?
Basketball, particularly.
Basketball. Did you ever play golf?
Well, not that. No, I didn't.
You didn't? You ever gone hunting?
Once.
What'd you hunt for?
Well, just rabbits and things like that.
Everyone in my family hunts. My wife went out just the other day. She had some luck, too. How do you stuff a butcher? Dave, a sports writer is a novelty on our Guess Who show, and I'm glad I had a few sports questions to ask you now. You must know that your record has some connection with sports up here, because I asked you about that. It's the voice of a man who was an inspiration to those who worked under him. So listen now, for 10 silver Sheffield dollars, guess who this is?
We're going inside him. We're going outside him. Inside him and outside him. And when we get him on the run once, we're going to keep him on the run. And we're not going to pass unless our secondary comes up too close. But don't forget, man, we're going to get him on the run. We're going to go, 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 go. And we aren't going to stop until we go to that goal line. And don't forget, man.
That's Newt Rockney.
You're exactly right. Newt Rockney with no more hints. Don't go away. Very good, Dave. He was giving him the old college try, and you got the college try right in there for 10 silver dollars. Pay him off. Thank you, Dave Stanley. Stand by for our milk payola. Well, won't you come up here, a very charming lady. What is your name, please?
Jane Freitag.
Mrs. Jane Freitag, and where do you live?
Brooklyn.
Tell me, Mrs. Freitag, do you like your husband's relatives?
Yes, very
You do?
much.
Do they visit you often?
Oh, yes.
Do you ever visit them?
Yes.
You think your relatives are a better bunch than his are?
No.
You don't?
I wouldn't say that. I think it's 50-50.
50-50?
Yes.
I wish I could say that. My wife's relatives are visiting us now. There's so many of them at the house now, when anyone wants to take a bath, we have to play bingo for the bathroom. What does your husband do, Mrs. Freitag?
Caretaker, Knights of Columbus.
Knights of Columbus?
Yeah, for 10 years.
In Brooklyn, is
Yes.
that? Where is that?
Jamaica Avenue.
Well, isn't that fine? What's his first name?
Andrew.
Did you go on a trip when you were married?
No.
You did? Years ago, Niagara Falls was where all the
Yes.
married people went. Now it's Reno.
We went right home.
Where were you married, Mrs. Freitag?
In Brooklyn also.
In Brooklyn?
That's
And
right.
what were you doing when you met your husband?
Housewife. At home, homework. At home. I never went to business.
You never went to business?
Never went to business.
And you just worked at home?
That's right.
You never wanted to be a career girl? Huh?
No.
Do you believe women can do almost any job a man can do?
That's a pretty broad statement. I don't
Pretty
know.
broad statement, you don't know? Well, what about
They
the
are doing it.
They are? That's
Yes.
right. Well, now, does your husband help you when he gets home from work with your housework?
He's always home. He does help me a lot, yes.
He does, huh?
That's the way I trained him.
Oh, I see. Tell me, what's his first name?
Should be Andrew after 32 years. I think
Andrew
I have
after 30
trained.
years?
32.
32 years you've been married?
We
What do you-
just was, the 8th of this month.
8th of this month, you call him Andy?
Andy is right. That's
Is he
right.
still romantic?
Oh, sure.
Do you believe in love at first sight?
Well, I think mine was.
Can you remember your first kiss?
Oh, yes.
Did you ever play post
Sure.
office when you were young?
Embarrassing moments.
One day at school. You know, one day when I was a little kid, when I was at school, I was a little boy, I overheard two girls talking about me. One said she played post office with me. The other girl said the only time Francis Felton had hot lips was when he was caught in a burning barn chewing a toothpick. Well, what happened to that? I don't know. Mrs. Freitag, you've been very nice to talk to us. Win some money now. Take Andy home a present.
I'll try.
Tonight. You will? All right. All you have to do is listen
At
to this.
home, I usually know them all, but I don't know how I'm going to do here.
It's different up here. Well, if you listen to the radio, you'll have no trouble because this is a very well-known radio character. In his radio role, he has a special job to do every week. 10 silver Sheffield dollars. Listen and guess who?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, both Eddie Lang and Joe Herndon were sent to prison for short
Gabriel
terms.
Heater?
No.
Hard on their families, but they had knowingly broken the law. Justice required and they paid for their misdeeds.
Oh, that's the district attorney.
You're exactly right. Mr. District Attorney.
I should know it. I listened to
You
it.
listened to it.
My son wouldn't dare let me turn anything else either. He says, Mother, you got to listen
Well,
to
isn't that
it."
nice? Well, that's Jay Justin playing Mr. District Attorney. You've won 10 silver dollars for knowing who it is. Stand by for our milk payola. Thank you, Mrs. Freitag. Joe, I've been meaning to ask you all evening, has the milk bottle shortage eased up any?
Happy, I'm afraid it's getting worse. In fact, the milk dealers are now faced with the most serious bottle shortage in the history of New York. And folks, the situation is so critical that your supply of milk may be cut down further if you don't return every single empty milk bottle you can find. You see, because there's a shortage of soda ash, an important glass ingredient, the bottle makers have been forced to cut production drastically. And then the lack of trucking facilities has cut off the usual supply of paper containers. That means the glass bottles that are available are precious. So make it a point to round up every empty milk bottle you can find, won't you? Look in your pantry, in the closets, the basement. Make a thorough search. And whomever you deal with, please return those empties promptly to your milkman or to the store. Sheffield is urging your help in this emergency.
Joe, step aside because we have a visitor here, a sergeant from Halloran Hospital. What is your name, please?
Patty.
You know, I've been worried about that. You know what happened to you? Now, first of all, before Joe hands you that pretty present, you tell him your name. What's your name?
Thaddeus J. Sarin.
Thaddeus J. Sarin. What do they call you? Thad?
Ted.
Ted? Ted, tell him.
Oh, they call me Polak.
They call you Polak? Oh, that's all right. You Polish descent, Ted?
That's right.
You're not a bit ashamed of it, are you?
Not at all.
Attaboy. All right, now, Polak, come here. Come here. Read this. Read this. Tell them what you just won.
17 jewel grown precision Corvette wristwatch.
And it's a beauty, isn't it? Take
I'll
a look
say.
at it. You got it, brother. Hand it right over to Tad there. That's all right. All right. Tad, tell us about yourself there. Put it right on your arm there. Leave the crutches go. Don't worry a bit about it. Tell us, Tad, how long you been over at Halloran?
I've only been there about 5.5 months.
How long you been in the Army?
About 4 years.
4 years. He's wearing the Purple Heart. He's got so many medals on, I won't embarrass him. Tell me this. What was your job in the Army, Tad?
I was a flyer.
A flyer? And what kind of planes were you flying?
Liberators.
Liberators? What was the easiest job in your outfit?
Mess hall.
Mess hall? That's an honest answer. Of course, I was always more interested in the mess hall when I was out on USOs. Did you ever see any USO shows?
Yeah, I seen this Glenn Miller before he disappeared.
You did? And tell me, did you see any of the movie stars when they were around?
Yeah, but you don't pay much attention to them.
You don't pay much attention to them? Did you ever write a fan letter to a star? Never did. Huh?
Never bothered.
I got a proposal in the mail the other day. You'd be surprised. I wrote back and I asked for a picture, and I got a very funny address. Just said Lena, Dog Patch, USA. Tad, where's your home?
Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo, New York. I used to play up in Buffalo. I was up there at the Statler Hotel. I want to tell you this, Tad. We're mighty proud to have you here. We're proud to have you here, and we want to give you a chance to listen to a record. It's the voice of a girl who married an ex-GI. These are hints. Now, listen carefully. Now, if you've been going to the movies for any time at all, you know this voice. Listen, 10 silver Sheffield dollars. Guess who?
Hey, what did the blue jay say to the little sparrow on the fence one day? Say, till every guest go on.
Who did you say, Ted?
Shirley Temple.
Shirley Temple, right on the button. Hit up. Pay the man off. Pay the man off. Ted, Thanks a lot for being up here, and get over there to your chair now because we're going to have our milk payola, and it's right time for it. And the bucket has $58 in it. All our contestants have a chance to win. Listen carefully now. If more than one guesses the right answers, we'll divide the money right here. And if no one knows the right answers, we'll carry over the money and add it to next week's payola. We're going to play 3 records for you. 3 songs about sports. Each song is about a different sport. You listen to the tunes and tell us what sport the song is about. You have to get all 3 right to win. Remember now, write down each sport that each song is about. Here's the first one. That's about a sport. Here's another sport, and there's a song written about it. Number 2 coming right up here now. Play it, Gene Clark. Number 3 now. Remember, you got to get all 3 to win, and here's the third one. Play it, Gene.
While Happy's checking on the payola winners, here's just a reminder that milk is your best buy in food. I think Halloran's in there. Milk is your best buy in food because it does more for you and does it more cheaply. Sheffield milk is rich in vitamins, minerals, and other essential food values you need for all-round good health. Serve it often. Pure, wholesome Sheffield milk. Happy, what are the results?
Well, we have 2 winners, and they're both in the service. Dave Anderson, our sailor, and Polo Carson right over there. All right, the tunes were, you've got to be a football hero, the skaters waltz, and take me out to the ball game. Congratulations, boys. This is Happy Felton, your Sheffield milkman, saying good night, everybody.
This is Joe Ripley reminding you that Guess Who is presented Saturdays at 7 by Sheffield Farm, the division of National Dairy Products Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Each Thursday night at this time, Chrysler Corporation's famous 4 cars, Plymouth, Dodge, DeSoto, and Chrysler, will bring you Major Bowes and his original Amateur Hour. For this initial program, the honor city is Detroit, home of Chrysler Corporation. If you live in or near Detroit, you can vote for your favorite amateur by telephoning Cherry 5111. In New York City and vicinity, you can vote as always by phoning Murray Hill 89933. Elsewhere, send a letter or postcard to Chrysler Corporation in care of your own station. And here's a new way you can vote. Go into any one of the 12,000 Plymouth, Dodge, DeSoto, or Chrysler showrooms. Listen to the program and vote on the special ballot you will find there. Whether you drop in to listen and vote or to look over the famous 4 cars, you will always find a warm welcome. And here is Major Bowes and his original Amateur Hour. Major?
Thank you, Dave. All right. Thank you, Dan. Good evening, friends. A new setting, a different hour, another night. But here's the same wheel of fortune starting off on a merry spin. Around, around she goes, and where she stops, nobody knows. Now, first we have Joe Smith. Joe Smith, singer and tap dancer from the Bronx. You're coughing very well this evening, Joe. And how old are you?
I'm 46 years old. I weigh 210 pounds and stand 5'3" in my stocking feet.
Well, that's a perfect portrait, isn't it? What's your work?
I'm a taxi driver, and I drive one of those.
Wait a minute now.
As I was going to say, I drive one of those open-air DeSoto cabs.
Let me see. The kind where the roof slides back and it gives you practically an open car, huh?
Sure, and this'll slay you.
Is that a threat?
No, my wife told me to tell you. If I tell you this, it will go over big.
Well, all right, go ahead and tell it, sir.
I was answering a call, and a lady hails me, so I pulls over, and I said, "Lady, I am answering a call." And she said, "I don't care, I want your cab." So then I said to her, well, it's very mighty nice of you, lady, but there are other cabs. But she says, no, I want your cab.
Well, naturally, she wanted a nice, easy riding cab. Of course.
Yes, but that ain't all. Listen. I said to her, I says, it's very flattering, but there are other cabs. Why won't one of them do?
Yes, go on now. What did she say? Come to.
And she said to me, well, I am moving. And I think I have a tree that is 6 foot tall. And if I take your taxi cab, I can put it on my lap and let it stick out of the top.
All right. What are you going to sing then?
I'm going to sing It's a Sin to Tell a Lie in A flat.
Well, how in it?
Be sure it's true when you say I love you. It's a sin to tell a lie. So be sure it's true when you say I love you. It's a sin to tell a lie.
All right, that's Joe Smith of New York, taxi driver. The road is smooth and wide. Our motor is quiet and sure. We pull our Chrysler to the curb and gently press the brake. We are in Detroit, where America's motorcade begins. Detroit has had an unimpeded, rapid rise. Its early history is vibrant with adventure, its future glowing with expectancy and assurance, and why not? 3 flags have flown over this city, French, English, and American. 4,000 population in 1832, a century later, nearly 1.75 million. The principal gateway to our friendly northern neighbor, Canada, Detroit has 1,093 different kinds of industry. Leading, of course, is automobile manufacturing. 75% of the cars in America are made here, and 94% are built within a radius of 75 miles. Appurtenances for motor vehicles, printing, publishing, meat packing. More riverborne traffic passes this city than any other in the world. During the season, a steamship glides by every 3 minutes. From this port, motor cars are carried to all parts of the globe so that a universe may ride in comfort, speed, and safety. Detroit headlines as world leader in wire spring production, vacuum cleaners, marine engines, hydraulic hoists, air conditioning machines, stove manufacturing. But all week work and no play would make Detroit a dull place, so she's provided her people with clubs and schools, with theaters and parks. She has built her tree-lined avenues wide, and she keeps them spick and span. I've made many visits to Detroit, and I know the hospitality and graciousness of her people. A message from Governor Fitzgerald truly states, your salute to the city of Detroit is also a tribute to the true spirit of America. In her infancy, Detroit rose from the ashes to become America's fourth city. In her maturity, she led of that nation in the fight to overcome depression. We need not fear for the future so long as such courage asserts itself in the solution of our national problems. And for Chrysler Corporation, I say amen to that in our gesture of admiration for Detroit tonight. And from Detroit is Robert Rowe, bass singer, Bells in the Lighthouse. From Detroit, have you studied voice, Robert?
I have, Major, on and off for about 4 or 5 years. My father was the bass singer in our cathedral choir in Cornwall, England, for over 40 years.
And what's your work?
I learned my trade in the old country, an automobile trimmer.
You mean upholstering automobiles, huh?
Yes, Major. And the boys at the shop, they call me Singing Bob. But sometimes they spell it with a double O.
All right, Bells in the Lighthouse.
When the bell in the lighthouse rings in dawn, when it hangs with its warning loud and long, the sailor will sing of his free thunder through, and long for that day he'll come back to you, and his love will be told in the bells ring on, when the bells in the lighthouse ring ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. When the bell in the lighthouse rings, ding dong, ding dong,
All right. Robert Rowe, automobile trimmer from Detroit. And the telephone in Detroit is Cherry 5111. And in New York, it's Murray Hill 89933. Hilda Morse is next. Hilda Morse, 17 years of age, lyric soprano, New York City. You go to school, Hilda.
Well, I graduated high school at 15, Major. And since I've been out of school, I've been helping Mother and Daddy in a small hand laundry we have in the Bronx. I operate the mangling machine.
You're a busy girl.
Yes. And besides that, I do all the cooking and baking, too. The whole neighborhood likes my pies.
Oh, let's talk about pies. What's your specialty?
Well, my apple meringue is famous.
I'll send you a barrel of apples right after the first frost. What's your ambition?
Well, I do hope to someday sing at the Metropolitan. So, you see, I have much at stake tonight, Major.
Well, you're not fair, I'm sure. What do you want to sing?
I'd like to sing Un Bel Dì.
One fine day from Madame Butterfly. That's almost too much to expect from a 17-year-old girl. All righty.
Orai dalla lontano io sento già risposta me ne sta nascosto un po' per sveglia e un po' per non morire farina compara ed ella quanti ne appena chiamerò Piccino magliettino, o letto di vera pena, i nomi che mi dà al suo venire. Tutta questa vera, te lo prometto, senza la farò, e quante vera pene.
All right. Hilda Morse, little laundry worker in the Bronx, blonde, slender, lovely to look at, charming personality. It'll be interesting now to see what happens in her career. There are many who have talent, but who are too timid to try for this program. But be not afraid. You'll be most welcome. Just write a letter from New York or its vicinity giving full particulars. And here's a report of last Sunday's voting from Kansas City, Kansas. Gladys Butler, foster mother of 2 children. Lloyd Gelvin, he works 15 hours a day, 16 really, but still has time for singing. And Elizabeth Gunther, secretary, she sang Sympathy Waltz. And followed the Burns sisters singing a dancing team, Rita Crook, 19-year-old impersonator. Walter Heapy, member of the harmonica band that slung out Harmonica Harry. E. Schwan Kwan, Chinese soprano, prima donna. Don Kane, yodeler. Paul Cable, youthful cornetist. And Robert Hines, his dad was a traveling salesman. And next Thursday night, the Honor City will be Chicago, Illinois. In recent years, I knew there was a man from Chicago in the house somewhere. In recent years, I like Chicago too. The accord between employee and employer in great corporations has continuously grown. And our audience tonight is the president of the largest public utility corporation in the world, a man of vast ability and a heart overflowing with the milk of human kindness. A man who is always deeply concerned with the welfare of his army of employees. No detail in the life of the humblest one is outside the ken of his deep interest. He's a close friend of mine, so close indeed that I dare to take him unawares as I'm now doing. He's the president of the Consolidated Edison Company of New York. His name is Frank W. Smith. Stand up here, Frank. Get up. Stand up. Come on. Oh, you go over to that microphone there, Frank. I know how old you are, so I won't have to ask you that. But are you married? Are you nervous or just sad about it?
Yes.
It's all right. I'll make my peace with Nell. Don't you worry too much about it.
Oh, boy, you're going to get it for this, I'll tell you right.
Frank, how old were you when you went to work for Consolidated?
Well, Major, that's serious. I'll do most anything for you. I even answer that. I was 13 years old.
13 years old when he went to work, and that's an object lesson to the youngsters of the land and Horatio Alger's story, if ever there was one. Have you studied music? No, you're on this, Frank.
Well, now, before I answer that, Major, I want to say something very serious to you. First, I want to congratulate you on this, your premier broadcast. I want to wish you all the great success in the world which you really deserve. And finally, I want to say, Finally, I want to say that you're doing a great service for the young people in our country, opening the door of opportunity to them that they may never have had open before. And I greatly appreciate what you're doing for them.
Well, Frank? Not there. Thanks a lot for that, but what I must know is, have you ever taken music lessons?
Well,
no, have you ever taken...
I decline to answer.
On the ground that it might incriminate you, huh? Well, Frank Smith, you know very well that you're a wonderful harmonica player. And last week, no, this is the truth. It's got to come out sometime. Last week, when I had a chance for a birdie on your own golf course, you pulled out a harmonica and played Listen to the Mockingbird, and I missed it. And I missed a 3-foot putt. Yeah. Now, come on, go into the microphone. Don't look at me. I can't stand it.
I'll help it. I can't help it.
How long had it been since you'd played a harmonica?
Well, that's the first time I played it since I was 14 or 15 years old. And I want to say that you swiped my harmonica right there and then.
Yes, I did. Here it is. It's a perfectly good 2-bit harmonica. Now you can play Listen to the Mockingbird.
Well, that's it, all right. Well, be it on your own head, Major. Heaven help the listeners. Get the gun ready.
I've got more of a cushion on my head than you have. I can take it. Listen to the Mockingbird.
I'm going to keep the harmonica.
Well, Frank? Well, Frank, I compliment you a game. I don't think I could have gone through it, but you did. I'm sure you'll forgive me, and so will Nell, too. For the gorgeous flowers that so lavishly decorate this radio theater, I'm deeply indebted. The display of gladiolas beggars description. I've never seen such beautiful ones and so many of them. My thanks to the grower, Carson Stewart of Sharon, Pennsylvania, who brought them here. He's a loyal listener. Among them are 2,000 of the prize-winning Major Blow's gladiolas named for me last year. The basket of dahlias up on the piano comes from the American Dahlia Society of Michigan, whose national show opens tomorrow in the Convention Hall, Detroit. Mayor Frank Cousins sends his greetings, and we reciprocate with congratulations to him for his fine work as honorary president of the Boys Club in Detroit. And greetings and thanks to the Detroit Times and the News and the Free Press. From the sister cities of Detroit come congratulatory messages. Mayor Campbell of Ann Arbor, Mayor Harvey of Point Huron, where there's a branch plant of the Chrysler Corporation, from Saginaw, Dearborn, and from Mayor Burrell of Ypsilanti, and from Mount Clemens, the home of Selfridge Field, a part of our national defense. A month from today, the great Mitchell Trophy race and Air Corps maneuvers will be held at Selfridge Field, and also one from Lansing, Michigan's capital. Now, the first telephone bulletin is due, but apparently is just, here it is. I just hold out my hand and everything, automobiles and everything, drop right into it. Joe Smith, the taxi dancer, has received 1,175 telephone calls already. Robert Howe from Detroit. Oh, Detroit's very busy on the telephone. 3,475. And Hilda Morse, the little 17-year-old girl, 807. We'll hear more a little bit later. And I have a telegram here. Business is picking up. Telegram from Rex Cole ordering 3 Primus cars. Thanks to Rex. Anybody else interested, I shall be at home to messenger boys all evening. Now, George Marshall, Negro boy baritone from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. And George, what is your work?
I've done most hard labor, Major. I've worked in the anthracite coal mines in Pennsylvania, and I was also a water boy for a construction company. And while in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, I worked in the cotton fields and the tobacco fields.
And what's your ambition, John?
I want to be a minister and preach the gospel.
Fine singing voice to be great advantage. What's the song?
Land of Degradation.
All right. George Marshall from Wilkes-Barre. About a year ago, Clyde Barry, another Negro boy, appeared on this program without friends and without funds, and he sang that very same song. Today, Clyde Barry is an important sustaining artist on the Columbia Network, very network. This is a memorable and inspiring night, an epoch-making night for me. My first program for the Chrysler Corporation. My greatest satisfaction perhaps lies in the fact that as a result of an intensive study, I feel that every person whom I might persuade to investigate any one of our famous 4 cars will do so to his or her decided benefit.
Major, may I present a few quick facts?
Go right along, Dan.
There are certain things you get in any one of the famous 4 cars. Plymouth, Dodge, DeSoto, Chrysler. All 4 have safety steel bodies. You ride surrounded by steel. Yes, even the floors are steel. All 4 have genuine equalized pressure hydraulic brakes. So when you say stop, she stops. These 2 things alone mean safety for the American family. All 4 have floating power. The engine is so balanced and cushioned that you have to step on the accelerator before you're sure it's running. All 4 have new scientific distribution of weight. An amazing advance in riding comfort pioneered by Chrysler Corporation. And remember, only in the famous 4 cars, Plymouth, Dodge, DeSoto, and Chrysler, do you get all these engineering features that make for safety, comfort, and economy. Plymouth starts at $510 list price in Detroit, and it is the biggest, roomiest car in the lowest price range. The dependable, money-saving Dodge starts at $640. The beautiful, smart DeSoto is priced as low as $695. And you can even get a luxurious Chrysler for as little as $760. Finally, remember that you can own any of these cars on easy time payments through Commercial Credit Company Time Payment Service.
Motor cars and fleet of the wings of time. Our brief hour has fled briefer, it seems, than any hour I remember. But Thursday of next week approaches to bring us together again, I hope. To our old friends and to the new ones, our thanks and our pledge of the best efforts of the Chrysler Corporation, our amateurs, and yours sincerely. Good evening, friends.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented transcribed as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. If you have a feeling of insecurity, if you worry about the future, chances are the problem is money. Now, financial security is the Equitable Society's business. It's the business of every one of the representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. These equitable men have brought peace of mind and better life insurance service to more than 5 million families. They know all forms of life insurance thoroughly. They believe in life insurance. Now, in about 14 minutes, I want to tell you more about Equitable Society men and how they can help you enjoy peace of mind as a member of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight, the subject of our FBI file, Armed Robbery. Its title, The 5 Fathom Stick-Up.
Most psychologists agree that there is no such thing as a definite criminal type. Criminals vary in their personalities just as do all human beings. But there are certain common denominator qualities you will find most criminals possessing. They are emotionally childish and apt to swing violently and abruptly from one mood to another, are selfish to the highest degree. Above all, they rarely know what it means to be sincerely grateful or obligated to others. In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, we meet a criminal who personifies these qualities. Tonight's file opens in a cottage located in a sparsely settled section of the Florida coast. It is night. In the living room of this modest dwelling, we find Leo Compton and his wife, Anne.
Leo,
Yeah?
it sounds like the storm's letting up.
Yeah. Should blow over before morning.
What are you doing?
Working on some figures. Not very happy about them either.
What's wrong?
Well, what with the weather and all, I was only able to work 10 days last month. According to my arithmetic, we only cleared enough to make the final payment on our boat.
That's fine.
I don't think so at all.
Why not?
Well, you've been skimping and saving for years so as I could buy that boat.
You needed it to make a living.
Yeah, I know, but I hope by now to be able to do something for you.
Oh, Leo.
And to buy you clothes, things for the house.
You will. I know you will. I can wait.
Sure. Meantime,
Who's that?
I'll see. It's pretty late for the company.
Yeah.
What?
Let me in, will you?
Wait, yeah, sure. Here. I better give you a hand.
Thanks.
Just lean on me. That's it. Now, come on.
What's wrong with him?
I don't know, Ann.
Well, who is he?
I've never seen him before. Yeah, you sit there, mister.
Okay.
He's wearing a life preserver.
Yeah. What's happened to you, mister?
Our boat's a couple of miles out. We hit a reef. It's been tough getting in.
Oh, my goodness.
Ann, you go fix him something hot to drink.
Sure.
I'll get these wet clothes off him right away.
That same evening, at an FBI field office some 20 miles away, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at a typewriter, just finishing a report.
Jim, have you seen Mr. Barton?
Yeah, Tony. Down at police headquarters.
Oh, I found a message at home for me to report here at once. This is my night off.
It was.
Oh,
You've been assigned to work with me.
something big?
Yeah. Jewel robbery at one of the largest states out on Ocean Drive.
You been out there?
Yeah, I just came back.
What's our angle?
Two men who did the job posed as FBI agents.
Oh. What are the details?
A family named Williams are giving a party tonight.
Uh-huh.
Two men dressed in dinner clothes presented fake credentials. They asked to see Mrs. Williams alone.
Yeah.
She took them into the library. One of the men threatened her with a gun, forced her to hand over her jewels, and she was bound and gagged. The men ran out.
How much were the jewels worth?
Over $50,000.
Mm-hmm. When was the robbery discovered, Jim?
Oh, about 5 minutes after the men left. By that time, the thieves had made a clean getaway. They stole a car belonging to one of the guests.
Any further word on them?
Yeah, the car was just found abandoned at a dock about 3 miles from the house.
And who turned that up?
Local police. They also found a witness who saw two men in dinner clothes get out of the car and into a boat lying alongside the dock.
They stole the boat, too?
No, the witness said they seemed to know their way around the boat, so evidently it belonged to them.
Did he catch the name of the boat?
Yeah, it's, the Dolphin.
Mm-hmm. I imagine you already alerted the coastal authorities to be on the lookout, huh?
Yeah.
Have you got a description of the two men, Jim?
I've already put it on the teletype.
Well, what do we do now?
Just hope that we get a quick report back on that boat.
Morning.
Oh, good morning. When did you get up?
Couple of minutes ago. Seen these clothes by the bed, so I put them on.
Well, that's what they were there for. How do you feel?
Okay.
Well enough for breakfast?
Sure.
How about some eggs? I just got 'em, right fresh from the hens.
Swell.
Well, sit down. I'll have something for you in a minute.
Can I watch?
Oh, if you like.
Where's the fellow that was here last night?
My husband?
Is that what he is?
Yeah.
Kind of old for you, ain't he?
He went to the store. He'll be right back.
I see. What do you folks do here?
My husband has a boat. He dives for sponges.
You mean he dives with one of them helmets and suits?
Yeah?
Well, that's good to know.
Is that you, Leo?
Yeah.
I'm out here in the kitchen.
How about the stranger?
Morning.
Morning. How you feeling?
Okay, now.
And cooking you up some breakfast?
Yeah.
Well, that should put you right back up on top. You excuse me now? Gotta go back down the boat.
Oh, wait. I'll walk a ways with you. I got time, man?
Go ahead.
Just holler for me, man.
Ah.
Go ahead.
Right. Mister?
Compton's the name.
Mr. Compton, your wife tells me you're a diver.
That's right.
Have you got all your equipment there in the boat?
Yeah.
Then I got a proposition for you. Just listen to what I have in mind.
Morning, Tony.
Oh, hi, Jim. What'd you do, stay here all night?
No, I came in about 20 minutes ago.
Anything break?
Yeah, I was just on the phone with the sheriff up at West Cove.
And?
The body of a man was found washed up on the beach there early this morning. From his description, he sounds like one of the missing jewel thieves.
Then something must have happened to the boat.
According to the sheriff, that's been pretty well established.
How?
Well, there'd been quite a bit of debris washed up on the beach from last night's storm, including a life preserver and a number of cushions on which was stenciled the name Dolphin.
Well, how'd this man die, Jim? Drowning?
Yeah.
What about his companion?
Sheriff found no trace of him.
Well, how about the boat? Any idea where it sank?
No, not so far, but the sheriff down there said he'd get in touch with us if anything else breaks.
How it doing, Mr. Compton?
Well, we should be getting near that reef. That is, if you remember the position right.
Well, I told you. There was a buoy in the more than 100 feet from where the boat sank. I heard the bell ringing.
We'll be there pretty soon, then.
Okay. I think I'll go below and see if your wife will rustle me a little food.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm kind of hungry.
There's some sandwiches. Help yourself.
Okay. We'll be getting there soon. Ain't you excited?
Why?
Why? There's over $50,000 worth of jewels in that boat. The deal I made with your husband, half that goes to him and you.
I know.
You still ain't excited?
No.
Why not?
There's something wrong with this whole thing.
I already told you. I was working on a boat. There were jewels on that boat. The owner ran it on a reef and it sank. And according to the laws of the sea, if we salvage the jewels, they belong to us.
What happened to the owner?
When we went down, I lost track. You got anything to drink?
There's some water in that jug.
Oh. You know something? You know what's the matter with you? You just don't like nothing. I guess that's what comes from hooking up with an old guy. You get mixed up, scared.
That's not so.
What you need, honey, is a young guy.
Look.
Hey there. Come up on deck. We're near the buoy.
Okay. See you later, sugar.
Special Agent Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, this is Sheriff Miller down at West Cove.
Oh, yes. Hello, Sheriff.
Well, something turned up down here, and I thought you should know about it.
What's that?
Well, I got a report that a man swum ashore last night and went to the house of a resident down here, a man by the name of Leo Compton.
Uh-huh.
Sounds like the man we're looking for.
Yeah, he does. Have you contacted this Compton?
No, I just got the report. He told the story to a neighbor of his. He doesn't have a telephone, so I'm going to get me out there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I'd better come down to West Cove, too, Sheriff. I'll get a car and leave here within 10 minutes.
What's the story on your husband?
Huh?
Has he talked to you?
Yes, just a few seconds ago.
What did he say?
He's down about 30 feet, walking on the reef.
Well...
And
Yeah, Leo.
I've located the boat.
Good.
Did he find the boat?
Yeah.
I'm on deck. I'm going down into the cabin now.
Right.
What's he saying? Tell me, will you?
He's going down into the cabin.
Good. Shouldn't have any trouble from now on. The jewel's in a bag right on one of the bunks. I hope he remembers that.
He will.
Want a cigarette?
No, thanks.
You don't like me much, do you?
No.
Why?
I don't trust you.
Nah, that ain't the real reason. You just scared to like me.
And
Yeah, Leo.
I've found the jewels. I'm coming up.
Okay.
What's he saying?
He found the jewels.
Hey.
He's coming up.
Swell.
Start the winch.
Okay. Will it take him long to come up?
No.
And that don't give us much time, does it?
For what?
We're getting us straightened out.
Look, I think we should settle something once and for all. You seem to have worked out an idea that because my husband's an older man and you're young, that makes you more attractive to me. Well, you're wrong. All wrong. I love my husband very much.
No kidding.
Help me bring him over the side. You hear me?
Okay. I'll take that bag.
Let me help you, Leo.
Let's see if it's all here. Real pretty.
There you are.
Thanks.
Nice work, mister.
Oh, it wasn't hard.
You better head right in. It's getting dark.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Sorry, but we ain't going back to your place.
What do you mean?
You just get on that wheel and go where I tell you.
Now, just a minute.
You heard me.
He's got a gun. Your gun.
That's right. I found it in your cabin. Now kindly do like I say.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Most people worry about how they may enjoy future financial security. If that is your problem, then why not consult a man who knows best how to help you? A friendly, helpful man who knows the answers. Your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Perhaps you may have had the same experience Mr. Paul Guidesman had. What was your problem, Mr. Guidesman?
Well, my wife and I are pressing 40, Mr. Keating, and I don't make big money. We began to wonder what would become of us when we were 60. And then we heard you describe a plan that would give us freedom from money worries and freedom from job worries when we got to be that age.
That sounds like the Equitable Independent 60s plan.
Well, that's the name of it. So we telephoned our local Equitable man, and he came right over. It was certainly a good day for us when we got acquainted with him. He showed us how we could provide for our future, live wherever we wanted to, and go and come as we pleased. And how my wife would get all these advantages without any more payments if something happened to me. And he proved that we didn't have to be rich to build up our retirement fund over the years. Yes, I'm sure glad I met our Equitable representative.
Well, that's just the reason that 5 million other families joined together in the Equitable Society to provide for future security. They wisely consulted a man who could help them best, their local Equitable Society representative. He's not only specially trained to help you build any insurance plan that's right for you, but he has the backing at all times of a staff of experts in the Equitable Home Office. So if you want to take the guesswork out of tomorrow, simply consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local Equitable Society representative, or write to the Equitable Society, care of this station.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the 5 Fathom Stick-Up.
No decent person would for a minute deny that Leo and Ann did right in helping a stranger in trouble. But beyond that, they should not have gone. Aiding him was one thing, trusting him quite another. It's a good, natural human instinct to go to the help of those in distress. But in doing so, we must never lose sight of the fact that criminals often ask for help as a trap to get the upper hand on their victims. It's unfortunate but true that tonight's Good Samaritans came to grief because they were not constantly on their guard. Your FBI again urges you to exercise caution in your contacts with casually met strangers. Our FBI file continues aboard Leo Compton's boat. It is night. Compton and his wife are standing by the wheel. The jewel thief is seated behind them, giving orders.
Just keep heading due south. I'll let you know when to turn in the shore.
Now look,
Leo, he has the gun. You gotta do as he says.
All right. This is pretty dangerous, though, running on a night dog as this with no lights.
If we ain't got lights, nobody sees us. That's how I want it.
You didn't tell us the truth before, did you?
About what?
That sunken boat and the jewels.
No, I didn't.
I knew it.
What's the real story?
My brother and I stuck up a party the other night. We made a getaway in that boat. We hit the reef and sunk.
Where's your brother?
I don't know. When the boat went down, we both did the best we could. But I'm sure he made it. Bill's tough, real tough.
Police must be looking for you for that robbery.
Sure. But they ain't looking for you. You're the best protection I got. That's why we're sticking together till I'm in the clear.
Hello, Sheriff.
Hello.
I'm Jim Taylor.
Oh, hello there, Jim. I've been waiting for you. Sit down.
Thanks very much.
I think I got quite a bit to report.
Oh, you've been out to see this man, Compton?
Yeah, but arrived too late.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, a neighbor told me that Compton, his wife, and the man we're looking for all put out to sea in Compton's boat early this morning.
They haven't returned yet?
No. But I think I got a motive for their going, too.
Oh, what's that?
Now, look here. Compton is a professional diver. He has full equipment.
Yeah.
Now, if the jewel thief's boat did sink, which certainly seemed logical...
The thief enlisted the diver's aid to recover the jewels.
Yep, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Did you get a description of Compton's boat?
Yeah. I've already sent out an alarm on it.
Fine. Is anyone out at the Compton house waiting for the boat's return?
Yes, I left 2 deputies out there.
Good.
By the way...
Yeah?
I found these tuxedo pants in his cabin. They obviously belong to the thief.
May I see them, please?
Sure, yeah, there. Take them. Thanks. There's a label there on the waistband.
Yeah, I see it. French and Company. They rent tuxedos. Their shop is just around the corner from our office.
Yes, I called them already.
Oh?
The store didn't answer, but I got French's home number.
And?
Well, he was out to a movie. Wasn't expected home till midnight.
Well, let's see. It's 10:15 now.
Yep.
This could be a valuable lead, Sheriff. We might find out from Mr. French who the 2 thieves were. I think I'll drive back to town.
All right, you can swing due west. Head for that light.
That's Midway Lighthouse.
That's right.
It's right at the mouth of West River.
That's where we're headed.
Up West River?
Mm-hmm.
We can't do that.
Why not?
That river's dangerous enough in the daytime. I'm not running up it with no lights at night.
Just do like you're told.
Look, this boat is all we have. We don't want to lose it.
I'll guide you up the river. This is home base for me and know it like a book.
How far up do you aim to go?
About 20 miles.
20 miles? That far up is nothing but swamp.
We stopped just before we hit the swamp. Bayou City. That's my home.
Why can't you get off at the mouth of the river?
Because it's safer this way. I made a deal with my brother that if we got separated, we'd meet at home. I want to keep that deal.
Well, I'm not running up there without lights.
Yes, you are.
My boat means too much to me.
Stay at the wheel.
No.
Gee, wise gun.
Oh, Leo.
If you didn't have that gun on...
But I do have it. Now get back to the wheel.
Jim, are these the clothes?
Yeah, the men left them here when they rented the tuxedos. Mm-hmm. Here, you take that suit.
Okay. What about hats?
They didn't wear any. No neckties either.
Suit's pretty well worn. Nothing in the jacket pockets.
This suit was bought at Neal Brothers, here in town.
So is this one?
No. Doesn't give us much, though. Neal Brothers do too big a business to remember any individual customer.
Yeah. Any dry cleaning marks in yours, Jim?
Take a look. No, I don't see any. Mr. French gave me a pretty good description of the men.
Had he ever seen them before?
No.
Nothing in these pants pockets either.
Yeah. Here's a shirt, Tony. Look for laundry marks.
Yeah, right.
French said both men looked and talked as if they came from back in the swamp country.
Mm-hmm. This shirt must have been home laundered, Jim. No laundry marks.
Well, here. Let's take a look at the shoes.
Okay.
This pair was bought at a shoe store in Bayou City.
So are these.
No? Tony, the pair you got there, are they mates?
Yeah.
Are both soles worn?
Yeah, why?
Well, here, take a look at these. Sole on one of them is practically new. Yet none of the witnesses said anything about either man being crippled or that they limped.
I know.
Let's get to a phone.
Head over there for the left bank.
Is it safe to go that close to shore?
I took you all the way up the river okay, didn't I? See that little dock?
Yeah.
Pull alongside.
Is this where you live?
Yeah.
Thank heaven.
I don't see no lights on in the house. Maybe I beat Bill back here.
Alongside.
Mm-hmm.
Well, get off.
Not yet.
Why?
I got something to tend to first.
Look, we've done as you asked. We brought you home. Now get off and leave us alone.
It ain't gonna be that easy.
Well, why not?
You both know too much.
All we know is that we want to get away from here.
Sorry. I gotta make sure you keep quiet.
What are you talking about?
I gotta kill you.
Put down that gun.
Stay right where you are.
Who are you?
Don't be alarmed, Mr. Compton. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh, my hand.
I don't know what brought you here, mister, but I'm sure glad.
Well, Harper himself was responsible for that.
What do you mean?
You left your clothes behind at that rental shop, Harper. When I examined your shoes, I saw that they'd been bought in Bayou City, and one of them was practically new.
So what?
So that meant that either you or your brother had trouble with one leg.
That ain't so.
I contacted the doctors here in Bayou City and gave them your description. One of the doctors remembered treating you for a broken ankle, and he gave me your address.
Why would he do
All right, come on, Harper.
Get on your feet.
You're coming along with me.
Vic Harper was sentenced by a federal court to serve 5 years for impersonating a federal agent. At the conclusion of this term, he will then serve a 25-year sentence imposed by local authorities for robbery and assault. The two Harper brothers thought they had committed the perfect crime, and for a while it must have seemed to them as if they had. But no crime is perfect, for somewhere in the devious machinations which produce crime, there is a clue left on some unsuspected point. Many times it is not an apparent clue, but while it is true that crime as a business has not progressed in 50 years, it is equally true that in the field of scientific investigation of crime, there has been great progress. In tonight's case, for instance, The very manner in which a shoe had been worn was the undoing of a criminal who had planned very carefully. But that small clue was turned into the criminal's capture by superior knowledge of a special agent. Superior knowledge he had received as part of his training as a member of your FBI.
If I should ask you, what do you want out of life? What would your answer be? Own your own home, give your kids a good education, have enough money to retire on? If those are some of the problems you haven't licked, then why don't you talk to a man who can help you lick them? Get acquainted with your local Equitable Society agent. Insurance is his business, providing you with the right kind of insurance that doesn't put a strain on your budget. Consult your local telephone directory for the name of your local representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Its subject, bank robbery. Its title, Killer for Hire.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of places or persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Walter Catlett, Whitfield Connor, Sam Edwards, Georgia Ellis, and Barney Phillips. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling transcribed story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Killer for Hire on This Is Your FBI.
And now, Autolite presents Pat O'Brien in a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Accident report to Police Inspector Blandon from Lieutenant S. Healy. Place, 15th Street and 4th Avenue. Time, 2:45 p.m., March 11th. Remarks. Ernest Bowers, age 34, was crossing the intersection as the signal light changed from green to red. A car, driven by Theodore Toby, made a legal right turn from 15th Street into 4th Avenue.
He hit him! That wasn't much.
Wow, look at those tire marks.
Hey, the guy's out cold.
He's bleeding.
All right, clear the way. Come on, guys. Come here. Come on now. We're through here.
All right, stand back now. Let's have a look.
Is he hurt bad? I didn't see him. Honest, I didn't. I had the right of way.
Yeah, he's passed out. One of you people call for an ambulance. Yeah, you there. Okay, move back.
Look, he's bleeding. He's bleeding. Here, I'll prop up his head.
Yeah, here, use his jacket. Here, I'll hold him. Golly, he's limp. He feels just like he's dead.
Yes, Ernest Bowers felt like he was dead. Ernest Bowers suffered from catalepsy, a strange disease. He carried at all times a note in his inside jacket pocket stating that he was a cataleptic, and that in the event of seeming death, his wife should immediately be notified, or his doctor in the event his wife is unavailable. The letter also requested that no autopsy or embalming should be performed on his body for 72 hours, although in his particular case, the duration of the attacks were usually 4 hours or less. Ernest Bowers also wore a sterling silver bracelet with an inscription reading, "Do not embalm me. I am not dead." Catalepsy is a disease of the nerves and mind. The physical conditions of the cataleptic when he is under a spell closely resemble death in all aspects, including the primary stages of rigor mortis. Officer Abbott was on the scene of the accident. He administered aid to the injured man before making out his report.
That ought to stop the bleeding. Looks like just a cut on his forehead when he hit the ground. Nothing much. Now, what's your name?
Toby, Theodore Toby. Here's my license.
Hey, you kids! What did those kids do?
They picked up something off the street.
Huh?
Oh, here it comes. I hope he's all right. It doesn't look like he's breathing.
By gosh, he ain't.
I told you to get back. Come on now, ease back, all of you. What's the matter with you people? Haven't you ever seen an accident? Now, come on, get it. Oh, I'm glad you're here, Doc. He's out cold.
Okay. I'll say he's out cold.
Let's get him away.
He's dead.
Well, anyhow, it didn't happen in our wagon.
Okay, we'll take him away. Keep him back, will you, officer?
Yeah, keep back. Clear out. Come on, the show's over.
That's the third one today.
Yeah, there.
Hey,
well, let's go.
Whose coat was that he was laying on?
Huh? I don't know. Did you pick it up?
No.
Hey, officer.
Yeah?
Where's the coat?
Huh? Well, by gosh, it's gone.
Okay, never mind. Let's go, Payne.
Ernest Bowers had lost the identification of his condition. The letter was in the inside pocket of his jacket. The silver chain he wore on his left wrist had snapped and fallen to the pavement. 2 youngsters picked up the chain. Robert Manelli, age 9 1/2. Tommy Stoner, 8.
Let's go around the back to your father's shop, Bob. Boy, it sure is a nice chain. Hey, there's writing on it. Maybe it's a guy's name. Was he hurt bad? Nah, just a little bump. What's it say? Just a second. We'll be out of the alley. Yeah, Pop's gone home to eat. What's it say? Wait a second, will ya? It says, do not something me. I am not dead. It's screwy. What'll we do with it? Sell it, Dopey. We can buy some baseballs and stuff. Yeah, but when we try to sell it, they'll ask us where we got it. What do we tell them? Nothing. Use your head. You know what we'll do? What? We'll use Pop's welding torch. We'll melt it down. Well, he told us not to use it. Pop ain't here, is he? No. Well, come on. There it is. Yeah, here. Put it on that brick. Okay? Yeah. Be careful.
Hey, what are you kids doing?
Hello, Pop. Nothing, Mr. Manelli. We ain't doing nothing.
Nothing, huh? I thought I told you kids not to go near that torch.
Well, we want to melt this down.
Give me that. Now, what's this all about?
We found this chain, Papa, and we want to melt it down and sell it.
Whose is it?
We don't know. Do we, Tommy? No, we don't. There's nothing wrong, Pop. We just found it. See, it's ours.
Do not embalm me. I am not dead. What's that?
It's screwy.
Where did you find it?
In the street. Honest, Papa. Ask Tommy.
All right, go on. Get out of here.
How about melting it down, Pop? We can sell it and buy some baseballs.
All right, keep back.
They melted it and took it to a gold and silver dealer. They sold the melted chain for $1.30. $1.30. But the coat was the principal thing. In the coat, in the inside pocket, was the letter. The information about Ernest Bowers' condition was in that letter. The instructions that could save his life. The coat was picked up from the street by honest Jerry Murdoch. There's a big sign at the corner of 15th Street. It says, Honest Jerry Murdoch, Swap Shop. He brought the coat into his store, rummaged around in his shelves until he found some cleaning fluid and then started to clean the blood stain.
Looking for a sport jacket.
Just a moment. Okay.
Conservative.
Oh, will you come over here, please?
Yeah, something on that order.
Pick out what you want. How much you want to spend?
About $5.
These cost more.
How much?
From 8 to 12.
They don't look so hot for $8.
From 8 to 12. Say, wait a minute. I'm just putting a new one in stock over here by the counter.
Yeah, that looks all right. What size is it?
I don't know. Here, try it on.
Okay. Yeah, feels all right. Kind of stiff in front here, though.
It's because it's almost new. You'll break it in.
Feels like cardboard or something.
You want it? $5.
Okay.
There might still be a couple of stains on it. I ain't had time to take out. Use some cleaner on it or bring it to the tailor's. Be better than new.
Yeah. Here's a $5.
Ernest Bowers was brought to the receiving room of the Vetter General Hospital, and various routine tests were made. The time, 4:10. If Bowers were going to awaken, it would probably be 6:45. Dr. Weldon made out his report. He wrote it down while he was standing near the telephone switchboard.
Yes? This is the Vetter General Hospital. Is there anybody by the name of Bowers at home? Bowers, Bowers?
No, nobody home.
Is Mr. Bowers married?
I hope so. If he ain't, he's been living in sin.
Where can I reach her? There's been an accident.
I don't know. She's out.
Will you tell her to call the Vetter General Hospital?
Yeah. What happened?
Mr. Bowers is dead.
Can't reach her, huh?
No.
Yeah, I'd like to do an autopsy.
Yeah. Well, what'll I tell the wife when she calls?
Oh, if it's pretty soon, I'll talk to her. We've still got those tests to go through. Then I'm off. If it's more than an hour, he'll probably be on the way to the morgue.
At that moment, it was then 4:22 in the afternoon. At that moment, if anyone had been in receiving room B of Vetter General Hospital, where the body of Ernest Bowers lay on the patient carriage, they would have seen a fly crawl slowly across the face of the dead man, and they would have seen his nose twitch.
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Pat O'Brien in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Tuesday was the first day of spring, and I got a cold in my head.
Well, Hap, you should get outdoors. You need a change.
Yeah.
The way a car with old worn-out plugs needs wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
I know.
For your winter-weary car, replace old narrow gap spark plugs with wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs. A car idles smoother, gives better performance on leaner gas mixtures, actually saves gas dollars. And what's more, wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs cut down spark plug interference with radio and television reception.
I gotta get rid of this cold.
We should all get rid of winter ills and get rid of old narrow gap spark plugs. Everybody should install a set of wide gap Autolite resistor spark plugs.
Everybody can cure somebody else's cold.
But only Autolite offers smart car and truck owners everywhere the sensational advantages of resistor-type spark plugs. They're ignition engineered to meet the highest standards of automotive engineers. Remember, folks, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Pat O'Brien as Lieutenant Healy in Dead Ernest, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Accident report continued. Henry Prince had within his power the opportunity to save the life of Ernest Bowers. He had purchased the coat in which was a letter that could save him. When he left the second-hand store, he stopped to have a chat with some friends, made some purchases at the grocery store, and started home. The time, a few minutes after 5. He lived about 2 blocks from the scene of the accident. His wife was waiting for him.
Well, how do you like it for $5?
Yeah, it looks all right. Oh, what's that, a spot?
Where?
Yeah, take it off a second. I wonder what it is.
Oh, I said there was a couple of spots. Cleaner will take them out.
Looks like... Hey, what's this in the pocket?
I don't know.
To whom it may concern, please open and read.
That's what must have felt stiff.
This note is carried on my person wherever I go. It is to advise responsible parties that I am a cataleptic, that if it appears as though I am dead, I am not.
What's that?
And that my body is not to be molested for a period of 72 hours, neither by autopsy nor by embalming, although the maximum periods of my attacks usually do not exceed 4 hours. Please telephone my wife, Mrs. Margaret Bowers at Fulton 77837. This is a boarding house. Address 841.5 West 25th Street. If she's not there, please try Axminster 43422. This is the number of Dr. Benton. It's of vital importance. It may mean my life. Thank you. Ernest Bowers.
It's a funny one.
Where'd you get the coat, Henry?
Honest, Jerry Murdoch's.
Wonder what we can do.
Nothing. It's probably been forgotten already. Somebody sold him the coat and forgot to take the letter out.
Oh, it doesn't sound like something a guy'd forget.
Devil with it.
Might be important. Hey, look at that, Henry. Those spots, they look like blood.
Yeah, too dark.
Yeah, that's the color blood turns. I'm going to telephone that number.
Go ahead, but I think you're wasting your time.
7, 8... I'd like to talk to Mrs. Bowers.
She ain't in.
Well, how do you know? You didn't even call.
I know. She went out. And you ain't the first to call her.
Who else wanted to get in touch with her?
Oh, somebody. I don't know who.
Oh. Well, thank you.
Yeah, you see, you're wasting your time.
I have the strangest feeling, Henry. Gee, it must be a terrible position to be in, to have everybody think you're dead when you ain't. You're helpless about it.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead. I can see I'm not going to win this time either.
I'm busy.
How about some dinner?
Oh, it's cooking. I just can't get out of my head. That guy, whoever he is, lying there and people thinking him dead when he ain't. Maybe doing things to him. What's embalming?
They do that at the morgue. It's preparing his body for burial. I think they take all the blood out of his veins.
Well, that would kill him if he wasn't already dead.
Couldn't kill him no deader.
Henry, I'm going to find out about that coat. Where's this place you bought it?
Now, wait a minute, Francis. I put in a good day's work. I'm tired. I don't want to run around the city looking for something I don't even know about.
Well, then I'll go myself.
Well, how about me at home here while you go out? I want to eat. I'm hungry.
Look, dinner won't be ready for another 15 minutes anyway. Now, look, where's the place?
Oh, all right. I'll go with you. Well, he ain't here. He locked up.
Well, what's the sign say? 10 minutes?
Yeah, but those guys put up signs like that if they're going away for an hour.
Oh, we'll wait a few minutes.
Oh, come on, Francis.
Look, you wait here. I'm going in the cigar store to telephone.
Once you make up your mind to something, nothing can change it. Unless it's an invitation to a poker game.
Very, very funny. Look, you wait here. Seven, 8.
Hello?
Is Mrs. Bowers in?
No.
Mr. Bowers?
No. He's dead.
He is?
That's what they tell me.
Well, wait a minute. Oh, darn. 7.
Hello?
Look, I just spoke to you. Will you please...
You're bothering me, lady. I got a meal set up on the table. I can't be answering a million questions.
But all I want to know is when Mr. Bowers died.
How do I know? Ask Mrs. Bowers. She'll be home soon.
Thanks. 8, 4, 3, 4. Oh, darn. Was that doctor's line busy?
Well?
No luck. Same as before. Mr. Bowers is dead. I found that out.
See, I told you.
What about the letter, then? What if he ain't dead? What if they only think he's dead?
Well, what do you want to do, wait here all night?
No, but we ought to wait a little while. Maybe we can find out where he lives.
You going traipsing around the whole city?
I have to.
Well, without me, then.
Oh, do as you please.
I'll be home. I'm hungry. If you think more of a crazy letter than you do of feeding your husband, and that's all.
What do you mean, that's all?
Just what I said, that's all.
You know, the trouble with you is you don't have no imagination.
No, I'm just a home-loving guy, that's all. I don't go sticking my nose where it don't belong.
Well, go on home, then. I'll find out about myself.
Yeah, women.
A different turn of speech. Another question. If the boarding house woman were more cooperative, if she knew the facts of the case, or took an interest in the death of Ernest Bowers, if. At the hospital, meanwhile, events were pursuing their normal course.
Couldn't reach anybody, huh?
No, Doctor. I tried just a few minutes ago. That boarding house woman snapped my head off.
Well, we're finished with the test. Sure wish we could do that autopsy. Maybe later after he's gone to the morgue.
Want me to try again?
No. Get me the orderly room.
Okay. Use that one there.
Oh, Payne?
Yeah?
It's Dr. Weldon. There's a delivery for you to go to the morgue.
Now?
Yeah.
I ain't have nothing to eat since I
Yeah,
don't know...
since lunch. Go on now, Payne. It's down in the receiving room. The papers are down there, too.
Oh, why can't it wait a few minutes?
It's got to go now. They want to start embalming so they can go home.
Well, how about sending one of the other boys?
Oh, I don't care, just as long as it gets there.
Okay.
Want me to keep trying to reach his home?
No, the rush is off. Anytime now. It's going to the morgue. Tell you what, you can wait till his wife calls here. She should be home pretty soon, I guess. I'll be here all evening. I want to talk to her.
All right, Doctor.
Oh, don't get your wires crossed.
Oh, dear. Oh, Mr. Murdoch.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm glad you came back.
Come in. What can I do for you?
You sold my husband a jacket, a sport jacket this afternoon.
Did I? What kind?
Yeah, light blue, and it had a few stains on it.
Sorry, can't take back anything once it's
Oh,
sold.
no, I don't want to give it back. Where'd you get it, Mr. Murdoch?
I don't even know which one you're talking about. I
Look,
sell
it
a lot
must
of...
have been a few hours ago. Blue with thin red boxes.
Oh, that one. What about it?
Where'd you get it?
What do you want to know for?
Because there was a letter in it. An important letter.
I don't know. How can I remember where I got it?
Long ago. Was it long ago?
I don't see where it's any of your business where I got it.
It may be important. I've been trying to reach the numbers. The doctor's number's always busy, and his wife, she isn't even home
I
yet.
don't know what you're talking about. Now, please, I'm busy. I got lots to do
But
here.
you gotta tell me. Just look, tell me one thing. Did you have the jacket in there a long time?
Well...
Look, please, it's very important.
Well, no. No, I just got it in this afternoon.
Oh. Where'd you get it?
You said one question. You asked it and I answered it. That's all.
There was blood on it.
That I can't help. Now, if you'll excuse
No,
me...
now, look, you must tell me.
I don't have to tell nobody nothing.
Look, I may be all wrong. I'm probably just crazy about this. Look, but if that man's alive and they'd do anything to him, I'll never get over it.
What?
You know, I'll never be able to live with myself.
Crazy,
again.
you said. It all sounds crazy to me.
Listen, there was a letter in the inside pocket of that jacket. It said that Ernest Bowers was a cataleptic.
What's that? He goes into fits?
Oh, no. Cataleptic, you know, is somebody who looks like he's dead at times, and he isn't. He goes into a spell and looks as though he's dead. Sometimes, you know, they take dead bodies to the morgue and they embalm them. And that means they take all the blood out of their veins. Now, this fellow Bowers, he's a cataleptic. I don't know whether he's dead or alive or even if he's worrying about this letter, but I just got to find out.
Well, there was...
What?
An accident before.
Where? Who was in it?
I don't know. Believe me, lady, I didn't know anything about all this. You think that this guy who was taken away in an ambulance could be one of them cataleptics?
That coat. Was it his?
Yeah, lady, yeah. But it was left there in the street. They drove away and left
Who?
it. The ambulance.
What ambulance?
I don't know. It was on the corner. The cop was there. He told somebody to call an ambulance and came and took away the man.
A cop. I saw a cop outside while I was waiting for you. Is that the same cop?
Yeah. Look, lady, you got to protect me. I ain't done anything wrong. I didn't know anything like this would happen. I would never have taken a coat if I thought...
Officer!
Ernest Bowers lay on a slab in the morgue. If he were alive, probabilities were that he would regain consciousness before 6:45. And the two embalmers on duty at the time had decided to get a bite to eat. When the phone rang, Anthony answered.
Well, we're going out to eat. Yeah, I know another one just came in. We got it here. Yeah, well, what's the rush? No, we just want to get a cup of coffee, and then we'll get on it. Look, is it our fault if it comes in just when we want to have a... Right? We can go home after? Well, that puts a different complexion on it. Yeah. Okay, yeah. What time is it, Al?
6:30.
Doc says if we embalm this one now, we can go home.
Well, let's start in then. I'm hungry.
Okay.
I'll start the motor.
Young guy, ain't he?
Yeah. I was speaking to the wife about that yesterday. I'll get the injector out, Tony.
Yeah.
And she was saying more and more people die, older and older.
Here. Yeah, it looks like we can open through the neck.
Yeah. Give me a piece of that gauze.
All right.
Yeah. I says to her she should be around this place a while. We get 'em all ages.
You want me to do it?
No. You get the injector ready.
Yeah. Hey, look at him. You never think that such a little thing like his heart stops beating could make him dead and not alive.
Hold it steady, will you?
Yeah.
Ready?
Just a second. Okay.
All right. Here we go. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
My glasses. They're clouding up.
Well, take them off.
No. I'll just clean them.
What'd the wife say to that?
Huh? About all ages?
Yeah.
She didn't have nothing to say. Only that most of the guys we deal with probably come to a violent end.
Yeah, well, there's something in that.
Okay. Got them clean. All right. Here we go.
What's the matter?
They're steamed up again. Every time I bend over near... I wonder...
What?
It must be my imagination.
What?
I could have sworn this guy was breathing on my glasses.
Well, is he?
How could he?
Well, come on, then. Let's go. It's 6:45 already.
Yeah.
All that. Yeah, I'll get the phone.
Well, let's get this started first.
Okay.
We'll just...
Al.
What?
What's the matter with you? I thought I saw the guy's hand twitch.
Oh, don't be stupid.
Well, it gave me a scare. Let's wait a second. I'll get the phone.
There'll probably be another job, and we'll never get out of here. Let it ring.
Yeah, but the doc said we could go home after if...
All right. All right, come on. Let's get this thing over with.
Al.
Okay. Yeah. Give me the knife again. Tony?
Yeah?
Look here. I'm bent over like this. I ain't gonna move. My glasses are full of steam again. Holy. Is he alive? Jesus, look at me. I'm shaking all over.
Look at him, Al. Look at his lips. Listen.
Shut off that motor!
Apparently, the life of Ernest Bowers was worth $1.30 for a silver bracelet to the boys who ran away with it, and $5 for a blood-stained jacket to honest Jerry Murdoch. Their petty thefts brought a man to the brink of death. Oh, there's just one more episode, which perhaps doesn't belong in an accident report, but which I'd like to include. After regaining full consciousness, Ernest Bowers put in a telephone call from the morgue.
Hello, Mrs. Brawley. Is Mrs. Bowers in?
I don't know. I'll see. Josie, see if Mrs. Bowers is home. Who is it?
Well, this is Mr. Bowers.
Who? Mr. Bowers? Why, they told me you was dead. The hospital called and said...
Yeah, I know, Mrs. Brawley, but they made a mistake.
Oh. Well, here she is. Hello, Ernest. Where are you?
Well, darling, it's quite a long story. You see,
Never mind. You get right home, here? Dinner's getting ice cold.
And now, the Whistler's strange story. Lucky Night.
Cities are noisy, sprawling things, tentacled with streets and avenues, scarred by towers and ditches, built of shacks and mansions. They combine the beautiful and the ugly. And the people of the cities are as diverse and varied as the buildings, rich and poor, educated and ignorant, the hurrying, scuffling, pushing mob that makes a city live. They are the principals in a million stories enacted every day in the city's streets and its buildings. Here, for example, is the beginning of one story. A man running down a street in the cheap section of the city just after nightfall. He darts across a narrow street without looking. He comes to the intersection of a street and alley, just as a car turns the corner.
Hey, you hit him! How bad? He's dead. What are we going to do? Get out of here. Drag him in that alley.
Yeah, but he's dead. That's hit and run driving. We ought to report.
You heard me. Drag him in that alley and let's get out of here.
Yes, the man lying dead in the alley marked the beginning of a story. A very important story to Mr. and Mrs. Craik, Albert and Carolyn. Two lovely people who run a boarding house a few blocks away. It's a vital story to them because it involves money. And anything that involves money is more important than life itself to Mr. and Mrs. Craig.
And another thing, Albert. You got to go up and see Mr. Sedgwick right this minute because he ain't paid his rent for next week. He's a new boarder, and it's best we show him right off that we ain't going to put up with back rent.
Yeah, it'd be a lot better if we could get that Mr. Sedgwick out of here. I don't like the looks of him. Besides, he burns the electric too much at night.
It's getting so too honest people ain't able to run a decent, respectable place no more.
Yeah.
Well, anyhow, you go right up and see that, Mr. Sedgwick. And if he ain't got the money, out he goes.
I don't like the way he looks at me, Caroline.
He has got a funny way of looking at people. But that ain't got nothing to do with the rent. And you tell him... Who's there?
Your star boarder, Mr. Campion.
Oh, dear, now what does he want?
Good evening, Albert. Caroline.
You ain't to call us by our first names. I told you that.
A friendly gesture on my part, Mr. Craig. But I didn't descend into these charming quarters of yours to discuss the amenities of nomenclature.
Now, you stop that fancy talk. And don't bring that cigarette in here. You ain't been smoking in bed now, have you?
No, but it's an idea. At least the feeble glow would provide more light than the ceiling fixture.
Yeah, you're complaining again, and you're getting a good room at a reasonable rent. There ain't many boarding houses in the city where you
No, you're right. There aren't many boarding houses in the city where the boarders have to race home at night to make sure they can get their evening paper. Or where the owners get up at 4 in the morning to steal the cream off the milk.
Are you calling us thieves?
No, I don't think so, Mrs. Craig. I'd have to qualify that. Sneak thieves, I should say. Oh, no, stop it. Let's don't argue about it. What about the hot plate in my room?
What's the matter with it?
It belies its name, Mr. Craig. It is no longer a hot plate. It has become a refrigerator.
You broke it.
In the passage of time, sweet Caroline, mechanical and electrical appliances get out of order.
But we can't get parts, Mr. Campion.
All right. Let's get to something else. The bedspread, for example. It has become one of the most exciting games I've ever played, to find a spot in the spread free from holes. It embarrasses me when I have guests.
We can't afford a new one, Mr. Campion.
We shall forget the bedspread and take up the subject of the ceiling fixture.
That ain't broke.
Well, not exactly, but it certainly is eccentric. It goes on and off, Mr. Craig, like a lighthouse. Though guaranteed to be untouched by human hands, yet it flashes ambitiously and energetically.
You keep finding fault with everything.
I am not alone. And now that I've registered my complaint, I shall retire to the damp chill of the crypt I occupy, and for which I pay $68 a month.
If you don't like it, you can get out.
That, Mrs. Craig, is a line which becomes you well. Good night.
Young puppy. For 2 cents, I'd...
Such extravagance. And from you, of all people. Good night.
Well, I never... Albert, as soon as we can, we'll put him out.
Oh, Carolyn, it might be hard to rent that room. And he does pay regular.
Well... Oh, Mr. Sedgwick. You go right up there and get the money from Mr. Sedgwick.
Now, Carolyn, maybe he'll bring it down. Night ain't over yet.
You're scared of him.
I don't like the way he looks at me.
We'll both go.
All right.
There goes that Miss Barton, turning on the water again to wash her hair. Miss Barton, you close off that water good, and don't use too much.
Yeah, she knows all right. Her being a day behind with her rent.
Mr. Sedgwick?
Mr. Sedgwick!
Your lovely knuckles, Caroline. You'll skin them.
You keep quiet.
Wouldn't you rather I told you that Mr. Sedgwick went out?
How do you know?
He went out the front door some time ago. Now go away and stop pounding. I have work to do.
I'd like to slap that smart alecky Mr. Campion's face for him.
Never mind, Karen. Let's go for our walk.
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Craig, you are a remarkable couple. You do take the cream from the milk, and you do read the newspapers before the boarders get home to save a couple of pennies. And now you go for your walk. Not for exercise, though. It's to save electric light bills. Every night it's the same, down the same street, past the warehouse, over to the brewery, and along the street running through the wholesale district. until you finally get sleepy and turn homeward.
Albert, if that smart Mr. Campion tells you that he ain't using electric light in that lamp he bought, he's lying.
Yeah, if we could just catch him at it. He's got enough light in his room. He don't need no more lamps. It's costing us money to put up with him.
That's right, Albert. Money, money. We always got troubles.
Wait a minute.
That's a man laying there. Drunk, most likely.
Yeah, that's right. Honest people have to slave for their money, and some no good like this drinks it up and then...
I don't smell no liquor.
Well, maybe I'm going to look closer.
Keep away from him, Albert. Maybe it's a trap. He might be a hold-up man.
Carolyn, it's Mr. Sedgwick. It is. Look.
What's the matter with him?
He's dead.
Albert.
Looks like maybe he got hit by an auto.
What's that?
His pocket. It's stuffed with money.
And him owing us rent.
Look, Carolyn, it's so much.
Albert, what do you suppose...
Shh. Ain't nobody in sight.
What are you thinking?
Huh? Me? What are you thinking?
Nothing. I ain't thinking nothing.
Ain't nobody in sight.
But it'd be stealing.
Ain't nobody in sight.
Oh, Albert, it's so much money.
Looks... probably he come by it bad.
I never did like the way he looked. Like one of them gangsters.
He wouldn't do no good with it.
And he owes us rent.
Yeah.
It's his kind that spend it on some chorus girl.
You and me, we...
Albert, are you going to do it? Or ain't you?
Ain't nobody watching. Ain't nobody saw him before us either. And there wouldn't be no money.
Albert.
Carolyn, come on. I got it.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Lucky Night, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. If you're a Whistler fan, you've heard me say that with new Signal gasoline, you now go farther than ever. But if you've gotten the impression that drivers interested in mileage are the chief buyers of Signal gasoline, you'll be interested in a little experiment I conducted this week at a Signal station, asking customers why they preferred Signal gasoline. An engineer in a 1942 Buick told me that new Signal helped him get maximum efficiency from his motor. The driver of a 1937 Ford told me that with new Signal in his tank, his tired old car actually felt young again. And a traveling salesman emphasized the importance of Signal's good mileage. Now, if it seems strange to you that three drivers interested in three different qualities should all find them in the same gasoline, well, I can clear up that mystery for you in a hurry. You see, scientists, by rearranging the atoms in gasoline molecules, put amazing power into new Signal gasoline. And because that power helps you get greater efficiency, extra performance from your motor, you naturally get maximum mileage. That's why, while you're enjoying its quicker starting, faster pickup, and higher anti-knock, you'll find you do go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
So you've taken the money from Mr. Sedgwick, Albert and Carolyn. But look, isn't someone behind you? Faster, walk faster. Just a shadow, wasn't it? But you didn't know that, Mr. and Mrs. Craik. That money is heavy in your pocket, isn't it, Albert? Faster now, both of you. Hurry home to hide the money in the mattress. Yes, in the mattress with the rest of your miser's hoard. But faster again. The memory of Mr. Sedgwick lying back there is pursuing you, and you've got to get away. Faster now, faster.
Carolyn, I...
Lock the door. You didn't lose it, did you, Albert?
No, I got it right here.
You got to put it in the mattress with the rest of
Well, welcome home. Back early, aren't you?
Mr. Campion.
Yes. Were you expecting someone else?
No, I wasn't.
Hey, what have you two been doing? Running?
No. Why should we be running?
You might have heard the nickel I dropped upstairs.
Hey, you ain't funny, Mr. Campion.
I wasn't trying to be funny, Albert. Now, look, what's the matter with you two?
Mr. Craig ain't feeling good.
He looks a little pale around the gills. Someone chasing you?
No, nobody chased us.
Why'd you ask that?
Well, from the way you dashed in here, I thought perhaps you robbed a bank or something like that.
We're honest people.
To a certain extent, yes.
Are you calling us thieves again?
I explained that once before tonight. But you two certainly do look excited. And the only thing that could bring a flush to your careworn cheeks would be money. Perhaps left by a rich uncle?
We ain't got any uncle.
And that ain't no way to talk, Mr. Campion.
Okay, we'll forget it. I'm going for a walk.
A walk?
Well, sure. Why not? The ceiling fixture gave up the ghost altogether a few minutes ago. Can't work anymore.
Which way you walking?
What? Does that make any difference?
Well, of course not, but it's damp out.
Yes, you might catch a chill.
Your solicitude is absolutely amazing. Can this be the Crakes? The same people who all through the winter dole out heat by fractions of degrees?
You want that light fixed, don't you?
Unless I am to become a mole, light would be welcome, yes.
Well, then you go along with Mr. Craig, Mr. Campion.
Aha!
What's the matter?
I see.
See what?
Mr. Craig has...
What have I got?
Wire. Wire to repair the ceiling fixture.
Oh.
If I help him, it saves the electrician's fee for you.
You're always poking fun at us.
Oh, no, Mrs. Craig. Well, come along, Albert. You and I shall play Steinmetz to the ceiling fixture.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, but Mrs. Craig.
Huh?
I should still like to know what encounter brought you two home before sleep deadened your elfin steps and dulled those brilliant minds.
You coming, Mr. Campion?
Certainly, Mr. Craig. Yeah, certainly.
Albert, you better leave that package with me.
Oh, I forgot.
Package? What package?
In his coat pocket. Albert, give it to me.
I ain't going to leave you alone with it. Mr. Campion.
Yes, Albert?
There's wire and stuff in the cellar. You get it yourself here. Here's the key to the basement.
What wonder of wonders. The key to the Craig cellar. And shall I find vintage 1902 or perhaps the skeletons of former boarders?
You fix the light, Mr. Campion. If there's anything you need, you can buy it tomorrow. We'll pay you for it.
Numb. Absolutely numb I am. This is the epitome of surprise. The key to the cellar, an offer of payment by the Crakes, all in one evening.
You gonna fix it or not?
Certainly. Tomorrow may see the Crakes back in usual form. Therefore, tonight, I shall gather the golden fruits of whatever occasion this munificent behavior.
You're a fool. You mentioned package and there ain't none.
I want to see how much is there.
We could have counted it later.
How do I know you wouldn't have took it some from yourself?
Oh, you shut up and come on. We'll count it in our room.
So you count the money, Mr. and Mrs. Craig. And how much is there? 100? Keep counting. 300? Oh, much more. 507, 1,000. Keep counting. Perspiration is beading your foreheads. Your hands are damp, sticky. The bills stick to your fingers. Now you reach 2,000, 3,500. You're not through yet. Keep counting, counting. Your breath hot, your eyes glazed with greed. Now you've finished counting. How much?
$5,000.
And we found it. Just found it. We went for a walk and we found it.
Not so loud. Wait, everybody.
Oh, we're rich.
Who's there?
Campion, is anything wrong?
No, there's nothing the matter.
But I thought I heard Mrs. Craig.
Did you fix the light?
Oh, yes. Here's the key to the cellar.
Put it under the door.
Put it under the door.
Shh. Just shove it under.
Okay. But are you sure there's nothing?
Just go to bed, Mr. Campion.
I'm going out for a walk. If anyone calls, I'll be back in a half hour.
Albert, he can't go. Maybe he'll go the way we did and see him.
Did you hear me?
Sure. Mr. Campion.
Yes?
It's awful chilly out.
You'll observe closely. I'm the possessor of an overcoat, a serviceable Benny.
Wouldn't you like a nice cup of tea?
I beg your pardon.
You like tea, don't you, Mr. Campion?
I don't understand.
And tomorrow we'll have a new hot plate for you.
Yeah, maybe we can pick up one secondhand.
Mr. and Mrs. Craig, take a close look at me. My name is Campion. I've been living here for 6 months, during which time you must have seen that I am not affluent in any way. I have no influence with the governor. I know no politicians or statesmen. What little money I have, I spend for bare necessities. In short, Albert, Caroline, why are you spreading this soft soap with such a lavish hand?
We're willing to let bygones be bygones.
Oh? Well, thanks very much for the offer of tea. But I shall take a walk just the same.
He'll go the way we did. I know he will.
Forget it. Close the door. What if he does find him? All he'll see is that Sedgwick laying in the alley. We didn't kill him. Anybody could see it was Otto that done it. Campion can't know about the money. Sedgwick was only here 2 days.
But we gotta hide it in case.
In the mattress, with the rest.
We ain't got time. What if Mr. Campion does know about the money? What if he sees Mr. Sedgwick and comes back here? We ain't got time to open the mattress and close it again.
Then what do we do?
Put it in the fireplace until tomorrow morning.
Then what?
When the bank's open, you go clear over to the outer side of town. If it's a nice day, you can walk. Change one of the big bills into littler ones.
You're crazy. What good's that going to do?
You'll see. Now listen. Then go to another bank and put the littler bills in a bank account.
We ain't got none.
You can open one. Maybe do the same thing for a week until all the money is out of here. Ain't nobody knows us on the other side of town.
Yeah, I see. Well, that's a good idea.
And then, when we're good and sure nobody else knows about the money, we can take it out of the bank and bring it back here. See?
Yes. Well, that's smart. That's pretty smart, Carolyn. I bet even Mr. Smarty Pants Campion couldn't think of nothing like that.
That's a splendid idea, Albert and Carolyn. Splendid. You hear Mr. Campion come back. Go to his room upstairs. He doesn't knock on your door. He says nothing. So you sigh with relief. But you spend a sleepless night just the same. What if he does know and guesses? Then it's morning. You leave the house, Albert. In your pocket is $100 bill. You start for a bank across town, a bank where no one knows you. You reach the bank, give the bill to one of the tellers. He looks at you hard. Is there some suspicion in his glance? Is there, Albert? But he changes the bill, and you hurry out. You start for another bank, blocks away. But before you get there, a newspaper headline catches your eye. You can't read it all, but 2 words make you start and turn pale. Bank robbery. You read as much as you can, but your lifelong miserliness doesn't let you spend a nickel, just 5 cents for that paper. Then one phrase strikes your eye. Marked money. Marked money. Now you hurry home. The other bank is forgotten. You should take a taxi, but you don't think of it, even though 5s and 10s are clutched in your pocket, the dampness from your hand making them a pulpy mass. Now you're home, safe.
Pardon me, Mr. Craig.
I can't stop now, Mr. Campion.
Okay, so you can't stop. Don't you want to know why this policeman is here?
Policeman? Where?
Using the phone down the hall. It seems our good friend Mr. Sedgwick has some shady dealings.
Sedgwick?
Yes, you see, there was a little
Well,
incident.
I got to go to Carolyn. I went out to get some medicine. I'll...
Oh, the law will wait, Mr. Craig. The law will wait.
Carolyn! Carolyn!
Is the policeman gone, Albert?
No, he ain't.
I saw him coming down the street while I was looking out the window for you. Why was you gone so long, Albert?
Oh, never mind that.
He came up the stairs and he rang the bell. I couldn't answer the door. I just couldn't, Albert. So I pretended I wasn't here. Then Mr. Campion came down and knocked on our door.
Did he hear you? He know you was here?
I must have made some kind of noise because he talked to me. I didn't say nothing. Then I heard the policeman and Mr. Campion talking.
You tell me what they were saying.
I couldn't hear it good. I put my ear against the door, but I couldn't hear nothing but low talk.
And that's what it's for. That's what it's for.
What are you saying?
Where's the rest of the money?
Still in the fireplace. Are they going to arrest us, Albert? Are they going to arrest us for taking money from Mr. Sedgwick?
The paper said it was marked.
Oh.
The bandits took marked money from the bank. The serial numbers was all wrote down. Now we got it. That Mr. Sedgwick was a crook.
We got to give it back.
You're crazy. Then we got to tell them we stole it off Sedgwick. We got to get rid of the money.
Albert, what are you doing?
Burning it.
Oh, no, Albert.
Let go my arm. That fellow at the bank, he looked funny at me. It took me 20 minutes to get back here. He told the police before I got back.
You burning it! Burning it!
You shut up!
Oh, don't burn it! No, shut up! Oh! Albert, you didn't have to hit me. You didn't have to hit me.
That's a policeman. Shh. Quiet. That's a policeman. Now, you go keep him away. The money's nearly gone. And he can come in. Go ahead now, go ahead. Don't stand there like a fish. Go ahead.
Who is it?
Campion, with a stout minion of the law, his name is McCarthy.
Just a couple of seconds more. Just a couple of seconds.
I ain't dressed.
Oh, come, Mrs. Craig. It's after 10. You were up early this morning. I heard you.
It's done, Carolyn. You can let him in.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Don't you be surprised if someday somebody stops you on the street and asks such questions as, what do you consider the most important qualities in gasoline? Or, why did you select the brand of motor oil you're using? The questioner will probably be from the research organization which Signal Oil Company regularly employs to find out how they can serve you better, how they can help you get more pleasure from your car. It's this policy of finding out what the motorist wants, then giving it to him, that has led to the development of ever finer Signal products, including that amazing new Signal gasoline that's so packed with power you can actually feel the difference and see it and hear it. Give it a try. The chances are you'll say Signal gasoline has everything. For after all, new Signal gasoline, like all Signal products, is the answer to what you, the motoring public, have told Signal's research people that you want. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Albert and Carolyn, it was just too good to be true, wasn't it? You thought it was your lucky night that your good friend Mr. Sedgwick, lying dead in the alley, would turn out to be a profitable investment after all. But there were too many things you didn't know, too many strings attached to that $5,000. That's why you're relieved now as you watch the last of it smolder in the grate after admitting Officer McCarthy and Mr. Campion.
What's that, officer? What about Mr. Sedgwick?
Well, when we found his body lying there in the alley, we had to find out where he was staying. That's why I'm here. You say he's been living here?
Only for 2 days.
We didn't know nothing about him.
Sure to know honest folks would. Him with a record a yard long and more aliases than you can shake a stick at.
As soon as I read about the bank robbery, I said to Carolyn, that Sedgwick is the kind of a man who looks like a robber.
Sedgwick? Robber? Is that right, McCarthy?
Lord, no. Small stuff with Sedgwick's line. Sneak thieving. The bank robbery's been cleared up and all the money's recovered.
No, that's not right.
It's in all the morning papers.
The Crakes never buy newspapers, McCarthy. Papers cost a nickel.
But I saw...
Did you read the paper?
Well, I couldn't read it all, only what I could see.
Typical Crake action. Peek over and read as much as possible on the newsstand or over a shoulder.
But Sedgwick, he had $5,000.
$5,000? How do you know?
He had it. We know.
Not a penny on him when we found him.
Oh, that night you came in, excited, out of breath. Oh, no, I can't believe... Oh, no, this is too much. McCarthy, Sedgwick was a sneak thief?
He was.
Albert. Caroline.
Huh?
Did you keep money in your room here? Did you?
Oh, the mattress!
It's been split open!
You burned our own money, you fool! You burned our own money!
Huh? What's she talking about?
Briefly, McCarthy, poetic justice.
From Hollywood, our land be bright.
Long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King. Our Land Be Bright is presented by the veterans of foreign wars of the United States and is produced and transcribed in Hollywood.
This is Jack Carson speaking from Hollywood. The subject to which this program has been dedicated relates to the service rendered by the VFW, or Veterans of Foreign Wars, to those who have served their country. Men and women who have not applied for membership may ask, what good are veterans organizations? What do they accomplish? Why should ex-servicemen and women join such groups? Do they seek selfish gains through political pressure? These are questions which would not be asked by any man or woman who is familiar with the purposes and principles of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. On the contrary, so many benefits have accrued to so many who are grateful that the VFW is known from coast to coast as a potent factor in the maintenance of good government wherever veterans vote, a sustaining force in peace, and as essential to our country as its members were in war. To show how the VFW functions, we invite you now to accompany us on a brief tour of inspection behind the scenes.
Hey, you, Adjutant.
Yeah, Commander, what gives?
Here's a letter from an applicant for membership. He's qualified, no doubt about that.
Uh-huh.
Saw service in North Africa, got wounded in the Normandy landing, then was reassigned to stateside duty. Now he's out and lives with his family. Wife, kid, and mother-in-law.
What's wrong with that arrangement? The mother-in-law?
Hey, do you want to be demoted?
Oh.
Remember, I got a mother-in-law, too. What's more, she's mighty necessary in our house. Couldn't get along without her. No, in this case, it's something else. Nothing out of line, you know, just curious. Asks a lot of questions. Wants to know how we function to serve a veteran. Lives up in Maine. Suppose you answer it, and then
Sure.
send a carbon to our post in Bar Harbor.
Sure, thanks. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Miss Weller! Miss Weller, you busy?
Not at the moment, no, sir.
I suppose we draft a reply here to Mr. James K. Ralston, RFD Route 5, Franklin, Maine. Where's Franklin? Do you happen to know?
That's a little community near Mount Desert, not far from Bar Harbor.
Oh, well, that makes it just right then for the Bar Harbor Post. Okay, here we go. Dear Mr. Ralston, your letter has been referred to the undersigned for reply. You've asked specifically what kind of service does the VFW offer its members, and how does it serve the community in which a member lives. You have asked also... Accordingly, we're sending you a booklet, which fully outlines our many activities and services. Membership qualifications, our overseas duty for which campaign medal has been awarded. Your record shows that you meet this basic
It
requirement.
says here, Jimmy, that the VFW Post give dances from time to time. That ought to be fun. Maybe I could meet some brass, make you jealous.
Oh, for crying out loud. Can't you see I'm reading this letter from the national headquarters? Go on, you read the enclosures, and I'll look at them later.
But I was just thinking.
Yes, I know. Think to yourself for a moment, will you? This is official.
Oh, you're a denatured grouch. That's the worst kind.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have married you. Who ever heard of a husband who wouldn't let his wife interrupt him? That is, if he wasn't a denatured grouch.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. You tell me. But not now. We feel that the future of the community is to a large extent dependent on the manner in which we reintegrate our war veterans into the economic and social pattern of the place they now call home. Yeah, that's it. Sort of a campaign. A peacetime campaign establishing a beachhead. Fighting through post-war roadblocks
What are you mumbling about over there?
Yeah, just think a little, Angel. That's all.
Well, I'll be. And when I tell you that, you blow your top.
Well, sure, that's different. You see, I was just wondering if I hadn't better join up with this outfit. Get into the fight.
Fight? Oh, no, Jimmy.
Huh?
Not again. What do you mean?
Well, just that. In war, sometimes you have to fight to kill. In peace, we fight to live, don't we? To build. To amount to something. Yeah. I like the whole idea. Yeah, kid in bed.
Yes.
Your mother?
She's next door.
Well, how about telling her we want to get out of the movie so she'll come back and watch Ella?
Oh, I'd like that.
All right.
And so Ralston and his wife start for the nearest movie, but they didn't reach the community playhouse.
What's that light ahead down the road?
Looks like a couple of motorcycle police blocking the highway. They seem to be stopping everybody.
Look at those cars piling up there.
Uh-oh. Here's another cop right alongside here.
Can't go any farther there. Road's closed.
Why? What's the trouble?
Fire. Forest fire sweeping down from the mountain.
Fire. Gosh, honey, if it ever reaches Bar Harbor.
The scene shifts to the Bar Harbor post of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, where a routine meeting had been in progress. Discussions turned on the various activities of the VFW: rehabilitation, housing, soldiers' bonuses, youth activities, and community sports and recreation. There was a visiting speaker to give the national picture, the concern felt for United States foreign policies all over the country. The Marshall Plan for European recovery had not yet been presented to Congress, though it was destined to become a burning issue. However, the Russian tirade against democracy was continuing, so there were new thoughts for loyalty. And all these were veteran responsibilities, too, because every member of every post in the VFW has fought for democracy and is still fighting. Meanwhile, the forest fire, which started in the central section of Maine, had been fanned by winds, which were soon to make it a major conflagration. The meeting adjourned, and comrades were returning to their homes when the alarm was received at post headquarters.
VFW Post 6546. How's that? Fire sweeping down Cadillac Mountain. Yeah? You say the Arcadia National Park is in danger? And all those homes in Bar Harbor? Great. Yeah, right away. Hello, Commander. Yeah. Say, just got a report from Dow Field. Colonel Stetson of the 14th Fighter Wing base there sent a P-47 aloft to take a look at the fire creeping down Cadillac Mountain. It's pretty bad. Yeah, wind shifted. Okay.
Well, the word got around. C-47 transport planes loaded with fire hose, shovels, bush axes, and other equipment took off for threatened areas. Bulldozers were brought into use wherever available. Bar Harbor residents were evacuated to Ellsworth and other towns to the north. VFW members from nearby communities swung into action, joining Maine National Guardsmen, Coast Guard, and Navy personnel, and air reinforcements from as far away as Mitchell Field, Long Island, and Middletown, Pennsylvania. Over 1,000 smoke-stained servicemen, veterans, and civilian volunteers put up a losing battle against the red demons of flame. It was autumn of last year, you'll remember, a season when the evergreens burned like old Christmas trees. Veterans were sworn in as deputy fire marshals. Others were deployed to the outskirts where firefighting crews were organized. Now, one of these crewmen was Jimmy Ralston, out in Franklin, a suburb, who had started for the movies with his wife but couldn't make it.
Thanks a million for helping us. By the way, what's your name?
The name's Williams. I'm from the VFW.
Oh.
Sorry we couldn't save your garage and those chicken coops, but the house is out of danger.
Yes, the kid's safe, and my wife's mother. A lot of property gone up in smoke.
Yeah, millions of dollars worth, I guess. Been one of the biggest disasters of its kind in history. But it could have been worse.
And would have been worse if it hadn't been for the men in the services, the ex-servicemen who was training and saved both lives and property. Mr. Williams?
Oh, Jim Williams is better. No formalities in battle, you know. We're not exactly at the front, though we have been on the firing line.
Well, either way, I just want you to shake hands with a recruit.
Oh, that's so? How come?
Well, I'm signing up with the VFW tomorrow.
Oh, you're a veteran?
Yeah, sure. I was with the 2nd Division.
Say, didn't you write into national headquarters asking what we did for veterans and what veterans did through us for their communities?
Yeah, that's right. But now I don't have to be told. I saw the answer all yesterday, last night, and today. And, man, that ought to convince an elephant. Comrade, Just count me in.
Which just about completes our report, except a word from Mrs. Ralston, who by now is taking a genuine interest in post activities. In fact, as a member of the Women's Auxiliary, we find her saying,
Ladies, I do think we can and should do our part to rebuild the burned areas.
And how, my dear, do you expect the women of the Bar Harbor Auxiliary to rebuild anything? Isn't building a man's job, especially after a fire?
Well, yes, I suppose rebuilding after a fire is a man's job, but can't we keep the home fires burning? Can't we help a little by encouraging them? Can't we show that we believe in their vision of a bigger and better place in which to live? Isn't that the American spirit? And isn't that the spirit of America?
Thank you, Mrs. Ralston, for an excellent and, may I say, spirited suggestion. And now, ladies, if there is nothing more to be brought to the attention of the chair today, we stand adjourned until the next regular meeting. Same time and same place, 2 weeks hence.
How do you do, Mrs. Ralston?
Why, Mr. Williams, fancy meeting you here.
Why, at the VFW post home? Didn't you know? I'm the official water boy here.
But certainly they'd let me help you if we had another fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard a descriptive recording of the VFW at work. In war and in peace, it works for you.
This is Jack Carson again in Hollywood. Be listening again next week for another program in this great Veterans of Foreign Wars radio series.
Our Land Be Bright is presented in the public interest by this station and hundreds of others from coast to coast and overseas, in cooperation with the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Until next week, and always, long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King.
This Veterans of Foreign Wars program was transcribed in Hollywood and Washington and was produced by Robert J. Enders.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The National Hour. This is the mirror of public opinion, reflecting what America and the world are thinking, planning, doing. This is today's interpretation of the problems and the newsworthy milestones that we must reach and pass on the road to peace and reconstruction. Today, February 17th, 1946, we present the 14th in the distinguished new NBC series, The National Hour. Our subject for today,
the proud history, the fighting tradition of the United States Marine Corps.
And the question,
what now for the Marines? This is Robert St. John in New York. It was just 1 year ago that it began. A year ago yesterday that a powerful naval task force began shelling Iwo Jima. It will be a year on Tuesday since the Marines went ashore at Iwo. Historians may claim that true perspective is impossible after only a year, Well, maybe that's so. But Iwo was not an event in itself. It was a bloody, brave, terrifying, inspiring climax of 165 years of service. It was a fulfillment of Marine Corps destiny.
This is Robert McCormick in Washington, and here in our nation's capital, the epic of courage and devotion that was the Battle of Iwo is still being recalled. And right now, many of the country's lawmakers are wondering what place in the post-war world should be held by the service that pried open the gates to Japan. And here with me today to tell the National Hour about the Marine Corps, its magnificent past and its future, is Secretary of the Navy James Forrestal. And we will also call in the Corps Commandant, General Alexander A. Vandegrift. We are standing by.
This was their path.
Guadalcanal,
These are the strides that drove a treacherous foe back to his home island,
Tarawa,
yielding his stolen empire as he reeled backward.
Bougainville, Cape Gloucester,
These names represent space, time, atoll,
the Marshalls,
defenses, obstacles, reefs, tides, jungle.
Saipan,
All the factors the Japanese counted on in their decades of planning.
Kenyan,
They were overcome by specialized knowledge, incomparable tradition, coordination, machines, and men.
Guam, Hello,
Brave men with fighting hearts.
Iwo Jima,
The feats were merely what we expected of the Marines.
Okinawa,
And only the enemy was surprised.
The speed with which you trained powerful amphibious forces was a complete surprise to us.
This is Captain T. Omae, Imperial Japanese Navy, speaking after the final defeat of Japan. Captain Omae should not have been surprised. This Marine force that swarmed ashore on Japan's heavily fortified islands had cumulative training of over a century and a half. Now let's take a long look back to see where the advance on Tokyo really began, to see the men and the deeds that made the advance possible. (1776). The forces of colonial freedom, poorly supplied, wretchedly armed. The commander-in-chief of the Continental Fleet was Commodore Essex Hopkins. Secret information brought to him by Continental intelligence stirred his imagination as he paced the deck of his flagship.
600 barrels, you say?
Yes, Commodore, at least 600 barrels of powder and other ammunition.
And the British have them stored in the Bahamas?
Aye, the island of New Providence.
Does your information give any indication of the force that defends the store?
Small, sire, a small force.
Then with the squadron and the Marine contingent...
The only harbor is under the guns of Fort Nassau.
Perhaps it'll be possible to land in force elsewhere than in the harbor.
Perhaps.
By the Lord Harry, with 600 barrels of powder, and so dire our need for powder, it's worth the trying.
The squadron moved down Chesapeake Bay, was fitted out for the expedition, and set sail for the Bahamas in January. On March the 1st, it reached the rendezvous at Abaco, one of the Bahama Islands. Commodore Hopkins had laid his plans carefully, and now he set them into operation.
You, Lieutenant Weaver, will command the two sloops. It will be your purpose to put Captain Nicholas here ashore with his Marines.
I understand, sir.
In this way, Captain Nicholas, you will have the advantage of surprise. Move your Marines ahead of the squadron. Then, Captain, if you fail to get the full advantage of surprise, the squadron will come up to support you. Is everything understood?
Aye, Commodore. It is my task to put Captain Nicholas and his Marines ashore. And the rest, as I take it, is left to my Marines. That is the cannon of the fort, Captain. Our movement has been detected, Lieutenant. The squadron followed too closely. I can't put my men ashore here. We'll move to the eastern end of the island. The advantage of surprise has been lost. But if you'll engage the shore forces with the cannon, we'll fight our way ashore. Aye, aye, sir.
That is how it was done 169 years before Iwo Jima. The sloops Providence and Wasp lay off New Providence, and under the cover of the gunfire of the two vessels, Nicholas and his force went ashore. The Marines had landed. Here in Washington, old yellowed file papers in museum cases tell of the innumerable occasions on which the Marines have landed. And through this record, there is a step-by-step series of discoveries,
developments, refinements of method that increased the striking power of this military arm of the United States Navy. We call to your attention this man. Washington files indicate that he may have been the first casualty in the war with Japan. What he is writing will give you the idea of how early he began the battle.
Advanced Base Operations in Micronesia by Major Earl H. Ellis, United States Marine Corps, 1921. It is my opinion that the Japanese...
Major Earl H. Ellis, after making a brilliant record for himself in World War I, was not convinced that the world had seen its last war. Earl Ellis knew the Japanese. He'd been in Guam and the Orient even before the First World War. He'd seen omens and portents in the behavior of the Japanese. The first that Ellis's superior knew of this uneasiness was when a manuscript was placed on the desk of the Marine Commandant, then Major General John A. Lejeune.
Advanced Base Operations in Micronesia. What's this, Major?
I'd like you to look it over, General.
But, operations in Micronesia? What sort of a problem is this?
It's not a theoretical problem, sir. I firmly believe that we'll have to fight a war someday out there in the Pacific.
Great Scott. Against whom?
Japan, sir.
Are you serious about... Yes, I can see you are.
That's just an outline you have there, sir. But if you'd approve, I'd like to expand it. I'm sure they're preparing these Pacific islands at bases and are fortifying them, sir.
Well, that would be important intelligence, if true, Ellis.
Something is going on in those islands. I've heard from men at Guam that it's now almost impossible for an outsider to visit on any of the islands the Japanese took over from Germany.
But are you certain they want to fortify positions so far from their mainland? Well, the marshals are at least 3,000 miles from Japan. Why do you think they'd go to the trouble of defending a few relatively unimportant islands that far from their shores?
I don't believe they have defense in mind, sir.
You mean you think they would attack us?
I do, sir.
Ellis, I'm not sure I agree with you entirely as to the possibility of this thing, but if you feel strongly about it...
I do, sir.
Well, what do you recommend, Major?
Ellis, a tall, well-built Kansan of slightly over 40, went to work on his plan for defense operation against Japan with astounding thoroughness. And here are some of the things he wrote in his report of 1921.
In order to impose our will upon Japan, it will be necessary for us to project our fleet and land forces across the Pacific and wage war in Japanese waters. During the first phase of the operations, the enemy will endeavor to reduce our fleet superiority to a limit where he believes he can safely risk a main fleet action. Considering our consistent policy of non-aggression, Japan will probably initiate the war, which will indicate that she...
Well, Ellis, this is a very impressive piece of work you've done. Excellent detail.
Thank you, General. But it isn't nearly so detailed as I think it should be. Actually, we know nothing at all about these islands.
Yes. I believe we should know more about them.
It can't wait, sir. Every day the Japanese are closing up that part of the world tighter and tighter. It'll have to be done before the curtain is drawn completely.
But I doubt if the State Department will approve any secret expedition.
Sir, I'd like to see this thing through myself. If you would give me an extended leave of absence...
Now, wait, Major. Even if the leave could be arranged, I don't think money could be appropriate.
I have money of my own, General Lejeune. I can get a job with one of the trading companies. That will bring in something, and the job will take me where I want to go.
Evidently, Major, you're completely convinced of the urgency of this.
I am, sir. It may be tomorrow. It may be 50 years from now. But someday, Japan is going to strike.
Earl H. Ellis, by then a lieutenant colonel, was given an extended leave of absence and left immediately for Micronesia.
And guess who I saw in Tokyo? Earl Ellis. Yes, when he saw me, he gave a little shake of the head like he didn't want me to speak to him. What's he up to?
I haven't heard from Ellis. Last letter I had from him I got a year ago March.
Yeah, every once in a while some Marine comes back from Guam or someplace out there and says he's seen Colonel Ellis. We haven't heard from him here for over 2 years.
A report came in late spring of 1923. Not from Ellis, but rather about Ellis.
Mr. R.H. Ellis, believed employee of a foreign trading company, accidentally killed, Palau Islands, May 12th.
Inquiries by the State Department addressed to the Japanese government brought a different story.
Deeply regret to report Mr. E.H.S. died of natural causes. His body has been cremated. Deeply regret.
And shortly after this report was received, the cruiser Milwaukee on its shakedown cruise stopped at Palau to investigate Earl Ellis's death. The Japanese officials said he had died of excessive drink. Now, that's all that was said officially, but there was talk in Palau of poison. That's the end of the story of Colonel Earl Ellis, who more than 20 years before Pearl Harbor accurately foresaw the Japanese aggression. That's the end of the story, except for one incident in 1944, after we had captured these islands from the Japanese. A bulldozer preparing an airfield on Palau rooted out a grave marker. The driver of the bulldozer said the name on the marker was Ellis.
Deeply regret to report Mr. E.H. Ellis died of natural causes. His body has been cremated. Deeply regret.
Perhaps, then, Ellis was the first Marine casualty in our war against Japan. But he is not the only man who had a part in preparing the Leathernecks for that very specialized job of landing from the sea on a defended shore, nor was the path to general acceptance of amphibious warfare a cheap one. The first obstacle was the past, for other men had tried these tactics and had failed.
I tell you, it's impossible. Gallipoli has demonstrated that a large-scale landing on a defended shore has been made very nearly impossible by the invention of automatic weapons, such as the machine gun.
Yes, the British disaster at Gallipoli made some military men think that such landing operations were impossible. The U.S. Marine Corps did not accept that as a verity, for it would have marked the end of the Marines. There were solutions to the problem, and with experimentation, the Marines found them.
Hey, that's too easy. Take that Amtrak down the beach away. Try to climb out with a shingle. It's really steep.
Don't worry. This baby can climb out of anything. Over anything, onto anything.
The amphibian tractor landing vehicle tank, the LVT, was one of the answers to workable amphibious tactics. The LVT could be armored to protect personnel against small arms fire. It could be maneuvered in the water and on the beach. Then came the development of the LCVP, the LCI, the LCM, all contradictions to the belief that amphibious operations had no place in modern warfare.
Guadalcanal.
Well, we've started. We showed them we can land against them, but it was rugged.
Cape Lasta, Emerald.
I've had a year and a half of it, death and disease, hacking through the jungle. But we're getting there. We're nearer Japan.
Roy, Namur, and the Waitok. We smacked them back from there. The Marianas, Saipan, Tinian, Guam.
The B-29s could go after Tokyo when we got through, but the soil on those islands was a lot redder afterwards than it was before.
Iwo Jima.
Somehow they knew it. On the way there, they knew that this was to be the big show. The Leathernecks knew it, in fact, as soon as they were on the transports.
We're going to be on a ship for a month of Sundays.
Yeah? How do you know?
Need a way to keep us busy. That's to keep us from going stale.
Oh.
Now, we just sat around here. Uh-oh. That clinches it.
Huh? What clinches it?
Yeah. See what's coming over in a wash line with the destroyer?
Yeah, but what is it?
The sealed office. The officers get briefed, and then it comes to us. The good news.
Then the future unfolded, as much as the future can unfold while it's still the present. Every detail is covered in the officer's briefing.
Well, this is it, gentlemen. Iwo. It's a volcanic wart, and we've never come up against anything quite like it. We know the enemy's defense will unravel if they lose Iwo. And the enemy knows that, too. So we're not expecting a picnic. Now, here's the beach we're going to hit. The East Beach. It's about 3,000 yards from here to here. Now, we're on this south sector. north of Mount Suribachi here. This is the green beach. This is the red. The 28th Regiment will hit the green. The 27th will hit the red. H hour, -2. The LCIs, the LSTs, the LSN.
Now, look, guys, look. Get this right if you want the long end of the odds. What'd I tell you now? Who's on our right?
2nd Platoon, Charlie Company on our right.
Yeah, you got that straight. Who comes in the next wave after we do?
Battery Dog behind it.
Who's on our left?
Who's on first? What's on first? Who's on third?
Okay. So you're Abbott and Costello. I just hope you remember the funny jokes when you're in a crossfire and you don't know who's where.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, guys. This is something we can't miss.
Everything's pat down to the last detail except for one, the unpredictable, the weather. Midnight of February 18th. 9 hours till H hour, and the Pacific was rough. 6 hours later, the seas were calm. And then came the dawn. Dawn, and the Marines got their first look at Iwo. The New York, the Arkansas, the Texas, the Idaho, the Nevada, the Tennessee were pounding the shores.
0730.
Here we go, chum. Over the side. Eddie, who's on our right? I forgot. Take it easy. First platoon. Oh, yeah.
0756.
Flagship.
Let's have it.
Very light swells. Light surf. Excellent visibility.
0811.
Lift the fire when first wave landing craft is 500 yards offshore. The SPDs will go in low to bomb and strafe beach installations.
Oh, 0830.
There's the signal. First wave starts in. I'll just follow a 2-minute interval. How you feel, chum?
I can't remember anything, Eddie.
Yeah, you will. It'll all come back to you when you hit the beach.
0849.
Golly, it's quiet. After that barrage.
I didn't think it'd be anything like this.
9 o'clock. 0900 hours. February 19, 1945. H hour.
History takes over from this point to tell the terrible, glorious story. And history fails, too, for the mind can't encompass an event of this magnitude. 60,000 Marines went out to take Iwo. 20,000 of them were killed or wounded taking it. Why did it have to be done? Well, we needed Iwo to speed the victory. Why did the Marines do it? Because it was an operation for which the United States Marine Corps had been preparing for 169 years.
At our National Hour microphone, to honor the men of his command who gave their lives at Iwo, is the Commandant of the United States Marine Corps, General Alexander A. Vandegrift. Today, from NBC's affiliated station, WTMA in Charleston, South Carolina, General Vandegrift.
I am honored to participate on this occasion of the anniversary of Iwo Jima in a tribute to the men whose gallantry is symbolized by the now familiar picture of that heroic group raising the stars and stripes over the rocket summit of Mount Suribachi. But I should like also to pay tribute to other men like Colonel Ellis, who were present only in spirit at the assault on Iwo, but whose contribution to victory was as vital as that of the men whose valor and skill took that impregnable island. They are the Marines who preceded the generations which stormed Iwo. They are the men who landed with Major Nicholas at New Providence in 1776, or raised the American flag at Derna in North Africa in 1805. They are the Marines who, following First World War, applied themselves anew to the study of that most difficult of all military operations, a landing from the sea. These Marines, both officers and men, worked doggedly, quietly, and alone in the practical and theoretical development of the art of amphibious warfare. They evolved over the years an extensive and authoritative written doctrine, and when it finally became clear that amphibious action was to be the key to World War II, their doctrine and equipment were shared with our Army and with our allies. Iwo Jima represents a fruition of individual and collective experience, thought and effort of many thousand Marines, past and present. There, the soldiers of the sea, in whom reposes the tradition of amphibious operations, laid to rest the view which prevailed in military circles prior to the war, that operations involving landing on a defended beach became impracticable with the advent of automatic weapons. They demonstrated that no beach, however strongly defended, can be held in the face of a well-organized and resolute assault from the sea. This is a fact of vital significance to any nation whose security depends upon the maintenance of supremacy on, over, and under the seas which lie between it and any possible aggressor. The ability to conduct successful and amphibious operations is a necessary and inevitable adjunct of sea power. Marines of the future, like those of the past, who pioneered amphibious warfare, and those of the present, who brought it to its highest peak at Iwo Jima, will continue to contribute to control of the seas as maintained by the United States Navy in the interests of our national security.
Thank you, General Vandergrift. Down here in Washington, legislation is coming up affecting the future of the Marines. Recently, Senator Brian McMahon of Connecticut introduced a bill proposing that because of the Corps' great versatility and because by tacit international understanding the use of Marines does not constitute an act of war, the bill proposes that the Congress place the United States Marines in the hands of the international police. So Congress may give this job to the Marines, but regardless of this proposal, the Navy Department has definite plans for the Marine Corps in its post-war program, and to tell you how he feels about these plans, the National Hour brings you now the Secretary of the Navy, James V. Forrestal.
Iwo Jima has become one of the great place names in the glorious history of the United States Marine Corps. Admiral Turner called it the most heavily fortified and capably defended enemy island in the world. Its defenders were destroyed by the Marines, supported by ships and planes and men of the United States fleet. A trifibious task performed by a trifibious task force. It was my privilege to be at Iwo on D-Day, -1. I clearly recall the impression of that dark and brooding island. And as clearly as if it were yesterday, I see the stars and stripes 3 days later going to the top of the flagpole on Mount Suribachi. That island was only 8 square miles in area, but it was a vital point on our road to Tokyo. Uncommon valor was a common virtue of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Marine Divisions on Iwo. Their record of dauntless courage should never be forgotten. It was not only uncommon valor that won the Battle of Iwo, or any of the other battles that were fought on these coral and volcanic islands. Those victories have their roots in far-sighted planning and training typical of the Marines. The smooth teamwork of modern amphibious assault was being developed in the Caribbean area 20 years before most Americans ever knew that there was an island called Iwo Jima in the western reaches of the Pacific. And by the time the Fleet Marine Force went ashore at Iwo, its technique was so organized that even the loose black sand on those beaches and the skillfully concealed Japanese pillboxes beyond the slope could not repulse the attack. Each landing in the Pacific contributed to the success of the next operation. The United States Marines are specialists, and they are also all-around fighting men. They know how to spearhead attack. They have plenty of experience in the protection of American lives abroad in peacetime. The familiar phrase, "call out the Marines," is no idle invocation, and its force and meaning must not be lost. Speaking as an individual citizen, I must confess that this possibility worries me. Some of the current proposals for changes in the character of our armed forces seem to me to risk the submergence of the role of the Marine Corps and lessening that morale which has given this Corps its extraordinary fighting proficiency. I cannot help thinking what a loss our country would suffer if the particular and singular identity of the Marines ever disappears. Whatever the future composition of our armed forces may be, the fighting efficiency and the high spiritual quality of the Marines must not be impaired. National security is paramount, and the United States Marine Corps is a proven guarantor of that security.
Thank you, Mr. Forrestal.
On the subject of the United States Marines, then, our documentary is ended.
But this is Robert St. John inviting you to listen again at the same time next week when our subject will be the railroads of America, what travelers may expect in the future.
This has been the National Hour. From our studios in New York and Washington and from station WTMA in Charleston, South Carolina, the National Broadcasting Company has presented the 14th in a distinguished news series on national problems and current affairs. Our speakers today were Secretary of the Navy James P. Forrestal and General Alexander A. Vandergrift of the United States Marines. Robert St. John was your narrator, with Robert McCormick reporting from Washington. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Palmolive Beauty Box Theater, starring lovely Jessica Dragonette with Charles Coleman, Palmolive's tenor, the Beauty Box Orchestra directed by Al Goodman, and the Palmolive Chorus. Presented every Wednesday by the makers of Palmolive, the beauty soap made with olive oil. Tonight, that irresistible comedy of Parisian life, The Pink Lady. And here is Jessica Dragonette.
Good evening, my friends, and welcome to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater for light-hearted comedy and the sprightly music of Ivan Carroll. Charles Kuhlman will sing the role of Pierre Lafleur, the young Parisian who's in love with the Pink Lady, and I shall play the part of Claudine herself. Our first scene is the restaurant not far from Paris. It's 11 o'clock in the morning, and the place is deserted except for Pierre, who is waiting for his sweetheart, the Pink Lady. Pierre's father insists he marry a rich, rotund maiden lady named Angèle, whom he doesn't love, so it's easy to sympathize as he sings.
I'm going to be married in June. It's now the beginning of May, and so I'm still free to commune with a life that is single and gay. I'm free, but it's almost a sin. Already I ought to be true. I ought to sit down and begin to behave as silly husbands do. But not just yet, just yet, just yet. I've got about 6 weeks more. 6 weeks to coquette with a life that we all adore. Of course, at the end of my bachelorhood, I'm sure to reform and grow perfectly good. But not just yet, just yet, just yet. I'm single for 6 weeks
Oh, there you are. Oh, it's nice of you to sing, Pierre. It makes it so much easier to find you.
Claudine, darling. Oh, how lovely you are today. Your frock is more lusciously pink than usual.
Oh, you like it?
I love it. And you too, Claudine. Give me a kiss.
Oh, no.
I'll take one then. There. Didn't hurt, did it?
Pierre, you're utterly spoiled. I don't suppose you've even told your fiancée Angèle about us.
Well, what is there to tell?
Well, that you've been meeting me here every Wednesday.
But Angèle wouldn't understand. I can hardly go to her and say, Angèle, I am marrying you because my father has ordered me to. I don't love you. You're too old. I love Claudine, who is young and blonde and completely adorable. I couldn't possibly say that to her now, could I?
Well, hardly. But, Pierre, where women are concerned, you men are simply helpless.
Is that so?
Talking of men whose word you trust, when a woman tells, poor little man, he simply must comfort love declare. Look round and see on every side what he must resist. Some girls I know, they
think you're very unkind. If I didn't love you so much, I wouldn't like you a bit.
But, Pierre, where does Angèle think you go these Wednesdays when you're here with me?
Why, she thinks I have lunch with my friend, Mr. Don Didier.
Don Didier? How did you think up a name like that?
I closed my eyes and it came to me. Oh, but Claudine, my sweet, let's talk about us. When I'm married, what are you going to do? Will you miss me?
Oh, of course. I shall miss you terribly. But I'll find other interests. Have a career, perhaps. Oh, if I were a man, there'd be no stopping me.
What would you be? President of France?
Oh, no. Something much more colorful than that.
Not president, but just he who plays the violin in the band at the Café de Paris. For then I would have a chance by fiddling to enchant and fill with ardor of romance the prettiest girls in France. And while I my yearning eyes would beautiful lady, I raise my heart, beautiful lady, to your heart song. Come, beautiful lady, to paradise, ere the sweet, sweet warm dream dies. Glide, glide, beautiful lady, on my bright wing, while the rapture of music around us swings. Dream, dream, dream and forget. Ere pain, useless regret. Love, beautiful lady,
Jennifer, this is how you keep luncheon appointments with Mr. Don Didier. Meeting another woman, and it's less than 6 weeks to our wedding day. You might have waited until after our marriage.
But Angèle, my dear, let me explain. This isn't another woman. It's Mrs. Don Didier.
Mrs. Don Didier?
Why, of course.
His wife?
Mrs. Don Didier, this is my fiancée, Angèle.
Enchantée, mademoiselle. Pierre has told me all about you.
He has?
Oh, yes. Everything.
Yes, you see, Angèle, Don Didier himself was taken ill this morning.
Very ill. In fact, he's not himself at all.
He has the lumbago.
Oh, but the lumbago is only part of it.
Oh, how dreadful. Pierre, my love, forgive me. I have been hasty.
Of course you have.
Well, then I'll go. I'm due at my dressmaker's. See you tonight, Pierre. Goodbye, Mrs. Don Didier. So happy to have met you.
Goodbye.
There you are. We can now return to our little luncheon as though nothing had happened.
Oh, no, we can't. I'm going before you suddenly decide on your grandmother. If you have no regard for other people's feelings, I have. Goodbye, Pierre.
Claudine, you can't leave me. Well, think of my desperate situation. I faced the loss of my bride, the anger of my father, and all because I love you.
Oh, you haven't the slightest idea what love means.
Oh, yes, I have. But Cupid very often goes on a spree and shoots his romantic little arrows into the wrong people.
When love goes a-straying, oh, where does he go? Off to the moon and road.
No, on horse with his arrows and bow.
So that's a softer feud. For love is a cynical chap, and for archery don't care a rap. He's a roistering rackety, impious elf, and only considers himself.
While love is a perfect baby, a beautiful innocent boy.
In days that are past he was maybe, but being a baby will cloy, and love became bored with childhood, grew tired of being divine, and leaving the sweet-scented wildwood, he came up to Paris to die.
Don't believe you. Love I know is divine. I know that love is divine.
Oh, love is as sweet as roses, as fragrant and warm to the soul.
And yet the rogue's record discloses of sin the most sorrowful wrong.
Oh, when temptation attacks him, he drops all his habits divine.
And then every night up at Maxime, he squanders his kisses and wine.
I don't believe you, don't believe you. Love I know is divine. I know that love is
I just thought of something.
That means trouble?
I decided I ought to meet Mr. Don Didier myself.
But, my dear Angèle, I've told you he's laid up with lumbago. Besides, if you must know, it's dangerous to talk to him.
Dangerous?
Yes. You see, Don Didier is none other than Terrible Tom.
Oh!
You know, that horrible man who goes around kissing women.
Yes?
Mrs. Don Didier has just found out about it.
Oh, he's right, Angèle. I have just found out about it.
Oh, well, somehow I'm still anxious to meet him. Where does he live?
In Paris, number 75 Avenue Voltaire.
Thank you, Pierre. I shall go there at once.
Huh?
If he turns out to be Terrible Tom, I'll turn him over to the police.
Oh, but, Claudine, we've got to get to number 75 Avenue Voltaire before Angèle gets there.
Pierre, you don't really mean there's a man named Don Didier living at that address.
But there is. He's a respectable dealer in antiques. I passed his shop 1,000,000 times. He's got to help me out of this. Come on. As Mrs. Don Didier, you've got to help too.
No, Pierre. You're not the one who needs help. It's that poor, unsuspecting little antique dealer. Oh, goodbye, Pierre. See you in Paris.
Claudine, wait. You haven't paid the check.
So 3 cars speed to Paris on number 75 Avenue Voltaire. Which will arrive first? We'll discover in just a few moments. And now back to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater with our lovely star Jessica Dragonette and Charles Coleman, star of the Metropolitan Opera, in the second act of The Pink Lady. A half hour has passed since Angèle, Pierre, and Claudine began their 3-cornered race for Paris and the antique shop of Mr. Don Didier. At the moment, the clerks are out to lunch, and the shop is empty except for Mr. Don Didier himself. He is humming.
Good morning. Are you Mr. Don Didier?
I am.
My name is Pierre Lafleur.
How do you do?
Listen closely, Mr. Don Didier. In a few moments, my fiancée will be here.
Yes?
She will ask if you have a wife. You will tell her that you have.
Preposterous, young man. I am a bachelor. And furthermore, I am not a liar.
After that, you will grab my fiancée in your arms, give a loud yell, and kiss her.
Me?
She will then believe that you are Terrible Tom.
I, Terrible Tom?
You.
Young man, leave my shop instantly. I'll call the police.
Mr. Don Didier. There must be something you want above all else in the world.
Ah, there is.
Ah, good. Whatever it is, do this for me, and I shall get it for you.
No. Impossible, young man. You couldn't.
I will. Just tell me what it is.
Fifi.
Fifi?
Yes, Fifi, my betrothed. 20 years ago, my Fifi and I swore eternal fidelity. But her cruel father snatched her from me, sent her across the seas to Saskatchewan.
And you've been faithful to her all these years?
Yes.
How noble.
It is, isn't it?
Imagine being faithful to a girl so far away when there are such lovely girls on the banks of the Seine.
When you live by the Seine, you suffer awfully if you refrain from enjoying quite lawfully the sweet gay life in a gay, sweet way, and save your love till you're old and gray. For a girl by the Saskatchewan, for a girl by the Saskatchewan. Slow river, flow down to the sea. This is springtime up in gay Paris. You need a rest from your fidelity, for hear me say, it's a very wrong way when you live on the Seine to sit grieving all the day for a girl on the Saskatchewan.
Mr. Don Didier, I shall find your Fifi for you, even if I have to go to Saskatchewan myself. But listen, there's a car pulling up. It's undoubtedly Angèle, my fiancée. Remember, you're Terrible Tom. And when she comes in, grab her and kiss her. Kiss her.
For Fifi's sake, I suppose I must. Oh, dear.
Are you Mr. Don Didier?
Yes, I'm Don Didier, and I love pretty girls. Come here to me.
Oh.
I'm going to kiss you.
Oh, how dare you!
There.
Oh, so Pierre has been here. But, Mr. Don Didier, you've kissed the wrong girl.
What do you mean, wrong girl? What wrong girl? Oh, dear. It's all that young man's fault.
Yeah?
Yes, he promised me Fifi.
Oh, he thinks he's stupid.
But I love Fifi.
Of course you do. And I've half a mind to help you get her.
I'll do anything.
Well, you've proved that, Mr. Don Didier. But you'll have to do it again. Only this time, kiss the right girl, Angèle.
Oh, dear. Suppose she screams for the police.
Well, if you kiss her properly, she can't scream. It's quite an art, you know, kissing. There's much to be said on the subject, but I'll teach you a little, eh? Now listen very, very carefully. I have kisses in plenty, but if you please, I give various kisses in different keys.
can give, so kind we be. If I ever decide you deserve such bliss, I'll bend nearer and nearer to you like this. Long, long, my dear, so the world beneath me, I will give you my best and my warmest. Now, Mr. Don Didier, you take her in your arms, comme ça, and hold her very tightly. And then you say, ma chère, oh ma chérie, je t'aime, je t'adore, et moi, prends-moi. Voilà, Mr. Don Didier. Can you remember that?
I'll never in all my life forget it.
Mr. Dondier!
Oh, my clerks said they must have seen me.
Mr. Dondier, what does this mean? Your clerks are shocked beyond words, aren't we?
Yes, Mr.
Dondier. You, the most moral man in Paris.
I was the most moral man in Paris, but I've just been kissed by a girl I never saw before in my life. And the worst of it is, I like it.
At 2:30 this very day, girls will an awful bore. At 3:30 a lady gay called and remained till 4. She wore light pink, but she looked bright red, and all the things that she did and said that old young hunting in me. And the thought of it makes me bleed. And the worst of it is I like it. I like it. Oh, I like it. My head goes round like a teetotum. My heart goes thump like a beat bass drum. Zip with a zip, zip with a zip. Come and make me calm. And the worst of it is I like it. Oh, I like it. Oh, I like it. And the worst of it is I like it. I like it. Yes, I do. And the worst of it is he likes it. He likes it. He likes it. His head goes round like a teetotum. His heart goes thump like a beat bass drum. Zip with a zip, zip with a zip. Come and make me calm. And the worst of it is I like it. I like it. Oh, how I like it. And the worst of it is I like it. I like it. Yes, we all resign. Goodbye, Mr.
Quick, Mr. Don Didier, it's Angèle. Remember, I'm your wife and you're terrible Tom. You know what to do.
Is anyone here?
I am here, my dear, and I'm going to kiss you.
Oh, get away from me or I'll scream.
But if I kiss you on the lips, you can't scream. Here I come.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
I did it.
My husband kissing another woman. Why, what does this mean?
Oh, I wish I'd never come back to Paris. I wish I were back on the banks of the Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan. Did you say Saskatchewan?
I'm trying to. I lived there until 3 years ago when Papa died and left me all his money. I came back here to find my childhood sweetheart.
Don Didier, and did you?
No, he had completely disappeared.
What was his name?
Well, I've forgotten his last name, but his first name was beautiful. Alphonse.
Not Alphonse. Gaston?
Yes, that's it. Alphonse Gaston.
Fifi, come to my arms. I'm Alphonse Gaston, your long-lost lover.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Beloved.
Here, you villain. Release my fiancée.
Your fiancée, fiddlestick, she's mine. We've been engaged for 20 years. This, my dear young man, is Fifi.
Angèle is Fifi?
Yes, isn't it silly?
Why, that's wonderful, Claudine, darling. Don't you see? I can't marry Angèle. Even her father can have no objections now.
Is this a proposal by any chance?
I propose to marry you if that's what you mean.
If I still want you.
Oh, but you've got to want me. It's all your fault I'm in love with you. Oh, darling, look at me.
Oh, you beautiful lady, I raise my heart, beautiful lady, to your heart's eyes. Come, beautiful lady, to paradise, ere the sweet, sweet waltz dream
And they all lived happily ever after. I wish you could have seen Miss Dragonette tonight. She was dressed in perfect harmony for the part of the Pink Lady. And in just a few moments, she'll be back herself to tell us of next week's musical love story. And now, here is lovely Jessica Dragonette to tell you about next week's presentation in the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater.
Thank you, Jean Paul King. Next week, we bring you the musical love story of a little Belgian laundress and a royal prince. Victor Herbert's Sweetheart. Do you remember? Sweethearts make love their very own. Sweethearts can live on love alone. This is Jessica Dragonette bidding you all good night.
The Pink Lady was presented tonight by special arrangement with the Thames Whitmark Music Library. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 1 minute 6.
Information, please. Time to stump the experts. Each question accepted wins you $2. You can win, therefore, as much as $7 per question, if you're lucky and information, please, is not. Our master of ceremonies is Clifton Fathom, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fathom.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Good evening, everybody. This is a very special night for Information, Please, because instead of the usual 4, we have 5 experts. Or anyway, we have 4 experts and Harpo Marx. Harpo has practically built his career on being dumb. And what right he has to be here tonight, I can't tell. I assure you I don't know what Harpo is going to say, or whether he's going to say anything. Harpo Marx will be supported by an all-star cast consisting of Franklin P. Adams, columnist of the New York Post, Don Curran, sports expert and philologist. Hi, Phil. Bernard Jaffe, teacher of science and author, and Oscar Levant, musical authority, composer, and baseball fan. Now, gentlemen, the rules. If you know the answer, raise your hand. Put your hand down, Harpo. A question composed of no more than 2 parts must be answered by 1 man. If it has more parts than that, the board may cooperate. But if any part is answered wrong, we lose $5. When you hear that cash register ring, that means the questioner is actually getting his $5. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, please remember that Information, Please is a spontaneous and completely catch-as-catch-can program. We're off. The first question comes from Woodbury, New Jersey. Mrs. C.H. Waterbury of Woodbury, New Jersey. That sounds like a plant. Wants me to ask each member of the board for a loan of $5. So far, the plot is absolutely improbable. Now, I must be turned down by each of you gentlemen with a typical or appropriate remark. Let's make it $10. Who cares? Now, suppose I asked each of you to lend me $10. What would you reply? Mr. Levant, you have...
I would lend it to you, only it would spoil our friendship.
Oh, come. See if I can get 4 more. Mr. Jaffe.
I never knew there was so much money in the world.
That'll do. That's 2. Mr. Kieran. Quiet, Harpo. Mr. Kieran?
Neither a borrower nor a lender be.
That's very good. Mr. Marks is shaking hands with Mr. Kieran. All right, Harpo. You going to talk? Oh, I can't give you... So you going to do that for the rest of the evening, Harpo? Don't know any more? All right, now you keep quiet. That'll do. That's 4. Mr. Adams, have to get one out of you.
No.
All right. Second question from Mr. George Rudolph of New York City. Now, our studio pianist... Boy, listen carefully, boys. Our studio pianist is going to play a special arrangement of a medley of popular songs. And you are required to identify the individual selections as well as the song used as the accompaniment throughout, which later emerges as a melody. I hope that's entirely clear. Are you ready, studio pianist? Go ahead. All right, Mr. Levant. He did that. I want the names of the songs.
Look for the silver lining from Sally.
Look for the silver lining from Sally is correct. Can I have another one?
Do the next part right after. Please.
Mr. Levant?
Shake the Cheek.
Shake the Cheek, yes, from?
Shake the Cheek from, Shake the Cheek. Top Hat.
Yes, Top Hat. Irving Berlin. That's quite right. That's 2. We're doing very well. Let's have a little more.
Waving. No, not the beginning.
Got it now? Mr. Levant?
The Song in My Heart, which is the accompaniment late at the beginning.
That is correct. Now let's see if we can get the, there's still another to be named.
Do the last 2 bars. Yeah. The last 4 bars, I mean.
Oh, make it 6. We don't care. We have lots of time.
Can't take that away from me.
You don't have to sing it. Saying it, that's quite correct. And with a song in my heart as the return theme. Pretty good. The next question for Mr. Joe Hunt, again of this city. Mr. Hunt wants you to mention 5 books or plays. You know what a book is, Mr. Mark. Name 5 books or plays whose titles indicate an occupation. Maybe we can get something out of Harpo on this one. 5 books or plays whose titles indicate an occupation. Mr. Adam.
Tinker Tailor.
That's quite correct. Who wrote the book?
A.P. Herbert.
Very good, Mr. Adams. Thank you. Mr. Kieran.
American Doctor's Odyssey.
An American Doctor's Odyssey. Who wrote that book?
Dr. Heisey.
That's correct. Oh, there's Harpo again. Harpo, do you know anything? Oh, the farmer. That's right. The farmer takes a wife. That's quite correct. It was a play. Ran a year or 2 ago. That's 3. Mr. Jaffe.
The Horse and Buggy Doctor by Hertzler.
Oh, you're sticking to doctors. All right. That's 4.
I need him tonight.
We have to name 5 altogether. All right, Oscar, Mr. Levant.
The Man with a Hoe, Edwin Markham.
He has an occupation? Yes, I suppose it would be a farmer.
What do you do
That
with
was
a hoe?
perfectly all right. Can't seem to stick him. Harpo, can I get you to answer? He says no. All right. Harpo, put that banana away.
You're lucky he doesn't eat the microphone.
The next question for Mr. William Stahl of Chicago, Illinois. Finish with that banana. We can't go on to the question, Harpo, until you finish your banana. All right, and keep that orange out, too. Now, the next one. Suppose a man is as lazy as Stepin Fetchit. A man as lazy as Stepin Fetchit, and as thirsty as W.C. Fields. And suppose he looks out of a window, and suppose he observes an open barrel of wine 50 feet below. 50 feet. He has available a narrow rubber tube 55 feet long. How should he go about quenching his thirst? This is the darndest situation. Now, is that all clear, Mr. Jeffrey?
Well, I imagine he could throw that pipe out, that rubber tube, rather, into the barrel and draw up the wine. So, that would only go about 34 feet, though.
Yeah, what would he do then? So far, you're all right.
He could walk downstairs.
No, I can't. No elevator. No, I can't.
No elevator.
What's he going to do from that point on? He's got to stay where he is. Now, he's got his wine 34 feet up. Fine situation.
Oh, I know. He could hold on to the end of the rubber tube that he has.
Yeah?
Then lift the tube up and empty the contents of that pipe into any container that he has.
That would be quite correct. Though it seems to me it'd be a pretty tough job for him to handle 55 feet of tube and 34 feet of wine in an ordinary small room.
It'd be cheaper for him to dive.
Yeah, much easier. Fifth question. From Mr. Dwight Hutchinson of Marblehead, Massachusetts. You have to identify the following 5 persons or literary characters. Literary, Mr. Marks, literary. 1. Who lived on a column? Mr. Marks says the Franklin P. Adams. Oh, Mr. Kieran got that one, too. There's still another, Mr. Kieran. Do you know who it was?
Yes, besides FPA, there was Simon Stilithius.
Yes, that's quite correct. Who lived in a tub? Mr. Adams?
Diogenes.
Diogenes, or any one of those 3 gentlemen, Rub, Dub, or a Dub, who lived in a tub, remember them? 3 men in a tub? How about the man who lived in a coffin? A coffin, Mr.
I know a very fantastic character in a book that nobody's read, in which there's a man who lives in a coffin called Solal.
Pardon?
Solal, S-O-L-A-L.
Did he live in a coffin?
Yeah, the grandfather. He gouged his eyes and he lived in a...
You've got me. That's perfectly possible.
That's true.
All right. I'm not denying it. There is perhaps a more famous character, known to anyone who has been to the films recently, who lived in a coffin.
A producer.
Don't know. I'll accept yours, subject to correction. But it's Dracula. You stick to that, eh? It's Dracula who lived in a coffin. Well, that's 3. Who lived in a gingerbread house? Who lived in a gingerbread house? Mr. Adams?
The Witch.
Yes, in what play or novel?
Hansel and Gretel.
In Hansel and Gretel. And who lived in a tree? Who lived in a tree? Mr. Marks. You know? Come on, talk. Tell me. Maybe we can get him to talk finally. Oh, I get it. Tarzan. Yeah, Tarzan. That's right. Tarzan. No wonder you never learned to talk, Harper. You do so well without it. Take your hat off. 6. From Mrs. Elspeth Dunn of Hewlett, Long Island. Oh, this is a dandy. Explain why a G-man afflicted with mulierose tendencies. Mulierose, M-U-L-I-E-R-O-S-E, might be tempted to resign if assigned to arrest an auricumus moll. Auricumus? A-U-R-I-C-O-M-U-O-U-S, moll, M-O-L-L. My God, they all know it. Mr. Adams.
His wife might object.
I don't get it. Would you mind explaining? You just guessed at that one, Mr. Adams.
Yes, I guess I'm wrong.
I'm not saying. If you can explain your answer.
How far does the tube go?
Oh, you're still there, are you? If you can explain your answer, Mr. Adams.
I think mulierose would be wifely.
No, just almost the opposite at times. A man with mulierose tendency is one who is exceedingly fond of ladies. Not necessarily his wife, though at times, yes.
I'm old-fashioned about that.
All right. Mr. Kieran, the new-fashioned Mr. Kieran.
Well, what was that kind of lady you said?
That was no lady. That was an auriculus mall.
Auriculus, nothing. An auricomous. A-U-R-I-C-O-M-O-U-S. Mrs. Elspeth Dunn is going to get $5.
That's a blonde.
That's right. That's right. And what would it mean?
Well, it...
Purple. Goodness gracious. That's right. In other words, a man with mulierose tendencies is one who's exceedingly fond of ladies, and...
he wouldn't want to arrest a blonde.
A model. Perfectly correct. Yes, that's quite correct. Now, the next question is a musical one. Mr. E. Willard Layton of Brooklyn, New York, wants you to play the principal theme in the indicated movement of the following piano concertos. 1, the principal theme from the rondo, or third movement, of the Beethoven G Major Concerto number 4. Any of you can do that? Can any of you do it? Harpo can't do it, Mr. Levant. Don't be silly. All right, Mr. Levant, go and try it. The principal theme from the rondo, or third movement, of the Beethoven G Major Concerto number 4. That right? That's right. Second. Mr. Levant, do you want to try the second without knowing what's going to be? Take a chance, all right. The second theme of the third movement of Rachmaninoff's C minor concerto number 2.
Everybody knows that.
I don't know it. Harpo doesn't know it. Is that right? Right? Harpo says it's right. Now I'm going to ask you, Mr. Levant, if you can, or Mr. Kieran, or Mr. Adams, Mr. Jaffe, to play the first theme of the first movement of Liszt's E-flat concerto. You can't play it, Harpo. You can play it? Harpo is going up to the piano. Get together, boys. Get together. Is that right? Well, what's Harpo doing? That's Harpo. I can see that. Get away. And finally, the second theme from the second movement of the Gershwin Concerto in F. Don't tell me you know that too, Harpo. He's going over the piano again. Going to spoil my program for me, I know it. One of them is right. One of them is right. Thanks very much. I'm also glad you didn't bring your harp. But so far, we haven't thrown them for a loss at all. See what we can do now. Oh, a chicken bone. Harpo's brought his dinner with him. No, his supper. The next question from Gertrude Craig Roberts of Overbrook, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Give the source or the author the following quotations about the fair. The fair means the fair sex. 1. Oh, thou art fairer than the evening air, clad in the beauty of 1,000 stars. Who knows that? Mr. Adams, don't you know that?
Shakespeare.
No, that's wrong. Well, that's going to cost us $5 right off the reel, and I'm glad to get them down for a loss of $5. Let's take the next one. Give the, that one, by the way, is from Marlowe's Faustus, Mr. Adams. Remember it?
Not at the moment.
All right. 2. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. All right, Mr. Adams, redeem yourself.
Thomas Hood.
Yes, what poem?
Bridge of Sighs.
That's quite correct. And how about this one? Fat, fair, and 40. Fat, fair, and 40. Don't know that. That's a tough one. What would catch him on that?
Minsky.
No, Mr. Levant, not Minsky.
Sheridan.
Mr. Adams, what'd you say?
Sheridan.
No. No, it comes from a novel called St. Ronan's Well by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 7, if you must. You knew that, Mr. Kieran.
No, but I've heard of St. Ronan's Well.
Well, that's half the battle.
I've heard of Chapter 7.
See if you can get the next one. A maiden fair to see, the pearl of minstrelsy. Mr. Adams?
HMS Pinafore.
That's quite correct. And 5, and last, you're the fairest in the land. You're the fairest in the land. Don't know that, Mr. Kieran, eh?
Yeah, I just heard it.
Not from Harpo, surely. I can't get him to say a word. No?
It's in Snow White.
No, that's wrong. Knew you'd say that. No, it's one of the lines in By Mere Bis du Chien. Harpo knew it all along. We've got that $5 rung up. Going to Miss Roberts at Philadelphia. The next question from C. Hyde of New York City. I'm going to ask you to quote from 4 songs, to quote sentences or phrases mentioning at least 2 colors each, excluding college songs. And excluding There's a Rainbow in the Sky, Mr. Adams. I saw that in your eye. All right, Mr. Levant.
Oh, gray mare.
2 colors. 2 colors.
Brown eyes, why are you blue?
All right. That's 1. Mr. Adams.
The red, white, and blue.
Yes, 3 cheers for the red, white. Do you know 1, Harpo? Forgot it, eh? That's right. It's on your old gray bonnet with a blue ribbon on it. That's pretty good. We got another one. All right, Harpo, let's have it.
Darling, I'm growing older.
Darling, I'm growing older. Silver threads, I get it. Silver threads among the gold. That's 4. Mr. Levant?
It's not in the title, but in the lyric. Does that count?
It's all right.
Roses red, violets are blue, sugar sweet, honey,
Is that a
so
song?
are you. By Gershwin.
I thought there's something you're writing an album.
By Gershwin.
Oh, by Gershwin.
Yes,
that's quite
for
good. That's 5. Let's have another one for good luck. Mr. Adams. Oh, Harpo. All right, he cedes his place to Mr. Adams.
The Blue and the Gray by Paul Dresser.
Is it a song?
Yes, sir.
All right with me. Is that all right, Harpo? It's a song. Okay.
One lies dead at Appomattox.
Didn't ask you for that. Next question. What one is that? Whistle's fine. Whistle's fine. Save that for the next question, Harpo. Okay. Next question from Mr. Everett F. Taft of Princeton Junction, New Jersey. I'm going to ask you to name the great man and the scientific principle associated with each of the following. 1, a pea garden. A pea garden. Name the scientific man and principle associated with a pea garden. Mr. Jaffe?
The principle is the principle of genetics, heredity.
Yes.
And I know the man's name. Now, let's see. He was the abbot of Brunn.
Yes. How about his name?
Let's see if I can get his name now.
You're all right so far.
I'll think of it as we go along.
All right. How about trying the next one? Name the great man and scientific principle associated with a right-angled triangle. With a right-angled triangle. Mr. Kieran?
Yes, it was an Italian who was working on the theory of the pendulum.
A right-angled triangle. No, I'm afraid I'll have to call you wrong on that one, Mr. Kieran. A rarity for me and a great pleasure, I assure you. No, the answer is Pythagoras, who in the 6th century proved that the square of the hypotenuse, do you remember, is equal to the sum of the squares of the arms. High school students have been worried about that eternal triangle ever since. How about the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Mr.
Galileo.
Galileo, yes. And what's the principle
he
involved?
proved was that objects fall at the same rate of speed no matter what their weights happen to be. That is, a feather and a cannonball will fall at the same rate.
Quite correct. I never believed it, but I know it's true. It's in the book. Mm-hmm. And 4, a milkmaid. A milkmaid. Mr. Jaffe.
Well, you might speak of Dr. Jenner.
Yes.
And
make up your mind.
Smallpox.
Yes. How did he happen to...
Well, he noticed that milkmaids never contracted the smallpox, but they did contract certain warts on their hands.
Yes, from handling cows. That's
from
right.
handling cows, yes.
That's correct.
The principle of vaccination, of course, is a principle involved.
Derived from that. That's quite correct. Now, do you remember who the man was involved in the principle of genetics?
I know him as well as my name. I just can't think of him.
What's your name?
Oh, it is.
Mr. Kieran.
Well, isn't that the Mendelian
That's
theory?
right, Mendel.
Yes, Gregor Mendel. Well, we got 3 out of 4. That's going to cost us $5. The next question from Mr. A. Solomon of New York City. You're asked to name a musical composition dealing with each of the following objects. I guess you'd call them objects. 1, the bee. A bee. Mr. Levant.
Rimsky-Korsakov, The Flight of the Bumblebee.
Yes. And didn't Bach write something about a bee?
No, Schubert did. I don't know if Bach did or not.
Wasn't there a mass in B minor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, the flea. The flea. Didn't like that one, eh? All right, Mr. Levant, the flea.
Mussorgsky. Shalyapin made that song quite his own and famous.
Yes, Song of the Flea. That's correct. 3, a roach. A roach. A roach. Harper, you don't want to whistle again, do you? Oh, now I get it. That's right. La Cucaracha. That's correct. The famous Mexican folk song, La Cucaracha, is about a roach. 4, a bat. A bat. Oh, Harpo, he knows everything. Don't know that one? Mr. Adams.
The Fledermaus.
Yes, Fledermaus by whom?
Strauss.
That's quite correct. Harpo, do you have enough? I don't get that.
Take me out to the ball
Oh, yes. Oh, I see. Harpo, if I could only get you to say Casey at the bat. 5, a cuckoo. A cuckoo. Mr. Levant.
I don't know how to pronounce it. D-A-Q-U-I-N.
Daquin.
Thank you. Thank you, Hank.
That's all right. That's all right, Oscar. And how about the name of the song that Daquin wrote about the cuckoo?
The cuckoo.
Correct. 5 out of 5. Next question. This comes from Miss Eleanor Fitzgerald of Gorham, New York. What methods were used in bringing up each of the following children? What methods were used in bringing up each of the following children? The children of the old woman who lived in a shoe. What methods used? Mr. Adams.
She spanked them roundly and put them to bed.
Soundly, not roundly. That'll do. 2, the baby who changed into a pig from Alice in Wonderland. Baby who changed into a pig. Don't know that one? Don't know that one, eh? Remember, Mr. Adams, you're the Alice in Wonderland expert. Remember, speak harshly to your little boy and beat him when he sneezes? That was the method used in bringing up the baby who changed into a pig in Alice in Wonderland. That's one wrong. 3, the elephant's child in the Kipling story of that name. The elephant's child in the Kipling story of that name. You know that? I'll have to give it to you. His aunt, the ostrich, and his uncle, the giraffe, and his aunt, the hippopotamus, and his uncle, the baboon, and his father and mother spanked him. They all spanked him for his satiable curiosity. It's from Just Those Stories by Kipling. Not so good on children, gentlemen. Very well. What methods were used in bringing up Pip, the hero of Dickens's novel Great Expectations? Very simple method. He was brought up by hand. Brought up by hand. By his foster parents, the Gargery. And finally, how was Topsy in Uncle Tom's Cabin brought up? Mr. Kieran?
She just grows.
Yes, that's right. Well, we got 3 wrong out of 5 on that. $5 goes to Miss Eleanor Fitzgerald of Gorham, New York. How about this one? This from Harriet R. Platt of East Orange, New Jersey. Mention 5 cruelties that occur daily in the kitchen. For example, beating the eggs. Get it? Pretty clever, eh? Mr. Adams.
Whipping the cream.
Whipping the cream is 1. Mr. Levant.
Mine's sentimental. Tearing a herring.
Tearing a herring will do. I'll let that one go. Mr. Jaffe. Mr. Jaffe.
Deviling an egg.
Deviling an egg. Yes, that might be cruelty. Yes, that's quite correct. 3 deviling would be even better. Mr. Levant.
This is precious now. Pressing a duck. You know, a duck press.
Yes, but I don't think that pressing is necessarily cruel. Sometimes just the opposite, as a matter of fact. I won't accept that one. That's 3 so far. Mr. Kieran.
Mashing potatoes.
Mashing potatoes. Yes, that's 4. Have to get 1 more. 1 more. Oh, I can think of lots of them. Harpo, can I get one out of you? What? Taking the eyes out of potatoes. Oh, yes, taking the eyes out of potatoes. I get it. 5 will do, that's right. And sometimes, in badly regulated kitchens, perhaps, killing the odor would do, yes. Well, that's 5 out of 5. Now, the next one comes all the way from Rochester, New York, from Alexander J. Twizdowski. This is a tough one. A witness testified that as he entered the unlit corridor of the building during late twilight, he noted that the defendant wore a red hat, but he was unable to distinguish the color of her coat, which was known to be blue. Why would you disbelieve the witness's testimony? I'm completely lost by this time. Mr. Kieran, have you followed me?
Well, that probably has to do with the visibility of the comparative visibility of red and blue at that time of day in the setting rays of the sun. And
Yes,
evidently, the man who said that he distinguished something red and could not distinguish something blue was lying, because it would be easier to distinguish blue in that light than red.
That's perfectly correct.
Oh,
How
I
did
guessed
you know
that beautifully.
Did you know that all along? That's pretty good. Mr. Godfrey, do you know the scientific principle involved there?
Yes.
Do you know what it's called? Well, who discovered
reflection and absorption of light. The only light in twilight is a blue light, and that's the only light that will be reflected from an object, and therefore all he could see was a blue object. Couldn't see the red. The red would appear as black.
Well, it would disappear. The visibility would disappear more quickly in fading light. Do you know what that effect is called and who discovered it?
Colorblind.
No. I see what you mean. It was a man named Purkinje. You ever hear of Purkinje?
Never heard of him.
Wrote just a song at twilight.
I'm afraid that's all we'll have time for tonight, gentlemen and Mr. Marks. Information, please, seems to have lost how much? $15. Next Tuesday evening, the Board of Experts is going to consist of Mr. Adams again, Mr. Kieran again, Mr. Mark Duffield of the New York Herald Tribune, and as our guest of honor, Mr. Oswald Jacoby, who is the #1 ranking bridge expert in the United States for the last 4 years, as I understand it. And now, Mr. Cross, will you take the mic and remind our audience of the rules once more? Information, please, thanks you,